Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
God bless the United States.
What do you say we just get right into it, ladies and gentlemen? How are you doing? Somehow you guys have made it to December 3rd, 2025, and I congratulate you for doing so. I'm Boston Bryant. This is Blunt Politics, the political podcast made to sift through the bullshit, the lies, the propaganda, the mainstream media, Donald Trump, the Republican Party, all of that good stuff, and then we just break it down, and then we make it easily digestible for the working class individuals of this country, like you, like me, because that is who these policies typically affect the most. So I appreciate you guys once again. Hit that like button on the way in. Once again, thank you to everybody on this space as well. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to the mods. Appreciate you guys over there. Appreciate you guys including me in this coalition. Proud supporter of it, and I thank you for it. So lots to get into today. We're obviously going to be talking about the Tennessee special election. We'll be diving into a little bit of Mark Kelly responding to Pete Hegseth. We've seen a clip of Pete Hegseth from 2016 come pretty much to bite him in the ass, and I'm going to be laughing the day that it's used at his war crimes trial, his own words against him at his own trial. One can only hope, but it should be done. And we also have a clip here of Megyn Kelly has gone from I guess excusing pedophiles, excusing what Jeffrey Epstein was into, to now, actively like frothing at the mouth because of these Venezuelan, because of the killings and the murders that we've seen here on the Venezuelan fishing boats. But she loves it. She wants to see more of it. But yes, before we dive into that, let me say hi to the chat. I'll bring the old Chatsky in. Appreciate you guys. How's everybody doing? Thank you for joining me once again. Why don't we throw you on the stage? That way you guys can see yourself. Hey, you should be right there. You are. There you are. What's up, guys? How are you? How's everybody? What's up, Eileen? What's up, Terry? How are you? What's up, Chantel, Yakov, Simon? Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Hi, Nancy. What's up, Salt of the Earth? I love the whole fam here. What's up, Deb, Flipper? Everybody's here. Oh, thank you, Deb, for starting off in the right way, too, gifting a membership. So several ways in which you guys can contribute financially. Again, if you're in the financial position to do so, I know we are in tough times, uncertain times. So if you're not, if you're pinching pennies like everybody else, don't worry about it. Just hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you kind of like what you're hearing, if you like what you're seeing, if you find, a nice place in the chat with everybody else that you're conversing, and, you find yourself coming back. Think about hitting that like button. But up in the corner, here's a Venmo. You can send a buck or two. All I ask for to help this independent media station. You can also sign up just underneath me for a YouTube channel membership. And then you can go to patreon.com/Boston Bryant, and there's 3 tiers on there. You find a level that fits what you like, and then, we go from there. But it's all just to help support this independent media station that gives you the news, the facts, as we see it here on the ground. We try to report on everything from, domestic policy to foreign news and everything going on in between. So, if you're just joining us for the first time, we're on our way to 15,000 subscribers. I think we're like 5 away. I think we can get 5 subscribers in the show. So, let me know if we do hit the 15K mark sometime during the show. But let's get into it. Today's word of the day, and thank you to the mods, as always. Huge thank you to the mods, both on this space and over here on Blunt Politics, for doing what you guys do and making sure that chat stays a safe place. So, big shout out to you guys. But yes, the word of the day today, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be momentum. Okay, because that is what we have right now on the left. Political momentum. Okay, last night's Tennessee election, which we'll get into, we got a CNN clip here talking about the results. But I just want to put this on the screen for you, just to remind you guys, kind of how far we've come and what the sentiment of the American people is right now. Because it wasn't that long ago that we were reporting on this, right? The November 5th, the elections that we saw, the performance that we saw, the resounding message sent by the American people. This Politico article, I just pulled up one that was kind of reporting on it at the time. Democrats didn't just rebound, they dominated. This is a foreshadow of what we're going to see next year, said one strategist. And we're talking about, Abigail Spanberger and Mike Sherrill cruised to double-digit victories in Virginia and New Jersey. We're talking about the 2 Georgia Democrats that flipped seats on the state's Public Service Commission. We're talking about the ballot here in California that passed overwhelming wins in Mississippi. Like I said, California, all over the country, we saw a resounding, message sent by the American people towards the Republican Party, towards Donald Trump and what he's been doing, specifically in this second administration. But that's the momentum that we need to build upon. Like, that is the momentum that we rightly can fucking claim in this moment. as lefties, as whether you're left, a liberal, progressive, whatever you consider yourself, if you're voting Democrat, if you're voting blue, right, then this is good signals. This is good signs. So when we talk about, Tennessee, and when we talk about Donald Trump in a place where he won by, I think it was like something like 22 points or something wild like that, if we could just have a good showing, if we could close that gap and show people, show the Republicans, show Donald Trump in particular, that even in these deep red Republican strongholds, the change is clear, right? The change is happening. People are frustrated. They are angry. They are pissed off. They feel like they've been lied to, especially Republicans, especially people in the MAGA base. So now they're seeing, 11 months on into Donald Trump's second administration, that he has absolutely no intentions on serving anybody but himself, providing but anybody but himself or his family. He's now starting to see the reactions. And we've talked about it with his low poll numbers, something like, 35% at this point? Sorry, I know the chat's over my face. My apologies. But, I mean, this is the momentum that I know people are disappointed that we didn't take this the Tennessee special election down, but we have to see, the sunlight through the trees. We have to be able to take these victories where when we can, where they are presented to us. Even if it's not an outright victory, even if we could just say, now look at this, we've gone from it's a plus 22 Trump to, I think she won, I think the Republican won there by less than 5 points. That is a huge, huge switch. That is a huge, huge change in the way the demographic is thinking and how they perceive the person that they're voting for, and the lies that they've been told, and the changes that they haven't seen in their daily lives. And if anything, it's only gotten worse. The exact same things that they voted on to get rid of are the same things that they're now seeing more of, and it's only getting worse. So, when you got, things happening like this, and I'll bring in this, the CNN clip here talking about the special election. We need to take the bright spots here, and we need to continue to hammer those points home. Because when Hal, great point. Hal loves to talk about how the main focus of our the Democrats should be flipping all of these purple districts blue, right? Making all the red districts purple, and so on and so forth. This is exactly what's going on. We are witnessing in real time these deep red districts slowly progress, not even slowly, but rapidly progress into what could be perceived as a purple district. At some point not too distant in the future. So let's take a look at this CNN article. And again, I know people are kind of bummed out a little bit, but I think it's a great sign. I think I'm very fucking optimistic. I think it's a great signal being sent to not only, again, the Republicans, Donald Trump, conservatives, but also the mainstream media, that this needs to be paid attention to. And this is serious. Right. This is deadly serious. People's lives are being affected. People's family members are being stripped out of their homes and being deported on a daily basis, or they're being beat in the streets by ICE officers. Right. Or their family or friends or whatever in Ukraine aren't being supported the way that we need to support them. We're watching Donald Trump cozy up to Vladimir Putin and give him every opportunity and afford him, every, award and victory for the aggressions that he started, for the murders that he's, sicked on the fucking Ukrainian people. So we're watching that in real time, and people are now starting, whatever the frustrations may be, whether it's, grocery prices, whether it's, the job market, whether it's the housing crisis, whether it's not because you're watching the homeless, crisis on the rise in your neighborhood, right? Whether it's because you're sick of paying what you're paying at the fuel pump, whatever it may be. People are pissed off. People are frustrated, and they're rightly directing their anger towards the people in charge. So let's dive into this. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics. Momentum, 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 momentum. We need to continue to hammer the points that have gotten us this momentum. The Epstein files, fucking tearing apart MAGA. Make sure that we tear apart the anti and the pro-Israel. Make sure we're highlighting that. We're going to be talking about Megyn Kelly. There's several other videos. We don't have time today in the early show, but several other videos now by MAGA commentators, by fucking right-wing conservative commentators talking about, Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool, Megyn Kelly. All of these people now are on the outs. Candace Owens, big part of that. So you're seeing it happening in real time. So we need to continue to hammer these points home. The cost of living, right? your quality of life, your quality that this government is providing you, the quality of life that this government is providing you. That's what we need to hammer home, because they're not doing shit for you. And they're really only fucking stepping on your face as they walk over you to try to make more money for themselves. And we need to make sure that people understand who's in power, who's in charge, and who has the responsibility to make those changes that could affect the people in this country. But they're just not doing it because they're too focused on selfish fucking requests. They're too focused on crypto, putting $800 million in the bank account. Making sure that their stocks are up to date, making sure that they know what bills are being passed and what companies are going to profit from it, so they can go and invest in those companies, right? I mean, everybody seems to come into Congress with like a couple $100,000 and leave with a couple $100 million. Just it's funny how that happens. All right, let's dive into it. I appreciate it. Hit that like button, guys.
Overnight, there was a special election for an open house seat in the state of Tennessee, and the Republican candidate won. And a win is a win, right? Well, still, Democrats seem to be smiling this morning. Why? Because the margin of defeat was much slimmer than Republicans have been doing in that district. With us now, CNN chief.
I mean, that's just a clear understatement. Like, it's almost impossible to tell you how different the swing is in such a short period of time. But he'll go on to explain here the facts and the figures.
Harry Enton, let's talk about the numbers.
Let's talk about the numbers. Republicans should be running for the hills this morning because the blue wave is building, my dear friend, Mr. Berman. What are we talking about here? Well, Matt Van Epps, the Republican candidate, he won it by 9, but this is a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points, 15.
Now, was that the final margin? Because why have I been hearing less than 9? I thought I've been hearing it was less than 8 points. I thought somebody even said it was down to like 5 points. Is there something I'm missing? Is this kind of like, was he doing this at the time, or is this revised? I'm not 100% sure, but I've heard a couple different numbers being thrown around. Just kind of curious as to why we can't kind of get it straight here on the mainstream media as to what the actual fucking percentage was.
13 points. This is a 13-point gain for the Democrats in terms of the margin. And excuse time for Republicans is over, because I hear all about these special elections. Oh, the turnout's so low. It's not representative of what happened in the midterm election. The turnout last night in Tennessee's 7th district was equal to the turnout in the 2022 midterm election. So the blue wave, it seems to be building right out of center of Tennessee.
And that's fucking, I mean, we need to impress upon people. We're talking about Tennessee, the 7th district in Tennessee. We're not talking about some liberal stronghold, some fucking, progressive stronghold inside of Tennessee. Like we're talking about a plus 22 district for Donald Trump. You can see there on your screen, plus 17, plus 15, plus 22. Down to plus 9 in such a short period of time is a fucking huge momentum shift. Right. And that momentum clearly on the side of the Democrats, and that blue wave that he's talking about is the momentum that we need to ride into midterms. Right. We need to not fucking, sit back. We can't sit on our hands. We can't be quiet. We can't just hope that things are going to turn out the way that we want them to. We need to be loud. We need to be proud. We need to be aggressively calling out this bullshit. We need to be aggressively pointing out who's causing harm in the daily lives of the American public. And we need to make it very clear who they need to blame. And not only that, but we need to make it very clear who has the answers and who has the solutions and who has the better policies to enact and to make sure that we put them into office, right? So that's what we need to continue, and that's what I hope to continuously do here on Blunt Politics is hammer these points home, make sure that we're continuously pointing out the rift in MAGA, make sure we're continuously pointing out the flaws and the faults in the foreign policy, also domestic policy, pointing out what's going on with ICE, pointing out what's going on with tariffs, what's going on with the economy. All of these points by different commentators, by different, whether you're liberal, progressive, it doesn't matter what the fuck you are. But if you have a voice, if you have a camera, if you have a microphone, you have the duty. It is your fucking duty to make sure that we continuously hammer these points home, continuously call out Republicans, call out Fox News, call out Republicans, RSBN, OAN, Newsmax, whatever it may be. Use that time wisely. Make sure we're talking about cost of living, cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. What Donald Trump's promises were, the promises that he hasn't fulfilled. I mean, there's a million things that we can hammer home. I continuously say that since I got into politics, there has been never a time where a political party, the Democrats, has had more ammunition, has had more opposition research against their fucking political opponents, the Republicans, Donald Trump in particular, than they have in this fucking period of time. So if we cannot harness that, if we cannot use that political ammunition to our benefit now and in this moment, then when the fuck are we ever going to be able to do it? Because we have a pedophile protecting, adjudicated rapist, somebody that went on to defame the woman that he went on to rape twice, right? A woman that's a guy that said he could grab women by the crotch because he's a star and they let you do it even if they have no consent, right? Just a guy that said on open TV, on fucking national TV, that he's talking about sex with his daughter, talking about his daughter's breasts, right? Not to mention the time that he tried to overthrow a free and fair election by stopping the counting and certification of that election, right? Not to mention the gallows that he and his people had set up in front of the Capitol to make sure that they could hang people like Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi and anybody else that didn't go the way that they wanted it to go. I mean, above and beyond all of that, you know what I mean? Not to mention cozying up to Kim Jong-un, cozying up to Vladimir Putin, cozying up to Erdogan, cozying up to fucking, Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, you name it. And there's a million different reasons as to why this guy not only shouldn't be fucking anywhere near the White House, but should be in the fucking Hague and behind bars as solid as you could fucking make them. And it's our duty to make sure that the American public continuously hears this shit. The Epstein files, cost of living, what's going on with our allies, you're ripping people out of their homes, ICE fucking just beating American citizens, right? All the time we need to hammer all this. So this is why we're seeing this change. I think it's working. I think people are waking up to it. Even if you're in a deep red district, even if you're in Tennessee, people are waking up to the fact that their lives have only gotten worse. It hasn't gotten better. And Donald Trump blatantly lied to their faces about what he could do and what he was going to do if and when he got back in the second term.
So in terms of the numbers, the turnout looked like a regular midterm election, not a special election.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And of course, we have, what, about 11 months?
All right. What have we seen in terms of trends in all the special elections the last year?
Okay. You know, I wouldn't necessarily give a hooting and hollering about one special election in Tennessee. I love the people in Central.
I got a visitor. Hi, Muffin. Hi, Muffin. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Hi, buddy. Can you wave? Hi. Look at his shoes. He's so handsome. Oh, I know. I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't think I can show you for too long. All right, you're too scrumptious. Oh, thank you.
I'm leaving it.
Bye. I love you guys.
Love you.
Oh, he's the best. YouTube, that was for educational purposes only. That was just to demonstrate how to get children into politics at an early age. That's what that was. No, it wasn't a little Brian. We're babysitting. I think you guys would be informed if I had a little Brian anywhere running around. No, that was Mel's sister's baby that we're babysitting. He's the best. He really is the best. All right, sorry. I figured you guys would enjoy that interruption. All right, let's continue. Thank you, guys.
Tennessee, but Central Tennessee is nothing special compared to the rest of the country. But what we see happening is, take a look here. Okay, 2025 U.S. House special elections. Dems outrunning Kamala Harris. A lot of blue here, which is what I think the nation might look like a year from now if these results hold. Arizona 7, you see a 17 outperformance of Kamala Harris. 23 points in Florida 1, 16 points in Florida 6, 13 points in Tennessee 7, 28 points in Texas 28, and then 17 points in Virginia 11. So we've seen it throughout the nation, whether you go from the suburbs of Washington, D.C., all the way to the southwest in Arizona, whether you're looking at Texas, whether you're looking at Tennessee.
I mean, look at those numbers in front of you, right? I mean, if that doesn't give you hope, right? If that doesn't give you fucking, a little fucking flame under your ass, right? If that doesn't give you a little boost in spirit, I don't know what will, right? So on screen, just in case you're just listening, are the 2025 U.S. Special House election results, the margins and points. Dems outrun Harris 2024 by, in Arizona 7th, 17 points. Florida 1, 23 points. Florida 6, 16 points. Tennessee 7, 13. Texas 18, 28 points. And Virginia's 11th by 17 points, right? I mean, these are objectively signs of good things to come if we continue to do what got us here in the first place. But if we stop, if the Democrats in politics stop hammering Donald Trump, if they stop going after him on the Epstein files, if we stop talking about all this shit, then the same shit is going to happen. They're gonna be allowed to creep back into this. So we need to continue to hammer these people on every single one of these issues. Every single one of these issues.
Whether you go down to Florida, we have seen the Democratic outperformance of Kamala Harris happening across the political map. What happened last night in Tennessee ain't just staying in Tennessee. It is spreading itself throughout the nation. As I said, to me, looking at these results, it looks like a blue wave is building.
And it's not just.
All right. So again, don't get complacent. Good news, but that's only because of how hard we've been working. That is only because of how hard we have been pressing. And it's only because of, honestly, because how easy Donald Trump has made this, how egregiously incompetent and corrupt he's been in this second term. So again, he's kind of, feeding us the news articles that we need to take him out of office. And we'll use that rightly because he's that dumb, he's that stupid, and he can't be controlled by the people in his own party. So, any advantage that we can have, any advantage that we can use, we're going to take. And it's a good thing to see those numbers. It's a good thing to see the momentum that we have. Again, I know a lot of people kind of were hoping for, a victory last night in Tennessee, but I do think in one sense we got that victory, right? The message that we wanted to send was sent. I know it would have been a lot easier to send that message if we had taken down the race, but you have to kind of put it in perspective and talk about and live in reality, right? I mean, there was a very small chance. I think it was like a 12% chance or something like that in that district, that the Democrat would pull it out. So let's take the good. Let's take the fucking good where we can get it, right? There's a lot of bad that comes with politics. There's a lot of fucking mundane bullshit that comes with politics. So when we see these bright spots, when we see these numbers, like this, right? When you see numbers like this, we need to make sure that we use that as motivation. We use that to, satisfy our souls and say, hey, look, the work that we've been doing, all of this time spent in front of the camera, all of this time watching and reading news articles and trying to, figure out and get educated on what's going on is paying off. Right? It is paying off because whether it's, you guys talking to your friends, your family members, your coworkers, it's you guys in the chat that are making this difference. Whether you're in Virginia, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, Arizona, it's you guys in the chat right now that are making this difference because it's you guys that go home and sit with your friends and you go home and you sit with your family members and you sit at work and you talk to your coworkers and you tell them the facts that you guys have learned on Blunt Politics and you've learned from Hal Sparks and you've learned from Jesse Dollemore and you've learned from other people, right? And you take those into your lives, your daily lives, and you educate other people. And that education is now what we're seeing, is why we're seeing these results. So continue to spread the word, continue to fight for this country, continue to speak up, wherever you may be, because it's working. It's working, right? So I appreciate the fact that you guys can, just continuously stay in this fight and have been in this fight for so long. It's remarkable. It's very, I can't say how much I respect you guys for continuously every single day wanting to know the facts, wanting to dive into the news. Even when it's continuously bad news, tough things to hear, tough things to see. Right? You guys just wake up every single day and you want to keep fighting. You want to keep helping this country. You want to keep helping our allies. And I can't thank you enough. I can't commend you enough for it. So I appreciate you guys. But let's dive into this next article, this next clip that I want to take a look at, which is Mark Kelly responding to Pete Hegseth. And in this, we get to see this little clip that's kind of been floating around from 2016 Pete Hegseth, which again, I said at the beginning of the show, I am just going to be really ecstatic when it's played at Pete Hegseth's war crime trial. That's just wishful thinking on my part, but that would be just the icing on the cake, right? Is playing his own words against him at his own war crimes trial. So this is CNN sitting down with Senator Kelly, responding to Hegseth's comments. So let's see if we can dive into this. I appreciate you guys. Hit that like button. And then what else do we got after this? Yeah, we got Fox News with another surprising take on this whole Hegseth narco boat thing. And then we got Megyn Kelly, who is, just lost it, gone off the rails lately. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. I appreciate it.
CNN's K-File unearthing comments from Pete Hegseth saying that the military won't follow unlawful orders, which of course is part of what he's been attacking 6 Democrats for saying in a video. Well, it's also the same thing Hegseth is investigating Senator Mark Kelly for, threatening to court-martial him over it. Here's what K-File found from Hegseth in 2016.
I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes. If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do.
Well, would you fucking listen to that, huh? Sounds like the tune's changed in that old guitar. What's going on here? What do we have here? Acting like the enemy. Acting for, can we hit just one more time from the horse's mouth himself, Pete Hegseth. Now, how much does this have to do with what he's conducting, the strikes that he's carrying out now? Everything. Everything. He's pretty much calling himself out word for word here. This is remarkable shit. Again, Pete Hegseth, in his own words, talking about war crimes and how we can't, basically turn into the enemy, which is exactly what we have turned into here when we're taking out these criminals that are so-called narco terrorists trafficking drugs, allegedly.
I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes. If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do.
Now, I'm glad to hear him say that he understands that there's consequences. So when the consequences inevitably, whether it's in this administration or the next, whether it's in fucking 6 months or 6 years, when those consequences inevitably come down the line, Pete Hegseth shouldn't be that surprised because he's here in 2016 talking about those exact consequences for those exact war crimes, for those exact actions that he is now instructing, that he is now ordering the United States military to carry out, in his own words.
He's talking about not following unlawful orders. Does that sound familiar?
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
And again,
one
I
gets
don't.
to carry out
It's crazy to think that there would be any bigger confirmation, like any, again, any more clear example of a confirmation as to why, people like Senator Mark Kelly and Senator Slotkin and the rest of these people and the rest of the senators involved here would kind of remind the military of their oath, of their duty, of the rules and regulations that they fucking took an oath and swore to, right? Like it couldn't have come literally at a better time, right? When this story broke, talking about these illegal orders. And as we've been watching Pete Hegseth kind of post these videos on social media for, several months now, it seems to be remarkable timing in just an outright, repudiation of anybody that says that they were doing anything wrong or were like out of character or out of pocket somehow for making this video.
That violate the law or our Constitution.
That is, of course, the video 6 Democrats released 2 weeks ago saying that the military can refuse unlawful orders, which Trump said was seditious behavior punishable by death when it came out. Senator Mark Kelly will join me in just a moment to respond. But first, K-File's Andrew Kaczynski is out front. So, Andrew.
My apologies. I'm just going to skip ahead to where they bring in Mark Kelly. Actually, no, he kind of goes over the statements. Let me see what he says about these statements.
I can understand under Barack Obama in some ways with the rules of engagement and the culture, but I still want to believe and hope that there are plenty of Americans who understand what this country represents that are willing to put their lives on the line, and families that understand the importance of that to encourage their son or daughter. I just hope we get a commander-in-chief befitting of that loyalty.
Andrew, I know you reached out to the White House. You reached out to the Defense Department, or as they now call themselves, the Department of War, about this video. What did they tell you? Yeah,
they call themselves that, but Congress doesn't call them that. So it's the Department of Defense. It's the Department of Defense because they can call themselves whatever the fuck they want, but we're not, we're not in preschool here. You don't just get to make up your fucking, your fairy friend's name or your imaginary friend's name and expect everybody else to go along with it. But I'm going to bring in here Senator Kelly.
Well, Aaron, I think he's correct. And it's exactly what we said.
But when we said it, Pete Hegseth now, said 8 years later or 9 years later, he says what we said was false and reckless. And I think it begs the question, what has changed? And it's pretty obvious what has changed is we have an unqualified Secretary of Defense who only cares about sucking up to this president and loyalty to this president. That's the difference. It's who's commander in chief. What we said was uncontroversial. The White House sort of confirmed that. They said his uncontroversial remarks, they were the same as ours. I mean, this is so ridiculous. And what the president wants to do now is intimidate us and stop us from talking, which is not consistent with our Constitution. And beyond that, Aaron, he said we should be hanged for what we said, executed for what we said. And what we said was exactly the same thing that Pete Hegseth said in 2016.
Of course, sedition, right, can be punishable by death. I just want to note the Pentagon spokesperson today, in the response to Andrew Kaczynski, said, referred to you as the despicable video of the seditious six, urging troops to defy their chain of command. That's how it was described today.
CNN loves to fucking do this. For some reason, they have to add in these like little fucking monikers, these little notes. Like, it hasn't been proven. Like, they love doing it when talking about the Epstein files. Like, for some reason, they, not for some reason, probably because of their, the person that owns the company, the people that run the company. But they love to be like, oh, no, we have to add in that there's been no credible evidence, no direct evidence to say that suggests that Donald Trump has any involvement in the Epstein. It's like, what are you talking about? He's in the fucking flight logs. Like, I understand you're trying to save yourself from a lawsuit, but I mean, when are you taking this both sides bullshit a little bit too far with what you can plainly see in front of your fucking face, right? And you'll be surprised because, even Fox News thinking that they're going to get one up now. This is Jonathan Turley. Now, if you don't remember Jonathan Turley, if you don't remember hearing that name, remember when Donald Trump was going through, his court room process, and he'd be going in and out of the courtroom, and he'd fucking give those little speeches at the, either exiting the courtroom or going in from like the cow pen that he used to sit in, and he'd have this stack of papers with different tweets and articles from different people, and he'd continuously name the same like 4 or 5 lawyers that he had in his pocket, and it's cite their source, and it'd cite their comments and talk about how weaponize the DOJ with that bullshit. Well, Jonathan Turley was one of those people that he was continuously citing, was continuously on Fox News, out there defending and supporting Donald Trump, talking about the weaponization, yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, now Jonathan Turley's back on Fox News being questioned about Pete Hegseth's decision, or the president's decision, I should say, on taking out these narco boats, as they call them. And I don't think Fox News was quite ready for what he had to say. I don't think they quite thought he was going to go in this direction. So this is a very quick clip. We don't have to watch too much of this, to kind of get the gist of it. But I thought this was kind of funny to see on Fox News, of all places, from Jonathan Turley, of all people, somebody that was heavily in the pocket, heavily, talked about and heavily used by Donald Trump as somebody that was, supporting him legally. So check this out. This is kind of crazy.
George Washington University professor and Fox News contributor. Professor, thanks for being with us on such short notice. We seek your expertise in this. Let's first of all play that moment from the briefing where Jackie Heinrich asked Caroline Levitt about that second attack on a Venezuela drug boat. Listen here.
You said that the follow-up strike was lawful. What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike conducted on September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
So we've gone over ample times. And again, if you're just joining us for the first time, your first time here at Blunt Politics, we've gone over in the last several days just how many different, laws, regulations, policies, amendments, whatever you want to call them, that, are followed not only on the open water, on maritime law, but also just rules of war, the Geneva Convention, humanitarian such things, like that. So you can go back in the shows that we just did a couple days ago and the last day yesterday and check out the ways in which that, Caroline Levitt was just objectively lying to your face. Like there's just nothing to suggest that we're allowed to carry out those type of strikes, especially when somebody's already been hit. They're involved in a shipwreck, clinging onto wreckage, and then we decide to just, murder them in cold blood. not something that we, is allowed under maritime law, under different, several different sets of rules and organizazations and laws and policies. And there's a whole fucking list of them that you can go through. It's crazy that they're even trying to get away with this still. The fact that it was something that, it happens all the time. What you do, you just people floating on a fucking piece of wreckage in international waters. What you usually do is you want to make sure that you kill them. You want to make sure that you really knock them dead, right? You don't want to just leave them there or rescue them. God forbid. That would be terrible.
Mike Bradley, who is the commander of the Special Operations Command, gave the order for the second strike. I looked it up quickly, and it says that a second strike is allowed if, quote, the attacker cannot confirm destruction from the first strike. I would imagine that would be regardless of whether there were survivors or not. What do you know about this, Professor?
Well, this is highly contextual, as you might imagine. The law of war deals with a situation that is the example of the fog of war, right? I mean, the fog of war.
And again, as you hear these like excuses, the goal of this is not to kill the people. Like they're talking about this as if the goal, the intent is to kill the people, right? What I've been told and what they're trying to get across to everybody else is that the intent is just to not allow the drugs to get to the United States, right? So once that boat has been incapacitated, once that boat has been blown to bits, once those drugs have been sent to the bottom of the fucking Caribbean, then that's job done, right? That is job. Next would be to go and round up, the alleged criminals involved in that, and then you could prosecute them, get information from them. Right? Like there's no job left to be done. It's not the heartbeat of these people on the boats, and stopping that heartbeat should not be the goal. Even if we are, even if it is trying to be, getting God across to us that it's the drugs that we're trying to stop. Therefore, it should be the goal to stop the vessel. That's it. Stop the vessel. After that, we can round up and arrest the people. The main goal is to stop those drugs from getting to the shores, even though it would take, 35 fucking refills on this trip of a boat that size to get from where it is to the shores of the United States, which is, again, a story above and above, for another time, which is just ridiculous above and beyond itself. But still, I mean, okay, he goes on here, sorry.
Of the fog of war, right? I mean, the fog of war has a certain fluidity to it. Decisions are made very quickly. Some of those decisions might be mistakes. What is clear is that you cannot issue a strike on survivors of a wreck just to kill the survivors. That is against the laws of war. It's against federal law, which has been incorporated by the Senate through treaties. So those points are very clear. The question that is not clear is what happened here. Now, what was just suggested by the White House was that the second strike was meant to fully destroy the vessel. Now, that can be done within the rules of or the laws of
right, but it's still not. It doesn't justify the fact that you knew, you could visibly see that there were survivors clinging onto that wreckage, and you did nothing in order to maintain their lives. You did nothing in order to, attempt a rescue, at providing aid, at bringing them aboard, at arresting them, detaining them, whatever it may be. And then you can go about, blowing up the ship and making sure that it's not in, the lanes of the fucking cargo and that type of thing, right? Same thing that happened in World War II, right? You would get the fucking survivors off, and then you'd torpedo the ship. You'd make sure a lot of the times it was their own country. It was the United States torpedoing their own ship, or the Germans torpedoing their own vessels to make sure that they sunk them, so that either the enemy couldn't get a hold of it, that it wasn't in the way of their own shipping lanes, whatever it may be. Like that's you don't just say, okay, well, we have to get the boat, the rest of this wreckage out of the way. We see the two people hanging onto it, but again, we have to get the boat out of the way. So, sorry, two people. That's just not how it works.
War that is obviously in World War II and other conflicts, a coup de grace, a torpedo or shell was used to bring a ship finally to rest. So there's no question about that. It's a question of the motivation. So it's not uncommon for finishing shots to occur if the boat itself was not fully destroyed. Now, the argument of critics here is that this is not a battleship. This is not a destroyer. It's not even a cruiser. It's a small boat hit with a large munition, and that it was largely destroyed. And so the question is, Was this to kill the survivors or truly to destroy the rest of that ship?
She also added some news.
And again, you can tell by the way he's talking, he doesn't have confidence in which one of those theories, which one of those answers it's going to be, right? Like he's unsure. You can tell that he's not really on the side of that they were just doing this to get rid of the wreckage so that it was not, a hindrance to shipping channels or something like that. Because if a boat that size hit with ammunition that big, it's pretty well disabled at that point. You don't have to, go on to continuously strike that to make sure that that vessel can no longer continue its mission. I think it's pretty clear that once these people are hanging on to the side of the wreckage and everything's in flames, the boat's blown apart into 1,000 pieces, that boat's no longer going to be able to, carry out its mission. Therefore, what you should actively do is go into rescue mode. Go into, again, detaining these people, arresting them, prosecuting them. Again, if you have this valid evidence behind the scenes that you know who every single one of these people are, what gang they're affiliated with, all of the information that you need to prosecute them. You have them on camera doing what you say that they're doing, that you want to prosecute them for. You have enough evidence to kill them, but all of a sudden, now that they're survivors, you don't have enough evidence to prosecute them. Because we've seen a couple of them, repatriated to their countries. Now we're talking about the ones in this strike, actively blown to pieces while they're clinging on to wreckage. Wouldn't you want to prosecute those people? Wouldn't you want to make an example, set an example, with how our judicial system is supposed to work? Because it doesn't seem to be working. You don't seem to be having an effect on these drug boats. If you continue having these targets to strike, you're not having the effect that you think you're having. And again, it's ridiculous to think that we're actually killing, like, these people, the gangs and the narco terrorists are actually sending out their best people on these boats, right? Like, and not people that they've, kidnapped and forced to work for the gang, or, kidnapped their family and they're only doing it to save their family, or, there's no fucking work whatsoever and it's the only people in town that can pay you a decent wage so you can put food on the table for your family. You don't really want to be doing it. You probably don't even know what the overall intent is, right? Who knows? You know what I mean? These people, that a lot of the times that's what goes on. They recruit, people in tough situations, or they force people to do it, or they kidnap people and force them into this life. So who are the people that were actually taken out? Because there's a 99% chance that it's actually not the narco terrorists that are responsible for the drug trafficking, setting up and getting the drugs from different places and making sure that they can, reroute from here and go to different places. Like, that's not what inevitably is happening here by taking out these people that are on the boat.
That the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, met with members of Congress over the weekend who had concerns about the strikes. Just wonder where you see all of this going next. Final thought, Jonathan.
Senator, there's already been talk about a congressional investigation. The key here is going to be what the admiral had intended here, if he was intending to take out the remainder of the boat, it likely is within the laws of war. These are very difficult decisions to sort of walk back. But again,
shouldn't there be specific rules and steps, again, taken? Like, again, I find it hard to believe that in the United States military, something that is so structured, something that has rules, regulations, procedures up the fucking wazoo, doesn't have steps that you are tasked and taking, right, in a specific situation. Like, I find it hard to believe that Admiral Bradley was never put in like some type of war school where, again, he struck a ship, there were survivors, he needed to take care of the wreckage, but also had to figure out what to do with the survivors, right? I find it very hard to believe that in this case, even if they were trying to say that they were trying to, get rid of the rest of the wreckage, that there isn't steps and specific procedures, knowing that the survivors in the area, in the water that pose no threat whatsoever anymore, that there are steps needed to be taken in order to rescue those people before, undertaking any of the, the following strikes. Right. So again, I don't see how even that would let them off. And as we pointed out in yesterday's show, I want you to remember just the fact that Admiral Bradley's name, just the fact that you've seen his picture plastered all over the television, brought up by Pete Hegseth, right? Backhandedly applauded by Pete Hegseth, while also revealing the person, revealing the commander. I mean, just think of how many successful missions have taken place in the United States military where you don't see, where you don't hear who's in charge, who fucking actually made the decision, who pushed the button, who pulled the trigger, right? I mean, just think of a lot of the time SEAL Team 6, the SEAL teams, right? And the missions that they carry out in the shadows, the special forces, Delta forces. Like there's a reason why you don't hear of it. There's a reason why you don't plaster these people all over the fucking television screen, unless it's for a specific reason, like the jackass that it says he shot bin Laden, right? In his little media tour that he's been on. So for like very specific reasons, you don't see and typically hear of the people in our military service that actually got these things done. You know what I mean? That's just how it typically works. So the fact that you know who the admiral was, the fact that they're out here naming him and, again, plastering his picture all over the fucking place should go to show you that they're trying to scapegoat him, right? They're trying to, here's the guy that actually did do it. We're applauding him now, but that's just to make sure that everybody knows that it wasn't me who said the order. It wasn't me who did it. He kind of did it on his own accord, right?
In time. But it'll depend a lot upon that videotape, what orders were given. The secretary here has denied the allegation that he gave an order to kill any survivors. And so that is now clear on the record and contradicts the original media report.
All right, but there is confirmation, though, of a second strike against the same target. So we'll keep following this and see where it goes.
Thank you, John.
All right, so you can see his skepticism. You can see that he's very highly skeptical of what's being put out here by the White House, by Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth was watching live, but then he saw the initial strike, but then he got up to make a whiskey. He didn't actually see the second strike, so he couldn't possibly have said anything on the second strike, but who knows what he said before that. And again, as we talked about yesterday, these commanders, even if they're not giving a direct order and sitting down and talking to Pete Hegseth and hearing his bullshit, like it could very well, it could be something where Pete Hegseth got this message across with a wink and a nudge without giving a specific order, without giving a direct order, and then put this commander in the position anyways, right? Without having to put, so-called pen to paper, putting Hegseth's name on a direct order. But, it's fucking... It's pretty evident that even the people at Fox, even these lawyers that had Donald Trump's back in, the dumbest of circumstances, aren't ready to go to those lengths for Pete Hegseth. And I think Pete Hegseth kind of sees the writing on the wall, which is why they have this plan to, make the admiral the scapegoat, make him, basically make him the superstar that right now that they could applaud. But if anything down the line comes as far as, justice or accountability, the first person they're going to be looking at for that second strike is going to be the admiral, which is exactly why those 8 senators, the veterans and the senators involved in intelligence came out with that reminder to remind our men and women of the military service not, of their duty to not follow illegal orders because of the position it would put them in, right? They could land themselves in hot water because of something that Pete Hegseth or something that Donald Trump ordered them to do, right? And, just to kind of show you how sick these people are in calling for shit like this anyway, Megyn Kelly, who said that the same lady that said that Jeffrey Epstein didn't like 8-year-olds, so it's okay. He only liked 15-year-olds who were barely legal. 15, barely legal. This said by Megyn Kelly, not by me. Said by Megyn Kelly, not by me. Trying to, again, excuse, I guess, some of the behavior of, I don't know where she was going with that. But again, she's moving on now from supporting Jeffrey Epstein, defending Jeffrey Epstein and his actions, to now like actively salivating at the mouth with like videos of people getting shot and people dying by missile attack from the United States. So this is her. I'm going to see if I can dive into the part. I think there's one pretty egregious part in this. We don't have to dive into the whole thing. But yeah, this is Megyn Kelly. And it says, let's focus on Hegseth's second strike reveals the truth about Trump and GOP with Mark Halperin. Let's see what this bimbo's got to say.
If what I just said is
She's a
true,
bloody cunt.
and that's an if,
That
it would be.
That was for Yvonne. All right, so let me start it from the beginning. I forget where exactly in this whole charade she says her bullshit.
Order, and they're thrilled. They're so excited. What they're saying is that on one of those Venezuelan drug boat strikes, we struck the boat, that there were 2 survivors, drug dealers, driving the boat or on
Drug
the boat
dealers, right? I mean, does she have fucking any idea what she's talking about? Does she think that they're fucking really taking this boat from Venezuela, pulling off the shores of fucking New York City or Boston and slanging these drugs from the ship, from the boat? They're not dealers. This isn't a you know what a drug dealer is? Somebody that deals drugs. These are people that are fucking trafficking. right? These are, get it right. I can't stand somebody that considers themselves to represent the law and law and order, doesn't know the right terminology. Like, get it fucking right. And again, still don't know what the actual involvement of the people on the boats are. We don't know. And the only thing that we do know is that the survivors were repatriated back to their countries without prosecution. So what does that tell us about the information, the evidence, the background stuff that they have on these people, or about the people themselves? It's just not adding up here, Meg.
Who were then clinging to the remnants of the boat, and that on Pete Hegseth's order, they then dropped a second bomb to take out the 2 survivors, and then 2 more bombs to sink the boat. Because I guess
again, this little distinction that they're trying to make is so fucking irrelevant. Whether he gave the order beforehand or during, I don't see how that's relevant, right? Whether he said kill them all before and the admiral just took that to heart and did what he had to do, or it was Pete Hegseth that gave a directive, and then as the fucking first strike happened, he said kill them all during the second strike. Again, I don't see how that makes a big difference. It's the same thing. Whether he gave the order before the first strike or after the first strike and before the second strike, he's still giving the order. It's still him giving. I don't understand why the distinction.
No remnants of the boat whatsoever. And Trump was asked about this on Air Force One, and Trump denied that Pete had done it. He actually said, Pete told me that he hasn't done it, that he did not agree to that. And now we've had
the same thing about Putin. Remember he said that about Putin in Helsinki? Putin told me he didn't do it. I don't know why Putin would lie about that. He has no reason to tell me that he wouldn't do it. I know our intelligence agencies said that it was definitely him, and they had fucking plenty of evidence to prove that, but I don't believe him. I don't trust him. Putin just told me it wasn't him. So we've heard that story before.
2 inquiries opened in Republican-controlled bodies of Congress, the House and the Senate. So the Republicans, or at least making a show of seeming interested in whether this happened, because many military experts have said they don't see how this could be legal, like that you're not allowed, they say, and this is still under investigation about what happened, but
see how tough it is for her to get that out? Like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, you can just so easily tell these people agenda. Like, it's just like when they're like struggling to get these words out. Like, if you're an actual journalist, if you consider yourself a reporter, right, and you're just reporting the facts as it, you shouldn't be struggling to say that many military, analysts and strategists and experts say that this is illegal, right? It shouldn't be that difficult for you to say. So let me skip Mark Halperin because nobody needs to listen to him, and see if there's a part in here where she's actively happy that these killings are being filmed, and she loves it.
What's happened here too, and I think that's it, at a minimum should be examined.
Well, that touches on an interesting dynamic that's popping up more and more in the press about whether there's some group of Republicans that are dejected and demoralized on Capitol Hill right now, Mark, because they feel like a rubber stamp to Trump. They feel like they can't challenge him, or they're going to get primaried and chased out of Congress, MTG
Yeah, those
style.
are the resignations that we were talking about, where MTG started, and there was a report that there was several other Republicans thinking about doing the same thing because they were very unhappy with the way they've been treated by this Trump administration.
And so they do feel like they've ceded their...
Talking to Democrats or talking to Don Bacon, or...
It's a little on the tour that it's in a way, it's so much more fun to be in the opposition, and just like lay criticisms on the people in power. But then when your team is in power and there's infighting and there's all sorts of articles every day about how terrible they are. I know it's from mostly the mainstream, which hates Trump and hates everybody in the Trump administration.
There's sort of 3 main areas, right?
One is to talk about it. What did I go through the whole process of pulling up the wrong fucking clip?
About it. It's
that's devastating piece. And again, you got to consider the source. Miranda's a great reporter and writer and columnist. She's not writing a negative story based on the deep state sources. She's just not.
That's what concerns me. She's so good.
So that's number 2 is you've got some cabinet members. And then the president's poll numbers just aren't good. And again, that's not the liberal media. It's not fake polls. Every poll, including private Republican polls, show it's a snapshot of where we are. It doesn't mean they'll be bad next year. It doesn't mean he can't turn things around, but his poll numbers are.
This might be the clip. It seems like it's in this.
So I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water. But I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference, but truly, Mark, this is a tough case to really gin up the sympathies of the American people.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So basically, I have no humanity, is what Megyn Kelly just said. That's basically what she just got across. I have absolutely zero humanity, and I'm having a tough time feeling bad about brown people being actively attacked by our own country without our country giving, ample or any evidence to suggest that fucking drastic of an action is worthy to be undertaken. Not to mention the fact that it's against, again, maritime law, the international law, the rules of war, the Geneva Convention, on and on and on it goes. But yeah, go on, Megan, and tell us how did I miss that in this? How did I possibly miss that? Because that was definitely in this one that I was showing. But where the hell did she say that? Does she cut it out? Oh, you know what? She might have cut that part out, because this is the shortened down clip. Like, this isn't that full show.
But that has approval rating down to 36, a new second term low.
So I'm curious of maybe whether or not she cut that part out.
Or bombs to sink the boat, because I guess we want no remnants of the boat whatsoever. And Trump was asked about this on Air Force One, and Trump denied that. Your thoughts on it?
Well, I contain multiple.
But if what I just said is true, and that's an if, that it would be clearly illegal because you're not allowed to kill people
that's
that
fucking
are
crazy,
dejected and demoralized on Capitol Hill right now, Mark,
because then they go on to talk about something totally different. So she must have cut that part out, and I'll show you, just one more time in case you just joined us, why she probably cut that part out, because what she said is fucking absolutely unhinged, right? Let me play this for you. Share this tab instead. Make this big on your screen.
So I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference.
Do you hear what she just said? Do you hear what she just said? Because they were ejected too soon. Like, just think about what she's saying, because what the administration, at least now, their most recent story they're trying to get across is they were trying to destroy the debris, right? They were trying to break apart the boat even more. I guess it was like, because it was a hindrance to, the shipping channels or, whatever the fuck it may be. But that's what they're trying to get across. This is Megyn Kelly, and I just kind of picked up on this, openly saying that the reason for the second strike, or she wouldn't even care if the reason for the second strike was quite literally just to kill those two. Because as she says here, she says 10 seconds before they were ejected too soon and they didn't get killed by the original strike. So then the second strike had to be undertaken. Again, directly, in contravention to, directly contradicting, what the administration is trying to get across as their story, right? Check this out. Listen to what she says.
I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water.
But because they got ejected a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. Way to give the game away, Meg. Way to give the game away. Unreal. I mean, these people are just so sick and demented in the head. They really don't even understand what they're saying half the time, or how crazy it sounds to people that aren't in their little fucking bubble, aren't in this right-wing hemisphere of clowns and pedophile protectors, and just abject fucking morons. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to toss it over to Jeff, my main man, Jeff over there on this space. Thank you so much. Make sure you tune into Blunt Politics tonight, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 5:30 here on the West Coast, because we do a doubleheader here on Wednesday. So thank you. Sorry if I'm a little over time here on this space. Thank you to Jeff. Thank you to the boss. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to everybody. If you're here on Blunt Politics, make sure you stick around so I can thank anybody that sent a Venmo or contributed in the old chat. But thank you, this space. Take it away, Jeff. I appreciate you, brother. Make sure you kick some ass, dude.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show, This Space Wednesdays with the logical leftist, me, Jeff Waldorf. And I don't know why I was speaking in that voice. I don't know. I'm just in a weird mood. But trust me, you're going to love the show. Okay. It's going to be a pretty good show. We're going to talk about some serious issues. We got Trump denying reality once again. We've got, the administration going after Democratic states over this insane demand to give the federal government all the information about people who are on food stamps. It's insane. We've got Costco versus the administration. MAGA people are losing their minds. We've got, more FAFO. Okay. FAFO, man. Factory workers, of which I used to be one of. By the way, I used to work in manufacturing. Turns out blue collar workers not doing so well under Trump. Big shocker. And then you've got even Republicans that are calling out Trump's most recent pardon. Very controversial pardon here. You got a couple of Republicans, only a couple of Republicans saying, hey, wait a minute. That seems to kind of be like at odds with your whole platform on going after drug traffickers. You just pardoned a massive drug trafficker. I mean, 400 tons of cocaine. Okay. This is what that guy brought into the country. All right. Sounds like a fun time. Or like about a night with Don Jr. Okay. So look, got a great show today. Stick around. It's going to be very interesting. We got video clips of Trump saying stupid things, ridiculous things. So we're going to dive into it. All right. We're going to dive into it. We got some fun details. All right. With that said, If you haven't already, please like and share this stream with everyone. Very important that you do so. You help out independent, progressive, non-corporate media. Because let me tell you what, we need all the help that we can get here. On independent sources like this space, as well as my channel and the channels of many of the contributors here on this space. All right. With that said, let's do it. Let's jump in. President Donald Trump just called the affordability crisis, the fact that most people cannot afford groceries or rent, bills, gas, etc., a Democrat scam. This is as American families are spending $700 more on per month on the essentials, groceries, gas, basic necessities since Trump took office, since he won on the platform of I'm going to lower your grocery bills day one. Look, this is not Democratic spin, okay? Okay, I'm not a shill for the Democratic Party. I don't know if you know that, but just to get that out there. Okay, there's certainly a lot of things that the Democratic Party has done that I disagree with. The fact that they keep going right-wing and further right-wing on economics, neoliberalism, I should say, and right-wing arguments on immigration. But as I said, not Democratic spin, all right? This is from the Joint Economic Committee's hard data that tracks household expenses. So please tell me, though, you're a MAGA guy, how this is fake news. Please, come at me, right? Now, look, Trump posted recently on True Social that concerns about rising prices are nothing more than a Democrat scam to make me look bad, and actually claimed that prices are falling and that the economy is the best that it's ever been. And then there was a recent cabinet meeting where he once again called affordability a Democrat scam.
Word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it and then they go on to the next subject. Affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing. And they didn't end it. Look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything.
What does that have to do with any of that? Oh yeah, I won the swing states. And by the way, Democrat scam. It's a hoax. That does not prove your point, bro. Again, a lot of that cabinet meeting was just Trump spouting verbal diarrhea. All right, that's really it. Look, here's the thing. When families are paying $700 more a month for necessities, Trump just says, oh, that's just Democrats being mean to you. Or me, actually. Okay, yeah. No, here's a reality check. A recent Yahoo YouGov poll, all right, say that 10 times fast, shows that 49% of Americans are blaming Trump's policies for raising prices. They know who to blame. Only 24% say that his policies had lowered their costs, which these people are in the cult, okay? You cannot reach them with reality, no matter what. They'll look at higher prices and be like, these prices are lower than they were under Joe Biden, even though that's not the case, okay? And by the way, the poll shows a 2-to-1 margin, okay, on the American people saying, actually, no, my costs have gone up since Trump took over, all right? And it's, by the way, getting worse. The Joint Economic Committee data that Democrats released shows that the average U.S. family is spending $700 more on monthly necessities compared to back in January of this year. Okay, in states like Alaska, California, and Colorado, it's over $1,000 more per month for these necessities. And so let's break it down even further. Thanksgiving food prices have jumped more than 10% year over year, 3 times the overall inflation rate. So your turkey, your stuffing, cranberry sauce, whatever, costs significantly more this year than it did last year. Energy prices. I know the thing that Trump says, oh, yeah, if we lower the energy prices, everything else is going to follow, right? Well, energy prices are up 10% since Trump took office in January. That's despite all the deregulation and focus on getting rid of all the climate initiatives. A lot of Trump's executive orders were getting rid of any progress that we had in making sure that we have a livable planet within the next century. Okay, got rid of a lot of those executive orders, got rid of a lot of those investments in green energy, which, by the way, costs jobs now. It costs jobs to take away the green energy initiatives. Okay, Republicans never talk about that, right? Green energy killing jobs, this environmentalism that kill jobs all the time. No, it turns out that when you take funding away from these green energy projects, you're killing jobs. To give it to who? Nobody. I mean, they're going to give the money in tax cuts to oil companies who don't actually need it. So there you go. Gas is averaging over $3 a gallon nationwide, despite Trump claiming that it would be close to $2 under his leadership. It's not the case. Again, these are not abstract statistics. This is your grocery receipt right here. Okay, this is your gas pump total. This is your heating bill. And the primary driver of a lot of this is Donald Trump's tariff policies. And not just that, but that's the primary driver, right? His tariffs on imported goods are functioning exactly like a sales tax on American consumers. It's just like we told them, people that it would, what it would be, okay? We warned them. We told everyone that this was going to happen, that, if you put random tariffs on random ass islands, you're going to see higher costs. And that's what happened. Actually, not just a random ass island, but on pretty much every country on Earth, okay, including these random penguin-filled islands, okay? All of that's raising our costs. And that, by the way, this is why families in states with higher import dependencies, like California, are getting slammed, all right? Now, here's what should also terrify Republicans, Trump's political team. Voters are shifting blame from Biden to Trump for high prices. All right. The same people who voted for Trump because they were angry about the cost of eggs and groceries are now experiencing extreme sticker shock under Trump's policies. That's it. The Yahoo poll shows that this isn't a partisan split anymore. Okay. Independent voters, the ones who swung the election, are increasingly blaming Trump's tariffs and economic decisions for their financial pain. Turns out, when you promise to make things affordable, but then families end up paying $700 more monthly within your first year, that's not a simple messaging problem. That is a fail. Okay? Epic policy failure with massive real-world consequences. So now, of course, Trump's response is, you heard it, deny reality. They call it a Democrat hoax. He's gaslighting you. Okay? That's it. When the facts do not support you, you attack the facts. That's authoritarianism, right? Textbook gaslighting. Trump's telling Americans that what they're experiencing isn't real and that their own financial stress is just nothing more than a Democrat conspiracy. I mean, come on. It's the same strategy that he used with COVID, election results, and January 6th. Just deny. Deny observable reality. Blame your opponents for creating it and hope that your base believes you over their own lived experiences. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, look, hey, what about the Democrats, right? They're not offering real solutions either. That's true. And you're right to demand more than just pointing out Republican failures. That said, we've seen a shift in Democratic politicians, like, for example, Zohran Mamdani, running on affordability. Okay, the most recent election in Tennessee that nearly gave a Democrat a win in the House. I mean, very, very nearly. It almost went to the Democrats. All right. They ran on affordability. Okay. Democrats all over the country are now running on this issue and this issue alone. Okay. mostly this issue. And I think that's really, really important. All right. Now, here's the thing. Democrats are not denying that families are struggling now. They are acknowledging that they're running on policies to try to help with affordability, while Trump is literally telling them, it's not real. It doesn't exist. It's a conspiracy theory. Okay, great. And as prices continue to rise, 2025 and beyond, okay, this denial strategy is going to continue to become increasingly untenable. Not a good idea. You can call reality a Democrat scam all you want, but that $700 monthly increase, okay, it's going to show up in your bank account whether or not you believe it, okay, and whether or not what Trump posts on Truth Social. Families are going to notice that they cannot afford the same things, the same groceries they bought last year. And that is a reality that no one can escape from. So there you go. That's the reality. All right. Moving on here. Trump's USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins just announced that she will be punishing states that will refuse to hand over their SNAP recipients' names and social security numbers, even though a federal court has already blocked her demand with an injunction back in October. Nonetheless, she is threatening to cut nutrition assistance funding to 21 Democratic-led states starting next week. Apparently, federal court orders are now optional under this regime, of course. Now, on November 28th, the USDA sent states a formal data request demanding personal identifying information on all people who get SNAP. Ironically, a lot of them would end up being Trump's own voters, but not that he cares. These are full names, social security numbers, addresses, benefit amounts, and gave states 7 days to comply with a December 5th deadline. The stated reason to purge allegedly fraudulent recipients. But remember, SNAP has a fraud rate of just under 1%. Very, very low. This entire thing is not about fraud prevention. It is basically about building a database of people who receive government assistance. Now, I want to show you a video here of Rollins at Tuesday's cabinet meeting explaining what's going to happen to states that do not comply.
February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer.
I love how she keeps saying, oh, we're a partner. We're going to be a partner. No, this is not what a partnership looks like, okay? Let me just say that. Let me lay this out pretty plainly. A federal court granted an injunction blocking this exact demand back in October. That means it is legally unenforceable. But Rollins is like, don't care. I'm not going after Democrats anyway. That's 22 states that had filed a lawsuit against this data request. And the court sided with them. And Rollins is like, we're going to do it anyway. And we're going to cut your funding if you do not comply. So now let's talk about what defying a federal court injunction actually means. When a federal court issues an injunction, that is a legally binding order. This is not a suggestion. It's not polite, okay? This is not negotiable. Violating a court injunction is contempt of court. which can result in sanctions, fines, or even criminal charges. I doubt any of that's going to happen, but technically it's on the books. So Rollins is openly announcing that she is going to defy that. She is going to defy the court order, which means if she does, I would love to see her get arrested. Yes, absolutely. Fine, arrested, whatever. Contempt of court. I mean, if we actually had a court that had balls, then they would do that. Okay, and I'd love to see it. But look, she is not just defying the judiciary. She's also violating, potentially, the separation of powers. Remember, Congress controls the purse string, the purse strings, okay? The appropriations. This is not the executive branch's purview, all right? The 21 states that she has threatened are predominantly led by Democrats: California, New York, Illinois, Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts, and others, which represents over 100 million Americans. That's it. And this is the authoritarian playbook in action. They are demanding something illegal. They get blocked by the courts, and they do it anyway, and punish anyone who follows the law instead of their orders, illegal orders. Now, why does Rollins want a centralized database of SNAP recipients anyway, and their social security numbers? That's really weird, right? I thought Republicans were against big government lists. Well, the official reason is to go after fraud, obviously, but that does not hold up. States already track their own SNAP enrollment and investigate fraud at the state level. What this database actually enables is for mass purchase. Once you've got everybody's personal information in a federal database, you can cross-reference it against other databases. For example, immigration status, criminal records, employment history, and create justifications to try to cut people off of benefits. It is the same strategy that they use with voter purchase. Build a centralized database, run it against other lists, flag anyone with a potential match. And again, it doesn't even have to be. It could just be the same name here, right? So you're John Smith, and there's another John Smith that perhaps broke the law at some point in his history. Well, you get flagged, and you happen to be on food assistance, and you didn't do anything wrong. Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to cut you off anyway because John Smith, he's a criminal. Got to cut him off. That's how this game is played, okay? And so, look, they do this, they flag people, and they remove them without any sort of proper verification. And because Rollins has already stopped releasing monthly SNAP participation data, we're not going to be able to track just how many people are being purged from benefits. So you have no transparency, no accountability, and absolutely no recourse. That's what they're doing here. This is how you systematically dismantle a social safety net while pretending to be going after fraud. Let's be very, very clear about what's happening here. Rollins is openly defying a federal court order and threatening to withhold congressionally appropriated funds as retaliation. This is a constitutional crisis. The judiciary blocked it. They issued an injunction. The executive branch is ignoring that. Congress appropriated SNAP funding for a specific purpose, and the USDA is threatening to block those funds for political reasons. This is a violation on multiple levels. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, well, yeah, but other presidents have done this, right? They push the boundaries of the executive branch before. Yes, sure. That has happened, and there was legitimate concerns about executive overreach during, for example, the Obama years, right? But here's the difference. This is a cabinet official publicly announcing that she will defy a court order and punish states for following the law. This isn't a creative interpretation of executive authority. This is open contempt for the judicial branch and the congressional appropriations power. If Rollins can get away with this, well, what do you think is going to happen with every other cabinet secretary? They're going to know that, hey, if she can get away with it, I can too. And that's it. That's it. This is what authoritarianism looks like. I don't know what else I can say. I think I pretty much hammered that point home 100 times. Okay. Moving on here. Let's go to Costco. Not literally, of course. Costco just sued the Trump administration, and MAGA is absolutely losing their minds. Now, the retail giant recently filed a lawsuit in the U.S. Court of International Trade, demanding a full refund of the tariffs they paid under President Donald Trump's tariff policies. Wait a minute. Hold on here. I was told numerous times that, oh, it'll be China that pays for the tariffs. That it's other countries that pay for the tariffs. What gives? Why then did Costco pay the tariffs? So why wasn't it China? Because it's not how it works. All right. So these tariffs, they argue, were unlawfully imposed using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. So this is Costco that is not making a political statement. Costco is doing what these corporations always do. They protect their bottom line. Now, in this case, that actually might work out in our advantage as well. Because, look, they paid tariffs that they believe are illegally imposed. And they want their money back. I mean, that's really it. It comes down to business. It comes down to money. All right. Now, of course, MAGA responded. They're melting down. They're calling for boycotts, canceling their memberships, and just having a complete meltdown on social media because a corporation dared to challenge their dear leader in court. Gotta love that. Now, here's ex-poster SSSMB, a self-described Trumplican, who was among one of those who said that they canceled their membership in January over DEI. On Tuesday, however, it's about 10 and a half months later, that same poster is like, yeah, I canceled it again. Wait, what? That means you signed back up for it. Just to let you know, your timeline's a little bit off. Okay. Look, it wouldn't surprise me that there are these MAGA influencers that will just post straight up nonsense, because a lot of these MAGA influencers, you got to understand, are foreign accounts. They don't even live in the United States. So, and that was revealed by a recent change on X showing that, yeah, where these accounts are actually coming from, where they're actually located. And so I don't believe that you had canceled your membership because you never had one in the first place. But anyway, there's others. The page Trump Florida wrote, Costco is actually suing President Trump and demanding tariff refunds. Yes, the same Costco is now trying to claw back money from the man fighting to bring U.S. manufacturing back. Absolutely pathetic. Except that he has completely failed to bring back manufacturing. That's a story later. Okay. Another MAGA supporter wrote, why does Costco buy so much Chinese crap in the first place? About a third of Americans have a Costco membership. Hope they remember how it turned out with Bud Light or Cracker Barrel. Really? Okay. And there it is. All right. Well, let that whole thing sink in for a second, right? You've got these same people who are like, we love capitalism. We love the free market. And they're now demanding that people boycott that business for deciding to use the legal system, for filing a lawsuit. Just insanity. Okay. And it's not just random MAGA influencers. No, we also have the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, the third most powerful person in our government, publicly threatening a private company for exercising their own legal rights. That's right. Mike Johnson warned Costco that there will be consequences for this lawsuit. Again, Speaker of the House, threatening a corporation. Never thought I'd see that. I mean, think about what that means. You got the leader of the legislative branch saying if you challenge Donald Trump in court, then we will retaliate against you. That is intimidation. That's authoritarianism right there. Okay. And it gets better. MAGA influencers are also tying this to Costco's previous support for DEI. So now it's not just about the tariffs, it's about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because of course it is. Everything with these people circles back to their BS culture war grievances. Always. But look, here's what's actually happening, right? Trump imposed tariffs claiming national emergency powers that he didn't have. Costco and other companies, they paid those tariffs. Now Costco's like, I don't want to pay those tariffs. I want the money back. And are saying that you didn't even have legal authority to do the tariffs. That's how the system's supposed to work. You disagree with the government action, you challenge it through the legal system. But see, MAGA doesn't want to do that. They want blind loyalty to Donald Trump, period. They want everyone to accept whatever he does, legal or not. Doesn't matter if you're a person or a corporation, which, by the way, I guess in our system, can you really tell one from the other legally? I mean, hey, this is what Republican governance gets you. The irony here is the same people who spent years screaming about the government, big bad government overreach, about regulations that strangle businesses, about letting the free market operate without interference. But now that a business challenges Trump in court, suddenly, oh, these same companies, they're the enemy now. We need to destroy them. Suddenly the free market don't matter no more. It's not about principle. Never was. It's all about loyalty to Donald Trump. And you know what's really telling, though? Costco isn't even saying that the tariffs are bad policy, even though they pretty much are. The way that they're implemented, and there is a smart way to implement tariffs. There is a smart way to do some protectionism, but you have to be, it's got to be targeted. It's got to be smart, which doesn't apply to Donald Trump at all because he is neither targeted nor smart. But anyway, that said, Costco's not making a political argument. They've made a legal argument that Trump does not have the authority to do this under that specific law. That is a technical legal question for the courts to decide, but MAGA can't handle that. Any challenge to Donald Trump, no matter how legitimate, no matter how procedural, is treated as an attack that must be crushed. So apparently now they're going to boycott Costco, cancel the memberships, and hurt American workers and shareholders, all because a company decided to use the legal options available to it the way that they're designed to be used. It's not going to work, obviously. Costco has 129 million cardholders right now. They're not going to be brought down by angry MAGA tweets. But the attempt reveals everything about the authoritarian impulse at the heart of the MAGA movement. They do not want rule of law. They don't want checks and balances. They don't want businesses or anyone else to be able to challenge government power as long as it is Trump that wields that power. That is not conservatism. It's not limited government. That's a cult. Now, the courts will decide whether Costco's lawsuit has merit, but MAGA has already decided, and their verdict is that questioning Trump in any way is an unforgivable sin. Remember that. The next time they decide they want to lecture someone else about freedom. There you go. When they said he was a law and order president, they didn't mean he'd follow it. True. That is absolutely true. Howdy, Boston Brian. Seeing a few too many resistant libs types simping a bit too hard for Costco. Yeah, and this, again, this is not even about defending Costco. It's about rule of law. It's about, hey, a company, if it's got legal options to be able to, fight back against an unjust policy, they should be able to do it. I mean, yes, this is the way that it's supposed to work. All right, so let's move on Oh, first. All right. And thank you for your comments, by the way. I do enjoy getting feedback. All right. It's like blue-collar jobs are cratering under President Donald Trump, and his supporters, of course, are the ones that are getting crushed the most. So here are the details. Manufacturing lost 12,000 jobs in August. That's 78,000 fewer manufacturing jobs compared to the same time last year. That is roughly 78,000 families wondering how they're going to make next month's mortgage payment. These are the families who believed Trump when he promised that they were going to bring their jobs back. Now, construction jobs also declined for the third straight month in a row. Goods-producing sectors lost 67,000 jobs over the last 4 months. These are real human beings losing real paychecks. These are the workers that Trump looked in the eye and promised, oh, no, I'm going to help you. These are blue-collar Americans who believed his rhetoric about, oh, yeah, I'm going to make America great again. Well, he didn't. He is absolutely destroying these people. And, of course, it's all as a result of Trump's policies. The trade wars, the tariffs, the immigration raids, the restrictions that are strangling the labor supply. Every single policy that Trump claimed would help these workers has backfired horrendously. Okay. And of course, the people are the ones that pay the price while he sits in gossip Mar-a-Lago. All right. And eats cheeseburgers. Here's the thing. We warned you about this. Okay. Economists, smart people, the people that Trump doesn't listen to, they warned about this. They said, please listen, do not do this. Tariffs are going to hurt manufacturers. They said the trade wars do not have winners, just losers. They said restricting immigration would harm the economy, would create labor shortages and places like jobs like construction and manufacturing. Did Trump listen? No, obviously not. He never does. Never will. And now, of course, blue-collar workers are paying the price. Manufacturing wage growth is slowing down to 3.9% annually. That's after it peaked earlier. So not only are these workers losing their jobs, but the ones who still have their jobs, they're not getting pay raises. They're watching their wages continue to stagnate. They're falling further behind every month as prices for things like groceries go up, rent goes up. Their paychecks, though, the only thing that's not going up. But see, Trump is going to continue to double down on the same failed policies, more tariffs, more trade restrictions, more anti-immigration stuff. In fact, I just read today that he's targeting New Orleans with a brand new immigration purge. And that's just one of the things that he is doing on immigration. He's also stopping migrants from 19 different countries from coming here. I mean, think about that. Look, I remember talking about Springfield, Ohio. Remember, this is where Trump said, oh, the Haitians there, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, which they were not. What they were doing was revitalizing the local economy in the Midwest. Okay? That's what they were doing. They were coming in and they were filling jobs that young people weren't filling because they were moving to the cities for better opportunities. Haitians came in and they said, okay, we'll take these jobs. Okay? We'll do them because no one else is. And they helped revitalize the city, breathe life into a dying community. And of course, now they're not able to do that anymore. They're getting kicked out. Their protected status, their legal status revoked. And these people have had to leave or hide. Can't go to work anymore. Can't make money anymore. Can't spend money in the local economy anymore. That is the result of Trump's immigration policies. Okay? And so that's what he's doing. And now his supporters, of course, they're still cheering this on because they hate black people. Let's be honest. They don't like immigrants. They don't like brown people. They don't like black people. All right. They're cheering him on. They're wearing the hats. They're going to the rallies. Okay. They're still chanting his name. Even as their jobs disappear. Even as their factories shut down. Even as their futures evaporate. It's a cult. I mean, the irony here is absolutely staggering. Trump built his brand on being the champion of the forgotten worker. The guy who would bring back manufacturing. The president who would put American workers first. And he lied. He absolutely lied. The data tells the real story. Manufacturing is hemorrhaging jobs. Construction declining. The goods producing sectors that employ millions of blue-collar Americans have contracted under Trump's watch. Look, these are numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, okay? This is what's actually going on. This is what's going on in the real economy. While Trump says, everything's great, and it's never been better. The greatest economy ever. No. And you know what makes it worse? It's the fact that he sold these policies as a way to protect American manufacturing, right? It was a whole pitch. It was a whole promise. We're gonna put the tariffs on foreign stuff, force the companies to bring back the jobs here to manufacture here. And it didn't work because it doesn't ever work. Tariffs raise costs for American manufacturers who need these imported materials. They trigger retaliation from other countries. They disrupt supply chains. They hurt the very industries that they were sold as a way to protect. I mean, this is pretty basic stuff. Economics 101, but Donald Trump does not do basic economics. No. Or even basic math at this point. He does slogans at rallies and promises that sound good in speeches, but fall apart when they meet reality. That's it. That when they hit real workers trying to feed real families. Look, the immigration stuff, even more devastating. Construction and manufacturing, they depend on immigrant labor. Always have. Restricting that labor supply doesn't magically create more American workers willing to do those jobs at those wages. It just creates worker shortages. Projects get delayed. Companies cut back. And blue-collar workers lose those jobs. So now we get fewer construction jobs, slower manufacturing growth, blue-collar workers squeezed from both sides, while Donald Trump sits there and pretends that everything's fine and dandy. And is he going to admit to any of this? Obviously not. He can't. He's incapable of doing that. Any sort of self-reflection. No, he's blaming the Democrats. He's blaming China. He's blaming all the other countries. He's blaming everyone and everything except for his own failed policies and his own broken promises. And his base is going to buy it. Okay. I mean, they'll not run along. They'll share his posts. They'll defend him online. They'll keep, eating the slop at the trough that he delivers, even as their paychecks shrink, even as their job prospects dim, and even as the American dream, their American dream, slips away. I mean, look, it's already gone. Let's be honest. That's the whole tragedy, right? The people that Trump claims to represent, the people he claims to be fighting for, are the ones that are suffering the most. And they're so invested in his cult of personality, so committed to believing his lies, that they can't see what's happening to them. I mean, think about the sunk cost fallacy, right? That they will continue to double down and support the very things that are hurting them because they already put so much time and mental effort into believing it. Well, I can't back out now. I've got too much invested. That's the reality. Okay. And they just refuse to see that the man that they've defended is the one that is destroying them completely. I mean, you've got tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs that have been lost, and there's more to come. You had 3 straight months of construction decline, stagnant wage growth, rising unemployment. Those are the results of Trumponomics, okay? Now, I'm a blue-collar guy, and I think blue-collar America deserves better than to believe a con man who wraps himself in their struggles while implementing the policies that make those struggles worse. They deserve better than BS empty promises and photo ops, okay, at factories that are now laying people off. They deserve a president who actually fights for them, not one who just uses them. But as long as they keep believing in his lies, they're going to keep getting the same results. More job losses, more economic pain, and more broken promises. That is Trump's legacy for American workers. Not the factories he promised to reopen, not the jobs that he'd swear that he would bring back. Okay? Just empty factories, lost paychecks, and shattered dreams. All right. Racism and capitalism will destroy this country if we don't stop them. Truer words have never been spoken. That is absolutely the case here. Okay. Last story. Let's talk about Trump's latest controversial pardon. Okay. Recently, President Donald Trump pardoned a man who was convicted of helping import 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. I mean, think about that, right? Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, was sentenced to 45 years for what the Justice Department, the Biden Justice Department, had called one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world. Prosecutors were able to show at his trial that he took millions of dollars in cartel bribes, rigged elections, and protected drug shipments that ended up in American communities. Well, no wonder Trump likes him. Okay. Not only is he probably Don Jr.'s supplier, but you rigged elections and took bribes? Oh, I love those things. I'll do those things too. But look, Trump pardoned this guy. His justification, of course, is that, people I greatly respect told me he was treated very harshly and very unfairly. Okay. Yes, it was Roger Stone. Okay. And maybe likely with Don Jr. Because, guy really seems to allegedly love his nose candy. I'm just saying. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. But look, again, that was the only reason. Not because of any new evidence, not because, it was a wrongful conviction. And turns out he was the fall guy. I mean, that's insane when you think about it. The president of Honduras being a fall guy. Really? But no, it's just Trump saying, the people I respect. That always usually means lobbyists and political allies. Okay. So now here's where this gets kind of interesting. It shows that there's some cracks here in MAGA world, among the Republican Party, at least. I mean, you got Republicans out there that are like, this doesn't actually make any sense. What's going on here? So one of them is Senator Tom Tillis, who's a North Carolina Republican who backed Donald Trump's tough on drugs posture. He said, quote, couldn't understand why Trump issued the pardon, and also admitted that it undercut Trump's efforts to crack down on drug traffickers at home and abroad, including in Venezuela. But by the way, Venezuela is not actually about drugs. We all know this, okay? Let's not pretend that it's about drug traffickers and going after the narcos. No, it's about stealing the oil, okay? Venezuela has a ton of oil. And our American corporations, they're salivating over it, okay? They got big old googly eyes over this oil, all right? They want it. They want it bad. So, but anyway, even one of the guys who was cheering on the disastrous drug war is like, this doesn't look very good. In fact, it makes your entire anti-drug message look like a joke. Well, that's because it is. I know. And so that's Tom Tillis. Now you've got Rand Paul. Rand Paul, who sometimes is principled. Sometimes. He called it, quote, craziness. I mean, basically he said, if drugs kill people, and if Hernandez is responsible for shoving cocaine, quote, up the nose of Americans, then could you not say that he is responsible for hundreds of, if not thousands of deaths for American citizens? Yeah. Yeah, you could say that following that logic, right? But Trump, of course, so what does he do? He's like, pardon. You know, criminals of a feather and all that. Look, when Rand Paul is sounding like the moral conscience of the Republican Party, you know things are just messed up. Everything's gone off the rails, okay? You got Tom Tillis and Rand Paul out basically saying out loud what the rest of the Republican Party is too scared to admit, that this pardon blows a hole straight through Trump's so-called law and order branding, which is, again, it's always been a joke. The man is a absolute criminal, okay? But remember what Republicans have been telling us. Oh, we're at war with the drug cartels. And we're obsessed with the fentanyl at the border. We got to stop the fentanyl. Yes, we want harsher sentences, more militarization, more crackdowns against the drugs. Yeah, really? You do, huh? I mean, Trump has even launched military strikes on alleged drug boats and has even threatened escalations in Venezuela, for example, over alleged trafficking. But when it comes to having a convicted cocaine trafficker who moved product by the ton, okay, a man prosecutors linked to hundreds, maybe thousands of deaths. Suddenly, Trump's like, no, I'm feeling very merciful. And then the rest of the Republican Party loses their voice. Weird. I mean, no emergency hearings, no primetime Fox meltdowns about undermining the fight against drugs and the cartels. Just two Republicans breaking ranks, while the rest of them are just like, what can you do? Look, that's the real story here, okay? Not that every single Republican is lockstep on this, but even the ones who can see the craziness mostly stop at just giving a quote, and nothing else changes. Because at the end of the day, law and order is a modern, in the modern GOP, is basically conditional. That's it. If you're a poor person, if you are desperate, if you are vulnerable, and you happen to have drugs on you, well, then we've got zero tolerance. Lock you away, all right? Throw you in prison and get rid of the key, all right? But if you are politically useful, if you are well-connected, and if your lobbyists can get in the president's ear, then suddenly 45 years for 400 tons of coke is very harsh and very unfair. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Now, look, yes, okay, a little bit, tiny bit of credit to Tom Tillis and Rand Paul for at least admitting it. I mean, that's I'm damning with faint praise here, guys, okay, for saying the quiet part out loud. But let's be very, very clear about what their criticism actually proves. They know that this pardon is indefensible, like many of them, okay? They know it exposes Trump's drug war is just nothing more than political theater. And they know that it makes a mockery of every single speech that they've given about cartels and the poison being shipped in our communities, okay? When Trump had to choose between standing with the victims of one of the biggest coke trafficking networks in history or standing with the man who helped run it, well, he chose to support the trafficker. And that's not exactly a surprise either, because, I mean, when it comes to sex trafficking or alleged sex trafficking, Trump also stood with that guy, Andrew Tate, and his brother. So that just kind of shows you which direction he leans, okay? And while a couple of Republicans were willing to call this out as crazy, the party as a whole is still telling you that this is the guy that we need to trust for law and order. Yeah. Sure. I mean, it's all an absolute freaking joke. Okay. All right. So, let's go through some of the comments here because that's all I have for my prepared stories here. Let's see. Elections are easier to predict because this is Swing County. Always swings back and forth instead of progressing. And that is, yeah. So that is actually a really hopeful note. Okay. Yes, that election in Tennessee was very, very close. And I mean, like making some people very, very nervous close. Okay. So, I mean, that right there, pretty important. Pretty important. Well, there you go. There you go. Yes, I'm more than happy to do that. We'll just have to figure out a time to be able to do some collaborations. In fact, I just did a collaboration with Jesse Dollamore. You can check that out. That actually drops around 3. You can check it out later, obviously, because there are other people here who also do an amazing show, and that person is actually coming up next. That's right. Andrea Rovenski coming up next here on this space. She is going to explain where exactly we're at and how we got here, and perhaps, if we're lucky, maybe how we can get out. Where is this place? Why? It is called Fville, and we are in it right now.
Hello and welcome. We are here once again, everybody, in my favorite time of year, where leaving the house is basically a guaranteed death sentence. What are we talking about? We're talking about winter today. We're talking about disease today, and we're talking about everyone's favorite holiday, Thanksgiving, and maybe a little bit of Christmas if we have time for that. In the wonderful country called the United States of America, the population is, well, let's just say very, very stupid. And in this country called the United States of America, people decide that in the coldest months of the year, when disease is at an all-time high, to then fly on planes and do their family get-togethers. Not in the spring when you can go outside and the weather is good and clean. No. Let's wait until motherfucking winter time so that we can all spread disease, filth, and pestilence to one another. Of course, I love America. We got Max the dog here. He's being a very concerned dog. I love the United States of America. And one thing I particularly enjoy about the United States of America, more so than the stupidity of the population, is I've been seeing everyone over the last couple days, right? You might see it, you might know. Oh no, I woke up with a headache. Oh my God. Max, you're ripping everything. Oh no. Max, why did you do it? Max, why? Is this on? What cord is this? I guess this is no longer functional. Where was I? Anyway, hi Max. God damn it. This fucking dog unplugged something and now I gotta figure this shit out. What are you doing? All right. Thanksgiving, everybody. Everyone's waking up all of a sudden. Oh no! I'm sick. I'm seeing it all over my timelines, my multiple timelines on my Discords, on my Twitters, on my whatevers. I don't really use Twitter too much these days, but I pop it on once in a while to look inside the zoo cage. And everyone is sick. Who could have seen it coming? Right? It's almost like we're in the 7th year of a pandemic. In fact, a pandemic that even though almost all governments have just erased data collection, this pandemic is still the 5th most deadly in world history. And we are in the 7th year and no one gives a fuck. And so everyone is waking up with their newfound illness yesterday, today, Sunday, Monday, and who could have seen it coming? One of my favorite things to look at when it comes to dumb motherfuckers who had no idea they were going to go get sick during a fucking motherfucking plague, right? One of my favorite things is when they do the blame game. You ever see this fucking shit? The blame game, right? The blame game. Who brought this sickness to my household? Who did it? Who brought the sickness? Right? Yeah, this is one of my favorite things that I see. Whenever people are maybe in a position where they have to confront their own failures, they immediately say, fuck all that shit. It's someone else's fault. It's little Timmy's fault. It's Uncle Motherfuck's fault. It's not my fault for flying on a motherfucking plane during a pandemic and bringing sickness from all around the world to my family. We'll get more into that later. It's certainly not my fault, or rather, collectively, all of our fault. No. It's one individual's fault. Right? That's usually where people go. Who made me sick? It's not my fault. I did nothing. Now, I have been attacked. I've been assaulted verbally on this space and other spaces because I despise families and I despise parents as a class, as a demographic. Parents are evil, all right? Families, especially in America, are evil. They are cults, and I will explain why. When I think of a family, I think of people that love me, people that care for me. That's what the word family brings about in my brain. Whereas most people, when they say family, they really mean a group of people that have a percentage relation of blood similar to mine. It has nothing to do with love, compassion, empathy, care, or protection. It's just, let's compare blood. Yeah, that's what most people mean when they say family, and that's why I do not like the American family. I would love to posit to you an alternative universe for one moment in our time here. I'm going to, on a very rare situation on this show, present a chart. So I'm going to bring this over here to my second monitor so I can look at it and myself at the same time, which of course is what I need to do. I'm going to bring up a share screen. Let's see if the producer can back me up here. Where's the producer? Where's the producer? Where's the producer? Okay. Do I need to share audio? There's no audio here. All right, I'll bring it up myself. So I want to look at flu season here. All right. Let's take a look at flu season. Now, flu season is an interesting proxy for the coronavirus pandemic because, again, most institutions, they just stop counting COVID. It makes them scared. Well, one thing I would love to zoom in on here is the last few years. Now, you look at the trend line on flu. This is flu. Not looking so good, but let's zoom in here. You'll notice that there is an entire motherfucking goddamn flu season that is missing. It's missing. Look at this. Where is the flu season? Where is the flu season in motherfucking 2020? Where is it? Where did it go? Did it take a fucking vacation? Did it just forget to infect everyone? What happened? Does anyone want to tell me in the class? Would anyone like to tell me what happened in 2020 that would cause a whole fucking year of flu, several strains completely eradicated, a whole year of almost no flu whatsoever? Does anyone know? Does anyone know what was going on in 2020 that would have made people say, maybe let's not catch the flu? Right? I don't know, man. Something happened, right? So I just want to take a look. Since 2020, right? Of course, where did that flu season go? No one knows. I'm not going to tell you because I expect you to have a fucking brain if you're watching this show. And if you do, you can figure it out your motherfucking self. But if we look, what happened since 2020 is the trend is getting worse. The trend is getting worse. Now, again, this is flu. We're talking about flu here because in this weird, fucked up world where SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, is the leading cause of death and disability, everyone is like, oh, what is that? I don't know what that is. But the flu, which is still the pandemic of 1918 that never went anywhere, it's still here, right? The flu, somehow people are allowed to acknowledge the existence of the flu. So you see more people take a flu test, report flu test than you do COVID because COVID is scary, right? It's fucking scary. It's some scary shit. Oh shit, I'm gone. Where am I? Thank you, producer. So that is a little graph, one graph that I would like to share with you to say that we are, in all definitions, a stupid fucking race. We are a dumb fucking group, okay? We being human beings. Really fucking stupid. We invented a technology that in 1918 motherfuckers would have killed for. We're talking about a respirator, all right? You may see it on my face right now. This wonderful motherfucking technology has the ability to prevent you from becoming ill. Why would people choose illness, sickness, disability, and death over a technology that costs about the same amount as 6 months, maybe even 4 months, I don't know, they're changing their prices all over the place, of a Netflix subscription? People have no problem spending hundreds or thousands of dollars on televisions, on clothes. But when it comes to spending $80 on something that will literally stop you from ever becoming sick ever again, can't do it. I just can't fucking do it. Why? Because I'm too fucking stupid. We're talking about dumb motherfuckers here. Now, I may be talking about you. You may be feeling called out. I'm not stupid. I voted for Bernie Sanders. I'm not stupid. I love Zoran Mamdani. That's what leftism really is on the internet. It's who's the cool politician of the motherfucking week. I say I support them. That means you're not allowed to question me. Right? You're not allowed. I'm a super lefty. Yeah. Let me go back, right, to an alternate world, taking into account the flu season of the year 2020. There was a possibility that we all got together and we all realized how to fix the world. Greenhouse gas emissions in the year 2020 were at a very, very record low. I wouldn't say an all-time low, but again, a record low in the 21st century. People stopped shipping things around the world as often in 2020. People stopped driving cars as often in 2020. People were paid money, real tangible currency, to stay home in 2020. People realized that, hey, we can use these governments, these states, these nations that we have built over the last 10,000 years to our advantage for once. Governments paid people money to stay home. Governments called people heroes for going into work in certain, whatever the buzzword at the time was, prioritized fields like healthcare or grocery delivery, that kind of stuff, right? You were called a hero for going to work. You were paid extra for going to work. And then what happened in 2021? In 2021, people decided, I have had enough caring for my friends and family. I have had enough caring for myself. I want to go back to work. I want to become a slave, because the average American would rather be a slave than to be someone who has the ability to think for themselves, someone who has the opportunity to sit and ponder their own existence. Because that's what happened in 2020. People were allowed for, in some instances, the first time in their entire lives to take a few months off and really think about where they are, how they got here, where we're going next. And that terrified so many people that they would rather jump and leap into the arms of fascism than ever think about helping themselves or their family again. Now, again, imagine a world where families did Thanksgiving in a way that helped one another. Instead of flying around and giving airline industries all of your money to get sick and die, giving health insurance industries all of your money to slap a bunch of garbage fucking shitty food into your mouth around a bunch of fucking numbskulls, what if we designed family holidays around, again, maximizing our togetherness while also not fucking killing each other? What if we did that? What if? I know it sounds insane. You may have heard a phrase, it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. But I strike you that capitalism is not our problem. The problem is that the average person is a monster. The average human being is a terrifying, Hitler-esque monster. That is the default state of our world. If you are raised in any of these Western governments, a lot of Eastern governments not so good either, but I don't know as much about them, unfortunately. But if you are raised in any of these Western governments, and you don't even for a moment stop to think about the bullshit that they teach you, you become what is, in essence, a monster. Right? The average person looks at homeless people, if they ever do at all, if they don't just ignore them, they look at them with disgust, because the average person is a monster. The average person is a selfish, narcissistic, suicidal, alcoholic monster. They are addicted to consumerism. They are addicted to their own lives. They are addicted to attention and respect from their peers who are also monsters. You can say, maybe I am bitter. Maybe I am resentful. Maybe some would even call me a bigot for saying such things. I am bigoted. Yeah, you ever hear that? You ever hear that? Actually, hating the serial killers, that makes you just as bad as the serial killer. You ever hear that fucking bullshit? That when you don't like the cops who shoot and kill unarmed innocent people, that makes you just as bad as the cops who do, right? You hear this a lot. How dare you criticize people in power? How dare you criticize people that have authority over you. I'm not allowed to do that. Otherwise, I'm a fucking bigot, apparently, because words no longer have fucking meanings. You, a motherfucker who probably doesn't believe in the germ theory of disease, right, are allowed to go out and kill thousands of people every year. You're allowed to export, right, your care about the world into these fucking like little slave centers in Africa, in South America, somewheres in Asia as well. Slave economies, we've exported them. We don't need to think about them anymore. This is still a slave world built on a slave economy, functioning as a slave economy, but we have exported the slavery. We don't think about it. We don't want to think about it. Which again makes the average person a monster. You are a monster if you live in a slave state and you would rather be a slave than free the slaves. People are leaping into the arms of slavery instead of the arms of liberation. People would rather control their own little fiefdoms of hierarchy and authority called the family, rather than confront any sort of personal demons that they have, societal demons, and maybe change course. We changed course in 2020. We almost did forever. But then the reactionary forces decided, well, why have good things when we can all kill each other instead? I would like to ask people how they conceive of the early 20th century. A lot of people think Adolf Hitler is the worst human being ever to be spawned. A lot of people think Adolf Hitler was a unique evil. A unique evil. You kill him, or he kills himself, and then it's all over, right? But let's take a little bit of a look through the early 20th century through the eyes of the influenza pandemic, of which is still currently ongoing. In 1918, the world decided, they were fighting a bunch of wars too, but so we have this great war. We all kill each other. What is one of the core components of a great war? Some people would call it a world war. They called it at the time the First World War. Not the First World War, but the First World War. So what happens when the whole fucking world is at war? People are flying planes all around the world. People are driving cars all around the world. People are, sailing on boats or whatever the fuck. I've never been on a boat. Why would you ever? All around the world. And what happens when the world has a lot of international connectedness and travel? A pandemic happens. Huh? Who would have seen that fucking coming? Oh, anyone that studies fucking history. Look at the Black Plague. What was going on around that time? Lots of trade, lots of travel. Look at the Justinian Plague. What was going on at that time? Lots of travel, lots of trade. Look at the Antonine Plague. What was going on at that time? Lots of trade, international connectedness, lots of travel. Look at the genocide of the native peoples of America. What was going on at that time? Lots of trade, lots of travel. Okay? So in 1918, after we all fucking killed each other because we're a bunch of dumb motherfuckers, there was a plague that further killed a bunch of more motherfuckers. So think about what that does to the psyche of the average person, the average, let's say, survivor of the Great War and the 1918 so-called Spanish influenza pandemic. People decided that it's just a normal part of life to fucking shoot guns at each other, to drop bombs and missiles on each other, and to cough and sneeze on each other, all resulting in death, misery, decay. But that's just the start of that story. In the 1920s and 1930s, it got worse. Everyone was fucking crazy in the 1920s and 1930s. I wonder what made them crazy. Well, when you are constantly in a fever state, you may have heard the term fever dream being related to dreaming up some crazy ass shit. But when you are in a state of fever, which happens frequently when you are infected with a novel virus, your brain cooks itself and damages itself. And when you are constantly infected over and over and over again, your brain does not have time to recover. Combine all of that with the natural fact that humans are monsters, humans are evil, humans are, dare I say, and maybe contradictorily so, subhuman. I don't believe most humans are actually Homo sapiens. What is sapien? Sapience, intelligence, the ability to think and perceive, the ability to think especially in the terms of abstract concepts. Now, I'm not here to talk about genetics because we're all genetically the same, okay? But what I'm talking about is what's in here, the psyche, the psychology. I refuse to believe that fascists, serial killers, and murderers and germ spreaders are as sapient as myself. Now, you may think that I am bigoted. You may call me ableist. Fine, I accept that. But if we are looking at a population that doesn't even fucking blink about killing each other, where's grandma? Oh, grandma's dead. Where's grandpa? Oh, grandpa's dead. Where's mom and dad? Oh, they died. Everyone's dying. No one gives a fuck. How many people do you know that have had parents or grandparents, elderly family members die recently in the last few years? I know a lot of people that have had that, right? I wonder why. Does anyone stop and think? No. I'd rather go see Taylor Swift than think about my grandma. Because if we are all culpable, then we share the blame and share the guilt. If we all decide it's okay to kill each other, then we're all guilty. And if we're all guilty, then I'm not the problem. It's someone fucking else. It's little Timmy who brought the fucking sickness to Thanksgiving. It's not me. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. It's little motherfucking Timmy. It's Uncle Motherfuck. So a lot of people may currently, if they're watching this show with an actual ear, something, if they're conscious enough to actually try to interpret what I'm saying in a way that affects them, possibly negatively, they might be thinking, but what about the vaccine? What about the vaccine? The vaccine, the vaccine. You might hear a lot of people talk about why they took their respirator off during the 7th year or 5th year or 4th year of a pandemic. And they might say, well, I got the vaccine. I got the vaccine. Now, I know most people are really fucking stupid, right? I get that. And I understand that Americans especially have a rising anti-vaccine movement in this country that has been going on for many, 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 many years, right? I get that. But does anyone really know what a fucking vaccine does? Do you really know what a vaccine does? Especially something like a COVID vaccine, right? The COVID vaccine was initially billed as very similar to a flu vaccine. That is to say that it will inoculate you against this particular variation of this particular virus for a particular time. And then when that time runs out, you must get another vaccine that is then tailored to another specific strain of the virus. That is how flu vaccines and COVID vaccines work. In order for a vaccine to eradicate a virus, what needs to happen is the entire population needs to become vaccinated. That's what needs to happen for the virus to go away. That's why we're still dealing with flu. Over 100 fucking years later, we're still dealing with flu. In 2020, we learned that if we just stayed inside and wore respirators, we could eliminate the flu forever. We eliminated several strains of the flu forever. we eliminated an entire flu season. But because we live in a slave economy, we decided that the vaccines for COVID are only to be given to rich, white, Western nations. A lot of modern day left-wing cosplayers love to pretend to care about what's going on in Gaza. They love to virtue signal about how sad they are about what's going on in Gaza. Now, what's going on in Gaza is, of course, a really horrendous situation. And why would I be bringing it up on this show? Well, because, like I said, with vaccine apartheid, several groups of people were not allowed COVID vaccinations. Gaza was one of those populations. Now, I ask you this genuinely. Why would a fascist country such as Israel prevent what they view to be second or lower class citizens, or not even citizens at all? Why would they prevent them from getting the vaccine? A lot of people believe COVID is mild. It doesn't do anything. It's mild. It's just the flu. You know, the flu kills like tens of thousands of people every fucking year, but it's just the flu. It's just the flu. Well, what's interesting is that when you have an apartheid system, right, these viruses, maybe you have certain populations that are inoculated, but other populations are not. The virus festers in those populations, mutates, and then evades the vaccines that all the rich, white, Western nations received. So in the United States of America, my glorious patriotic nation, we had about 60%, 60 percentage points of Americans receive the COVID vaccination, the first COVID vaccination. You may remember there were 2 rounds. 80% or so got the first round. Then there is a 20% drop off. If you got the first round of a 2-shot series and did not get the second shot, you were not vaccinated. So 60, barely over half of the American population got the first vaccine. The first series, that is to say, both vaccines of the first series. So I ask you this, how could the vaccine have stopped the pandemic if only half the fucking country got it in the first place? It doesn't work like that. It doesn't fucking work like that. That's not how fucking shit works. I'm sorry, okay? It just doesn't. So what happened in 2021 was there were 2 groups, the vaccinated, the unvaccinated. So the virus heavily mutated in the unvaccinated groups. A lot of them died off. But then, because of these mutations, the new mutant strains of the coronavirus were able to infect people that had gotten the vaccine. Because even though 60% got the original vaccine, there was an even worse drop-off that winter with the first round of booster shots. Only approximately 40% of Americans got their first COVID booster shot. So again, the virus is mutating in these unvaccinated populations globally. Now again, a lot of them are slave populations, apartheid populations, lower class populations that we purposefully use as breeding grounds and kill them over and over for scientific study. How many scientific studies have we done and gotten out of Africans? How many Africans have we murdered and tortured to gain our current understanding of science? The answer is, of course, millions, right? So we also have to deal with the fact that even in rich, white, Western nations, we still have to deal with that most people here are also just really fucking dumb. They're just really fucking dumb. When you travel to Africa as a rich, white, wealthy American, what they tell you to do before you go is to get several rounds of vaccinations for viruses that only appear in Africa. Why? Because they only appear in Africa. And if you are going there, you need to become inoculated. Isn't that interesting? So if you're a white person going to Africa, you can have free access to vaccines. Maybe it's really cheap, but it's relatively free. If you're an African living in Africa, well, fuck it. You don't get shit. You don't get fucking shit. So the white person's going to come. They're going to spread all their new white person diseases. And then it doesn't go both ways. So they will spread disease to the Africans, right? The Africans will not spread disease the other way around because only the white, rich Western countries get these vaccinations. And so what happens when you have a population such as America that is so dim that they don't even realize their God-given advantage in this hell world that we live in? Americans were born at the top of the fucking ladder. Now, I know a lot of Americans have grown up and lived in poverty, and it might not feel that way, okay? But we are at the top of the ladder, okay? We are. As much as I don't like the ladder, as much as I'd love to kick the ladder over, we're at the top of the fucking ladder. And most Americans are getting a little, shall we say, comfortable being at the top of the ladder. And when Americans get comfortable, they get stupid. They get really fucking dumb. Look at the 1950s and 1960s. After World War II, things sort of stabilized. What happened? Americans got really fucking dumb. They got really fucking dumb. Then we started going into all these fucking wars, Korea, Vietnam, etc. And now, here we are again in Fville. And we have to contend with the fact that half of this country, bare minimum, are anti-vaccine. And that half has destroyed the entire country. If you leave the house without a respirator on, with the intent to be around other human beings, you are as dumb, if not dumber, than Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his acolytes. Because the vaccine is a technology. A respirator is a technology. You don't get to pick and choose which technologies are good and which are bad for this particular thing. You just don't. They both work. In fact, this one works a lot better than a vaccine. I have not gotten sick at all since the year 2019. Maybe even 2018. I don't know. My point being, I haven't gotten sick throughout the entire 7 years of this pandemic. Now, why would that be? How could that be? It's because I get vaccines and I wear respirators. Now, I see a lot of so-called left-wing activists that refuse to do these things. Now, again, half the country refuse the vaccine outright. If we look at the recent series of COVID shots, not this year because Trump kind of just destroyed all the counting, but let's look at 2024, right? About 20% of Americans got the updated COVID-19 vaccination. Now, remind me, because I may be forgetting, what happened in November of 2024? Does anyone know? What happened in November of 2024? Donald Trump was elected president. So 80% of Americans saw Donald Trump get elected president. Donald Trump announced RFK Jr. as the head of HHS. Donald Trump and his anti-vaccine crusade, even though he kind of, he tries to take credit for this, well, whatever. Donald Trump and his anti-vaccine crusade swept across this country. And 80% of Americans said, well, my last possible chance to get a flu shot or a COVID shot, fuck it, who cares? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Now COVID shots cost like fucking $300. Now even flu shots cost like 50, 60 bucks, like even some are $100, you know. Back in the day, I used to be able to get a flu shot for like 20 bucks, 30 bucks, right? But even with insurance, flu shots are fucking expensive now, right? COVID shots are enormously expensive. So 80% of Americans saw Donald Trump get elected, saw RFK Jr. take over HHS and said, let's not get a vaccine. Fuck it. And then they proceeded to throw away their respirators, get sick over and over and over. And then now here we are, a year into Donald Trump's destruction of the republic. You can still get a COVID shot in some states in this country. If you live in right-wing states like Nebraska or whatever, you're probably not going to be able to. But let's be honest, no one gives a fuck. You see a lot of lefties love to pretend, like when Donald Trump actually signed the whatever fucking fake order to ban all COVID shots in certain areas and all, or at least allow that to happen, and then all these red states started banning them, right? You see a lot of these lefties love to say, oh, they're anti-science, they're anti-science, they're anti-science, and yet they don't wear a respirator, and yet how many of them got the last COVID shot? How many of them? Again, if only 20-ish% of Americans got the last COVID shot in 24, right? How many of them are these so-called lefties that are now telling us how Donald Trump is anti-vax, he's anti-science? How many of them? Because if you did not get a COVID shot in the 6th year of the pandemic, and then you're going to try to lecture us about how Donald Trump is anti-science, I got news for you. Go fuck yourself. I don't care about anything you have to say, okay? I don't give a shit if a broken clock is right twice a day. I'm still not going to look at it. It doesn't matter if the broken clock is right twice a day if I'm not looking. If a tree falls in the forest and so on, right? You see a lot of these super celebrity politicians like Zoran Mamdani and Bernard Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They're talking a tough game, but have you seen any of them acknowledge the pandemic in the 7th year? Bernard Sanders went from Medicare for all now to what's COVID? What are germs? I don't know. Zoran Mamdani, right, is now the mayor-elect of New York City. Could you imagine if Zoran Mamdani believed in the germ theory of disease and used his superpower of being the mayor-elect of New York City during a hellfire winter? Could you imagine if he believed in the germ theory of disease and advocated his entire force of young recruits and volunteers to wear a fucking respirator during the 7th fucking year of a plague? Could you imagine that? I can't. I can't imagine that. Because if he were to do that, the left would discard him. Because the left in America is a fascist movement. What is National Socialism? What is fascism? Basically, it's give me all the good stuff and fuck everyone else. That's what it is. That's what it is. So, I ask you this. If you are a so-called lefty, a democratic socialist, or whatever you want to call yourself, and you don't wear a respirator in the 7th year of a pandemic, what you are doing is saying, more Taylor Swift for me, more Wendy's for me, more Applebee's for me, TGI Fridays, baby, let's go to the club for me. If you have an autoimmune disorder, go fuck yourself, stay at home. If you're elderly, go fuck yourself, stay at home. You need to die for my right to go to the club. You must die for my right to go to this fake No Kings parade. You must die for my right to ride a bus without a respirator on, because frankly, I'm just not impressed. I'm just not impressed by what these people have decided is worth throwing out an entire group of people for. The sick, the disabled, the elderly, just thrown into the garbage. For what? For Black fucking Friday? Are you fucking kidding me? But I'm not allowed to call people like Zoran Mamdani and Bernard Sanders the spearhead of a left-wing fascism movement. I'm not allowed to say that because I sound crazy. And you know what? Let's be honest, maybe it is a little crazy. But you know, I would say that maybe you need a little bit of crazy in a crazy fucking world. Because I never signed up to get COVID-19. SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. I do not consent. I will not comply. We all in this world love talking about consent when it comes to rape and sex. HIV turns into AIDS if you don't do anything about it. Right? So if I were to rape you and you get HIV and then you don't know and it develops into AIDS and then you die, you know, it's a violation of consent in multiple ways. But let's remove the rape element. Let's say I just cough on you violently in your face. And then you get HIV and then it develops into AIDS and then you die. How is that? Now I understand physically attacking someone is a separate thing, but at the end of the day, how is that any different? I do not consent to be sexually assaulted in the same way that I do not consent to be assaulted by a virus, let's say. Now, why would I bring up HIV? Well, let me get the producer here. Where's the producer? We got a producer here. I'm showing articles and studies on today's show. This is crazy. Oh, whoops, hold on. I almost fucked myself. Okay. Share screen, and then I'm gonna do this one. All right. We don't need tab audio. We don't need that here. All right. So let's look at this. Let's use that one. No, let's use this one. Which one's better? This one, or is it this one? I like this one. Let's do this one. Now, this is just, you know, this is a little scientific preprint study. Right, you can read the whole thing. I would highly recommend looking into it. But you may be seeing the headline here. COVID-19 is, quote, airborne AIDS, a phrase I like to use. Provocative oversimplification, emerging science, or something in between. So let's take a look at the highlights. HIV and AIDS and COVID-19 are preventable, keyword, preventable, also known as optional infectious diseases with chronic systemic impacts, including immune system dysfunction, chronic inflammation, immune exhaustion, and accelerated biological aging are shared hallmarks of HIV and AIDS and long COVID and whatever PASC is, post-acute SARS syndrome, or whatever the fuck, some alternative name they come up for it. Tissue reservoir persistence drives long-term damage in both HIV and SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2 mirrors HIV in its ability to evade immune defenses and cause chronic infection. Now, you can read the rest of this. You can take a look at the differences between HIV and coronavirus. You can. They're not identical, right? But what is the difference, ultimately, between someone that shoots you in the fucking head and someone that shoots you in the heart? Either way, you're fucking dead. So, I have a question for everybody. Oh, whoops, I'm gone. Where am I? Okay. Thank you, producer. This is why we have a producer on this space. Otherwise, we'd be fucked. I have a question for you. Do you genuinely know, without looking it up, how long it takes for HIV to develop into AIDS? Do you know off the top of your head? It takes about, on average, anywhere in the range of 5 to 10 years, on average. Some people develop it a lot sooner. Some people develop it a lot later. It depends on who got infected, when, how, their diet, their age, all that kind of stuff. So, everyone decided, let's fucking get infected 5 times a year in approximately 2021 and 2022. Let's just say in 2022, it became global economic scientific policy to get infected with SARS, I don't know, 3 to 5 times a year. All right. Now, that was, I don't know, 20, carry the 4, not too long ago, less than 5 years ago. So I posit to you, if SARS and HIV both destroy the immune system, right, then we are only just beginning to see the effects of that, which is why I mentioned flu season earlier. The flu is killing more people and infecting more people than it ever has, at least in the last 20, 30 years. Why is that? Why is the flu at almost an all-time high, or at least a 21st century high? Why would that be? Why are cases of diseases such as measles, polio, whooping cough at record highs? Well, it's because we are seeing acquired immunodeficiency on a population level. The average human being's immune system is closer to an AIDS patient than it is to someone like me, who does not and will not consent to your viral rape. I refuse. I don't care how weird I am. I don't care how bad I make you feel. I refuse to be raped by your garbage. It's not going to happen. Okay? It's just not. But what happens when a population, right, is cooking their brain? What happens? Well, I got another, shout out to the producer here, but we got another thing I want to show here. This is something I like to mention a lot. Well, I love talking about IQ. Does anyone? I'm not talking about the Chinese N64 console. All right, let's check this out. Even fully recovered survivors of mild COVID can lose IQ points. Oh, wow. So I've highlighted, you can read this whole thing, you can look it up. This is just a thing that regurgitates a study. But this is what I highlighted earlier. Mild cognitive decline was noted after infection with the wild-type virus and with each variant, including Omicron, relative to uninfected participants. Now, I have a question for you. In the year 2025, how do you find a group, a control group of people who have never been infected with COVID-19? You almost cannot, or just cannot. So a lot of these studies that I reference are from 2021 and 22, because in 21 and 22, you could find control groups that have never been infected with coronavirus, okay? You really can't do that anymore. So most science, a lot of ways, science is almost impossible to study this now, right? So mild cognitive decline with Omicron relative to uninfected participants. Cognitive deficit, 3-point loss in IQ, was seen even in participants who had completely recovered from mild COVID-19. So if you get infected with COVID, but you don't go to the hospital, you lose 3 IQ points. Now, does that count if you get infected 10 times? Is it 3 times per infection? 3 points per infection? We don't really know that because it's hard as fuck to study this now. Why? Because of you fucking filthy, disgusting animals. Participants with persistent symptoms had the equivalent of a 6-point loss in IQ, while those who had been admitted to an ICU experienced the equivalence of 9 points of IQ loss. You can read the rest of this. It's not that black and white, but for the sake of this argument, it is. So go fuck yourself. Let me see how there's. Oh, I'm gone. I'm sorry. Okay. So I ask you, right? What would happen if we, on a population level, all lost about anywhere from 3 to 10 IQ points? Well, look around. Look around the world. Does the world seem fucked up to you? Look at what happened when the psychology of the average person morphed into a disgusting caricature in the early 20th century. Following the Great War and following an influenza pandemic, not just Germans, not just Italians, but most people sided with fascism. Now, Americans and Germans fought over who should be the leader of fascism. That's why when Germany lost the war, Americans imported some of the highest ranking Nazi scientists. Because America has always been this way. America has always been horrendous. It has always been terrible. Right? So, I don't know about you, but I am extraordinarily fearful of the next 30 years. But you want to know what? The Germans in World War II did not have to contend with a changing climate. So I ask you this. We have all the same fucking problems as 1920. Right? And then you add another 5 or 6 problems on top of it. You've got the ability to drone strike someone from across the planet. You've got the ability to drop biological infectious diseases anywhere you want. You've got the ability to outsource violence, destruction, and slavery. You've got the ability to record snuff films, look at them over and over and over, and desensitize yourself. All right, that's what we have now. We have a changing climate that will make the bulk of this planet uninhabitable by the end of our century. And this is all because people like you refuse to wear something like this. Think about that. In 2020, climate change was on a reverse trajectory. In 2020, the flu was non-existent. And in 2020, a lot of people got paid to stay home, at least in America. But that was not good. We could not have that. So we all decided to trade in our soul for Taylor Swift. We all decided to trade our health, our kids' health, our family's health for Beyonce. We all decided, yeah, let's go to the No Kings Parade and cough and sneeze on each other during the 6th year of a pandemic. Because what the fuck else are we supposed to do? A pathetic, disgraceful, and disgusting population. Human beings are the worst pandemic of all. On this earth, we will only be remembered for the fossil layer of destruction that we leave behind. And we are all participating in it, some more than others. But I ask you all, and I implore with you, please, for the love of fucking fuck, buy a respirator and wear it 100% of the time. Because if you do not do that, I don't give a fuck what you say. You are, in all intents and purposes, a fascist freak, and I hate you. I hate you. I hate these celebrity politicians like Zoran Mamdani that allow people to think they are lefties without giving a fuck about anyone other than themselves. I hate people that are traitors more than I hate the outright enemy. I will be honest with you. I hate whatever this fucking left-wing movement is in this country. I hate it more than I hate the Nazis, and I hate it more than I hate the fascists. The fascists just say, I want to kill you. The modern American lefties say, I believe in Medicare for all. Which one's worse? The one you can obviously see, or the one who can just get through the door? The one you can pinpoint immediately, or the one that sneaks past your defenses? I don't know. You tell me. But all I know is that we are in for a long winter. We are in for a long couple decades here. And unless we all get our shit together, boy howdy, we are not going to make it to the 21st century, 22nd century. There is a very, very, very real possibility that all of the challenges facing our species right now are going to be the final challenges facing our species. Maybe some pockets of humanity will survive, and they will look back at this time with fear, hatred, disgust, resentment, bitterment, just like I do in real time. And they will think, wow, these people had everything. And they threw it in the garbage can for Taylor Swift and the Super Bowl and fucking TGI Fridays and going to the bar and going to see Barbie in movie theaters or whatever is popular nowadays. People decided, I don't give a fuck about my kids. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. My own children are not my problem. Fuck them. Let them die. I got a movie to see. I got a plane to catch. Go fuck yourselves. Welcome to Fuckville. Population soon to be 0. But anyway, that's my show for today. Hope you enjoyed watching. Gotta drink some water here. I'm a little thirsty. Maybe it's my autism, but I will not succumb to peer pressure that easily. I know a lot of you will. I know a lot of you have. I know a lot of you are sick right now. But guess what? It's optional. You can opt out anytime. The only thing is that you're going to be like me, a weirdo, a freak, a nobody, someone no one gives a fuck about, someone people will point and laugh at. So the question is, would you rather fit in or would you rather live and survive? Those are your two options. Damn, I really ran up against the minute here. So, Q-Cock, questions, comments, or concerns? If you've got them, I probably don't. Let me know. Nice to meet you. Yeah, you too. I'm hoping that this is not the first time you've seen me, but if it is, I'm not usually this pessimistic. Sometimes I'm more pessimistic. Anyway, that's it. I don't really have anything else here. So, Pestilentis tempestas. Good luck.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box.
This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Monday night, I was out for my walk. Somebody did not salt their sidewalk, and I went feet up, hands down, severely sprung my left wrist. I'm just trying to find a way of balancing the cool packs on it while we're talking, because I had to use my hand for this, and it's not good. It's not good. I've never had a sprung this painful before. Like, it was to the point where I spent 8 hours. No, it wasn't 8 hours. 6 hours probably in the eMerge here to see if it was broken, because I had to go out and buy a brace for it so that I could sleep without the risk of bending it. And then in the morning, when I woke up, obviously in the morning, I was woken up by pain because it hurt so much. And I could not move my wrist at all. So a friend drove me to the eMerge, and I spent a good 6 hours there. But, you know, again, say what I will about Canadian healthcare, which I do. It did not cost me anything to get the x-rays, to have the doctor sit with me, tell me what to do, all of that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, it's my left wrist. I'm right-handed. So, but you do learn very quickly all the things that you need both hands for. I hadn't done my dishes. Yeah. So now I have to try to do my dishes. And usually by the time I'm like, I need to do my dishes, it's already too late. Like, I should have done them a while ago. So now it's like, yeah. So I'm figuring things out as I go. I do have more movement in it today than I did yesterday. So it's going to take probably a little bit of time to heal as I remember. And I put my jewelry on. Not that I'll be showing off my left hand too much. Well, actually, after about 20 minutes of the cool packs on my wrist, I can take it off. And then see. But yes, here in Canada, go to ER, got x-rays. The only thing that I had to spend money on for the sprung wrist was buying the brace from the pharmacy. Ethan Dark, I don't know if I can, oh, here, why don't I do this? I'm not used to being able to do this lawsuit. I don't know if I can. I don't know. I need to look into it a bit more, if the city is responsible or the individual home. Also, I'm not necessarily the type to want to do a lawsuit. I do want to knock on the door and say, here's the receipt for my brace. Can you at least cover this? But I don't know if it was the homeowner's responsibility or the city's responsibility. And yes, it's painful and stuff, but I don't want someone to have to pay hundreds of dollars for a mistake, you know? I don't want to put people out like that. Cover the cost of the brace, sure, that would be reasonable to me, but anything more than that, I'm not the type of person to want to do that. So, well, yeah. If the city's responsible, then do a lawsuit. I don't know how much money I could get from them, though, because what money am I losing out on? It's just pain and suffering, really. That's all it is pain and suffering and the money for the brace. I don't know. I'm still doing this. If it was my right wrist, I would be freaking out a hell of a lot more. Let's put it that way, because my art. But yeah, I'm still able to do this. So I don't know what kind of money I could actually get for any sort of lawsuit, because normally it's to cover expenses from like work that you lose or something. And I don't know how the laws up here in Canada work for that sort of thing. When I Googled it, there are slip and injury lawyers here. But if it's going to cost money, then it's not going to be worth it, because there's like literally, it would be like if it was so damaged I couldn't do artwork for a year. Okay, then we're talking lawsuit territory. But just pain and suffering for, you know, it's going to get better, but it's probably going to be painful for the next couple weeks. Not much I can do. Oops, I'll go and click on that. Yeah, fair ice falls can be super damaging though, so it does depend on a lot of factors. Yeah, and also since nothing was broken, which is lucky because I have weak bones, so it was super, super, super lucky. But yeah, I'm going out tonight. That's why I put a lot of effort into my appearance, and I only wanted to do it once as opposed to twice. So I'll get other people's feedback on that as to if I should go knock on the person's door, which I don't want to do by myself, or if I contact the city. Or I could just contact the city and be like, do I contact you or go knock on the person's door? So one way or the other. Anyway, it's been a week. It's been a week. And for those of you who don't regularly watch my Sunday shows, you won't know much about Frodo's condition. Is there anyone here that's not a watcher of my Sunday shows? Because I'm recognizing all the names so far, but you could be lurking. There could be a lurker here who doesn't watch my Sunday shows. So yeah, last Friday, I had to take my 18-year-old cat in for surgery. And I was super nervous, and he had to be there at 8:30 in the morning, and it was a snowstorm. Yeah, big snowstorm. So that stressed me out because it's on the other side of town. And so when I dropped him off, instead of driving all the way back home, I hung out in a mall because they were all open early because of Black Friday. And I had to sign a high-risk waiver because of his kidneys and his age, and I was super worried and stressed. But then they said, you know, that the surgery would be done like earlier in the morning, and that no news is good news, and that I can check in, and, you know, he would have to be there for a while to recover and make sure everything was fine. And so I was walking around the mall with my headphones on, and then I just, you know, you get that feeling, like this wave of, oh, I'm about to get a call about Frodo. And I sit down on one of those benches that are in the hall and turned off my music, pulled off my headphones, took out my phone, and the phone rang from the vet. But it was to say that the surgery went well. So I nearly broke down in the middle of the mall. No matter what they said, I would have broken down in the middle of the mall. It's just, that's the way it would be. But luckily I was able to hold it together, so I wasn't publicly doing a public meltdown. And I got him home, and the first night he didn't eat, but then he has started to eat just a little bit on his own. Not as much as I would like, of course, but he is eating a little bit on his own. He's still recovering. He looks like, I call him Frodo-stein right now, even though Frankenstein isn't the monster in Frankenstein. But still, everyone kind of associates that, so I'm calling him Frodo-stein right now because his neck looks horrible. But I have a video that currently is members only on my channel, because everything related to my content is for politics is available to the public. But I figured I'd make this one members only, but I can still show it here. Like, that's the thing. Whenever I'm live, I will still show it. So I can show it. I can show a little video that I made. That's all nice and heartwarming, if you like. But you need to prove that you want to see a heartwarming video about Frodo by sending some love to Nicholas, the producer. I gotta see that. I gotta see that. Gotta see some love in subspace if you want to see a heartwarming video about Frodo for the producer. And I also got back the prints of my artwork that I did recently of the doggy. So I had that video ready, which is public on my page, which we will show. And I got my Owen Jones drawing back. So I'm happy looking at that. I still need to seal them with the spray, but they're fine. Okay, is my video not worth watching, or is Nicholas not worth praising? One or the other. Because I'm not seeing anything. Ah, there we go. We gotta love you, producer. And there's people that are talking about spiders for some reason. Like, why? Is there like a massive spider behind me I'm not aware of that people are like, oh, spider, cute. I don't know. So, just one person? One person? Okay, we got two people. Come on. Show your love. Show your love for Nicholas. JK saying, I am well pissed off with Owen Jones for his videos on your party. I have not watched them yet. I've been meaning to get around to them. I know he went into it kind of biased. Like he already felt like it was a shit show type thing. So we got some love. Got some love for Nicholas, the producer. We'll show the video. It has music on it, but it's YouTube music. Like, I actually figured out how to do that, where you can put music on it, but it is literally like YouTube music that you select through YouTube, so it should be safe to play on YouTube. And I haven't got any indications otherwise on my channels. So it's YouTube music, so don't freak out when you hear it, producer. Let's make this big. There we go. Should probably unmute it. So yeah, here's the mass there. It's probably about that big. Oh no, I'm doing an okay sign. No, the mass was probably about, yeah, this big here. I'm too pale. You can't really see it against the background. Like, I'm trying to add proportions to it, because it's like if I do this, then it's like, oh my god, it was the size of my head. So I don't know, maybe a loony size, not quite a loony size. And then they had to shave him down and stitch him up and stuff. But I will know probably later this week if it's benign or malignant. And yeah, it was not great, and it would be bleeding and stuff. And so they had to be careful to not cut his jugular while they were doing this, because it was right on his neck. Yeah. And this is what I wake up to every morning. It was really well actually too. You can see I had my hand over the mic, so probably the way I was holding the mic, so it wasn't very loud. then the hour stuff to talk about that's not so great. Head back, get scratches under the chin. It's just yeah, this is I'm sure if you had a kitty cat like that too, you'd want to do everything you could for him too. And yeah, he's my world. And you know, again, I knew it was risky doing the surgery, especially at his age. Some people might say, like, would it be worth it? I still don't know if he's going to be 100% okay. But he still does that, you know. That's every morning that I wake up to. So yeah, he seems to be enjoying life. So I do actually have some stuff. So what I'll do is I'll save the doggy drawing until the end, the magic drawing of the dog, as something that's a little bit more uplifting. It's not that what I'm going over is like devastating or anything. It's just like, you know, the timeline we live in, the world, so to say. It's like, really? This is a thing. This is apparently a thing. And so we'll be doing that. So I'm just going to get this ready. But also let me know in subspace what you guys are all thinking about all of this. And again, if you have not seen it yet, please go check out my video I did with Dr. Mark Allenderry, because that video, it's still not even 70 views. And everyone who's watching, can you bug all the people tonight during Left Past 10 to promote my video? I'd super appreciate that, because maybe then, if it gets promoted on Left Past 10, it might actually stand a chance of breaking 100. So let's all conspire. Let's conspire to do that, shall we? Okay, I think I can take the ice packs off now. Oh, and get to work. Oh, I have to be careful because I do this a lot, but normally I put both hands down like that. If I were to do that right now with my wrist, I would have to end stream because I'd be in like blackout pain. And sorry for the squeaky chair, because I need both hands to move the chairs over and stuff, which I currently do not have the ability to do. So, although this chair is more comfortable to sit in, but it's noisy and it bugs me. Miss Blue Ocean says yes. I hope that means to promoting my video tonight on Left Past 10. Ooh. Yeah, it's amazing all the things that you need both hands for. Like even just putting in a ponytail to clip my hair back, it's problematic. Anyway, why don't we get into what I actually have scheduled for today? It's going to talk about mostly AI stuff again. because I hate it. I hate it. I hate this world that we're creating, this artificial world. You know, it's artificial reality. It's not artificial intelligence. It's artificial reality that we're living in. And, you know, at least in the Matrix, you were on the same level as everyone, unless you were like whatever pilled. So, you know, but here you have people that are so obsessed with replacing actual relationships with programs. Thank you, Miss Blue Ocean. Yeah, they're just basically obsessed with replacing humanity, mostly because of insecurities. As you will notice, there is a trend. It's mostly men that are fixated on this AI, and it's to make themselves seem, what's the word? I'm doing the what's the word already. Not valuable, to make themselves seem like worthy or capable or talented or notable, because they'll promote their AI art. Like there's now some sort of an artist, it gives them some sort of prestige or status and stuff, when it's like, no, you actually have to put work into things in order to be like good at them. You can't just jump the queue. You can't just, you know, go from point A to Z without all the letters in between. It is that some people, they are so desperate to be seen, to be noticed, to have any sort of like self-worth. They're so insecure. They're so desperate for it. And they don't understand how working for it will actually make them a better person, and how that journey itself helps to mold and create who they are. They just want to get there now because they're so lonely. And yeah, we'll get there. Thank you for tossing it into the subspace, Johnny Tooley, my link with my interview with Dr. Mark Ellen Derry. Super great interview. And you could always play on Left Past 10 my Canadian pop quiz with him. That was super fun. I forget at which time code it's at, though. Sorry. I meant to check that before I started, but my brain is just like, because, you know, I'm dealing with pain. You can't, yeah. Luckily, like, there's no bruising or anything. Just the slightest. There's like a red print, like speckling there that you can't really see. But I could not even just move my wrist at all on Tuesday. So yeah, just sat in the hospital waiting 6 hours to find out it was a spring, which is probably, you know, it's good that it wasn't broken, because I'm finding it bad enough just having it painful. The idea of having to wear a cast too while trying to do dishes and clean. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not even able to scrub my hands as hard as I normally do after washing, because, you know, you need both hands. So I do it longer. So I'm sitting there and I'm doing it longer, more to use the soap and stuff. Anyway, why don't we actually get into what I was talking about? Oh my God, my ADHD is acting up, isn't it? This is why it's like, should I ever worry about filling an hour on here? Okay, so yes. So kind of related, I wanted to go over this one thing first. Kind of related to this whole tech industry stuff is, again, just the way that capitalism, the society, is trying to push this technology onto you. Because we have this, let's bump this up. So here, MC Square was just saying that CNBC is like, it's not device hoarding. So what they're talking about, how device hoarding by Americans is costing the economy. Americans are holding on to devices longer than ever before. And while it may be consumer smart, it comes at the cost to work productivity, and who the fuck cares? So somebody just pointing out, no, CNBC, it's not device hoarding. My phone still works fine, and I'm not going to spend $1,500 for a slightly better camera and AI feature that I'll eventually disable. And there we go. They want to force this stuff onto you. So, and somebody else just saying, using this device that still works is called device hoarding by the capitalists. These people are truly insane. But part of it is, too, is that whenever you get new tech, they put new things on it that you just don't want. Like right now, I'm so pissed off with Firefox because it just decided to do an update and wipe all my information. And now I have to make an actual profile, which I didn't really have before. I didn't need one. So all my bookmarks and stuff are gone. And it's like, would you just stop fucking around with my stuff? My primary email wanted to do this massive overhaul and update. And it's like, no, revert back, revert back. You can't revert back fast enough. Because also, speaking from the perspective of being autistic, when you get used to something, you really get used to it. You know, you're comfortable with it. You know where all the buttons are. You know what you're doing. You can navigate it. And then as soon as they start mucking around with that, it can send you into autistic rage, where it's just you get very, what I think neurotypical people would say is disproportionately angry at something that you probably shouldn't be. And I suffer from that a lot when it comes to them mucking around with all this sort of stuff. And it's the same like on Twitter right now. I can't use it properly on my desktop because you notice how it says chat there. It doesn't say DM. I don't think I'm exposing anything if I go there. Yeah, so now this is what I get. Welcome to new X chat, end-to-end encryption, state-of-the-art privacy, set passcode, create passcode. Fuck no, where are my goddamn DMs? I can still see it on my phone, but I can't see my DMs here without possibly creating a fucking passcode that I don't want to do. So they kind of force you to participate in all this sort of bullshit. No, don't. No, let's do that. So it's super, super frustrating that they do this. And as somebody who like relies on this, you know, we get no say in how the platforms we use for a living get used or manipulated and stuff. And anyone who's watching my Sunday live stream probably saw how absolutely and incredibly pissed off I was getting with Grok on Twitter, because like every single fucking tweet I had, it's like, would you like Grok to summarize this? No, I want to deactivate Grok. I want to automatically block anyone who says, hey, Grok, is this true? I want it all gone. Anyone who makes any reference to it, I want it blocked. I hate it. I hate it because it's taking away a person's ability to think critically. And that's kind of the point, is that they don't want people to be able to be like, well, why don't I go to the sources and actually figure this out for myself? That's right. I have a kitty cat that wants up on my lap right now. Come on, there we go. They don't want you to think critically. They don't want you to go to the sources. They want to manipulate you. David Dole just released a video on the Rational National that I'm pretty sure will be used at some point for syndicated content, about how even YouTube is doing the recap of the year type thing, but leaving out all political content. It was mentioned on, okay, out you go. It was mentioned on, Majority Report as well. And it's like trying to erase part of what makes you you. It's trying to invalidate it. It's trying to, no, down. I can't have you on my lap right now. You're too heavy for my wrist. yeah, it's they want to manipulate people, and then once people get too reliant on things like Grok, then they start thinking that it is reliable, that it's true, and then once that starts getting manipulated, they're not going to start seeking second sources because to them, Grok is the confirmation that they're seeking, and it's even more insidious than that. This AI stuff that's coming up, and the way that it's being used and manipulated and stuff. And so, fine, just don't get into things. That's all. Just, I know there's lots of things on my desk that you want to knock off, but just don't. Just sit here and be cute. Okay? Okay? Can you do that? Yeah. So it's more insidious than just, okay. I'm worried he's accidentally going to push the button when it's on end stream or something, because he's messed things up for me before. Sorry, I can only pet you with this hand, really. There we go. Yeah, so it's more insidious than just manipulating what kind of information you're receiving. Sometimes it's outright lies that Grok is telling you and being told. It's completely biased. It's leaving out, so it's lie by omission type thing. But something else that fascists like to do is to erase culture, is to invalidate culture, is to remove it and replace it with something else. Because culture is a tie to the time before fascism, a reflection of the people, a reflection of the freedoms that they might have had, all that sort of stuff. And I think if you ever watch The Man in the High Castle, they do that with like the Statue of Liberty and stuff, where they get rid of that because that's now representative of a culture that no longer exists. And they are now using AI for that sort of thing. Did I end? Oh, I stopped sharing. I need to share your screen again. Let's see. There we go. So here we have Kids Can Press. Franklin the Turtle is a beloved Canadian icon who's inspired generations of children and stands for kindness, empathy, and inclusivity. We strongly condemn any degrading, violent, or unauthorized use of Franklin's name or image, which directly contradicts these values. Now, what did they do? One might ask. So, Ragu here, somebody I follow on Twitter, who's a good follow, says only MAGA is so unserious and sick to twist a Canadian children's book to justify the violation of basic international human rights. And, oh, right. Somebody was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I thought that tweet had it, but I think if we just, no. I thought this tweet had it. Let me see. It was something that Hegseth sent out. I'm just going to find it quickly. Sorry about this. Earlier, it was on here, but you know how these things get manipulated? Let's go here. I have to even do a weird roundabout way of looking for quote tweets on this. I have to look up activity. No, not that. Fuck. Stupid Twitter. Oh, view post engagements. There we go. It had it. I swear it had it. Did they like remove the image? Did somehow they go in and remove the image? Because it's kind of happening in real time now. Huh. Oh, this is just annoying. Do I actually have to look up Pete Hegseth's account? Would it still be up there? Sorry about this. If you know what it is, toss it in the sandbox. If you know what I'm going for, or sandbox subspace. Hey. Oh, there he is. Hopefully he doesn't tweet too much, because it wasn't that long ago that this was sent out. Let's see. Media. Let's just do media. I swear there was a point to this. Okay, come on, sweetie. I need you off my... Oh, so I can actually, type. Let's see. See, I have to hide this from you so you don't see how bad my spelling is. Okay. I think I found it, but I want to get Pete's actual for your Christmas wish list. Okay, let's do that. Did he actually take it down? Anyway, I got an image of it. Where was it? This is like totally killing the flow of this. I'm sorry. No, where? No. Okay, there. Let's just do this. Finally. Okay, I'll just show this. So Pete Hegseth had tweeted this out: for your Christmas wish list, Franklin, a classic Franklin story, Franklin targets narco terrorists. And they used AI to do this. So it's AI slop. And what it's doing is kind of erasing, part of culture, part of what's already ingrained, like taking away things that were highly valued to people and manipulating it into something else. It's kind of the way that Zionists too right now are doing everything they can to discredit Miss Rachel, because she is an icon for children. And it's to take things that are beloved and make them into AI slop trash and manipulate it into something violent, something that's suits their agenda, to what's the word when you not appropriate, but there's a word to it where you make it into your own. I think it's kind of like appropriated to your own agenda. And doing this, it's damning, because now, if kids start looking up Franklin, or if you start looking up Franklin for your child and stuff, you might end up start seeing AI slop like this, if this were to catch on, and how this is done. You're not coming back up on my lap. Go. And so what this is leading into next is things like this. I'm not going to play the video because it has music. That most likely is music I can't share. But so somebody just saying poisoning water supply and melting the planet so incels can play pretend with their computer. And so this is an AI generated woman that they made. And this whole thing is like a little minute-long movie made by somebody who's so proud of their work for entering in prompts into the computer to make this scooch, to make this person who doesn't exist to make expectations of real people, like before they were unattainable, and now they're just so unrealistic. And they're trying to substitute relationships, try to substitute, like somehow they're better than somebody because of this AI program that they made. Like, ooh, look, I made a beautiful girl, therefore I'm superior, and I can get her to say anything I want, as people point out. Someone saying, someone said this months ago, but still relevant, how evil is the human race that we got our hands on this unfathomable technology, and the first thing we do is create and control young women who can't consent. Next few years are going to be genuinely frightening. Very curious to me that every AI actor is a young woman and no one ever bothers to make anything else. I wonder why our society is so obsessed with imaging and controlling young women while also stealing their labor and returning those roles to men. We're being too passive. The fact that there is zero legislation on this is crazy, but humanity is genuinely being too passive at the advancement of generative AI. And we'll get into some of those issues in just a second as I pull this down from screen in case he accidentally hits the mouse and unmutes it. Come on. I only have one hand to use right now, kitty. And so what this does is totally destroys people's ability to interact with each other. And again, that's part of the point, because community, networking with people, connecting with others is a detriment to fascism. They don't want that. They don't want people to function properly in society, because then fascism is not appealing. And so doing these sorts of things, young men in particular, boys and young men, will start getting into these AI women and then wonder why they can't interact with women in the real world, why it's not the same. Like, I used to be very promiscuous, a lot of one-night stands from a dating app type thing when I was much younger. And, I was chatting to somebody that I was thinking meeting up with, and he's like, oh, what about all these different sex acts? And I'm like, yeah, generally speaking, women don't do that. And he's like, oh, well, the porn I've watched, they're smiling. It's like, well, if you pay me $1,000 per sex act, I'll smile. I'm not above that. I will. If you pay me $1,000 per sex act, I will smile for you. But now you don't even have to pay the girl anything. You have this AI generative image of somebody who doesn't exist, and you can make her do whatever you want. She can be as submissive, as muted, as available to you as you want, but you don't have to put in the work of the relationship. And all this does is exacerbate the underlying insecurities men already have, because men are horribly, horribly insecure when it comes to the issues around sex and their ability to perform. And sometimes it's easier to just not deal with it and find a substitute that maybe is not that great, but is manageable. Fill some sort of little niche. Okay, come on. Do I have to lock the door? Go. And yeah, and it changes the expectations of what is acceptable, what the assumptions as to what makes a good relationship. And people are starting to develop relationships with a system that is designed to appease them, to flatter them, to make them seem like they're something they're not. And we're going to get into, one of the most tragic outcomes of this in just a moment. But it's normalizing a lot of vicious behavior, because there was a TV series, I think, with androids that people could just do whatever they want to, that looked very human. This is like the step right before that, before the actual physical interaction. I forget what that TV series was called. I've never watched it, but I was thinking of watching it at some point. So it's normalizing it. It's allowing people to. Was I not even sharing those tabs? I don't even think I was sharing these tabs when I went through these. Oh, and here, these. I forgot to share the tabs as I moved on to these comments. Sorry. Oh, Westworld, that's it, reference frame. So this is just the step before Westworld. And when you start doing this, it's a slight escalation, because soon these artificial things won't be good enough. You can't program them in a way that would be satisfying enough to replace the real thing. And it gets scary, because then, especially when you have people up at the top, the people who are supposed to represent everyone, who's supposed to be a role model, like Donald Trump, saying this to women, and nobody is speaking out against it in the moment. No man is there to rescue the woman when he says, "Quiet, piggy, you're ugly inside and out. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person?" And that is how Trump speaks to female journalists, while the men in the room say nothing. And this is just becoming more and more normalized. And what this ends up leading to is things like the tech industries realize, okay, we see where some problems are, so we're going to put in a little bit of what's that word? Plausible deniability, or saying, well, we didn't design it this way or something, the most bullshit way possible. So in case you needed one more reason not to use AI, the CEO of ChatGPT is blaming a teen's unaliving on his failure to follow terms of services. Adam Rain, 16, told ChatGPT that he was thinking about it, and told his feelings, and it told him his feelings were valid, and even provided suggestions and details and instructions. And that's this here. I haven't actually read this. This is not the first time that we've seen this sort of thing. I hate using Google. I hate using Firefox, but Firefox has a better feature on it for this sort of thing. Not that I would ever suggest or recommend that people do that. But yeah, this is just going to become more and more normalized, and then people are going to be becoming more and more scared to actually interact with people. Because that's the other thing. You have the freedom to interact with AI in a way that you don't with people, as in there's no repercussions. If you say something stupid, if you say something embarrassing, if you say something wrong, you're not going to be called out by AI. AI will never do anything. But to say, well, they weren't complying with terms of use. So OpenAI says teens' misuse of ChatGPT is to blame for his unaliving because he broke TOU. Users must comply with OpenAI's usage policies, which prohibit the use of ChatGPT for unaliving or self-harm. The lawyer presenting Adam Rain's family calls the response disturbing, and I have to agree, is what they say here, but I also have to agree. This is just going to escalate people's antisocial behavior that's already running rampant. And especially with men when it comes to issues around sex. And a lot of them are scared. That's where a lot of that insecurity is based from. And there's that old phrase that women are worried that men will kill them, but men are worried that women will laugh at them. And those are like the biggest fears between the two genders or something. And, I've met a lot of guys over my life, and yeah, they don't know how to ask. We haven't socialized them properly. We haven't tried to educate them on how to have a healthy relationship. It's still not part of our culture. And unfortunately, then more and more things like this is just going to happen. And more men will start turning to AI as a way for an outlet. They'll just need an outlet. And they're too afraid to do it with humans, because with a human, well, they might laugh at me for saying something stupid. Or they might me too me. That's the thing. AI can never claim that. You're safe to do whatever you want. Say whatever you want to AI. And those are things that you need to learn are not acceptable. AI isn't going to teach you that. But these are things, as painful it is. Most of us went through it in teen years and early 20s and stuff. And even, in later years, you might say something that you feel the social consequences of because you got it wrong. And it's so painful in the time. But it does end up making you a better person. It does end up making you more sociable. It does end up teaching you, as long as you allow it to help you, as opposed to running away from it. It's about owning your actions and what you say, and understanding. Like, you have to understand why what you said was harmful, and then move on from there and learn to not do it again. It's not just a matter of saying, okay, I won't. It's like, oh, you're going around and you're just murdering people all over the place. It's like, okay, fine, I won't do it anymore. But if they never learn why that murdering was wrong, then, they haven't exactly moved on. They haven't exactly grown as an individual. And we see, as Groove Dragon is saying, we are bombarded with fantasy of how perfect the world should be, and the reality is destructive to the heart and soul. Yeah. And we're just this idea of like all these women out there and what they should look like, because that's the thing. AI is trying to present it of, this is the most ideal woman, as opposed to, this is an unrealistic version of a woman. They're trying to program so that they can show other women what they should be. And if they can't live up to that, then they need to be as insecure as the men. And because, yeah, you don't see these men making young men, late teens, of males. You don't see that. It's always of a young woman, sometimes even a girl, who just is representative of their insecurities, of what they want, of these high expectations. And it really does lead to disturbing consequences in the end, when that will never happen in reality. And at some point, you realize that you've just been living in a fantasy world all your life. And then what use is that? That all the relationships you had were never real? That's not something you would want to wake up from. And then the more you don't want to wake up from it, the more you run away from it too. And it's a vicious cycle. But there needs to be more legislation, regulations around AI, because it's just going to keep on getting worse. And it's at the expense of the fucking environment. Like, it is destroying the environment so that men don't have to deal with their insecurities. They are destroying the world so that they don't have to risk a woman saying, can you try this in bed? Can you maybe work on improving something? Or the thought that they might say something about they would rather destroy the world than deal with that, than their own insecurities. But let's see. So Johnny is saying, reminder, send your artwork to Letterhack's birthday art challenge of your art of a This Space host or producer. Nick to Letterhack, or DM Matt. I feel so weird calling him Matt. I'm so used to calling him Letterhack. Please include a message of consent to credit you and your artwork and be shown publicly on air in this space. Art submissions due by December 10th. The world needs art. Do your part. Speaking of art, I got back the professional images of my drawings that I and so I added it to my doggy drawing. So let's do this. Let's show this. Again, this is YouTube music, so it should absolutely be okay to play. Literally YouTube supplied me with this music. But here we go. There we go. So yep, that's the professional scan of the drawing. And a reminder to people living with less, you can get one of these at cost right now as a way to pay it forward for all the wonderful support that I got, helping cover bills for Frodo and my car. So yes, at cost. If you are living with less, I'm sorry, but I don't even know what this is about, really. Letterhack saying, hey, are you going, Sandee, are you going to accept my birthday art challenge this year? I know that you've regularly done them, but I want to see you cartoon me. I suck at cartoons. I can draw this. I can't draw a cartoon. And it's kind of short notice to do one of these of Letterhack. But feel free to send me a message, Letterhack, via email, because I did kind of miss what all that is about, unfortunately. That's the challenge, is to draw pictures of the Letterhack. Okay. It's a good thing I'm right-handed because I sprung my wrist really bad. So Real John Lithan just saying, I feel bad I missed most of the show. Seems like a heavy topic today. You can always go back and watch it. It was heavy, but not heavy. I think it was just like more informative about, you know, the harms and misuse of AI. Because, or any host of this space. Oh, really? Oh, really? Let's see. Let's do this. Let's do this then. Does this count? There's no audio to this. Why is it giving me these notes? Okay. Does this count? Let's see. There we go. Boom. I can see what I can do in the next little while. Or any host of this space. If you want to draw the mods, go ahead. If you draw me, just make sure you draw me as a skeleton, Grim Reaper type of character, says Johnny Too Late. Tony, too late. The Letterhack wants your damn art. It can be a host that provides live content or syndicated content. It can be a single host or multiple hosts, producer, Nick, or even the dude himself, the Letterhack. Okay. Okay. Got it. By December 10th, I don't know if I'm going to have time to focus on that before then. Yeah. Why, thank you, Groove Dragon. I appreciate it. And we're about running out of time. I already have an idea of what I want to cover next week, which is not heavy at all. So there's that. There's that. And yeah, I figured next week what I'm going to do is let's go over pride flags and find out what all of them mean. Why not? There's sheets for that, so we can do that. And learn a little bit more about symbolism. But yeah, time is up, and it's not Leftist Mafia that's next. It's something different. Are they like live? No, this I guess is syndicated. Is it syndicated or something live? Am I stepping on someone's toes right now? Have you decided to make sure that I get off here on time by having a live person next? And also, please go check out my video with Dr. Mark Allanderi. You can find me on YouTube, Left of the Box. Sunday evenings, I try to do my news live streams. I will be interviewing my second candidate for the NDP federal leadership race tomorrow morning, so that video will be out later on. Yeah, follow me on Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram as Sandee Lovas and as Left of the Box. Sandee Lovas for my art and my writing. Speaking of my writing, this. Letterhack is saying Leftist Mafia is next for an hour of syndicated content. I'm just used to seeing their tile up now, and instead I have Psychic Grind showing, so I get confused. Psych Grind, something like that. But yeah, buy my book. Anyway, I should probably be going. Yeah, and next week, not a heavy topic. So did I miss anything? Thank you to the mods. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you for everyone for supporting this channel. And salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
I'm Matt Strackbein.
I'm Chloe Humbert.
Welcome to the Psych Grind.
Psych! I'm Chloe Kaczynski Humbert, but you can call me Chloe Humbert.
Hello, Chloe Humbert.
Well, I guess you can call me Chloe.
Okay, Chloe. I'm Matt Strackbein, aka the Letterhack.
I'm not calling you the Letterhack here.
That's fine. We don't have to use code names.
We may need code names after this. So I think people would be interested in our backgrounds, Matt the Letterhack.
I thought you weren't going to call me that.
Well, just this once. It's relevant in context.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so Matt the Letterhack, cartoonist from the left. I'm also an artist, but not nearly as good. We both have a background in design and worked in advertising in the past, and we're both extremely online content creators of sorts. And I'm also disabled and a retired civil servant.
Extremely online, but not what they would call terminally online, just to
No.
be clear. We have lives outside of the internet. I'm also one of the co-founders of the online media collective This Space, and I live stream interviews with a wide variety of guests discussing journalism, politics, art, and comics.
When I first mentioned we should introduce ourselves or say what led to this, well, talking about the current state of the media grind, how things are rigged and how a system and tactics are used to harm ordinary people, and the information space and the working class and the information gig economy, the trickery from a political organizing perspective. Well, why we want to critique PR and cognitive attacks from the cheap seats. Well, I said to Matt the Letterhack, I said, so you need to come up with something to say about why you want to do this. And Matt the Letterhack said,
the number one reason I wanted to do this podcast was because I wanted to do a podcast co-hosting with Chloe Humbert.
And I said, I don't want to do a podcast with Jimmy Fallon. I'm not falling for being shined on. The whole point of the podcast is to counter that, not have me as the target recipient.
No, this is more of a classic team up. You've been on my show several times, so we already have a rapport and we work well together. And I'd hope that if anyone is listening to us individually, even more folks will listen to us together. And if they aren't, then I can only assume people are happy being manipulated, because we're here doing an online media landscape critique with a focus on the culture surrounding influencers in various forms.
The grind in the information space, the weaponization of everything gigs. And this is not new, of course. I'm reminded often of that deep-fried Garfield meme with the caption, "You are not immune to propaganda." And it's true. None of us are.
Weaponization is something I could do with my comics at any time, but I resist the urge because I'd rather use it for communicating a message rather than as a tactic. It feels like trickery.
Yeah, well, weaponization has a very clear negative connotation, but influence is everywhere, for better or worse, good or bad. So we've long known that art, entertainment, even fiction has these elements of influence. Most of us don't think about this much, and the subtle forms of influence sneak in. But I think more people are becoming aware of it.
When it comes to media and the news, people may understand there are tactics at play, and you may even know how or think you know what's going on. But here are the details.
The deets for the peeps, if nothing else, but for validation.
Speaking of validation, that's related to the cornerstone of all influence. It's about repetition. Back when my work had more of a focus on the marketing of things, there was a rule that people needed to see something at least 8 times before it sank in. Overkill was never considered a bad thing in terms of convincing consumers they really wanted something they didn't actually need.
David Feldman often mentions repeating things 3 times.
Who?
I think we first met through David Feldman.
Yeah, I know who Feldman is. We both attended FU.
Oh, good times. I never heard that specifically about the 8 times when I worked in advertising. I did start noticing that it turns up a lot in podcast ads, though. And some podcasters have actually mentioned that when they're given an ad read, they're required to say something 3 times.
Sometimes, like in a public service announcement, I wish important information was repeated more than once. So it can certainly have its benefits.
Sure. The point is that repetition is foundational to why advertising works because of the cognitive phenomenon in humans called the mere exposure effect. After repeated exposure to something, it becomes familiar, and even if it's false or bad, it can become viewed as true or acceptable or even favorable simply because it feels familiar. This is how even nasty, horrible stuff becomes quote unquote normalized. People can even become inured to misery. And you hear people say, it is what it is.
I can't stand that phrase.
It's a grim resignation to what feels familiar. I've heard people say this about nepotism and corruption, which has been rampant where I live for generations now.
There are other names for this, including the reiteration effect, the illusion of truth effect, the validity effect, illusory truth effect, and the truth effect. Ever hear the false claim that a goldfish supposedly has a 3-second memory? Or how about birtherism and that Barack Obama wasn't born in the US? Both are false. But the sad truth is, the more things are repeated over time, the more likely people will assume they're true.
I looked this up and I found a BBC article from 2022 that says, quote, scientists have proved goldfish do have good memories and are able to navigate their surroundings. A team from Oxford University trained 9 fish to travel 70 centimeters and back, receiving a food reward at the end. Researchers said it showed the fish could accurately estimate distance. The study disproves the long-held belief goldfish have little or no memory, unquote. It's funny because I don't think I ever heard that myth about the goldfish before you brought it up. I have heard of birtherism, but it wasn't until Donald Trump was running for president before I heard that the birther conspiracy fiction actually got traction in the media largely because of him. And I had no idea, but I had avoided anything to do with Donald Trump before. I could never understand why people even watched that show he was on. But propaganda started long before television shows. George Orwell said, all art is propaganda. That's the title of an essay from 1940 where he was talking about the works of Charles Dickens and said that, quote, every writer, especially every novelist, has a message, whether he admits it or not, and the minutest details of his work are influenced by it. All art is propaganda. Neither Dickens himself nor the majority of Victorian novelists would have thought of denying this. On the other hand, not all propaganda is art. As I said earlier, Dickens is one of those writers who are felt to be worth stealing. He has been stolen by Marxists, by Catholics, and above all, by conservatives. The question is, what is there to steal? Why does anyone care about Dickens? Unquote. Well, nowadays, I think Dickens' stories are again more relatable. Abusive employers, corrupt government officials, and people imprisoned, essentially because of debt. These are all familiar to us in today's America, but there's more to it than that. The essay goes on to the heart of the matter, quote, in Dickens' case, the complicating factor is his familiarity. He happens to be one of those great authors who are ladled down everyone's throat in childhood. At the time, this causes rebellion and vomiting, but it may have different after effects in later life. For instance, nearly everyone feels a sneaking affection for patriotic poems that he learned by heart as a child, Ye Mariners of England and The Charge of the Light Brigade, and so forth. What one enjoys is not so much the poems themselves as the memories they call up. And with Dickens, the same forces of association are at work, unquote. So the callback to the familiar. I'm in Appalachia. I live in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I was born here. And there's a term here in the anthracite coal region of northeastern Pennsylvania that people call coal cracker mentality. And it's a hot button term. So let me explain the coal cracker mentality because it's used and misused for political and business propaganda. But people use it to explain what I think is very much the mere exposure effect and normalcy bias. But first, I need to acknowledge that there are also people who woke wash the coal industry as something to be proud of and make it sound like you can't criticize the coal tycoon robber barons, or, you're disparaging the coal miners, supposedly. You might find that trick familiar because they do that with anti-war, claiming you're disparaging soldiers if you're against a war or against the military-industrial complex, when, of course, that's not true. Some of the most anti-war people I have known are war veterans.
I'm not sure I'd trust someone to be more anti-war than a vet who has had firsthand accounts. Obviously, they, more than anyone, have the best perspective. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with being proud of hard work, although that doesn't mean the work itself is essential or couldn't be substantially improved, especially on behalf of the workers.
Right. So woke washing coal mining is definitely something that turns up in op-eds in the region from time to time, glorifying the coal industry of the past, using phrases like, "We're all heirs to the throne of King Coal," and like ridiculous claptrap like that. But my grandpas were both coal miners, and they talked to me about the mines and specifically how awful it was and how shitty the employers were and how uncaring the management. My one grandfather went to work in the coal mines as a child, and he specifically stated to me that he didn't want to see that happen to me or any other child ever again because it was wrong. He also talked about how awful the pollution of the river was from the coal mines. We lived along the Lackawanna River, which was stained orange with yellow boy. And I was shown on a map how the pollution went into the Susquehanna River and all the way down to the Chesapeake Bay. And he talked about tycoons in a very negative way, saying they couldn't relate to the little people because they were corrupted by having so much power and money. He always used the word tycoon and with like a real edge to it, which is why I probably prefer that word today. So nobody thinks ill of the workers. The workers are always good. Criticizing robber barons is appropriate for their exploitation. There's a whole museum at the Steamtown National Historic Site in Scranton that's largely devoted to showcasing the gross reality of the inequality of the railroad and the associated industries. There's one area of the museum where they have quotes on a wall and statues, and it includes a panel on the wall that says, quote, "I owe the public nothing." And this quote is attributed to J.P. Morgan, who is described as just simply tycoon.
That guy would surely qualify as the worst neighbor ever.
Very likely. I can only imagine he probably did the worst locally where he lived. I mean, causing trouble in people's lives and then not taking responsibility for it, saying, "I owe the public nothing." That was their mentality. But this coal cracker mentality isn't actually a term that's meant to disparage the coal miners, but it's sometimes used to disparage the descendants of coal miners. And that kind of usage made the news about a decade ago when a politician locally used it on a Facebook post, disparaging local townspeople who were opposing a new gas power plant at a time when we were being told we were pivoting to renewables, by the way. And how it was framed in the article from WNAP News from 2015 about the politician's Facebook post, a Democrat, by the way. And the article said someone, quote, "saw red." So when she saw the Facebook post and said coal cracker mentality. And the article quotes her, quote, "coal cracker mentality. We'll work harder for less," said Passiati Masher, reading from Farina's Facebook page. That's basically like saying we're hillbillies. We're stupid. We don't know any better, unquote. And that is how some rather clueless people try to deploy the term. But what it has actually come to mean is not that we're ignorant here. It's not that we don't know better. Of course we do. But that we've been accustomed to working harder for less. We're inured to being treated worse. And the elites are used to feeling free to treat ordinary people worse. I remember back in the 1990s, politicians were crowing about bringing a call center to the city of Wilkes-Barre. They said it would be a renaissance of jobs. The call center HR manager actually told people at interviews that the company came to the area because they could get cheaper labor compared to other places. It was just unbelievable.
Damn. As compliments go, thanks for nothing, pal.
Yeah, not a compliment. And there was an article in the news in 2019 regarding a local corruption probe. The article's headline was, "Like shooting fish in a barrel," quoting a former crime commission official who said it was more strange that there hadn't been a corruption probe in northeastern Pennsylvania in a while. The article was by Times Tribune reporters and published in the Allentown's Morning Call. Though it's behind a paywall now, the article said, quote, "If you grow up in this area and you see people engaging in politics to enrich themselves and they don't get caught, you are basically schooled on how to go along to get along," said Thomas Maldino, a political science professor at Wilkes University. David Sosar, a political science professor at King's College, said, "A coal cracker mentality still plagues the region. We were under the thumb of coal barons for a long time," he said. "What we did is trade coal barons for financial barons and political barons. Too few people are willing to speak up when they see something wrong, partly out of fear, which is an attitude that survived the coal era," Sosar said. "There are the rich, the wealthy, and the powerful, and then there is you at the bottom," Sosar said. "To get along, you didn't ask questions or cause problems. They controlled too much," unquote. And this is something I hear people say to this day, and there have been big corruption scandals in the area my whole life. One NBC News article from 2010 was titled, "Corruption is King in Pennsylvania Coal Country. In the coal fields of northeastern Pennsylvania, federal agents have spent a year rooting out government corruption in the hardscrabble region known for its pay-to-play politics." The article said, quote, "Most of the charges filed over the past year involve public officials accepting cash or gifts, a $1,500 suit, for example, in exchange for helping contractors win government work or some other benefit. A few officials are charged with the outright theft of taxpayer dollars. The FBI is also looking into allegations that candidates for public school teaching positions paid bribes to school board members to land jobs. Things have been like this for so long, I don't think many people see a lot wrong in what they've done," said Strackbein, 39, a former offensive lineman who played for the Oakland Raiders and Carolina Panthers in the 1990s. "I believe any elected official of the last 5 years is at risk of prosecution," he added. "I don't think many of them truly know what they can and cannot do. Few in the coal region are surprised. Machine politics has flourished here for decades. Government jobs and other taxpayer-funded goodies are often doled out to the politically connected, not just in Luzerne County, but throughout the area," unquote. Ironically, the football player quoted, he himself did time for taking a bribe as a politician.
Yeah, in his Wikipedia page, it says, quote, "Strackbein stated that he resigned due to a clash between longtime cultural practices in county politics and the higher standards of public office and the law. Specifically, he was formally charged with accepting a $5,000 bribe from a developer for voting to accept the developer's project into a government-funded tax incentive program," unquote.
The inequality is baked in from the coal baron days, the corruption by business and the money of politicians. It's all been normalized. That's what the so-called coal cracker mentality refers to. It's the mere exposure effect. The way it's always been, just the way things are. It is what it is.
Okay, are we going to have to ban that phrase from the podcast? Because I feel like it's going to keep coming up.
Sorry. Ironically, the politician that was inappropriately using the term on Facebook that I mentioned that made everyone mad and see red, well, he was primaried, but unfortunately his replacement turned out to be dubious as well. But that guy who said that people had a coal cracker mentality for opposing the gas power plant, which was the opposite of what it should have been, he did actually get that project pushed through despite opposition. So it's a data point in sort of solidifying the idea that it was unstoppable and that people ought to just be resigned to it. And obviously, this type of buying into the inevitability is not confined to northeastern Pennsylvania. I listened to public comments from a Menominee, Wisconsin town meeting on data centers in August 2025 and made a podcast commentary on this. And the one longtime environmental advocate somehow just stated as fact, which it isn't fact. It isn't a fact that data centers are inevitable, when of course, that's just what the industry wants you to believe. That's why you hear it everywhere.
It's going to happen, or it's unstoppable. The future is now.
Ugh.
And it's amazing how quickly we got to it's here to stay with AI, as if it's something which can't be undone or discontinued.
Right, and that's not true. But it's the bandwagon effect.
I think most people know what that means, but for all the folks who are using phrases without knowing the actual definitions or origins, bandwagon effect from Wikipedia says, quote, "It is a psychological phenomenon whereby the rate of uptake of beliefs, ideas, fads, and trends increases with respect to the proportion of others who have already done so," unquote.
My spouse, who also worked in advertising, calls it the stamp of approval effect.
Or the seal of approval.
There was a FDA Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee meeting back in May 2025. I wasn't chosen to speak, but I listened to the public comments, and it was filled with anti-vaxxers sounding off. What I found notable, though, was that even a few of the people who gave ostensibly pro-vaccine public comments, like in support of vaccination and vaccines, some were still parroting right-wing anti-vax and COVID contrarian talking points, almost like they were cowed into apologizing for wanting vaccines, like half-hearted or something. Phrases like personal risk assessment and personal choice and hedging. And this is the exact opposite of public health. And that's what vaccines are about. And public health is about encouraging best practice, and vaccines are best practice. And it was noticeable because the anti-vaxxers didn't apologize or hedge. They didn't shrink from full-throated support of their wackadoo positions. And when I do public comment, I go in and I state my case. You don't pussyfoot around like a jellyfish.
And who are we even apologizing to when we back away from a position or take it upon ourselves to weaken our stance on things that we believe in? There shouldn't be a predetermined power structure for taking a stance on things that matter and what amounts to our basic human rights that dictates we won't get the exact policies that we need. Democratic Socialist and New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani hasn't backed off anything in a way that would, appease his opposition. And by opposition, I'm mainly referencing the people in his own party who constantly kowtow to conservatives. If we back off anything, it should be the notion that reaching across the aisle to Republicans or cooperating in the spirit of party unity means making concessions to the point of zero progress. There are no alliances to be made when all we do is unilaterally disarm, especially after the voters have made their voices heard at the ballot box.
Right. And I think that that's why Zoran Mamdani, when he said, "I'm not going to apologize for being who I am," people really like that. It's significant. I was listening to an interview David Sirota did with Robert Reich. Excellent interview. Highly recommend. But in the interview, Robert Reich said he thought Obama was afraid to seem too liberal. And I wrote down while I was listening, Obama didn't want to seem too liberal because most people want to be understood and for others to see them the way they see themselves. In other words, I think Obama didn't see himself as too liberal. You shouldn't have to apologize, though, when you have all the facts and the ethical standing. But now I feel I have to mention that there was one doctor who gave a public comment at that meeting, the FDA meeting, who wasn't apologizing. And in disclosure, it's a pal of mine, Dr. Caitlin Sundling. And this was one person who gave a perfectly unshrinking comment in support of vaccination. So back to the meeting in Wisconsin on data centers, there were, a few people who gave public comments that were similarly resigned the way the environmental person was resigned. And they made it clear that they just wanted to be heard. They didn't expect anything else. The chairman of the neighboring town, the town being annexed by force to put a data center there, he said, quote, "I've resigned myself to the fact this is going to happen because you're just going to rubber stamp just like every other organization, every other governmental body," unquote. And that felt really familiar to me. 3 states over and 1,000 miles, and I knew just how he felt. The thing is, in this case, opposition got enough traction and the data center plans were scrapped for now there in Wisconsin, in Menominee, and as has happened in other places where they said it was unstoppable. So it wasn't inevitable after all.
The opposite of "it is what it is" could just be the image of an environmental activist who has chained themselves to a tree or a tractor. We should all, at a minimum, embrace that activist's mentality in the face of corruption and bullying from corporations and politicians.
Yeah, I hear "it is what it is" all the time, and I've had many people chastise me for complaining about nepotism or corruption. Like, it's just the way it is. It's the way it's always been. It's just the way things work. There's something that's well known as being typical of operating under authoritarian situations, actually. And that's where horizontal violence or lateral bullying takes place. People feel they can't fight the power coming down from the very powerful, and so they start policing those around them. And I think it's sometimes at play with this sort of mentality too. Some people accepted it, so they want me to accept it, or at least shut up about it so they can continue not to think about it.
When in reality, we don't have to accept any of that.
Right. Corruption can be uncovered and people held accountable. Workers can unionize and bargain for higher wages. I had an organizing mentor once say to me about things that seemed immutable. He said, "Of course, things can change. Things change all the time." That stuck with me. There's this interpretive sign that's on the Cedar Swamp Trail in a natural area in northern New Jersey. And it has the title, "Only Change is Constant." It was talking about how this mountain swamp has changed over time. It's a really nice walk, and I always think about that and that sign, "Only change is constant." But if we get accustomed to something, it seems normal only because it feels familiar. It's accepted as quote-unquote normal.
Normalcy bias. A website called Reboot describes normalcy bias starting with the "this is fine dog" cartoon meme, which is honestly the reigning champion of memes, in my opinion, where the dog is sitting in that room on fire having a coffee saying, "This is fine." The website says, quote, "Normalcy bias is also known as status quo bias, analysis paralysis, and fittingly, the ostrich effect. It's also commonly called denial," unquote.
The Wikipedia page on the topic says, quote, "Normalcy bias or normality bias is a cognitive bias which leads people to disbelieve or minimize threat warnings. Consequently, individuals underestimate the likelihood of a disaster when it might affect them and its potential adverse effects. The normalcy bias causes many people to prepare inadequately," unquote.
The Wikipedia page describes something from a book titled The Unthinkable: Who Survives When Disaster Strikes and Why by Amanda Ripley, and it describes the issue this way. Quote, "Ripley found that people were likely to deny that a disaster was happening. It takes time for the brain to process information and recognize that a disaster is a threat. In the deliberation phase, people have to decide what to do. If a person does not have a plan in place, this causes a serious problem because the effects of life-threatening stress on the body, e.g. tunnel vision, audio exclusion, time dilations, out-of-body experiences, or reduced motor skills, limit an individual's ability to perceive information and make plans." Ripley asserts that in the third and final phase, described as the decisive moment, a person must act quickly and decisively. Failure to do so can result in injury or death. She explains that the faster someone can get through the denial and deliberation phases, the quicker they will reach the decisive moment and begin to take action. Unquote.
Yes, and that's why it's good. Having a plan is good. And why checklists are so useful, which checklists sort of originated as a protocol in aviation. Interesting history there. But oddly, when I was preparing references for this topic, well, I had previously referenced a certain website for biases in the past, for topics like normalcy bias or the false consensus effect, but I don't reference that particular website anymore because, ironically, tons of that org's web pages are now pushing AI hype like nobody's business. They've pivoted hard to rather uncritically promoting the idea that AI is the inevitable future, full of promise and miracles, and have worked it into some of the pages on biases. But perhaps even more ironically is that they don't mention AI at all on their page about the bandwagon effect.
Of course not. It's too late. There's no turning back. The future is written. It is what it is.
No, wait, now you're saying it?
Look, the road behind us has been completely erased. And actually, our heads don't even turn around to look in that direction anymore.
Right. So back to the Reboot Foundation website, which also says about normalcy bias, quote, "We believed that the normal experience would overtake the abnormal one, and so we did not act, believing falsely that the return to normalcy would be swift. This was normalcy bias at work, and it is behind some of the most devastating tragedies in human experience," unquote. And so this is widely acknowledged to be a problem. There's two things working against us. We like things that seem familiar and then assume that the familiar will stay static. And I think certain forces, especially people interested in keeping the status quo and controlling the public or controlling other people, very much leverage these tendencies in us under the justification of maintaining order sometimes. They thwart the people, especially first movers, in decisive action in the face of a threat. Or seeking a solution to the problem. They say it's alarmist or whatever. And this is related to elite panic.
Oh, we're going to have to save that topic for an entire episode so that we can really go off.
Oh, right. So back to just focusing on normalcy bias and how it is being leveraged by those who would prefer to be unopposed. Remember when we kept being told that Roe versus Wade was settled law? Because to some extent I believed it, even though I knew there was a big project to overturn it, but somehow I didn't expect it even still.
So wait, it isn't what it is.
Right. I have to talk about this story it was a psych out in the media. And this actually came after I'd long nailed the coffin on subscribing to the New Yorker magazine. I was already done with them when they ran a piece that weirdly disparaged people for wearing respirator masks and red-baited public health advocates I was organizing with. But that's just another data point on the pitfalls of major media institutions and how you can't trust any of them to not insert PR. It's not that they don't do good reporting. It's that mixed in is a lot of PR-placed crap. A lot of people ask, well, where can I go for reliable news? And I think the best response to that is something I heard on a podcast from Jared Yates Sexton.
Quote, "Resolve today to view our media and politics through this lens. This means giving up on finding just one trustworthy place to find your news and instead starting to read between the lines of all news you come across. This takes rhetorical skill and critical thinking, which has largely been exercised from American education. Ask yourself when reading every article or viewing every video, who is this for? What is the purpose? The idea that our media is unbiased is ludicrous. You make decisions with every story, with every sentence, with every word," unquote.
And I agree with that. I don't think being biased means being wrong either, or that you can't trust something. But if you're going to be tricked about what the bias is or that there's no bias, then that's a problem. It's kind of like when somebody says partisanship or polarization is bad and you should try to get along with people you disagree with. But what if they're literally saying they think I shouldn't have rights? Is that just a disagreement? Because sometimes that's where we're at nowadays. And it's best to be very clearly communicating the difference. But that's not often the case. And I hear supposed information or media experts or journalists sometimes bending over backwards to do false equivalencies all the time.
In the interest of clearly communicating, let's define false equivalency. The Wikipedia page description says, quote, "A false equivalence or false equivalency is an informal fallacy in which an equivalence is drawn between two subjects based on flawed, faulty, or false reasoning. This fallacy is categorized as a fallacy of inconsistency. Colloquially, a false equivalency is often called comparing apples and oranges." Unquote.
Yeah, so sometimes the false equivalency is because of the desire to both sides saying things. Journalists want to sound fair and nonpartisan, and most of all, sober, like serious people. And sometimes I think it's about chastising others for raising appropriate alarm. Some of these people would try to shame the people who fled Pompeii and lived out their lives without getting pyroclasted into a grim prosperity. In 2021, Corey Robin had an essay published in the New Yorker magazine arguing that fear of fascism and the overturning of Roe v. Wade was overblown and essentially alarmist. All these people said Roe v. Wade was settled law. Don't worry. Then a year after that was published, Roe v. Wade was struck down by the Supreme Court. Historian Thomas Zimmer pointed out in May 2024 that after Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022, apparently the New Yorker magazine quietly changed the wording in Corey Robin's article, apparently to move the goalposts, to keep chastising people as overreacting, even while acknowledging that what they said wouldn't happen absolutely happened.
I'll quote here from Thomas Zimmer's Substack post titled "Democracy Americana. The anti-liberal left has a fascism problem. Quote, I'd be very interested to find out what happened here. Maybe I missed something, but I couldn't find an acknowledgement anywhere in the anthology that the selected pieces might have been altered or updated. In the credits, it merely says reprinted. The update clearly has been made to reflect that something major had happened in between the original publication and the reprint, something that in many ways directly contradicted a key argument. Robin's overall assessment in 2021 was that liberals needed to calm down since the right wasn't ever exercising its power in the way liberals decried. The liberal doomsday scenarios were never coming true, but in Dobbs, the right did exercise power in a dramatic way, stripping half the population of bodily autonomy and equal rights, unquote.
Yeah, I hardly recommend the whole article, which mentions a piece from Jacobin written shortly after the J6 insurrection, where someone named Daniel Bessner and Ben Burgess reportedly, quote, vehemently rejected the idea that the assault on the Capitol had been part of an attempted coup, unquote.
Ugh. Calm down. They were just tourists, right? It was a minor scuffle at best.
This is fine. It's fine. That op-ed seems quaint now, that almost 5 years ago, people writing for Jacobin were seriously thinking that big tech companies would oppose fascism, chastising socialists for saying insurrection or fascism because they thought tech tycoons were liberal when they have surely been revealed by now to be the most authoritarian extremists of them all. And the point is that we should be saying that because there are Democrats who are in bed with the right-wing, extremist, authoritarian tech types. But if you don't call them that, then it just looks like, quote-unquote, normal, bipartisan cooperations on the issues of the day. It's as if Douglas Rushkoff's story about meeting billionaires to talk about their future plans wasn't a good enough hint for lefties that the tycoons themselves They want a coup. Hopefully Jacob Silverman's new book, Gilded Rage, and all the reporting about the network state idea and all that kooky stuff they're doing will finally put a nail in the coffin and disabuse everyone once and for all that it's real. And what Curtis Yarvin spelled it out blatantly about wanting a regime change and monarchy and whatnot. And that's what galls me, really, is that all of this stuff is hiding in plain sight. But if you're not looking, if a lot of people are not getting that information, it's not breaking through for whatever reason. And that's a problem.
Whenever someone says do your own research, I want to reply with just read anything at all for once. If I'm critical of our society for any reason, it's out of a desire for everyone, all of us, to be more switched on. Being uninformed is complacency, and it's a choice, and it paves the way for a ruling class. Sci-fi author Ray Bradbury used to urge people to read one poem and one essay every night on any topic at all, just for fun. He wanted people to have a delightful life because after a year's time or whatever, your way of thinking would be, in his words, like a popcorn machine in your brain. It would motivate people to look at the world in all new ways and to even create your own art and writings.
Putting things together, it's critical thinking. It's a big deal. It sounds like he's encouraging thinking things through. We can get fooled into thinking things will remain the same, or that things are normal, or that things will get back to normal, or we're conditioned by exposure to accept things as this is fine. Then people accept it, almost as if it was always that way and will forever be this way. So then you start to see how dangerous those tendencies are. The mere exposure effect doesn't just make a soda brand seem cozy. It can inure people to things we really don't have to accept unchallenged. And normalcy bias can be just so dangerous. And so to sort of have a mental checklist ready and to recognize these things, it's important to be able to name them, at least for me. Somehow, that's how I figure things out. And having a name for stuff seems to be like really important.
A lot of podcasts focus on various aspects of these, the effects, what's being done, by who, and why. True crime podcast about scams, journalists covering cybersecurity, political pundits covering corporate crony capitalism, industry propaganda, and cults.
A lot of great podcasts, and I listen to a ton of them. But even the most media people on the left don't talk about the tactics actually used very much. Even though once you start looking at these things and hearing all the stories that are covered very well by the media and especially independent media, the more you look at these things, it's obvious that the same mechanisms, the same tools are being used.
And in many cases, these are documented and named tactics that people know about. In some countries, they've started teaching media literacy, for example.
Yeah, but for the most part, people aren't even warned at all anywhere about the pitfalls or even about the deliberate trickery involved. And there are reasons people don't talk about these things, many reasons.
One of the big ones is that by revealing effective tactics, they are at risk of being immediately neutralized. But these tactics have been normalized as a means of getting monetized, and there is no money or profit in pulling back that curtain.
I think one of the things that trips people up too and keeps people from naming the cognitive pitfalls at play is that some people assume that you can't talk about cognitive attacks unless you're accusing somebody of something. But it's true that some of these mechanisms at play arise out of the system. They don't have to be, quote unquote, perpetration of fraud. They don't have to be someone, quote unquote, lying. And most significantly, they don't have to be, quote unquote, criminal at all.
Though some of it is used criminally.
And there are a lot of things that are legal that shouldn't be. So we want to describe the problems that actually hinder people being warned about these cons and cognitive tricks and how they're deployed and not always obvious if you don't know what to look for, if you don't know that you're being cognitively attacked.
And a lot of times there's no direct action with spelled out evidence because it's rare anyone just does stuff outright and then says, I did that.
Yeah, unless it comes out in internal documents leak or a court case in discovery or a whistleblower talks. And usually that happens way later. Then you find out that the Sackler family knew the problem with their pain pills and did PR and promotion anyway. Decades ago, there were reports in the New York Times that it was already a problem spreading beyond Appalachia by 2001. But it's 2019, but by the time you have a ProPublica headline, about the court case, quote, Sackler embraced plan to conceal OxyContin's strength from doctors, sealed testimony shows, unquote. And they're quoting discussions that took place in 1997. And a research paper published in 2024 titled Interconnected Influence, Unraveling Purdue Pharmaceuticals' Role in the Global Response to the Opioid Crisis. And they describe the leveraging of networks, advocacy groups, and politicians in 2024.
These tricks apply to political misinformation, degradation of science, fraud, scams, cons, and the ever-increasing enshittification of everything.
Yeah, like Meta's Big Vig, taking a big cut off the top of billions of scams every day on social media. A story in Reuters from November 9th, 2025 by Jeff Horowitz, quote, Meta is earning a fortune on a deluge of fraudulent ads, documents show. Meta projected 10% of its 2024 revenue would come from ads for scams and banned goods, documents seen by Reuters show, and the social media giant internally estimates that its platforms show users 15 billion scam ads a day. Among its responses to suspected rogue marketers, charging them a premium for ads and issuing reports on scammiest scammers, unquote. And it's not just Facebook and Instagram. All these tech companies make fortunes on crummy products, scams, and disinformation. YouTube has been profiting off climate denialism for years. And that's before you even get to sometimes downright disturbing ads on YouTube, including disinformation purveyors previously banned. They've been invited back. The health misinformation people, they've been invited back. Cory Doctorow said, this is part of the enshittification process with the too big to care companies. And I see enshittification everywhere anymore. I imagine I'm not the only one who deals with sifting through bad service, even with legitimate products and services sold by straightforward companies. Lena Khan was trying to make a dent in that when she was at the FTC and the Biden administration, and even some Republicans apparently supported her efforts. Now, Lena Khan was hired for Zoran Manbani's team, which is, I'd say, a good sign, but corporate conservatives certainly don't see it that way. Their PR is invoking conspiracy theories to try to trick the working class conservatives against the efforts to rein in big business and corporate corruption of society. When most people hate the corrupt, feudalist or cloud feudalist type system being pushed on us by privatization, corporations, the business lobby, and unchecked billionaires. And a lot of this is pushed with cognitive trickery by industries with lots of money to pepper the media full of their PR. On and on, again and again, over and over.
Repeat and repeat. Well, I think this was a good introduction episode.
Yeah, good intro.
Should we outro?
Well, if you want.
Not me, Chloe. Us. We're co-hosting, after all.
Got it. Onward.
In what could possibly be the least surprising news in American history, the Trump regime has been caught committing war crimes. And it sounds a little bit silly to hear those words come out of my mouth, seeing as how they've been doing that in the open. Nonetheless, they basically came as close to saying, hey, you do that war crime, as they possibly could. The Hill reports the Washington Post published reporting on Friday that Hegseth had issued an order to kill everybody on board a boat in the Caribbean that was suspected of carrying drugs. 11 people were on board on the vessel and only 2 survived, found clinging to the smoldering wreck. To comply with Hegseth's directive, the Special Operations Commander, who was in charge of the military operation, then conducted a second strike to kill the 2 survivors, who were then blown apart in the water. So they double-tapped a boat suspected of carrying drugs. This is a textbook war crime here. And this happened after Hegseth removed the remaining guardrails in place to minimize the likelihood that these sort of things happen in the first place. As Julia Connolly of Common Dreams reports, the former Joint Associations Group's working group, which was established in February in response to Hegseth's firing of Army and Air Force JAGs, said that the dismissal of the military's top legal advisor set the stage for the Defense Secretary's order and the continued bombing of boats in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific, which have now killed more than 80 people. Hegseth's systematic dismantling of the military's legal guardrails led to the formation of the working group. Pointed out the former JAGs, had those guardrails been in place, we are confident they would have prevented these crimes. Well, I doubt that, seeing as how our country commits war crimes all the time with impunity. We've just kind of watered down and adapted the meaning of war crimes to align with the logic from the Bush era's war on terror, where we basically give ourselves a blank check to indiscriminately murder anyone in any country wherever we see fit. But Hegseth is so brazen that he didn't even feel the need to give himself plausible deniability. Yet he's still denying this report and trying to throw somebody else under a bus, even though he called this fake news. So I don't know why you need a scapegoat if it's fake news in the first place. But I mean, at the same time that he's denying that he committed this war crime, he's shitposting with pictures like this featuring Franklin the Turtle murdering people, which doesn't even really make sense at all. It's just like a boomer meme. Nonetheless, this is what he's posting. These are not serious people, but that goes without saying. Now, when Trump was asked about his defense secretary committing a literal war crime by giving a kill order, well, he predictably feigned ignorance. And there's a video of this, but I'm just going to read you the transcript because the audio is dog shit, as it usually is when they're on planes. Nonetheless, that's when they ask him questions. That's when he takes questions because they don't want us to hear the answer. But apparently the reporter said, hey, can you talk about the strikes and the conversation, or the controversy rather, around Hegseth? And he said, I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that. And the reporter says, you don't know if there was a second strike to kill the 2 men? And Trump said, oh, he said he didn't do it. And the reporter said, would you be okay with that if he did? Trump dodged, saying, he said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision. Yeah, I'm going to call bullshit on that one. But let's assume for a moment that Pete Hegseth didn't give that kill order that led to the double tapping. We know he did, but let's assume that he didn't for argument's sake. Still, you have no right to bomb boats in the Caribbean, 1, without congressional approval, and 2, without use ad bellum. That is a moral or legal justification to go to war under international law. Venezuela poses no threat to the United States whatsoever. Therefore, you have no right to invade a sovereign country. And no, claiming without evidence that they're smuggling drugs to the United States, that doesn't count. Because even if you could prove that that's the case, which they have not, that is a criminal offense, not a fucking act of war towards us. And I think that Rand Paul, of all people, honestly, had the best, most concise rebuttal to Donald Trump's attempt to manufacture consent for war with Venezuela.
Number one, there is no fentanyl made in Venezuela. Not just a little bit, there's none being made in Venezuela. These are outboard boats that, in order for them to get to Miami, would have to stop and refuel 20 times. They're in all likely going to Trinidad and Tobago, which is an island right off of the coast of Venezuela. So there's a lot of reasons to be worried about this. But number one is the broader principle of when can you kill people indiscriminately? When you're at war. That's why when we declare war, it's supposed to be done by Congress. It's supposed to be thoughtful. It's supposed to be debated. And we're not supposed to do it willy-nilly. And then when you have war, you just kill people in the war zone. And even then there are rules of engagement. But interdicting drugs has always been a criminal activity and a criminal anti-crime sort of activity where we don't just summarily execute people. We actually present evidence and convict them.
Exactly. And Rodrigo Duterte, the former president of the Philippines, he also prosecuted the drug war in his country in a similar way. by killing people. And he's now rotting away in The Hague for crimes against humanity. But I don't want to give you the false impression that this is about drugs in the first place, because it's not. Trump couldn't care less about drug trafficking, as evidenced by the fact that, as the Wall Street Journal points out, he just pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was serving a 45-year sentence in prison for drug trafficking. So I don't even know why he's bothering to still pretend as if the facade exists any longer, because it doesn't, especially after a GOP lawmaker already said the quiet part loud and announced why they want to go into Venezuela in the first place.
Maduro is not Fidel Castro. Maduro is not a brave boy. So now that he has under...
Welcome to the absurdity space, our very first episode. We have, we have that intro. The intro, it's crazy that Conan, our intro made by Conan Neutron of Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends, Neutron Friends at bandcamp.com if you want to listen to his other music. And of course, he also does all the intro themes for our movie night extravaganza months, and a regular thing too. But no, I love that it's my laugh. That, I didn't even catch that at first. Going,
yeah, no, it's so good.
But absurdity space. We're gonna use this platform to kind of talk about the news, talk about what's going on in politics, and kind of the most ridiculous stories going on, and make fun of them. I guess. I mean, that's kind of the point.
Yeah, the masses demanded that Forrest and I do a political podcast together, so here we are.
trying it out. Although we've been on every single podcast. I feel like for a while people would only bring me on if you were also on. I mean, you'd already be on most of them, but they'd be like, "Oh, well, we'll bring you on with Kristina."
Yeah, obviously. So, Forrest, what have we been cooking? We've been talking about certain former journalists and the many men in her life.
the many.
One of my former governor, apparently, of South Carolina.
Oh yeah, Mark Sanford. Yeah. I have the. Hang on. I have a doc, but do you want to intro the story?
Okay, so for those who don't know, what Olivia Nuzzi, right?
Yeah.
So she was a journalist was it Variety? Was she? But she was also a journalist for other publications too.
Oh, she was a journalist for, I believe it was the New Yorker. She was a official.
Yeah. And her ex has been dropping big, massive dumps about her personal life within the last few months, I believe. Apparently, she had relations with Keith Olbermann, Mark Sanford. We know about her emotional affair with RFK Jr. So when Forrest sent me this, I was like, we gotta talk about this because this is interesting because we haven't heard from her until it got revealed that she did have this affair-ish with RFK Jr. when she was doing a report on him about when he was running for president.
Yeah.
So that was fascinating.
I was wrong. It was New York Magazine. She was working for them for the last 3 presidential elections, and she was really, really good at covering these stories.
She's our age. She's
Yeah,
our age. She's like 32. I'm like, what
yeah,
the
she's a year older than I am, which is crazy. But yeah, she was going. She was telling me she would go every single time there was a presidential election. So for the last 3 presidential elections, and she was really good at getting next to the people that were in the Trump administration, and literally next to them. But she was very good at getting information from them and doing these profiles that would reveal a lot of information about stuff that they were up to, or their private information, like these really revealing profiles. And it turns out that at least the one on RFK Jr., she had gotten into this sexting relationship with him. And the two of them were sending messages back and forth, sending nudes back and forth.
Now Cheryl Hines know how Hillary Clinton feels,
Yeah.
Notice Cheryl Hines, she's been going on this tour of I mean, no one's asked her about any of this. She's just, talking about, how isolated she feels by standing by her man who's anti-vax and all this shit. And I'm like, yeah, but he had an affair technically.
Yeah, no one's asked her about the affair. She
Weird,
went on Bill Maher, and it reminded me of I don't know, like you and I plotting on a show, because Bill Maher was like, we should have a show together, don't you think? We would get such good ratings if we had a show together. And that's the line of questioning he kept talking with about them. But no, so this is from literally yesterday. She released her book American Canto, and it's her book about her many affairs. And she went on the Bulwark and got pressed about why she didn't reveal the information, because in her book she talks about how, I haven't read the book, but I read everyone else talking about the book. RFK Jr. was on DMT, and he's been taking ketamine, and he relapsed, and all this information about him. And
a lot of this makes sense too, by the way. I'm just saying.
But she didn't come out about any of that information, and she said that she was trying to protect him and protect his presidential ambitions, which is funny because he got he dropped out before.
Did he even have a chance?
He did not have a chance, but she didn't. And then she tried to turn herself into the victim by saying she was afraid that RFK was going to kill her or something. So I don't know. It seems like she doesn't tell a lot of information actually about herself in the book. She does the thing where you you paint a picture of your life to make it seem way more romantic and tragic than it actually is. But yeah, so I found this clip, and she's getting pressed by the guy Tim Miller, who's he's the former guy for Jeb Bush, who's rebranded as the Bulwark. The guy,
he wasn't. Yeah. I think he was recently done. He recently did a surrounded on Jubilee.
Yeah, the Jubilee. Yeah. But he also was the guy that trapped Zoran into saying that he wouldn't. It's not even something that he said, but he was like, "Well, I'm thinking off the top of my head. What about globalize the Intifada? That sounds pretty bad." And Zoran was like, "Well, I'm not going to condemn something that sounds pretty bad just because it came off off the top of your head that you came up with."
Oh, and that's why people were led to believe he literally actually said we should globalize the Intifada. Thanks, dude.
And but I mean, he's the former Jeb Bush comms guy. I do want to know what his reaction. No one's even asked him what the reaction to Please Clap was when Jeb was when that campaign was really fading away.
Come on the absurdity space, Tim, and
he would have been the guy that would have to come up with the the rationale behind that in that moment. But yeah, so this is him pressing Olivia Nuzzi about why she didn't come forward. His line of questioning is about how it could have derailed his Senate campaign, but I mean his HHS confirmation. But I don't think it would have derailed his HHS confirmation at the Senate, the hearings, because he got outed for being for sexually assaulting his kid's babysitter, and that didn't derail his so I don't know. All right, here's the clip.
He was trashing you. He's being nominated to be HHS secretary. His reign, I think, as you said in the newsletter today, you agree with, has not been good. You had information that you could have shared. Look, Matt Gaetz got denied. It's possible. RFK wasn't even a Republican. It's possible that these senators could have not confirmed him, and you didn't share anything about him. Why? Why? Did you still love him, or was it just?
I don't know how to responsibly handle this on camera with you here. I'm writing in that scene that you're talking about how I felt privately, about my private reaction, how I felt privately. Right.
But you had you'd acted to help him. Like you admit in the book, you'd acted to help him over the course of the campaign. And so like once you realized that he was screwing you over, you didn't take any counteraction. You just let him, right? Walk over you.
You're reading about it now. I lost
but
my
now
job.
He's in there and he's doing a lot of bad stuff. Like, don't you look at that and think, like, do you look at that? I guess when you're saying that you have the distance now that have clarity, like, do you see clearly what he's doing now?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's what was your phrasing? It hasn't been good. I agree with that. I think that's the correct assessment. But you're sort of, I don't really know what to do with the question that you're asking me, because it's making a lot of assumptions.
It's not making assumptions. It's just like you said you helped him, right, during the campaign. And
I write about it. I write about what I did wrong. Yeah.
And it's like once you've done that, like you didn't, like you cease to have become like a journalistic actor, and like you're.
Well, I lost my job, right? I was fired.
Right.
I was fired, and I was in hiding, and I was afraid.
Scared? Were you scared? Yeah.
I was terrified.
Of what?
I mean, I write in the book about, I was terrified of the man I did not marry. And I was very worried about people knowing where I was. And
I'm
we
sorry.
pause this? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can pause it.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
This was very Rizless. Like, this was not, like, he ain't good at interviewing. She's not good at being interviewed.
Yeah.
What? I need a minute.
It's funny. It's funny. Like, it's funny to write the whole book and then not have an answer prepared when somebody's like, when they're like, "Why didn't you speak out about this during the Senate confirmation hearings?" And she's like, "I don't know." She's kind of just sputtering, and then I do love the thing where you're like, "Can we pause this for a second?" And then you just get off, like you just shut your computer.
Yeah, about to do that. I like this is so funny to me, because it's like, girl, like, you, as someone pointed out, I think it was Pinkerbell in the chat, she didn't have a better answer prepared for this at all.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Like,
it's not like he's not asking questions that are like very pressing, right? Like, you could be like, I mean, he even tried to help her and say, well, you were scared of him, right? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, well, what are you scared of? And she's like, I was scared of
the man I love, I can't marry. Oh, I'm like, what?
I mean, I don't know. That guy does do kind of, he's spilling all their tea. And
but
he's like,
RK Jr. is not even that good looking. Like, I mean, he's not as handsome as his father, clearly, but it's like, what do women see in this guy? I mean,
because he's had a bunch of different affairs. He's had like, I mean, I don't know. I think I think for a certain kind of person, the Kennedy name is still extremely powerful. But like, there's a lot better Kennedys. I feel like he's the worst Kennedy. Like, if you hook up with him, you're hooking up with like the worst Kennedy. I don't know what exactly. Like,
I'd rather hook up with the corpse of Ted and he murdered a teacher. Like, I don't,
I'm trying to find the Bulwark interview that they did with Globalize the Intifada, where he kind of trapped Zoran into an attack that for the rest of that entire campaign, dogged him, which shouldn't have even, like, that was another one that I don't know. It feels like there should have been a better way to handle that one too, but I don't know if someone's like, will you condemn this in the middle of, like, they just make something up off the top of their head.
Yeah. It's like the whole, like, Miss Rachel being like the top anti-Semite of the year situation. It's like, it's one woman who runs that thing, and it's like, everyone's like, really? Not even Nick Fuentes? And this is, I'm gonna go off topic here, but like, same with the ADL.
We don't have a topic. We're riffing.
I know. But it's funny because you mentioned like how to handle those situations is that, Jonathan Greenblatt is scared of the Chaya rate check. I mean, the ADL put her on like a list of like, extremist people to, critique and all that. But then she came after them and they stopped. They removed her. Like, it's like, come on, seriously? Like, you're afraid of libs of TikTok and the number one like Nazi podcaster.
Yeah,
But Elon is just an awkward hand gesture,
And they've like the excuse that lady made from from Stop Anti-Semitism, which does keep getting written up as an organization, and it is not an organization. I even looked at that on LinkedIn.
One bitch running a Twitter account.
They claim to have between like 2 and 10. Like on LinkedIn, you can see how many employees somebody has. So I looked at it like last night, and it said between 2 and 10 employees, but then it didn't list any other employees. It's just her. I think her name is like Leora Rez or something like that. She's like a Ukrainian emigre from like before the Soviet Union fell. That she's sitting in. She lives in Connecticut, and she made she was originally a fashion blogger, by the way. She was a fashion blogger that nobody was reading her fashion blog, which was like I think her name was like the name was like Jew in the City or something, or Jewish girl in the city. Like it was something like very very caveman-esque. It was like,
oh my god. Why? Oh my god, that's hilarious though. And it's you always a lot of people, they fail at one thing and then they rebrand and then it ends up working for them kind of, and it's like that's how it is for most of these like right-wing grifters who failed in Hollywood. Like it's like the tall tale stories, like, oh, or even if they try to make it in like the leftist media space, but they know there's no money here, so they do like the right-wing grift. Like being friends with like Jack Posobiec and the story. Some of these people, they got big during like the Bernie years, and it's like, yeah, I didn't follow those people when they started. Like once you get like a whiff, like a little sniffle of right wing, fuckery, like in like their views and what they're saying, it's like, nah, I'm leaving. I'm abandoning ship. This is not working out. I can't. It's like when people talk shit about a red, brown alliance not being a thing. I'm like, how do you feel about people who think, whoa, Candace Owens is crazy, but she's saying some good stuff about Israel? I'm like, that's how it starts though. Like we can't be letting those people in these spaces. TYT. Yeah,
I mean, TYT is definitely gonna have Nick Fuentes on, by the way. That's coming. Like you could tell.
Oh yeah.
I was watching. I didn't watch all of Thanksgiving. I can't. I
was like, I can't do this. No.
But as soon as I heard Jank be like, well, I think that Tucker and Nick Fuentes are authentic about their dislike of Israel, I was like, oh, they're gonna have Nick Fuentes on.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny too because like a lot of people
should we have Nick Fuentes on?
Oh god, it was funny too because they were showing a lot of like right wing Zionist accounts were showing like the clip of Hassan and Cenk. They're like, wow, Hassan is praising Hitler and Cenk Uyghur's praising Nick Fuentes. I'm like, first of all, Hassan in the clip is not even praising Hitler. I don't know where you people got that from. Hassan was the rational person as always in his debates with Cenk. Since TYT has done this weird, we should like work with right wingers to form a real populist agenda, blah 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 blah, and it's like
it is crazy. And I feel like I guess I'm stealing the Mark Maron bit a bit here, but it is crazy to like imagine if Hitler was still alive, like the podcast run he'd be having right now with people inviting inviting Hitler onto their podcast to be like to ask him questions about stuff and be like, we want to get the whole story. You see, here on this podcast, we want to hear from all sides, and people can make their own opinions and their own views up, and that's why we're having Hitler on this week to tell his side of the story.
It's like someone I was once friends with on Facebook. I posted, and they're like, no one has ever proven to me that the ovens, that the gas chambers existed in World War II, and I was like, Auschwitz is a fucking museum.
It's pretty funny that because I saw that post that you had that the person said that, and like 6 people underneath it were like, I've gone to there. I've seen the ovens.
Yeah. What is this, like a simulation or something? Like, it's so ridiculous that the year in our Lord 2025, people who grew up learning about the Holocaust are like, no. Even when the Holocaust was happening, there were people who were actually like denying it, and it's like,
yeah,
you were there, you partook in it, yet you're denying it.
To figure this out, that like nobody even knew. Well, I'm not saying nobody, but like in America, right? Like it wasn't common knowledge that the Holocaust was even happening until 1942, I believe, is when they came to the, they were talking about it like internationally.
Yeah.
Before that, I mean, they knew about obviously they knew about concentration camps, like they've known about that forever, but they didn't know about the extermination camps, which were like the next step up from there. And I was like, so I've been reading, like I've read several World War II books, and I was trying to really figure it out, and it seems like it was 1942 when the information about the Holocaust, because they knew about it, like FDR knew about it before that, and Churchill knew about it before that, but they actually came out about it to the American public. So I mean, not sharing that information as fast as they could have probably added to that. But I don't know how like we take it obviously for granted that the Holocaust happened and it was horrific, but I don't know how you would break that news to people, like if they had never had that before, right? Like if there was never like a genocide to that level before, I guess there was like the Armenian genocide and stuff like that, but and the Nambian genocide.
They recently, Bailey Sarian, who's Armenian, doing her Dark History podcast, she talked about the Armenian genocide, and she's like, they still don't acknowledge it really today. Like it took, I think it was Gavin Newsom who finally, a year or two ago, acknowledged that yes, it happened. And I'm like, I don't even think the U.S. government acknowledges that it actually.
There was a big deal. There was a big deal with the Armenian, because the Armenians have a lobby. I mean, it's not a powerful one, obviously, but they have their own lobby.
If anyone needed a lobby,
they were pushing during the Obama administration. And so there was this big thing during the Obama administration where he couldn't, obviously, because he was in meetings with Erdogan, he couldn't call it meetings with Erdogan, and he couldn't exactly call it like a genocide. So they came up with something that both sides could agree on, which is like the mass slaughter of Armenia. So yeah, it hasn't been acknowledged by the U.S. government because we want Turkey and NATO.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, with Erdogan in power, do we really need them? Do we really need Turkey and NATO?
He's only in power for a little bit longer, though. I think this is his last term.
Yay!
I
Turkey great again. Not dry, by the way.
Cabo Trap House had the thing where they're talking about how these people on Turkish Twitter that don't like Erdogan call him like a watermelon seller, and they thought it was like some slur, but it turns out he actually sold watermelons. Like that was his job for the first 5. They're like, that watermelon seller.
It's like when people say, "Oh, Zohran Mamdani's never had a real job," or Bernie Sanders never had a real job, and I'm like, "What is a real job?" I'm like, most of these people do
I always ask
class jobs.
I always ask that too, because I'm like, all right, it seems like we get rid of, because I've also seen people say that baristas aren't a real job, McDonald's isn't a real job, politician isn't a real job. Yeah, there's just I don't know. It just seems like there's so many things. It's less than so. Then what are those things? If they're not real jobs?
The lawyers, doctors, are those the real jobs? I'm like, I'm sorry, but I mean, if most politicians do have some sort of degree in law or major political science and law at the same, because knowing laws and all that. But it's come on, we need. I mean, fucking Rand Paul is an eye doctor, before he got into politics or something like that. So it's yeah, but it's
you know who else wasn't an ophthalmologist before they got into politics? Bashar al-Assad.
What?
Yeah.
No.
He was Bashar al-Assad was he lived in London at the time, and he was an eye doctor in London.
Oh wow! Should we have the debate whether or not he gassed his own people? Just kidding. I think it's interesting. That's still up for debate. It's it's funny to me because it's he's almost like the Saddam Hussein when it comes to yeah, he did stuff to his people, but also we need him for other things too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's funny that he's still alive. It just shows you that I saw someone the other day saying God willing, Maduro will soon be in the same place as Bashar al-Assad in hiding basically in the Kremlin or in Kremlin associated housing or something. And it's but that means you've kept them alive.
Yeah,
you think that they'd be trying to make a deal right now to trade. I mean, I think they were for a bit, but to trade Assad for something.
Yeah.
But,
have you heard about, speaking of the Kremlin or whatever, have you heard of moral migration?
No.
So a lot of conservatives who think America has gone too woke, even under Trump, they moved to Russia on a moral migration. It's a real thing. I think it was on Sunday morning or something like that. And it's a lot of these conservatives are we're moving to Russia but they're like, it hasn't been that easy because we have to know the language, we got to, assimilate, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, really? That's
I did know about there's certain like conservatives that have moved to not necessarily Russia, but like Hungary because they joined the Russian Orthodox Church. And like that, because it's like, I don't know, like JD Vance obviously converted to Catholicism. And it's like, but like
he's hoping his soon to be ex-wife does the same thing too.
There's a level above that where it's like somebody that converted to Catholicism and then went, actually, I'm gonna go further back to like the schism pretty much, and I'm gonna join the Russian Orthodox Church because I think that's actually the purest form of Christianity. And there's like a sect of conservatives that have actually done that.
Oh God. Yeah, it was interesting interviewing like these conservative families, but also too some of the like older kids of these families that have done this moral migration to Russia because there's no you can't be gay, you can't be obviously, and it's like a lot of the adult kids are moving back to the U.S. because they're like, it fucking sucks here. It sucks. Like it's not it's not even for a conservative, it's like it's really not the conservative bastion that they'd actually hope for.
I mean, they're also in the middle of a war and they're conscripting people. There was somebody that I remember hearing this story about this family.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah,
the family moved.
The
guy
ended
up being forced to draft into the war and he died fighting in Ukraine, right?
Yeah. And it was like and like the wife was like, we moved to Russia and we thought we were gonna have like this trad conservative life, and then my husband just got drafted and sent to Ukraine.
Hey, American conservatives, the draft seems like a bad idea now, does it?
I have this thing that I wanted to run by you. It's as Democrats search for their MAGA, author catches Jeffrey's attention. The minority leader is trying out a new venture capitalist new book title, Strong Floor, No Ceiling, as the Democrat centrist answer to make America great again.
I just saw this on someone's TikTok too, and I was like, really? That's what we're going with right now? Seriously? I mean, Hakeem Jeffries literally said because Henry Cuellar, who, Nancy Pelosi and who else really fought? Jim Clyburn. Democrats, South Carolina, they fought tooth and nail to make sure that Jessica chick would not win against Henry Cuellar. And of course, him and his wife did like corruption. Trump's pardoning him. And Hakeem Jeffries is like, this is fine. He really didn't do anything wrong or what. It's fine. This is like low level corruption. It's fine. And I'm
they love
like,
Henry Cuellar. That's like their guy though.
Yeah.
We got
the anti-choice Democrat in the state of Texas. Am I right?
We got a congratulations that somehow misspelled both of our names, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Yes.
No, all four of those guys. In my head, right? I was just imagining that it's not some author that, because like Hakeem Jeffries doesn't read, right? Like, and so
his
I was imagining
cool. He should come on the show.
I do like his brother was a big Zoran supporter because he also had the name Kwame.
Yeah.
Which is, Kwame Nkrumah. They were both named after him. So he's like, Kwame. We were both Kwames. But I was just thinking about Hakeem Jeffries listening to Lil Wayne, like No Ceilings.
Yeah. A lot of people were bitching about Lil Wayne at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade this year. I'm like, come on, man. We got to get hyped up for the turkey.
Have you ever gone to the Macy's Day Parade?
No, but I was in New York City on New Year's Eve day, and even though we were there for a matinee at Jersey Boys, the cops were already like, "Get out of here!" And we're like, we got to go to the 52nd Street near Hell's Kitchen. We're gonna leave. Don't worry, we're gonna get out of the city. We don't want to hang around. It's fine. Those cops are nasty.
When I turned 21, I don't know, like way long ago, like a decade ago, when I turned 21,
we're getting old.
Me and my friend Liam decided it would be a good idea to go on Thanksgiving to see the Macy's Day Parade, and we made it. But I don't remember any of it because I was just 21. Like I had just turned 21 a couple months before, and it was like
Were you drinking hard liquor to keep warm in the morning.
But also we didn't think about how early you had to get up.
Yeah,
So,
she had to get like 4 a.m. Like it's crazy.
yeah, so we took a bus there, and then I think by the time we got there, the parade was just ending. So we caught the tail end of it, if I remember correctly. And then I was like, this is like it's the morning on Thanksgiving now, and like we thought this was gonna be like, I don't know, we plotted it out. We're like, this is gonna be a great trip. Like we're gonna do this. Like, you know, our families are cooking food or whatever, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna do this. And then we got there, and we were like, this is way too early. I don't know. You know what we were thinking by doing this.
Yeah, it's preparing for like a big event in New York City, like the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, or being there for New Year's Eve. Justice for Barney, by the way, I can't wait for that live action movie to come out.
I sent you this on Thanksgiving, but I couldn't stop thinking about they whacked him. They fucking whacked him.
Yeah, I mean that's why a lot of the balloons now are like run with like people on golf carts, or you need like 50 people now to hold the thing because it was windy that year.
Yeah,
it was so windy that year. It was crazy.
Somebody they made AI, like a bunch of those Groiper people made AI to make a giant Groiper balloon, and they tried to see like, wow, the Macy's Day Parade, but it was clearly AI.
Oh god. You know what pisses me off? No,
my thing was gonna be coming up with new Democrat slogans. You know,
yeah. What do you got? What do you got?
I don't know. I gotta think about this a little bit. But I mean, I like we will win. I think that they should go with that.
We will win.
We will win. Do you remember when right after Cuomo lost the primary and announced that he was running in the general again, he went out on like at an event or something that he was doing. I think it was at NAN, like the Al Sharpton's like event.
Is that what he said? I am black. I am gay. I'm a Jew or whatever. Was that before that?
No, this was a long time ago. But that was I think in 2018 when he was running on the Women's Empowerment Party with Kathy Hochul. But he walked out of an event and he goes, "We will win. We will win." And I think he was trying to get Schumer to support him.
Yeah, that did not help at all. That's crazy.
I mean, look, my Democrat slogan: strongly worded letter.
There you go. My Democratic slogan is I don't know. I can't keep up. I can't think of one.
In for a penny, out for a pound.
There you go.
Vote Democrat. 2020. They should join the culture war. Like they should add this as the penny to the culture war.
Yeah.
Because MAGA took away the penny, and I could see Chuck Schumer. I could see Chuck Schumer going out there and being like, with his glasses like this, and he's like,
there you go.
And he's like, they've taken away pennies. Donald Trump has taken away the penny, and I think Americans deserve 1 cent. And the American family, 1 cent can go a long way. And he's doing
try to do like a Bernie thing too, and Bernie standing behind him like,
I don't know.
This is my thing. This is my thing.
The two of them are like, I don't know if you should do this, Chuck Schumer.
Oh God, see, this is what happens when you put us together, y'all. It's a little chaotic.
You see, Hakeem Jeffries he's like a giant penny, like this big, and he's like, Donald Trump wants to take away the penny, but he's like. Well, if he's going to take away the penny, call me Pennywise.
Oh, man, that poor clown. It's so funny how I was talking about this on my show yesterday, how I made a lot of my friends watch the original miniseries as kids because I was not afraid. Nothing scared me. Forrest could tell you all the stories of how he was scared of the flying monkeys in The Wizard of Oz, how Lester shot
They were creepy. I'm sorry. The monkeys in The Wizard of Oz are very creepy. And then Wicked somehow, I mean, like now I'm an adult. I know that I can fuck up a monkey, but I mean, even if that winks, but like, I don't know. Wicked somehow made them more, like if I was a kid and I watched Wicked
made them more terrifying?
I mean, Wicked put like giant teeth and claws on them. Like, I'm just saying if I was like, because I watched like Wizard of Oz for the first time when I was like 4 or 5. So like, I don't know. I could like if I was thinking back to like if I was like that young and I saw the ones in Wicked, like they were way more terrifying. I feel like in Wicked than they were in the original Wizard.
I mean, seeing the transformation could be scary. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could have made scarier in for good at least, and we'll talk about that in February with Julia. But like the electroshock therapy and Return to Oz scared you too.
Yeah. Well, because I didn't know. See, there's a lot of things that scared me. I didn't know that like that's a thing at the time that could happen to you. And I have like enough mental stuff that's gone on in my life that I'm like, what if they should electroshock me? And then later on, I found out like it doesn't happen anymore. But at least
no.
At least not in the Western world.
Yeah.
See, Pinkerbell says her dad was scared of the flying monkeys and the Wizard of Oz when he was a kid. It's clearly small guys in a monkey costume. Like I think that's what makes the Wizard of Oz monkeys scary. It's like little small men. I think a lot of them were the same ones as the Munchkins.
Yeah.
So they were like the Munchkins aren't creepy, but it's like maybe a little bit, but
I met the one Lollipop Guild guy years ago before he died, Jerry. The one who hands the lollipop to Judy Garland.
Yeah,
I was really young when I met him. He was so cool.
Of them made it to 90 or something.
Yeah, a lot of them were kids.
Yeah.
But like a lot of my friends, because when the new It movies came out, I was like, "You guys gonna see the new It?" They're like, "Fuck no! You made me watch that miniseries, and I have a fear of clowns because of you." And I'm like, "Not my fault. You have babies." Like I literally asked my mom, like, "Did anything scare me?" And she's like, "Nothing scared you. You watched The Wizard of Oz when you were 3-4 years old. Fine. Even the Titanic sinking didn't scare you." And I'm like, "Anything scared? Like nothing?" She's like, "No." And I'm like. Meanwhile, my sister can't watch horror movies because she saw Pet Sematary when it came out when she was young. And she kept hearing like that female character like hissing or whatever. And she was telling about how she was having a sleepover at my cousin's house and like the heat vent was making like the same hissing noise, and that scared the crap out of her. She's like, "I've never seen a horror movie since." And I'm like, "You're no fun."
I feel like it's weird things for me. Like I feel like it's like the monkey and the Wizard of Oz. Like
yeah. I noticed that one of them was wearing Glinda's pink jacket from the end of part 1.
Yeah. By the way, like they were tiny. The monkeys were obviously tiny humans. But what I was saying is like what was scary about the monkeys and the Wizard of Oz is it was clearly like small people in a monkey costume. Like,
monkey mask and all that.
I found that kind of terrifying as a kid. I feel like I've spent more podcast time talking about this than like almost any other subject at this point.
I mean, I watched the chest burster seeing an alien when I was like 5 or 6, and I was like, cool. And then when I watched the Spaceballs, I was like, oh, I see where this is going. Not again. Oh my god.
I'm trying to pull it up, but I have an ad blocker on. There's the story that Trump launched his media wall of shame, the media offenders list.
Oh,
and he included Barry Weiss's CBS on it.
Why? She got hired specifically to make CBS more pro-Trump, and if Warner Brothers gets bought out by Paramount, which I hope to God it does, and I'd rather have Universal because of the Wicked Wizard of Oz stuff, CNN is going to be even more right-wing than it already is.
Trump unveils Media Offender of the Week in Hall of Shame on White House website. David Ellison owned and Barry Weiss run CBS News makes the list. Maybe he hasn't been told about it yet. Donald Trump is this week with personally demeaning female journalists. POTUS has now decided to make his war on the so-called enemy of the people online official with a new White House website page amidst the tragic shooting. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so it's he's doing his.
That's weird. I don't get it. That makes no sense to me. I don't understand. Like, why would he put her on there?
I mean, it's probably like he's already mad at CBS, so he probably is. It's probably a warning to them. Media misleading, biased, exposed. See, Boston Globe exposed. CBS exposed. The Independent.
Hassan Piker exposed. I'm surprised Trump doesn't know who's. They're really trying to make the Trump administration know who Hassan is, and it hasn't really worked yet.
See, outlet CBS News. This website is terribly designed, by the way.
Yeah, it just doesn't line up, like I don't get it.
Oh, so it's this tweet. This tweet. President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress? So it's asking Caroline Leavitt about it, I guess is what they're on the list for.
She's getting that Mar-a-Lago face too. You notice that?
She's younger than us, right?
Yes, she's younger than us, and her husband's twice as older, like twice or 3 times our age.
They should replace her with Olivia Nosy.
Yeah, they really should.
And they should swap them
and then,
out.
And she'll just cry under pressure when being asked questions.
How dare you ask Trump that?
Yeah, they're just asking questions about RFK Jr.
The other thing I had on the list that I don't have any links for, but I wanted to ask you about the Jack Schlossberg and Cameron Kasky race.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate that Tatiana, his older sister, has a terminal form of cancer. It's like all the wrong Kennedys keep getting hit. That should be interesting because they're both very active on social media, and it's like the battle of like the cute millennial Gen Z candidate, because a lot of people are like, I can't believe this is JFK's legacy, and it's his son posting like silly little thirst traps on TikTok or whatever. I'm like,
I feel like that's an adequate legacy for what JFK was doing. Like,
yeah,
because JFK,
he had an affair with Marilyn Monroe.
He would have absolutely been posting thirst traps on social media.
I forgot his mother lived. I did not know this, but Rose lived to be 104.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
She, I think Rose Kennedy lived to be
she died in the 90s. She died like in the 90s.
Yeah, 104. Yeah, she was long after Joseph P. Kennedy obviously had a stroke, and then he died.
Yeah, that kind of
like around the same time.
She was like, I'm gonna outlive my philandering asshole Nazi of a husband, and she did it.
I mean, it's crazy though. Joseph B. Kennedy, I'm pretty sure, outlived both JFK and RFK.
Yeah.
But I
feel like that because they're both running the same district, right? Because that's a pretty congested. Already, like that's a pretty congested like race. From what I've gathered, because it's Jerry Nadler's district, right?
He's stepping down, which more it's nice to see more of these people stepping down. I want to see Ed Markey step down and obviously he has to give somebody
a successor.
I was hoping it would be Ayanna Pressley. I think like that would be a good.
Yeah, it would be her time, I think too. But also, I'm noticing that there are a lot of young, hot people running, like leftist candidates running for office, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not mad about this. There's this one dude who's running in Michigan. I saw his ad and I was like, oh, he cute. I'm like, okay, you know what? The Zoran thing is working. Even with AOC, like everyone's like, wow, a hot, young, attractive, Latina in office. Let's go. And I'm like, hey, the problem with the Democrats is that a lot of the candidates that they're supporting or running, like the DNC, the establishment, are old as fuck.
I think this is what I was looking for, but this is the Cam Kasky video. I don't like that he just literally copied the exact Zoran style, like to the most annoying possible degree. Did you see his run? Like I'm running video. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah. It's like we're gonna be walking down a thing.
It didn't pop up. Hold on. Yeah, so this is his he literally just copied the fucking this Zoran style.
New Yorkers are always on the move.
Oh God.
And rushing towards the future. But today's leaders just can't keep up. My name is Cameron Kasky, and I'm running for Congress because there's no real path forward for most Americans. You and your family are working all week just to spend most of your paycheck on rent and health care. Meanwhile, the richest people in our country are telling us that we can't afford real solutions like social housing and Medicare for all. No, we can only afford genocide, Palantir mass surveillance contracts, and ICE thugs. I'm running because we need people in Congress who are going to do something about it and work on laws that help all Americans. Isn't that crazy and radical? Turns out we actually can build a society where we're feeding children and tearing them away from their families, where streets are.
He's doing. I think because he's doing the Zoran. Like he's doing the.
You just gotta loosen up and be yourself. I mean, even Jack Schlossberg's ads are more convincing than this. It's like, I don't know. It's something's off.
Have you seen his ad? I haven't seen any of the ones that he put out. I think he put out.
He only put out like one, I think, so far. I mean, now we know why he's been posting a lot from the hospital because he's been visiting his sister.
Yeah. I don't know if he'll drop out or something like that because of wait, let me see if I can try to find an ad that he put out. Yeah. But I don't know. It's like a lot of people. Well, it wasn't even originally the Zoran style. It was Chiose was the one that originally came up with that like walk and talk thing, and he was doing it when he was trying to pass the that bill for that would get rid of brokers' fees or whatever. And there was one where he got Kathy Hochul to do it, and it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. That was not. It's like I mean, it's just so funny. It's like they're trying so hard. It's like I could walk and talk about working class issues at the same time. I'm like, not everyone can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can pat my head around my tummy at the same time. Hey.
I don't know. I feel like I would never run for office because I would be incredibly stiff. Because it's like.
I would be too authentic. Like people would be like, man, we thought Trump didn't have a filter. This woman, I'd be like, I would say things that would get people like me in trouble. Like, like I would be like, yeah, we are just making AIPAC a foreign agent. We are not giving a dime to Israel. We are acknowledging the Armenian genocide is a thing. Like seriously, like people would be like, no, what is she saying?
Your part of your platform is acknowledging the Armenian genocide.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect, I guess, for that. I feel like I don't know. There's definitely like an Armenian community in California, and there's an Armenian community in New York, and
yeah. Well, I remember Anna Kasparian kept getting ambushed everywhere by those California Armenians because she works, with Cenk, and I'm like, well, he acknowledges that it happened at least. I mean, it took a while, but he,
Yeah, but it was crazy that they called their the Young Turks because I mean, like. I don't know. There's a lot of times they use the Young Turks to mean like a progressive like organization of some kind. Like it does mean that, but it's like
the Young Rebels. But they were the ones who were,
yeah, they were a big part of the Armenian genocide. It's just like I don't know. I feel like they should have at least seen that one coming. Like it doesn't do well for the optics of something to
yeah. That's why the majority report just works.
Yeah.
Or I've had a podcast. It works.
I do think it would be very funny to have like a black conservatives come up with like the Minority Report, and it's
and they get sued by what Steven Spielberg or something like that because it's.
But it's the conservative version of the Majority Report, the Minority Report. It's like it's Ben Carson. He's this.
You'd be like this the whole time.
Ben Carson is their Sam Cedar.
Debating. I imagine debating Ben Carson. He'll be falling asleep the entire time because you'd be talking like stuff that he does not understand. Do you remember the Cuba Gooding Jr. the movie about Ben Carson?
Yeah, Gifted Hands.
Yeah, we watched that in class, and when he was running for president, I was like, that's the guy.
I don't know how I know that's the name of the movie, but it is.
We watched it. I think I forgot what class. Sometime in middle school. But when he was running for president, and I was like, "Wait, that's him."
I love Cool Runnings. It's Cuba Gooding Jr. and he's they're the Jamaican bobsled team.
Yeah,
they said they're remaking it, but I can't see that being any good or doing like a sequel to it or something like Cool Runnings too. But it's based on a real story, so I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the sequel.
Yeah, my favorite Olympic. I prefer the Winter Olympics just because I feel like the sports are more fun, and of course, not everyone can do winter sports because climate. I love curling. You know what they're screaming? They're doing this right, and they're saying, "Hurry hard, get off the rock." And it's like this is a very, very horny sport.
Yeah, I don't think that's how you
get off the rock.
Yeah, I don't know. I always thought it was cool they do it with the brooms, but like,
yes,
I don't know.
Sweep the leg, Johnny.
I want to know how somebody came up with that as like a sport and how it ended up in the Olympics. I mean, I'm sure someone's made a video about that, but I've just never looked it up.
Yeah, or like skeleton, where you're like on a little T thing and you just lay there, but you gotta like, like I would fall off that thing.
I also like how many like track events there are in the Olympics. Like there's all different like like the high jump kind of thing. Like
remember the guy with the big dong at the last Olympics?
No,
it's so funny. He was doing the thing with the pole, getting over, but his bulge was so big that it hit the thing. He was supposed to jump over it. And
I don't know how I missed that.
I was like, oh God.
The one sport that I pay a lot of attention to in the Olympics is swimming, because I did
Yeah.
swimming for a really long time, but I was never like, I don't know, I was never like that fast.
I do
at it or
volleyball.
anything.
My sister said I should have done volleyball. I was like, I was good at it, but I don't know. Okay, one thing I want to run you by before, because I have opinions on this. Rolling Stone top 20 movies of the year. No Sinners. Go.
Oh yeah, wait, I'll pull it up.
I'm pissed because half of these movies I don't even know. I mean,
Yeah, I haven't
later,
seen a lot of them.
Like, I'm like, who the fuck came up with this list? I mean, Rolling Stone, great with political coverage, but when it comes to art, they fucking suck when it comes to not appreciating black art.
They mention literally in
They
the
mention
first,
Sinners in the article, but don't even
put
it on the list. I mean, it's literally the movie of the year.
I mean,
Also, I got my
have seen that.
Spotify Wrapped, and Rocky Road to Double is my most played song of the year.
It feels like it definitely should have been on there. Let me see. 20 best movies of 2025, and no, it's literally the first part right here. It's like 2025 was a year that posed a lot of questions for movie lovers. Did the success of Sinners prove that there was still a mass audience hungry for original read non-IP stories on a blockbuster level? I mean, yes, but then you don't even include it in your maybe their answer was no. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, so number 20 is Weapons.
How is that only at 20? It's kind of crazy if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I liked Weapons, but I'm willing to see it from here. All right, so number 19 is Frankenstein. So far, movies I've seen.
Yeah. Okay. I'm surprised it's in the top 20. Okay. Well, you know what?
I feel like I can't even name a year that I've seen 20 movies from off the top of my head. Like
Conan could probably.
Caught by the Tides. I haven't heard that. It's shifting through old footage during the pandemic. Chinese filmmaker Jia Zhanxi or John K. I don't know how. Came up with the idea of using outtakes and scenes from his previous films, all of which featured longtime actors to craft something new. All right, yeah, haven't heard of that one. The Phoenician Scheme. I'm not watching any more Wes Anderson movies. I
don't blame you.
16, One Becoming a Guinea Fowl. Haven't heard of that one either.
All right. What's 15? Let's see.
Orwell, 2 + 2 = 5. See, they should they include documentaries in this? Like,
I feel like, yeah. I mean, I know you know the best birth control I've ever seen is at my local rural health center, and they have a bunch of condoms that says 1 + 1 = 3, and I'm like, you know what? That does add up.
I feel like everybody completely misunderstands the fact that Orwell was like, I'm not even an Orwell fan, but I feel like, he's used by conservatives a lot to talk about like totalitarian states, but it's like he was a democratic socialist. I mean, say what you want about him.
This is literally some Animal Crossing 1989, and I'm like, you know what? Whatever.
Animal Crossing 1989.
People who I remember in high school senior year, we had to read
version of Animal Crossing.
Yes. We did British literature in senior year, so we had to do an essay, like a 5-page essay thesis on, and 2 dudes who were lazy motherfuckers. One picked Animal Farm, and the other picked 1984, and I'm like, and I was getting into politics because my government teacher was very much like, she saw something in me. She was a Marxist. She was like, I can groom her to care about politics to get people to vote for Obama, I guess. But I was like, do you not understand the messaging behind like Animal Farm? And so I had to help these 2 idiots with their papers. Because they're like, it just doesn't click. I'm like, because these novels are these books are too much for you. Like, you guys don't engage in this stuff.
I feel like one of the thing is like,
I did Jane Austen, for God's sakes. You know how simple her content is? Jesus Christ, I hate her.
Content creator Jane Austen.
All books are the same. Okay, I'm just gonna say it.
I feel like with the Orwell thing, right? Like everybody, like not everybody, but like people that aren't really versed in anything, just think of like the Soviet Union as the main driver of socialism, and they don't have any nuance to it. So it's like the fact that Orwell was anti-Soviet but a democratic socialist is like, I don't know, it doesn't compute in their mind.
Yeah.
Best wishes to all.
Huh?
Yeah, I haven't I guess it's a debut feature from a Japanese filmmaker.
Some of these are probably gonna be like foreign film contenders for the Oscars, I'm assuming.
Has Lynchian interludes.
Oh, okay. Universal language.
Yeah.
What?
This is a Canadian film, I guess. That all right, you can tell it's like a 70s kind of vibe to it.
It's a Christmas movie.
I guess it's also subtitled Farsi dialogue. All right. Well, that actually sounds interesting. All right, 12 Eddington. I finally saw Eddington. I
what do you think?
I liked the first hour of it, and then I felt like, I don't know, every movie now it's just like somebody has a gun and they just start shooting everybody, and it's like I was more interested in the I don't know, in the Pedro Pascal Joaquin Phoenix. Like I was invested in that plot line, and then he's just like, yeah, I'll just shoot him right in the middle of, like right in his living room, and I was like, I feel like they should have had more time to let that
shot him in Fifth Avenue. And never mind.
But I don't know. It does a really good job in the same way that Beau is Afraid. Have you seen it yet?
What, Eddington?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it does a really good job in the same way that Beau is Afraid kind of had like the neuroses of like a person that was stuck in his house for way too long or whatever. Like it did a really good job of like the neuroses of like the conservative reactionary mind. In the parts where he's just gunning everyone down, he's gunning down like Antifa people or whatever, and then
yeah.
Let me see. Peter Juarez Holiday. I haven't heard of that one either.
Okay, top 10. Let's see.
We have 5 minutes. Sentimental Value. I want to see.
I'm a sentimental man.
I want to see Sentimental Value because I've heard it's good. That's the one that has Renate Reinsve in it. So number 9, Marty Supreme. Still haven't seen it.
For those who don't know, I'm now friends with Timotei's mother on Facebook. She loves her son to death. I swear to God.
I mean, I don't know if my son was Timotei, I'd be like, hey, guess what, guys? But I
gave birth to that.
I feel like I do want to see this before the Oscars start. Sorry, baby. I've really wanted to see this and haven't. And it's on HBO. I don't know what I'm waiting for.
Yeah. What are you waiting for?
No other choice. I'm gonna see it as soon as I gotta download. Yeah, Conan.
Yeah, I watched it. It's really good.
All right, I still have to watch it. It was just an accident. That's the one. That's the Iranian movie.
Yeah.
Where the people are talking about it a lot. I think he got banned or something. Noel Vague.
Ooh.
All right, so that's the behind the scenes recreation of Breathless.
Ooh, that should be interesting.
Yeah. Train Dreams. I don't know. You having a dream of getting a train run on you? That's
playing trains and automobiles.
Kind of sus, bro. Black Bag. Oh, that's the new
Black Bag.
That's the new Soderbergh movie.
Ooh, should be interesting. Hammett, I gotta see that. I've heard really good things about that.
Yeah,
one.
that's the Chloe Zhao one. And then number one battle after another. I mean, I liked One Battle After Another. I was into it.
Yeah. You also have like a nervous breakdown while watching it?
Not
or
nervous
like
breakdown. I just the ending.
Too much.
The ending of it kind of like gave me a bit of a panic attack because I was like, I don't know, it just hit so close to home with the with the entirety of like Sean Penn's character being someone that literally just felt like he was part of our fucking government. But I thought it was really
like
good.
Green Girls.
you like Green Girls. I love them. But I don't know, the ending, the last like shot of that movie where it's Sean Penn burning on like his body burning on fire in that room. That kind of set off like a bit of a panic attack for me for some reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that is I guess Rolling Stone's top 20 movies.
Justice for Sinners. Justice for 20 years later.
I mean, they should have replaced like the documentaries with Sinners.
Yeah. I don't get it. Hello, my girl. Fluffy cat in the way.
But damn, that's pretty much our hour.
Yeah.
So I hope you enjoyed, the Absurdity Space, our first episode. We'll be doing this every week at this time. And next week we'll be a little bit more organized, I guess, trying to figure out topics, and we'll do them one at a time. And take questions But yeah, the Absurdity Space. Follow us on YouTube and on Twitch, and Movie Night Extravaganza. Follow us on there too. On
Yeah,
Tuesdays
we're
we
doing
talk about movies. On Wednesdays we talk about absurd stuff.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness, joined as always by Devil's Advocate Productions, aka Alex.
What's going on?
I'm good, man. I'm good. California is just as isolated as ever. It's just the people out here are completely clueless. I look forward to talking with you and reconnecting with my East Coast political roots. As
I-95.
Yeah, the I-95 connection, man. It's the real deal. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. I do want to react to this super Christian who calls himself indie thinker a little bit later. But for now, I thought we would just do a little catch up real quick. Have you been on everybody's show as usual?
Well, yesterday, I actually I talked to someone else in California. I talked to Chris Ahuja, who's running for Congress in the 32nd district, which is on my channel right now. But
okay,
it will also air on this space at some point whenever there's syndicated content needed.
Okay.
But
wow,
he was talking about
that's a hell of a get. How'd you get that? It was just
he was following me, and I was like, "Hey, man, you want to be on this space?" I'm asking everybody. I'm asking comic book creators. I'm asking influencers, actors, whatever, politicians, and he was super nice. We talked about how there's a rising left movement in this country, how we don't like labels. Being called leftist or socialist or whatever. Like we're for these good policies. It doesn't matter what you call us. We talked a little bit about Gavin Newsom and how, rhetoric is good, but Prop 50 is where I'm like, okay, you're serious. You're doing something. Okay, good. And how people call him the Timu Gavin Newsom. He's half Indian. He's biracial. I did not know that. Like me, racially ambiguous from just a first glance. And that was super cool. I also made a video
what's
about
his
Battlefield.
He's half Indian, half white.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So
can you remove? Can I remove that, or do you have to do it?
What?
The screen.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's fine. Yeah. So I want to talk about Joe Rogan for a minute.
Yeah.
because that guy is a psychological case study in how money and fame can just completely transform your personality. I mean, the guy, it's really sad because he did have, like, through his stand-up comedy and probably talking to smart people and listening, he probably picked up on a lot of natural knowledge, so to speak, like folk knowledge about human behavior. And he actually did a decent job of finding a handful of logical fallacies when he would, like, react to certain content and arguments. But then he, at some point, and I think the money and the camera really put it on cocaine, he started prioritizing and then obsessing over getting the guest to like him and having a bro out rather than an interview.
Yeah. Because it was, it was him and his buddies just like, I don't know, this podcast thing is new. Why don't we do this? And we, Joe Rogan had a website, and he would post videos on his website of just like, I don't know, we're hanging out, and here's backstage at the comedy club, and what it's like hanging out with other comedians or whatever. They started podcasting. He wanted to be the guy where other comedians come on the show and we hang and bro out.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad idea as long as you stay in your lane and have self-awareness about what value you
and
are
I remember
to American culture and society.
People like Bert Kreischer were saying, like, I would go on the show and then I'd get a call from one of my buddies being like, hey man, what the fuck did you say? Because they would forget that this was broadcast.
Right.
And that's the feel that they wanted to keep, that he wanted to maintain, of like anyone could say anything.
Right. It's all about
whoever
the
I
vibe.
have on here. I'll have
And
Neil
then-
deGrasse Tyson and he was smoking a blunt. That's crazy, right? Oh my God.
And then, well, he would always take an area of science and or knowledge in general, and then find like the minority voice, and like it's except for, and he actually used to do that with progressives in Bernie in 2016.
Yeah,
and I thought he was going to be a real asset to the left, but he's in the wrong crowd, man. He's in the wealthy crowd. He's in the famous crowd. He's in the UFC wealthy and famous crowd.
Yeah.
And he's just got too many relationships with high profile people that he's not willing to part with, because his success and money and everything depends on access to those people. But the thing that I'd like to see in celebrity culture is other celebrities like stepping up and talking shit about Rogan, be like, yeah, he invited me to go on. There's no fucking way I'm ever going on his show again unless he apologizes for the damage that he's done to this country.
Yeah.
Unless he apologizes for
we're starting to
giving
see that.
from him.
We're starting to see comedians kind of speaking out against them.
Right.
Like, because they're frustrated again, just on a comedian level of, I don't want to be on tour somewhere and, a crazy fan sends me a death threat or heckles me in the club because Joe Rogan said something about me on his podcast that I didn't hear. You know what I mean? Mark Maron,
the gangsterdom
or
of
that
stand-up comedy.
Yeah, exactly. Or that my money's tied up in him. Like, they don't want him to be able to dictate
has so much
who's
power,
successful, who's not. Because
it's almost
again,
like
his taste is not great.
It's almost like the consolidation of a lot of sectors of corporate America, where like comedy was corporatized by Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Comedy was like that type of personality that do you know how fucked up most stand-up comics are?
Yes, because I tried to be one.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I would never call myself a comic, but I dabbled in stand-up comedy for a little bit too. But you have obsessive minds, and like things bother you, and you wonder why things are the way they are when they could be better, and why doesn't anyone listen to me?
Right.
Those kinds of things.
Yes, that voice in particular. Why isn't anyone fucking hearing what I'm saying?
Oh, do you have that video? Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a clip you sent. I haven't watched it yet. I'm excited to react.
Oh, you haven't watched it yet? Oh,
I'm
baby.
excited.
Oh, wait till you see this shit.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
If you combine
right
Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence
he
model
entertains
or
it.
whatever.
I love how
it
the
reads your
guest
mind
entertains it.
and it loves you and it wants you and it doesn't care if you kill it.
Loves
'cause
you.
It's going to just go be with God again.
First of all, some of that any evangelical Christians should be furious with this blasphemy that he's saying. I'm being interested to hear if Ben Dixon has anything to say about this clip. But
can you think
it's
about that?
also
Just
just
that
like,
opening
I
comment.
wish he would talk about this more.
The opening comment is absolutely absurd. What's more virgin than a computer? And then that computer leads him down the AI trail. I mean, his mind
Because
is
it's
just
inanimate?
all over the place, man. It's frenetic. His mind is just.
It's
yeah,
my
thank
first
you.
blunt in high school. That's what this is. This
Yeah.
is like this is just like philosophical time, getting stoned with your friends. And again,
Actually,
that's why I wish he would talk about this more. Oh my God, what did he say? Funny how the new Jesus requires so much cash funding.
Yeah, let me see that. Let me see, because there's an epic. Are you a George Carlin fan?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, George Carlin. I won't actually bring it up, but for those of you who are George Carlin fans, definitely check out his stuff on organized religion in America. Yeah. And he has this epic rant. He's like, he loves you and yada, 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 but he needs money. Can't handle money for some reason. Guy's all knowing, all powerful, but he needs your money. And it's just, it's a wonderful little piece by him.
But yeah,
so,
I mean, again, I wish Joe Rogan would talk about that kind of stuff more, because that's what he does. He talks about stoned dumbass shit. And good, so long as you talk about stoned dumbass shit. And the problem is that there are people who just, again, I was there, I was listening to Joe Rogan. I was not like taking him I had no great respect for him. Even when just coming across his podcast, it was just like, oh, you have other comedians I like better on and scientists and shit. You're going to ask these dumb questions that I would ask. All right, I'll listen to your podcast. I had no great respect for him. He was the Fear Factor man show guy to me. His stand-up was mediocre at best. Horrible. He can do it, but it's not Bill Burr. It's not Carlin. It's not
smart. So Carlin is a legit legend of comedy, one who provoked both thought and laughter. Yes. And just as a side note, he's not technically a stand-up comic. He's actually a humorist, because he's got like essays that he reads to you while he's talking to you. And the way he says it is performative, but it is really all about the writing with Carlin, because he's a genius. So I wanted to wrap up. Let me wrap up Rogan real quick. I mean, I give him. It's actually really tragic. So being in that Hollywood stand-up scene for a minute, you hear things about people. And one of the things that Rogan used to do was freely admit that he was not a smart, sharp, well-informed comic. Yeah. He used to say something like, I have to work twice as hard as Whitney Cummings or Chris D'Elia because they're so much smarter than me. And my response to that was, yeah, they might be a little bit smarter than you, but really the big difference between you and them is education. Yeah. And you did not take your education seriously.
And they didn't last much longer. Their reputation.
And Whitney, I don't know where D'Elia went, but Whitney Cummings went to Penn, and she's extremely bright. And unfortunately, she went to the Riyadh Comedy Festival, but she was one of the good ones up until then.
She was already falling off during COVID.
Oh, was she? Oh, I didn't pay as much attention as maybe others did. But anyway, I just wanted to, Rogan is just like what could have been. You know,
Yeah.
what could have been
There's
an
good-
amazing intellectual access point if he had worked on himself. See, that's the hypocrisy,
Mhm.
is that he thinks he works on himself by meditation or whatever spirituality he's got going on. I don't know what his fucking
Smoking weed
values
and
come
doing
from.
DMT.
I don't, whatever. Like, but it's supposed to be about like self-edification at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And he has devolved, not evolved. And that needs to be said from the rooftops by A-list mainstream celebrities. They need
And
to
again-
step up and start attacking their own, because
Watch
they're the
them,
only ones who can do it.
Yeah. Yes. Like two channels I want to point out: Elephant Graveyard and American Redact. Both those channels are put out content about other comedians' podcasts, from like Theo Vaughn and Legion of Skanks and stuff, and how people are starting to kind of turn on Rogan and that the sphere, because again, it's not fun being a comedian.
Well, I mean,
having to go to Austin and be like, well, the
Kiss
biggest
ass.
place here is owned by him, so I'm gonna have to go to this
Kiss ass.
place and face harassment. The audience just wants to hear slurs. Like, it's not a good environment for art and diversity in talent. Like, again, dude, Comedy Central used to have fucking Chappelle's show, and then Dimitri Martin's show, and then Nathan Fielder's show, and then fucking Key and Peele, the Workaholics, Broad City, different flavors of
But
comedy,
all amazing talent, all amazing,
all
talent.
amazing talents.
But you
Rogan
realize
wants
that
to
there's, I don't know the
dictate-
name. You realize that I don't know the name of the person, or that maybe it was 2 or 3 people at most, but 1 to 3 people were responsible for putting that talent together.
Yeah.
On that network at that time. Because that's how the decisions roll.
Yeah.
Like, that's why you get hired to be a TV executive, is to do something like that. But no, what was I going to say? Something about Rogan. Yeah, I mean, I wish someone would go on his show and call him out for his bullshit. Oh, the mainstream media did a really good job of assigning blame to Gen Z, like Joe Rogan fans, males, obviously, and pointing out that Gen Z shifted towards conservatism, towards the Republican Party, whereas Gen Z women shifted way towards the Democratic Party. And so, for me, I think it's appropriate to blame Rogan and his manosphere minions, like Theo Vaughn. Like, Theo Vaughn's an idiot, man. He's an idiot, and no one should take him seriously. But anyway, we can move on.
No one should take them seriously. That's it. Like, no one should take them seriously, and that's the problem.
But people do. People take Trump. People do.
And that's the failure, not of like, oh, it's all on this one person. Like we say with Trump all the time. It's not him as this anomalous, secret evil genius figure who came out of nowhere to take over the world. It's that the conditions were perfect for him.
Right.
The media's in disarray. Fucking government hasn't helped people in fucking 70 years, really. 50 years maybe, with the civil rights, and like the conditions were perfect for this asshole billionaire to just be like, hey, I'm gonna bully my way to the front of the line, and here I am, and I am America personified, the rot of America personified. And I think in someone like we're about to see right now in this video, Zoran Mamdani is a example of the good, the Superman side to the ugly, Lex Luthor side.
Lex Luthor, yeah.
But yeah,
yes. One thing about Carlin. He's like, I just can't emphasize enough. He saw it all coming before anyone else did.
He definitely did.
Like, he saw it. He's like, you do not have a choice. You think you have a choice, but these parties both suck. It is capital. It is capital. It is capital. That is the problem. Anyway, let's do this.
So
okay,
what
so
is
for
this?
people,
Set this
so
up.
let me intro this. Yeah, you go ahead and bring it up. So this guy calls himself Indie Thinker, and he's a Confederate Christian nationalist, and he's got a minority wife. I don't know. I don't know what minority she is, but I know she's a woman of color of some kind. But anyway, yeah, he's got a Jewish last name, Uberman, and he's like a hardcore Florida evangelical Christian. So he doesn't really have the Southern credibility.
And he's
but
warning
he's
us
super
about
commercial.
Mondani.
You'll see him. He presents himself as super commercial, and it's like, I'm the mainstream evangelical Christian.
Ooh,
and
okay, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of like evangelical documentaries, Teen Mania.
No, this guy presents himself as if he's like your buddy who just has a different opinion, and it's worth listening to.
The mayor of New York City. And what does Politico have to say about it? Well, Zoran Mondani winning would
your
test
connection
how
suck?
far
Hold on,
New
one
York
thing.
City has come on in.
What's up?
Does your connection suck?
Does it? Is it laggy for you?
Yeah.
Try it again.
Wow.
And now Mondani is the mayor of New York City. And what does Politico have to say about it? Well, Zoran Mondani winning would test how far New York City has come on inclusion. They've come so far on inclusion, they're also
Playing for you?
It's fun. Just keep going.
Okay.
including their own self-destruction.
Now it's getting through Congress. So before it was by the sword, now it's getting themselves into parliament.
So that's why it's such a problem that Mondani is becoming the mayor of one of the largest cities in America. Because these individuals have a fundamentally different idea of what America is, what it's supposed to be, and what it will become. Not so long ago, we were told that Christian nationalism was the greatest threat facing America. In fact, David French told us that the seeds of insurrection are being sown in your church every single Sunday. And then we were also told that Christian nationalism is worse than Al-Qaeda.
Christian nationalism.
Yes,
I was
absolutely.
talking about it
This is a bigger threat than Al-Qaeda.
So let me ask this question. Is this Christian nationalism?
Now it's getting through Congress. So before it was by the sword, now it's getting themselves into parliament.
Did Christian nationalism do this?
Bro, I don't know if we can show this shit. This is crazy. I don't know if we can show dead bodies.
I don't know.
Is
Are there
Christian
bodies
national-
there?
Yeah. Hang on, let me throw this back up. Oh. Nope. Boom. That's
got
that one. I got it.
Nationalism responsible for this?
We are tired to be outside
Blurred
performing
it.
Yeah.
warrior every day. Please tell Trump to save our lives.
So he just
in
draws
Nigeria.
examples from other countries.
They are killing Christians in Nigeria, massacre Christians.
Oh, I see. You're not talking about around the world. Of course, there's bigger threats, but in America, white Christian nationalism is the worst enemy facing America. You mean like this?
Now, Father, we are praying for this young man whom you have chosen for such a time as this.
Yeah.
And we thank you, Lord, for the victory.
Oh, wait, that's not Christian nationalism. That's just a bunch of Christians praying for Zoran Mondani to become the next mayor of New York. Not even just praying for him that God would bless him or that God would protect him or just praying that God would use him and maybe even change and convert his heart from a false religion, but actually praying that he would win. Now, of course, that's not.
So he's like, they're not real Christians, because if they were, they would be saying, dude, don't be Hindu or don't be Muslim. You got to
Right.
be Christian.
Right.
And
You can't
also,
get
he's
along
just
with other
like,
Christians.
is this white nationalism? It's like, these are brown people. You're just showing footage of brown people. It's just so lazy.
Yeah, and the blacks
Where'd you
too.
come
He's
across
very
this
he's very racist against black people too, as you can tell by
I mean,
the
clearly.
So,
But like,
yeah.
where'd you come across him?
I found him a while back actually. We connected on Twitter. I was talking shit and trying to get him to like debate me or whatever. And it didn't end up working out. He blocked me. But I found him looking for evangelical channels. And he is just a piece of shit. Like, he comes across as like someone who, like, you know, is really trying to put on a good face for Christianity in America, and it's just the same repackaged Confederate flag waving, Bible beating bullshit. And it's, you know, like, they can't, it's clearly like just Islamophobia.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all.
It's
That's,
like,
that's
it's
all
just
it is.
lazy ways to wrap up. I can't, man. It's so frustrating that people fall for this at all, because you'd think like, oh, no one would. This is so blatantly stupid. Who would believe racism? Who would believe that like someone can't be a good person because of a different religion or
Scroll to 450.
I mean,
scroll
scroll to 450. All right.
451. Yeah. Because this is just so obvious. I mean, it's just amazing how just oblivious this guy is to
And let me
his
see, like,
white
he
trash
has
ignorance.
7.7 thousand subscribers. We can beat that on this space. Come on, tell your friends, folks. But it's just, again, I've been watching a lot of like Christian documentaries on how they plan to like run people for office and all this shit.
You shouldn't tolerate
That's what
everything.
he's doing.
And one of the things that we should have a little less tolerance for is the Islamic agenda in our nation, because Muslims have made it very clear that they have no intent of just being a peaceful religion in America. They are interested in world domination.
We don't say that Islam is here to live, to coexist with lots of different religions and all of us can just hold hands and be friends. This religion was sent to dominate the world.
But see, like, he doesn't even put like the person's name, any context.
It's
at
like,
all.
is Zoran saying that?
It's
Like there's
just like-
different kinds of Muslims, jackass.
It's like,
the
let's get
Confederate.
exactly.
Go ahead, dude.
It's like, let's get a statement from the local church, and you put David Duke on there, like, or Westboro Baptist people.
The funny thing is about the Southern evangelicals, the Confederate Christian nationalists, as I like to call them. Please, everyone, check out my series, Who Are MAGA, Confederate Flag Wavers and the Bible Beaters episodes, because you need that ammunition to go after these people, because they're coming after you, whether you realize it or not. But the irony of a Southern evangelical being Islamophobic is that the most extreme institutionalized parts of the world that are based on Muslim values and Islam extremism, Islam culture, I won't go any further than that, are the most similar to the racist white trash South. The extreme parts of the Middle East resemble the extreme parts of the Southeast in America more than any other
Sharia
part of
law
the world.
They keep whining about like, whatever they think. I don't even know what Sharia law means.
Well,
so
they're
I
anti.
don't-
They're anti-women's rights. They're anti-gay rights. They're anti like anything but.
Yeah, that's what I'm
their
saying.
religion.
It's like that should be your favorite. You should want this terrorist ideology. You should want ISIS to control American government because you believe all these same things. You want women to have to cover up when they're outside. You want them to be owned by their husbands. You want, gay people to not exist or to be in jail. You want anyone who doesn't believe the dominant religion to be in fucking jail or in work camps and whatever. Like this goes in line. The only problem they really have is the color of their skin and their language they speak. They can get over this, man. You can really build a fucking global fascist coalition. What is this other video you sent from this guy?
Oh,
where he's talking about.
I don't know which one. What's it
woke
called?
Church hosts ICE raids. ICE.
Oh yeah,
training.
yeah. Sure, fire it up. This won't have any graphic imagery in it.
That just took place at the Dilworth United Methodist Church. And who's surprised that it's taking place at the United Methodist Church?
I sensed in my heart tonight when I heard the Lord say, "You're a phony and a hypocrite."
In order,
like when he says, it's just funny to me. I'm sorry to pause, but when he goes like, "Of course it would be the United Methodists," and I'm like, I'm not nearly religious enough to even know why that would be an insult or like what he means, but I'm sure it's racist. But
it's a cultural bias. Like he hates on progressive Christians all the time, and that's something I don't think maybe our audience is aware of. In the DSA, there is a lot of progressive Christians, and that is surprising to a lot of people. Not to me, because I actually know the New Testament, and Jesus was definitely a socialist. So
I mean, I get some
maybe a communist. Actually,
followers
he might have
will
been a
see,
complete
like,
communist.
God in the bio and whatever, and I'm like, I say whenever I react to an album that has songs about Christ or Jesus or whatever, I always say, like, I'm not a religious guy. I understand they are. I'm gonna go with the song and see how the song goes, and I might really like that. One of my favorite songs this year was Glory. It's a song by Jid, and it's all about God and heaven and going for glory. But there is a good side to this. It's just been poisoned in my mind growing up, of like, oh, Christians, all they want to do is like censor comic books and video games and movies, and complain that people say happy holidays of their own free will. And there's no war on Christmas. They think everything's a war on them.
Well, so there you go. So that's
they conquered the fucking earth.
So I'm just gonna. I know it's to the loyal listeners. I apologize if I come across as repetitive, but these things are so important to understanding the psychology of conservatism, militant conservatism, MAGA fascism, how we got here and how we can get rid of it. It is the victimhood, the faux victimhood of narcissists. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm convinced that conservatism isn't just fascism. Conservatism is narcissism, because it's the definition of conditional love or conditional respect, right? I'm not going to respect you as my equal unless you satisfy this criteria. And that's the definition of narcissism. Like, if you're not going to accommodate me 100% of the way, then I want nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And that's my message to the progressive left is like, that's war. That's like what we're in right now. My three big messages to everyone who I talk politics with. And I usually just say, hey, if you want to know my politics, just watch my channel, because I talk so much politics on the internet that I kind of like get burned out socially.
Yeah.
But I say, number one, MAGA is fascism. Number two, this is war. And number three, it's going to take generations to recover.
Yeah.
And I think that just getting everybody there for that's the alcoholic or drug addict in America. And I believe if America is a spoiled teenager who's addicted to anything, they're addicted to greed. And the three big sins of conservative America, just as a reminder, those of you who watch my show already know this: narcissism, ignorance, hypocrisy. And those are the three things that really define the personality types on the right. And I don't know if I did this with you, but I also wanted to issue a warning to people listening, and maybe they should issue it to another social circle outside of them that might have MAGA in their lives, like conservatives. Just never really trust them with anything too important. Never really like be vulnerable with them. Never really show them the potential weaknesses in you, because if the shit hits the fan and they're have to choose between their conservative worldview and a relationship with you, they're going to choose their conservative worldview. Because, to most people on the left, the news is just data. It's just information. It's facts, hopefully, right? That's what we hope. But to conservatives, news is like sports. It's entertainment, and it's a huge competition. I mean, look at what Fox News did to Hillary Clinton. I'm no Hillary Clinton fan, but look at what they did to Hillary. I mean, they took all of the bullshit of the 90s with Clinton being president and all the embarrassment with the sex scandal and stuff, and they just threw it all at Hillary. Like, oh, great. They were psyched she won the Senate seat in New York so that they could trash Hillary Clinton for the next 8 years.
I loved it.
And that
it was nostalgic for them from the 90s. They hated Hillary. But we got some.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Let me deal with this. And one more sin for conservatives for you, Deter. Racism. Yeah, racism is just a specific form of ignorance.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Did you have something?
Yeah. There's there was an election last night, and
yes,
we're hoping,
in Tennessee, in my college town of Nashville, Tennessee, where I went to
oh
school.
yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are, disappointed, but I think we should hear from the lady herself, Afton Bain, who ran a great campaign and got within like really close distance. I think the district was a plus 21 during the last special election, which was years ago. And now it was plus 7. So
yeah,
she's chipping away
points
at
or something, right? It was like 14 points.
Yeah, it was very close.
Yeah. No, but 14
But this
point
isn't
move.
the end of our story. It's not even close. Because what we have built here in this district, this grassroots movement, is part of something bigger that is happening across the South and is happening across this country. Because we are tired of people outside of this state telling us that the South is backwards, that it's hopeless, and it's destined to be ruled by the same powerful people again and again. The South is not silent because the South has something to say.
The blue South, she should be saying.
At Tennessee, we are leading the way. We have inspired an entire country. They are with us tonight, and they are so proud. They are so proud of what we were able to do. And we may not have won tonight, but we changed the story of what's possible here. And we're not done. Not by a long shot. So tomorrow, we keep fighting. Tomorrow, we keep building. Tomorrow, we keep organizing. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for believing in each other. And thank you for believing in a South that refuses to be quiet.
Okay, so
I think it's great.
It's great, but I got some bad news for you. Nashville, Tennessee is the Athens of the South, and it's called that because it has more academic institutions in its vicinity, second only to Boston nationally. Okay? So, of all the cities in the South, and I'm talking the cool cities too, New Orleans, Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Atlanta is the only one. Atlanta and Charlotte are the only ones that can actually create blue political power in the South as of now. Nashville might come along, and that would be the first step in Tennessee, but it's going to take a while to break down the cultural barriers that a lot of Southern voters have for the Democratic Party. I mean, it's just one of the first questions I ask people these days when politics comes up is like, have you ever spent any time in the Deep South? Like any time, like even for like work trip or something like that. And did you go out and talk to people and like travel around, even in places like Atlanta, even in like places that have like a lot of really well-educated white people who aren't racist? Like you will run into it, and it is obvious.
Yeah.
And it is, and it goes back hundreds of years.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't think most people understand on the left is how far back it goes. But go
I
ahead.
think it's for her to make this much of a move and to reiterate, it's not about her. It's not about
right. No, she did great. And I shouldn't hijack.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Devil's advocate, man. In my conversation with Chris Ahuja yesterday, he was saying, again, it's not about me. He ran last year, didn't win. He's running again this year. If he wins, he wins. The election's in 2026. But if he wins, he wins. If he doesn't, he's not going to stop fighting. He's going to keep going and keep building and keep growing, like she was saying. Right. I think the more we're starting to see, like, you know how like volcanoes or geysers are just the tip of, the proverbial iceberg,
right?
Where underneath means there's been movement, there's been churning of magma and whatnot and rock. There is organizing. There's been organizing since the Iraq War protests, since the Occupy Wall Street protests, since Bernie 2016, since COVID, since Black Lives Matter. There's organizing happening that we're not seeing in the daily news, and we get despondent and we get dejected and we feel like we're alone on this island and screaming into the fucking void. Why can't anyone fucking hear me? But we're seeing more geysers pop up. AOC pops up in 2018.
Right.
Along with Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, Bowman. In 2020, after it was called for Biden, the way I was consuming media and focused on the race, all attention shifted to Georgia. We need those two senators, Warnock and Ossoff, or else nothing's going to get done. And they both got in. And then the day it was announced was January 6th. And then that happens. And you go, okay, this is it. Everyone's on board. Fuck this guy forever. And now, 4 years later, and it doesn't even feel like there was a break from the Trump administration. It doesn't even feel like Biden was president, like, because it was Sleepy Joe. And it was just
because it was incrementalism. It was just more incrementalism.
We got the parliamentarian. We can't give you a minimum wage increase. I mean, that alone would have changed dynamics, but whatever. We're now seeing that pressure again. The volcanoes are popping up, and you're just putting band-aids on it. It's going to keep happening harder. And we're seeing that now with people like Chris Van Hollen, who's from Maryland, not the South, but he's an establishment Democrat who's been out here like, hey, man, ICE is snatching up Americans and just putting them somewhere, sending them to other countries. It's not okay. And here he is talking about healthcare.
Broken healthcare system. At this moment, we're trying to prevent a bad system from getting even worse. That's why we want to make sure that we extend tax credits for middle-class families so that they can afford their health care. But shouldn't we be focused on making our healthcare system better? And I agree with those, including the president, who says we should get rid of the middlemen. Let's get rid of all of those insurance carriers. Let's get rid of all the administrative costs. We rack up a huge amount of bills just trying to navigate the paperwork on our healthcare system. We spend 18% of our economy every year on healthcare, but the results don't show that in terms of life expectancy and in terms of care.
All right.
So we're not getting what you're paying for. We do need to change the system. You would never devise the system we have if you were beginning from scratch. So let's not just try to tinker with the broken system. Let's finally get it right and move to a system of universal health care where we're focused not on the profits of different companies, but on delivering healthcare, affordable healthcare for the American people. That's why we need to go for Medicare for all.
Fucking an establishment Democrat said it. He said the magic words, and now it's out there, and now he's going to get asked about it on fucking CNN and, MSNBC, and it's going to be a talking point. It's good. Good.
I mean, we can't get 65% of the country to agree on anything except Medicare for all, except universal health care. It's the issue that that trumps my dad when we talk politics. He's like, there's got to be a system. I can't believe we haven't had a system by now. Like, we were talking about it when I was a kid and never got around to doing it. And I'm like, yeah, you guys kicked the can down the road. And the private sector lobbied to prevent it from happening altogether. And y'all didn't do anything, except for allow the private sector to just get involved with government to an extent that it was never meant to. Yeah. So that's cool to see that. That's a good find. I hope he gets press. I mean, I hope he
gets press. I hope
gets on MS Now and gets on Fox News.
The goddamn candidate in 2028.
Well, I mean, they
or at least on the stage.
So Kalinske calls Gavin Newsom greasy Gavin, but
yeah,
I mean, if you want to call him a political chameleon, and it might be coping. Okay, this might be cope, but if Gavin sees that 65% number, and he's like, "Hey, if I go in, win the presidency, win both houses, and I fix healthcare once and for all." Like, that's something this party can hang its hat on forever. And we can get back to the argument of the relationship. Well, the question is, He went back on it. See, that was his original position, and he's gone back on
He
it.
seems to kind of go where the wind goes. He's not the first one coming out here making this video.
But that's where the wind is my point. Is anyone on his staff going to have the balls to be like, you need to get back on Medicare for all? Like, you need to go left because, and you want Gen Z women? Like Gavin Newsom seems like a good choice for me. He could get a lot of Gen Z men too, especially in urban areas.
I think he would have a problem with the women. Halle Berry literally came out today. Now she's an actress who, but people care about what Joe Rogan has to say. But Halle Berry was like, "Hey man, he's not helping middle-aged women. Why? I don't trust him to be the front runner."
Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily trust him, but he does seem to have the most political capital at the moment, and he's the only one talking shit to the bully. Like, he's the only one talking shit.
Yeah, he's talking
right.
Well, he's talking shit loudly in a way that.
But like Bernie and AOC go on the. Let's talk about this real quick. The Bernie and AOC go on these fight oligarchy tours to the reddest of red areas in America. And the people, and it sounds great because there's enough people there to fill the venue, but like those areas are still going red. Like, I think it's suburban America.
I think
urban America is on board with resetting the country. And if we can get suburban America on board, then we can really do it.
I think they're playing again this game of we don't care about MSNBC hits or CNN hits or whatever. We're going to the people directly. Zoran Mamdani went to the people directly. Afton Bain went to the people directly.
Yeah, on his turf, though.
On his turf, yeah. But
on their turf.
Bernie and AOC are doing it nationally to get the message across.
Look, it makes for great content. It makes for great content. It makes a splash. It gets on the news circuit, into the news cycle, and even drives it for a day or two. And that's great. But I'm just saying, in terms of converting voters so that we can have a new Democratic Party, I think you can reason with a lot of the moderates and centrists who are already don't think of the Democratic Party as like useless, like it's completely useless. Like it's kind of the only antidote to the Republican Party, which is now the MAGA party, MAGA fascism.
The only way to convince them that it's not useless is to have people in there who will actually fight and do things.
That's right.
And Gavin Newsom is all well and good if you're going to just meme on Trump on Twitter, but more things like Prop 50, more things like, hey, we're going to stand up and fucking fight
that's
ICE.
Probably
He's the governor of California. ICE ran through it. Like, what the fuck?
That's why I'm probably positive on him, is because he did just do Prop 50. So that's probably and Prop 50 is basically the attitude that I think the country needs to adopt nationally for the next 40 years. Whatever hurts Republicans helps America, like politically. Okay. And this is where, that the video I sent, you can wait. If you have other stuff, we can get to it too. But this is where I differ. I want to know your opinion because you're a kind-hearted, loving person. And I think Kyle and Crystal are too. And they say that the big difference between me and MAGA is, I want MAGA to have healthcare. I want MAGA to have housing. I want MAGA to have an education. And I'm like, yeah, I do too. But I still want to hurt them. This is kind of my
crushed.
I want to and this is like the narcissism in me, which is that I want revenge. But I'm pitching it as like social punishment that we've talked about, the I-95, don't come into our cities with a MAGA trash hat or a MAGA trash bump sticker because, there's going to be consequences, that kind of thing. But I don't know if I'm trying to sell that as it means as much to me as it does because it destroyed my family. So I want personal revenge. Ergo, my revenge is the collective's retribution. Right? Retribution is good. Revenge is bad. Right? But it's okay. I'll eat it. But I gotta communicate why, the evil, right? We got to get there with conservatism, right? Conservatism is fascism. Fascism is evil. There's nothing wrong with hating evil. Ergo, I hate conservatism.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that again, that's why it's so surprising to me that people my age, people younger, are like into it. Because I'm like, we grew up knowing this is bad. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Wanda says Senator Van Hollen is her senator. No, he's not a leftist, but he's brave and would make a great Senate leader. I write him every week begging him to replace Schumer. It says, as a black woman, I can tell you Gavin Newsom, not popular.
Yeah,
but again, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm not surprised.
I just want Van Hollen on the stage talking about Medicare for all, at least, if not with many other candidates.
But I don't even think you lead with it, though. I think you lead with the retribution. I think like my attitude on one of my last essays, the scapegoat politics essay, was never forgive, never forget, never respect ever again. Shun them, shame them, demean, denigrate, and disrespect them till the day they die or the day they repent. If they want back into the adult room, you know, if they want to be respected again, they're going to have to repent. And if they're not going to repent, then they're going to be told to shut the fuck up. And then when they say that, oh, you're just impinging on my freedom of speech, I'm saying, no, I'm using my freedom of speech to shut down your white trash hate speech. And that's a good thing. I'm done arguing with you. We've had these arguments for 45 years, and you idiots, bullies, and cowards still don't understand things from a rational perspective, mainly because you're not educated, but mostly because you're white trash.
And speaking of education, we got a little story here out of Oklahoma. These white trash fascists.
Let's definitely cover this.
Let's talk about this.
Yes.
And if Jeff wants to get in here, we'll bring him in. But University of Oklahoma student Samantha Fulnecki, who spoke out after receiving a 0 on an opinion-based essay citing the Bible, questioned whether the TA was only placed on leave after the story went viral. And yeah, this is her. If you don't know the story, folks, here's what happened. She was given a year to write an essay, an opinion-based essay. You can write whatever you want. She did. And it was poorly thought out. And she kept trying to use examples of the Bible to explain why, like, trans people are demons, essentially. Yes. And the teacher did not give her a 0 because it was offensive. You know, she did say, yes, it's offensive. This is, you know, racist, bigoted, and wrong. But I'm giving you a 0 because you didn't fucking cite sources. You didn't cite which passages in the Bible. You didn't fucking do the assignment. And you did the assignment within a week. You had a year to do it. This is why you're getting a 0. And so now she is basically angling for Riley Gaines' new position. Riley Gaines better watch out.
They got her on camera. Oh, Jesus Christ.
For a grieved college student.
I'm a victim. Here we go. Here comes the narcissistic victimhood.
Complaining about trans people. Here we go.
Here comes the narcissistic victimhood.
I'm saddened that they're offended by the truth of the gospel and the truth that I wrote about in my assignment. And it saddens me to see that that offends them and upsets them the way it did. Jesus is always worth standing up for. And I just encourage those people that are dealing with something similar to push back against that kind of behavior. I would rather have my integrity and give my true opinion and get a 0 on an assignment than have to lie about what I really believe.
You go, girl. You fucking go. You go, girl. You are so strong.
What she believes. I'd quiz that professor.
Is that Eric Adams in the middle?
He even believes they're 9.
No. It's
It does look like him though. It's not racist of me, right?
It does look like Eric Adams. But there was also a moment literally like right after this. So they're talking about this girl.
Why are the dumb chicks always hot?
But again, there's hot smart chicks. You just gotta know where to look.
Oh man.
Hinge, man.
Percentages.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I went and I looked at the original prompt. TP USA shared this on X, and it asked students to provide a 650-word reaction response to an article about gender stereotypes and mental health in order to demonstrate that they had read that article and that they understood the material in it. This was not a request to provide some long empirical essay debunking or proving every single thing that the article was talking about. It asked for students' reaction. She gave her reaction, which was informed by her religious worldview. Nothing about her response was wrong and compared to the original prompt.
Right, because you're a professor and you would know, right?
An opportunity to go after her because of her religious beliefs, ironically claiming that that's not what the motivation was. And I can't help but think that I'm so thankful for TPUSA, because if it was not for conservative organizations like that, none of this would have come to light. And quite frankly, she probably would continue to be demonized for her religious beliefs.
Oh, victimhood.
So I'm really thankful to see that conservatives are standing up for their beliefs and not self-censoring anymore.
Self-censoring anymore.
Self-censoring.
As if they had.
Again.
As if they did. As if they ever self-censored.
Yeah, that's the best way to judge. I mean, it's actually not so different from what the Zion Nazis do with their victimhood to justify their atrocities. Their atrocities are just more explicit. But this is, I really hate like having to bring this up, but it's true. I've studied the fucking New Testament. Like when you've actually studied the text within an academic setting after Sunday school, and you get into like the original Greek text and the ancient Hebrew and like the different meanings of words and the interpretation, and you just see the commercialism of religion. You're like, this is evil. This is the easiest way to prove that this is evil if people just actually knew the New Testament, but they don't. So this bitch in Oklahoma, I hope she gets famous, and I hope she gets on like a Fox News show or something. And so she can be our like Hillary Clinton. She can be just another. She can be another. Who's that dumbass Tommy Lauren? Right?
Riley Gaines.
Riley
Gaines, who's out again. She better watch her fucking back, because this chick is coming to take your job.
These white trash fascist bitches. And somebody said you can call them Karens. I don't even think that's good enough. Like there's something about the women that are like, really dolled up with the $200 haircut.
It's the Mar-a-Lago face.
Yeah, it's the Yeah, somebody said the Mar-a-Lago face, and this would be, that would be hate sex. By the way, whoever said that, if that were to happen, that would be called hate sex. And it's really fun if you've never tried it.
But we got more.
Good. Yeah, give me another one. Hit me again, Pops.
It's Katie Miller. This is Stephen Miller's wife.
I've seen this. Yes, do it.
Do we want to throw up Jeff and Lumen if they're ready? Let me know in the private chat if you're ready.
Yeah, let us know in the private chat, guys.
Let's just go into this clip blind. I played it yesterday, but holy shit.
Carlson, who is a very powerful force in the conservative movement.
You host people on your show all the time who call my husband and myself a Nazi. So how is that any different from Tucker Carlson going on? Nick Fuentes having Tucker Carlson on his show? It's not different.
He's actually
He's anti-Semitic.
a Hitler admirer. Nick Fuentes is actually a Hitler admirer.
But he literally is not a good
That is a different thing.
Excuse me, you have Jennifer Welch on your show very often, and you've never pushed back as she has called my husband a white nationalist.
Hold on.
That is no different than Nick Fuentes going on Tucker Carlson's show. It's not, and you should admit it.
Well, hold on. Wait.
Okay, hold on a second. I love that he's like complaining. She's complaining. Hi guys, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I love that she's complaining about Jennifer Welch, who like makes fun of like Donald Trump's like fat
shit talker,
or
man.
whatever.
Oh, I love it. I love her shit talking skills. They're fantastic. I've never met any woman from that part of the country with better communication skills than Jennifer Welch.
But she's just like a white lady who just talking greasy, like Robert likes to say. And like she's saying, like, you know what? That is the same as a white nationalist, like an actual literal white nationalist. I love doing that shit.
Them getting called fascist or racist is just like getting called jerk or asshole. It's a word and it hurts.
They take it personally, dude. The MAGA trash, they don't like it being called. Now, this is their latest thing, which you're going to probably hear more of because I think it's going to, it plays off of the victimhood thing. Is what happened? Oh, did I do that?
No,
are we good?
Don't worry about it. Nick's doing
okay.
that.
So of the victimhood thing, oh fuck, that just threw me off. Somebody else take it.
It's all right.
No, okay. So I was gonna say I've got a legit question. I was talking to my wife about this last night, and it's kind of what I want to lean into the next hour of what I want to talk about. This goes into kind of the whole thing with the the Venezuela strike, follow me.
Mhm.
Is like, I don't understand. Like, these people got into power by being, fascists. So I don't understand why they're concerned about being called fascists. I mean this in the most I really, it breaks my brain, and I'm also like trying to get myself in their head
because
They know
just
people
as
don't like the word.
because just
Why?
as social
Like the
because
board?
here I'll tell you
All right. When I have
connotation
to
versus
say it, they don't like the word Nazi.
connotation versus denotation, right? Socialism and communism, we know they're not the same thing, but to most of Americans, they are the same thing.
Mhm.
Just as fascism and Nazism is the same thing to them as well, and that's actually more the case.
Jeff
Not-
says no.
I want to actually have a different opinion
Jeff
on
says
that.
You don't think so?
I think that like they like playing around. They're being edgy and they like dancing around the words like fascist, Nazi, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But when it actually starts getting real, when it starts getting in their face, they're just like they don't want the smoke. You know,
Right.
They're
But
just-
why?
Smoke
Okay,
is real
that's
fucking smoke.
But I'm not.
But that's
I'm
what
not
I'm
disagreeing
saying,
with
though.
that.
That's what I'm saying, though. Is
they're not actually about it. They're not
with the
real.
Venezuela shit. Like, why do they care? It's like,
Mhm.
why is Pete Hegseth? And this is a real question. This isn't
Yeah.
like it's breaking my brain. It's like, oh, they're like, oh, you ordered this strike. Oh, they're calling you a fascist. Oh, Trump's poll numbers are in the 20s.
Yeah.
I ran on being a God King. I ran on being a piece of shit. Why do I care?
Because they're pussies.
They don't think they're in a cult.
Really?
Yeah.
They don't
Okay.
think they're in a cult. They don't. They no.
It
They're
hurts.
no. See, this is the best thing. One of the most important lessons I learned about storytelling in film school is the bad guy doesn't think he's the bad guy.
Mhm.
The bad guy thinks he's the good guy. These
Okay.
people are sociopaths.
They think
And,
they think America's been waiting for them to get into power to let everyone go, oh, we're free now. We don't have to pretend to care about gay people or black people or and tiptoe around words and say that OJ was innocent when we all knew he was guilty. It's that Ann Coulter fucking white anger, that white resentment of like having
Yes.
to like cater to these people. Why the fuck are you in my fucking restaurant? Why are you even in my town? Why do I have to see you? Why do I have to be aware that you exist? That's why, again, like Katie Miller's whole thing was you've had Jennifer Welsh on your show calling my husband a Nazi, and I'm equating that to Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes normalizing Nazism and fascism to the country, because
I
to
also
me
love-
they're the same thing. And Jennifer Welch had a nice response to this, I think.
Real quick, I really love that. Just super last point before you get to the response.
Yeah.
I also love that they're like, hey, we need to invade the city of New Orleans now with the National Guard and kidnap people and black bag 5,000 people or some kind of stuff like they're saying. But also, oh no, somebody was a meanie bobini to me online. Like,
Yeah, that's just so weird to me. I'm really,
Soft.
it's like watching, I'm trying to think of a movie with a really good villain. Like it's like watching Star Wars or something, and then Anakin Skywalker in episode 4 is like boohoo crying about like, oh, they don't like me on Coruscant or Alderaan or whatever.
Kylo
Oh
Ren.
no.
That's Kylo Ren.
What do we? Yeah. No, it is. And I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? But you know what? To his credit, and I mean this in the dark. I've said this before. Like, Trump is the best, most honest American president, where he will sit there and call Somalians like, "Oh, you're subhuman. You all need to be at a minimum."
Yes.
Get out. And I'm like, yeah, like that makes sense to me, because I'm like, oh, this is what America always is.
Yeah.
To where I guess is what you guys are saying is these people are still stuck in like neoliberalism, to where they think like,
And
they
Trump
think
is
like
that
coal
way too.
fucking matter.
Trump is new money, and old money doesn't respect new money. It's like, you're a fucking gauche.
Mhm.
You know, we're not gonna let you. You know, you might technically be able to be in this country club, but we
You
don't
got
have
gold
to sit
toilets
down
in
at the
Trump
table.
Tower.
with you. Yeah, exactly.
Let's wrap Alex and let them have their time. But one thing I do remember what I was going to say earlier.
Get out of
is
here.
The rhetoric that you're going to hear from the right, the narcissistic victimhood I was alluding to at the end of my episode, is going to show up with like when you do call them fascists and when you do call them Nazis, they're going to be like, you're being really dangerous with what you're calling.
Yeah,
That's their
your
go-to.
rhetoric is you're really dialing it up.
Because they know people want
words
to
are violent all of a sudden.
People want to smoke fascists, man. Fascists are the bad guys. They've been the bad guys. Do you want to react to this video before we leave?
Yeah.
Jennifer Welch's response to Katie Miller, I just thought was fantastic.
For the permanent record, I want to say it again. Yes, I think Stephen Miller is a hateful white nationalist with Nazi ambitions. And I want to make sure I'm crystal clear about that. And I don't think that alone. Millions and millions and millions of Americans do. And Katie Miller, when you go to bed at night, I mean, and you tuck your kids in, at some point, your kids are going to know, oh, our parents are racist. Our parents don't give a shit about certain people. At some point, your lack of empathy, when you love on your kids, if you can't transfer that empathy to other people because they look differently than you, or their origins are from a different country than you, and you can't transfer that, that's a level of psychopathy and sociopathy that I don't know can be treated other than being in a padded cell in a straitjacket, because that's how insane and cruel and mean I believe you and your husband are.
I mean, I think that's a perfect response there. By the way,
the E word, dude, evil.
They remind me of Diamond and Silk.
I get
Diamond
that.
and Silk?
Yeah, no. 100%.
They're like the opposite.
But you know what about them is like, I'm not a fan of their content just because I'm a leftist. And that doesn't mean like, it's like saying I'm not a fan of, I play video games. I'm not a fan of Stardew Valley just because it's not my thing. But I understand why people enjoy it.
Of course.
But what they're doing is they're doing things like the 100% right way, like the way as a leftist I want, to where they're like, okay, the audience that we're bringing in, some of them are going to be stuck in like the neoliberals spinning their wheels and they're going to be here. But the rest of y'all, we're kicking you up to Hassan.
Yeah.
And then Hassan will kick you up even further.
That's what I was
like,
that's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. And we'll close here. But she's evolved a lot. First of all, she's come a long way since I started watching her about a year ago. And she's only getting more progressive. And I think she represents the transition. She's like the personification of the transition that needs to happen. It's kind of what you were just saying, Lumen, but I just thought I'd say it my way too.
Yeah,
the wine moms out there with swords and fucking Palestine flags, like it's happening. People, you can tell, you can command people to believe that the economy's okay because the stock market's okay and whatnot. But if they can't afford their fucking groceries, if they can't afford their day-to-days, they're going to be looking for a different answer, and it's going to come from
And I do think to steal, man, what you guys were talking about when I, had my question about like what are they so concerned about? I think, it does do these fascists, these like low rent fascists, some kind of psychic damage to see two women who look like they know their way around a Hobby Lobby, like telling you you're a bad person.
Yes.
It does some kind of damage.
Irreplaceable ethos, fantastic ethos. When a woman gets up in a bully's face, what's the bully going to do? Hit her?
Yeah,
I mean, come on. No, he's got to sit there and fucking take it.
You lick sniz. I don't know if we talked about it, but if anybody's talked about that. But yeah, it's like you've lost all control here when somebody's just laid out the facts to you and like, what are you going to do? Yell at her? Like, what are you going to do? Put your hands on her? Like, there's nothing you can do. You have no power here. And
no, you're going to Katie Miller yell at her back, and you're going to look like a crazy bitch.
Well, thanks for the overlap, guys.
Thank you for the overlap.
Pumps looks like she can scrap, though. I don't know.
Pumps is tough, dude. Pumps is a tough one. She's a lawyer. She's mean. Thanks for the overlap, fellas. And I just want to remind my audience and everybody else listening to, if you haven't already, consider joining your local DSA. And remember from my show that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely. And folks, next week on my show on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, y'all are welcome. If you play video games and you're a host on this space, you're welcome. We're going to be talking about the upcoming Game Awards on Thursday and what we're hoping to win, our favorite games, just in general gaming.
Brother, I no longer play video games. I play the video game, which is Arc Raiders. If you're not playing that, you are wrong.
All right.
Take later, Alex. And check out Alex's episode with us on GMC a couple weeks
ago.
That
was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. All right, brother. Talk to you later. All right. What is up, Robert? How you
we're
doing?
just going right in. Cool.
Right into it.
I thought we were going to get produced into a thing. Okay, great. Pinkerbell in the chat. If you're still around, I want to let you know that I actually really enjoy Stardew Valley. It's like one of my desert island games. It's on my Mount Rushmore games.
Example.
I just couldn't think of something else that like I knew of that was very niche. I spent $70 a ticket and went to the Stardew Valley like orchestral season thing. Like I did that. My friend, she just hit perfection. I don't play it as much. I have it on my computer and I have it on my phone, and I transfer the saves back and forth. But I just don't. there's no problem with Stardew Valley. I just want to get that out. There's no, it's almost perfect. It's like, it's what do they say? It's an inch wide and it's like a Marianas Trench deep.
Miles and miles deep. Yeah.
It's not a problem. Just the kind of video games I like have a fear of loss. I need to be feeling like I'm gambling almost. And I don't mean I don't mean gambling in the way of like microtransactions. I mean like, okay, I play action RPGs like Diablo. I can only play them hardcore because it's like the idea that I can have hundreds of hours of progress and lose it in seconds. It does something to me and it makes me like feel alive. That's
Diablo has poisoned your brain, big dog.
What up? Man, I haven't recorded in like well, I didn't record last week because like the holidays are kicking my ass. Like from everything down to ice, like ice is like you said, ice is here in New Orleans, how it's affecting me. Yeah, my wife yelled at them today and called them Nazis. Saw them in City Park. They fucked up my car, and what I mean by that is the guys who fix my car, who only take cash or Zelle payments, they can't do it. They've literally had to like move their whole shop because they're afraid of getting arrested. So it's fucked me up. It's fucked, that's here nor
there. They're closing restaurants. They're closing.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. And people, the dumbest people at my work are like, what the fuck? I can't go to fucking boo boo boo. I'm like, you voted for that, you fucking idiot, you fucking monster. What did I tell you? I literally had this with a guy at work. I go, what did I tell you? I said, it's almost like this country is always run by the most marginalized, slave labor or near slave conditions we can possibly get, and now you can't get a burrito, and now you feel so. It's almost like I was telling you this a year ago, and you didn't want to hear it.
It's suicidal, like economically speaking, too, even from like a liberal standpoint, from the perspective of, oh wow, we are actually we're run on slave labor or run on low wage labor or whatever, and you know what we're gonna do now? We're gonna actually get rid of those people that do all of the work around here, and we're just going to collapse our own society. Like that's the decision that's being made.
That's the thing. I didn't see how short-sighted they were. Like when I say they, I mean like, why hasn't Capital stepped in and be like, Donnie, you can't do this?
They blew it. Capital has deeply discredited itself. The liberals have fallen. The center will not hold.
Right.
And right now we're literally stepping up into a socialism or barbarism situation. And as we saw last night, I guess in Tennessee, elections ain't going to do it. It's
even if she would have won, I didn't pay attention to that at all. To be honest, Jeff, I've been like not paying attention. The most political thing I've done, and I don't mean this, if we have some time to talk about it, most political thing I've been doing is playing Arc Raiders.
Yeah,
that is the most political that game. And we'll talk about real stuff, and we have time. We'll go back and I need to. Well, okay, you want to do this now? Okay, cool. Because that's what I was going to talk about if we weren't going to do the show tonight. That game is it's the tree in Star Wars. That's the cave of Dagobah.
Can you just lay out what Arc Raiders is? Just for the folks that are watching.
Okay, so
I actually don't even know. I haven't played it yet.
I'll lay it down to you, and we need to play it because if you're playing anything else right now, you're wrong. It's the most unintentionally.
Does it work on Steam Deck?
It might. It's really not graphically intensive, but you need good audio. We'll get into that. You need to be able to hear. It's one of those games. If you're deaf, sorry for you, bro. So my thing is, I was going to say that it is. If you remember Star Wars: Empire Strikes Back, when Yoda said, when Luke is like, "What's in the cave?" and Yoda's like, "It's whatever you take with you." It's like you don't need your lightsaber in there, and he takes it anyway. That game is a mirror. It's that cave. It is a mirror into your own soul. So what it is, it's a mixing of the Terminator, Mad Max, and like a couple like the Running Man.
And it's a multiplayer game.
Yeah. So how the story goes, AI has taken over the Earth. It's pushed. It's like Terminator shit, like Skynet. There's killer drugs. It's honest to God, I'm getting ahead of myself. Humanity has been pushed underground. You live in like tunnels. My cats are going crazy. You live in tunnels. That's where humanity survives. To go get supplies, people have to go up top and raid the old Earth for supplies and make it back down underground. Now,
it's a survival type game.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't have survival aspects. You're not building. You do collect stuff and
It's
break
not
it
like
down.
Rust.
Yeah, it's not like Rust, but it is like Rust. I'll describe it. So I'll get into it. So the thing about it, so you go up and you get stuff and you come back down in your hole. Honest to God, I'm not trying to be flippant. And I don't think the developers thought of this. First 20 minutes I play, I was like, oh, this is a Gaza simulator.
Okay.
Because you just hear killer drones all around you. You're hiding from drones. You're hiding from like robot tanks and all kinds of other stuff that's trying to kill you, right? So you go, I laid out the premise. Here's the thing. Now, here's why it gets interesting is because underground, where all the humans have to live, everybody's like, oh, we're against the robots. We have to go do the road. And we're all from these different little cities that are connected by tunnels underground. And it's like, it's supposed to be Italy, but you're all connected in these little cities. And everybody goes up to get their stuff. You're a raider. The robots are they're ARC. That's why it's called ARC raiders. You go up and you try to survive and not get killed by the ARC, and then you go back down. Now, underground, everybody's, hunky-dory, humanity's united. We've got to make sure we all survive, right? When you get to the surface, though, anything goes, like the Running Man. So, because the idea is you're all from these different cities, and there's only so much loot, and you have to take the loot back. So our goals are not always going to align. So friendly fire's always on. It's full loot PvP. When you kill somebody in that game, you take all of their shit, and and now it's yours, and now you have to try to escape and go back. And so you're being hunted by the robots and other players. But that doesn't mean that every player in that game is just trying to kill.
No.
Because like real life, socialism and communism is OP. It's overpowered. So if people can just put aside their bullshit and their greed and work together, then everybody can get what they need. But if people are like want to step outside of societal norms and just start randomly killing people because they're psychopaths, then nobody can get what they need. Yeah, you might get lucky.
You get
and
screwed up for everybody.
you don't even know if the guy you killed is going to have anything good on them. They might not. But if you all work together, everybody, because let's say 20 people are in a map at a time. Let's say you're the baddest mofo that's ever played the game. You're just Shroud, you're Ninja, you're just amazing at this game. And you kill the whole server. You killed 19 other people. You're the last man standing. Great. You can take whatever they have, but you can't carry it all out. So it's waste. So it's like you only have a limited amount of supply of stuff you can carry back. So you can't fully trust anybody, but you can't go around and be a psychopath and try to advance either. So what it's doing is it's showing you, like, without beating you over the head, that libertarianism is this thing of like, oh, I'm a rugged individual. Well, that's great.
Sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I'm a sob-sit, rugged individual. Don't get in my way, and I'll just take survival of the fittest. Well, that's great because, one, there's always going to be a bigger fish, a guy with a better gun, a guy who can play the game better than you, who's going to eventually kill you and take your stuff. Or, again, even if you're the best, you can't take all of it with you. So the best thing is to cooperate. So what people have been doing is they've just been naturally cooperating. People will run up on each other, yell friendly, 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 ask if they need help, and they'll move on. Now, you can't trust everybody, but you really can't trust. You can't fully trust because at any moment they can kill you. But the answer to that, which I have found, or other people have been like, okay, we're all playing differently. Like, we're not in a quote unquote team, but they're meeting up and they're saying, hey, friendly, friendly, friendly. And they're saying, hey, let's move together and get the stuff that we need and get out. So if you get 6-7 people doing that, all running together in a pack, pretty much it'll shoo away the psychopaths, because the psychopaths are one-offs trying to just kill for fun.
Yeah.
And they can't do that because they see 6 people. They know it's a gunfight. They can't win because 6-7 people are running up on them.
How many
And
people?
yeah, like 6 or 7. Like that's usually like a group that like I'll run in that we've all just met spontaneously somewhere, and we're just picking up more people as we go. And oh, I see 6-7, 6-7. Got you. So
you did that one, not me.
The thing is about the psychopaths, they can never win if the people who want to form a real civilization and be and do gay space communism are band together and hold the line. They can't win because they can't even cooperate with other psychopaths because they're psychopaths.
Yeah.
And this game is just people like you go online and people are either like loving this game and they're like, oh my God, this is the stories I have, the people I've met. This is so interesting. It's such a great look into like human nature and how society forms. And that's the first thing I thought of when like I was playing last night and a bunch of us just naturally formed together and said, hey, let's figure this out, get our loot and get out. And it'll be a lot easier because people won't be able to pick us off. I'm like, this is what our evolutionary ancestors did. There were so many different species of hominids. The Neanderthals are just one, and the Cro-Magnon that were bigger, stronger, more aggressive than we are. But at some point, we just said, hey, monkeys strong together. And we just banded together and we shooed them off, and they refused to cooperate even with each other. So they were no longer the dominant species and died out. Again, socialism is overpowered. It's an overpowered strategy. And that's what this game is showing. It's so crazy.
It's a necessary part of any kind of historical civilization. Like there is going to be inequality, but there has to be some kind of shared stakes, some shared community, some shared, I hate to say identity, but there needs to be shared something,
And like, you'll go online and people are like, I love this game. Oh my God, the story. And that's me. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. Every time I'm in there, it's a fresh game because I'm meeting completely new people. The stories that I have in here can't be written because they're all just like, they're all emergent and they're all just spontaneous. The things that happen, you have to like change on a whim. And then the people who are like, I hate this game. It's boring. It sucks. The streamers, there are always people out there just to be like, I'm trying to get into a gunfight. I'm trying to find people to kill. And I'm like, that's not the point. Like, that's not the point of the game. And that's why you're having a bad time. Yeah. And because most people are mic'd up in that game. And when you down somebody, you have to see them like crawl around and bleed out. I have like 8 player kills in that game. Only 3 of them felt good. Like legit, like 3 of them felt good because it was a duo that tried to kill me and I turned on them and killed them both. And another guy who tried to kill me first. The other 6 felt terrible. And I'm like, this is how it should feel. Like, I should not feel good. And I'm not saying if you play I play Call of Duty, I play all kind of competitive games, but there's a difference between like we're competing in a space to where like if somebody's just trying to survive and you come up behind them and you shoot them in the back of their head defensively, like that should not feel good. And and the guy can still talk. He's like, man, why'd you do that? I didn't even have anything good, blah, blah, blah. And you feel like a piece of shit. And then I've been playing it with guys from work here in New Orleans, and it really, really dawned on me. One of my work dudes is like, he was talking to another dude. He goes, man, remember we had to do this for real after Katrina, dog? You remember that? And I was like, damn. I'm like, that hit like on a whole nother level. Hearing him tell Katrina stories. Like, honest to God, it's to the point where I like want to like have him play the game with me and have him just tell those stories and put that online because it's like that important. But man, it's just like this game is such a look into like, if you want to call it the human psyche, civilization, the human soul, if you want to call it a soul, it will expose exactly who you are real quick. And it's like, I wanted to play the game and be a piece, because I'm like, I'm going to be a piece of shit. I'm going to be a villain. I'm just going to go around. And I'm like, I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun doing this. So I'm just going to hold the line. Because it got to the point where it's like, if I can't hold the line in a video game where nothing matters, like how can I, like when it's time for me to hold the line in like real society, how am I going to do that? So it's like,
there has been also, and I know this is different, but like I've noticed this when they started having these games with sort of the morality assignations to it. I'm thinking of like, the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and the Mass Effects and even like Undertale. And like, you know, when you're young and you're a teenager, it's like, I'm gonna be the bad guy, I'm gonna be a badass, I'm gonna kill everybody or whatever. And then like now, I don't know what it is. Maybe I just went soft or whatever, but like it's literally not fun to play games like that.
It's not fun. It's not fun. I am nicer in video games than I am in my real life, and I think it's because like in my real life,
you're a sweetie IRL.
Well, no, I mean like in my real life, I can understand to be like, okay, like resources are limited, like this is real. At some point I have to look out for me and mine. Sure. But like in a video game, I'm like, resources literally aren't limited. So it's like, why would I act like this? And then let's see. I wanted to show. So Looney Tunes 9000 says, I'm sorry, isn't Call of Duty played by MAGA idiots? Call of Duty is played by everybody. It's not, it's played by liberals. It's a lot of it's played by like sports guys, like guys who buy 3 video games a year. They buy NBA 2K, they buy John Madden football, and then they buy Call of Duty. Call of Duty is more of a, and they've even marketed it as this. It's more of a social platform, like and it has been for a long time, just like Fortnite is, to where it's just like that. It's the bar. It's where guys who are like too old to go to the bar after work or don't want to do that, they're hanging out with their work dudes or the college dudes after class or after work. But the game is evil because it's like
story mode.
It's, if you want to know the future, like play some Call of Duty games, because these games are greenlit by the American military. That's how they get the realism. That's how they get because they're just used as recruiting tools. And it'll tell you, like the last Call of Duty a couple years ago, not the last one, like 3 ago, they did a whole thing about like invading Mexico and doing like drone strikes and shit in Mexico. And I'm like, oh, and then Trump gets reelected, and all of a sudden they want to like, you know, we're talking about that kind of stuff. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been playing that yet, but maybe I'm gonna have to pick it up. I've been mostly playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Okay, it's just fun to me. It's fun stuff. But that sounds fun too.
No, Arc Raid is just so cool.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so that's been what's been the most of your attention these days. You're not really paying attention to the news or any of that kind of stuff.
To be honest, like I'm just so like, and this is, I'm not cooler than anybody else or anything, but I'm just so deflated on
riding it out. You know, you're like riding out a hurricane for 4 years.
I'm just so deflated by electoral politics, and it's like unless something pops off, like I just don't see how things are going to change. And like, I don't know. I don't want to get this space in trouble or say something that's like against like YouTube TOS. But I used to I think you'll know what I'm putting down, and I'm not advocating for anything, but it's just I'm asking questions, because I remember Noam Chomsky used to say like, oh, like we can't have violence, you know, coming from the left because the state has a monopoly on violence. And I'm like, I believe, like that makes complete sense. That makes material sense. But then I look at like the violence that has happened, and like
it's never ending. It's all going.
No, I mean stuff like Charlie Kirk, and I mean stuff like the National Guard troopers getting killed by a CIA asset, you know, PTSD CIA asset. And I'm like, it feels like the real psyop is like the American government is, you know, we've been led to believe the American government is like efficient in just like turning tragedy into opportunity. And I'm like, I don't want to say disappointed. I want to say pleasantly surprised that like how fast the Charlie Kirk stuff fizzled out. How fast the National Guard troopers getting killed, which Trump got them killed, because I mean, let's be real about it. This isn't even like, why are the National Guard on the street right now? Because Trump wanted to play a game and he wanted to flex. So it's like, if you want to point the fingers at who got those kids killed, it's Trump. They should have never been there to begin with. So when you bring the military on the street, don't be surprised when military stuff happens.
Yeah, it's a real F around find out moment.
Yeah,
right?
he got him killed 100%. But it's just, I'm surprised at how lackluster and how weak they've been, and like using this as an opportunity to further their goals. It's like as soon as some violence happens, it's like they back away from it in a way that I mean, thank God. I don't want the other end, but it seems like
putting a lid on it pretty quick.
They back away from it in a way that I just didn't expect.
Yeah,
I really expect them to just go crazy.
I think that it's not going to be, eventually there will be, and it wasn't Charlie Kirk, it wasn't these two National Guards, but we are seeing at least some of the, like, they're always the right, and also parts of the sort of like center national security apparatus blob, the those kind of folks, they're going to kind of always put at least a little bit of a lid on it, but also kind of move the line a little bit more and more and more towards the repressive authoritarianism, which I think we are going to continue to see, but we're not seeing it like in a real sense. We haven't seen though is like the 9/11 moment where all of a sudden everything is different. We haven't gotten to that, even though we've just gotten used to it. We've gotten
that's what I was gonna say. We're desensitized.
Remember when a school shooting was something that people cared about, and like people were like, "Oh no, we got to do something about school shootings." Now they happen all the time, probably more than ever. I'm not looking at the numbers, but I know that there aren't less school shootings than there were 10, 15 years ago, and it's just sort of like faded into the background. It's just a part of the sort of barbarity of the society that we currently live in. And like, I think this is just a part of it. Like, it's ratcheting up, not in the sense that like, all of a sudden we're going to have, the lid blow off the state and we're going to be changing everything up. And now it's going to be, full blown, anything goes revolution type stuff. It's more of that kind of violence becomes normal, and we're just get used to it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what it is. When it comes to government, when it comes to murdering fishing boat drivers or fishing boats in outside of Venezuela in international waters where it's absolutely legal to do this, and then also like coming back and double tapping any survivors, like they're gonna complain and whine and distance themselves about it. But
that's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Like,
the thing is that like they're not going to stop doing it. They're going to continue doing it, and they're going to turn up the heat. And that's my point. Like sure, they're going to like try and act individually to sort of like turn up that dial, turn up the heat slowly, but they don't want to be the ones that have like been credited with doing it, because they are not really about that project, or they're scared to be associated with it in such a direct way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, Helen Moreno sucks. But yeah, yeah, she sucks. 100%. She's not.
Wait, yeah. Even though Helena Moreno, because our new mayor is a Democrat, do you think she'll be corrupt? I mean, like, Dee was a Democrat.
Yeah, she sucks. She's not going. She's not going to not nationalize, but she's not going to municipalize energy, which that's the thing she ran on, and she's absolutely not going to do that.
Wait,
but
oh man, I'm so.
But yeah, that's the thing. I'm just really, having a hard time. Not having a hard time, just like emotionally. It's just like I just don't understand it. Like,
there's a disconnect.
You're doing the thing. Like, what rule book are these people playing by? Because it's like the thing. Everybody's like, when Charlie Kirk got murked, everybody's like, the dumbest guy is like, oh, you're gonna see now, blah blah blah, and then like, nah,
we are Charlie Kirk.
It's like, and for Pete Hegseth to be out here, be like, kill them all, let God sort them out, kill every Venezuelan fisherman in international waters. Yeah. And for them to be like, well, I didn't say that. I'm like, what is this, dog? Like, well, to quote Mobb Deep, ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Like,
wow,
you've got the power. Like, why are you being weird about this? Like, we kill people all the time, everywhere.
It's less about the individuals that are going to be, involved in it and their reputation and things like that, and it's more about advancing the project. So is America and is American foreign policy more fascist than it is without Pete Hegseth, for example? Absolutely it is. Now, he himself is going to act within the same liberal bubble that everybody else is. You know, it's the old chestnut of like in a liberal society, everybody's a liberal. The liberalism is the water in the fish tank, and they're going to function throughout those ways and get away with what they can to advance their project, but they still have to sort of operate under and along those mores. You see that from Zoran Mamdani himself too all the time, just kind of like backing off of things like, abolish the police and stuff like that. Or, he's not just sort of like in playing La Marseillaise or any of the Soviet national anthem or the Internationale, in New York City on his election. He can't really do that because you have to operate in such a way that, Joe Schmo, who doesn't pay attention to this kind of stuff, doesn't think you're that weird or that much more weird than anybody else on there,
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember who coined it, but it was like that BBC documentary guy. You can watch. It's like a 12-hour documentary. So if you're bored at work and want to steal some time, hypernormalization, where he talks about the fall.
Yes.
Like, I think that's where we're at.
Adam Curtis is right. Yes,
it's like nobody at work, nobody on the street cares or even talk about this like imminent like warfare in Venezuela, but also they're not sending their kids. They're not sending their kids to the recruiting station to look for a job either.
Yeah.
And
in
like,
fact,
people are just like, I don't care either way. It's not even that they don't care. It's like, well, what can I do? Like, all I can do is just like, we marched during the Iraq war. I'm old enough to remember that. And like, nobody, that didn't stop anybody. So it's like, what can we do besides what should have been done after those kids got killed in Kent State, which we cannot talk about.
Well, I will say this too. Super last thing on this, like when it comes to like even liberal institutions, not just in the United States, but internationally, like, do you think it is a coincidence that the opposition leader Machado in Venezuela was awarded the Nobel Prize, and then much to the joy of liberals who are like, hooray, a girl boss who's against a repressive state, totalitarian state in Venezuela, quotes with my fingers, obviously, is denying Trump the Nobel Prize, and then next thing you know, as soon as that happened, is the fixation of Trump's administration was essentially to target Venezuela for regime change. It was just like definitely not a coincidence.
No, 100%. I mean, and I don't know. I think the only thing, because why they're so hot on just regime change and not actual warfare, and they're like threatening warfare in Venezuela, is because Maduro could be like, well, of course I'll just turn this into a Pyrrhic victory. Like, I'll just torch every single oil field. Because that's the whole reason you care about Venezuela is because of the oil. And then also like to show like the hypernormalization of it all. China and Russia buy so much oil from Venezuela, especially Russia now because Europe won't sell them oil, and they're not saying anything about this either, which is like that should be one of the things, is like they should be a bulwark and be like, hey, leave our gas station alone. But they're like, they don't want that kind of smoke either, especially China. They're not about any of that.
No, they want to continue. They want business to hum along. They want
exactly
to be chill. They don't want to, they might have their own sort of like internal issues where they'll, take out parts of their own like minority populations or whatever.
Yeah.
And they want to do that. They'll do that in the name of stability, essentially. They'll do that in the name of maintaining their program, which is not different than the West. I mean, it just straight up isn't. It's just, but what is different is that the way that they run their society is broadly, at least for the broader base of society, much less. I mean, much more so than the West, which is again essentially just a Ponzi scheme to make the wealthiest people on earth even more wealthy, and workers can just get screwed all the time.
Yeah,
I got no hearts in my eyes for China, but I can definitely understand that they have a much more functionally organized society than the States do. You know what I mean?
Well, they just understand that, like, this is my theory on their theory of government, is that they understand that without actual the history of China, there's been dynasty after dynasty, invasions by Japan. They understand without consent, like the state, they cannot build walls higher than the poorest can climb. So they understood there's the fear of people actually rising up against their government. So now they actually have to do for those people. And also they understand that, when a millionaire or a billionaire gets out of line in China, well, then that's a social pressure release
problem for all of us.
You put a bullet in the back of one of their heads, and then they can just blame it on. They can rightly blame whatever problem that is on the millionaire or billionaire, rightly so.
And not just that, all the other millionaires and billionaires see that stuff happen, and they're like, "Oh, that couldn't be me." In America, you get Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like he would make it 5 minutes in China before he ended up in a river or something.
Yeah, he would just get a bullet in the back of his brain. He'd be one of those execution vans or something. Yeah, he'd be done with it. And they just understand that that's a pressure valve. Like, yeah, so when people are like in the streets and like tearing shit up in China, it's never directed at the government. It's always directed as the government has to do something about X.
Yeah.
Or we will tear shit up. And so that's just a release valve for them. I completely, I'm down with it. I mean, it's a lot better than the system we have here. I much rather live in a place where I know where the lines are than this fake fucking bullshit matrix, that we call a country here, where it's like, they tell you one thing and then, obviously that's not the case.
Well, yeah. Again, you allegedly have the right to like speech in this country, but also you can get thrown into a prison for exercising those rights. Or
yeah,
you can...
I know people who got fired for putting Charlie Kirk quotes on fucking Boomer Book.
Yeah.
What are we talking? What is this freedom of speech we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And I understand, like, corporations are not, entities of the government, but it's just. But also,
I mean, yes, they are. I mean, like, let's not like.
Okay, fair enough.
I would say that they are because they receive so much subsidies from the government and there's so many contracts that are made between the government and these corporations that they're not part of the government in name only. Like SpaceX, that's a part of the government essentially, only organized in such a way to make Elon Musk rich. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're 100% right. Like these corporations are just subsidized, but it's just interesting to me that I don't know, man. Like it's interesting to me that we're just, as a population, we just have so much apathy, and I'm guilty of that too. Like, why aren't I out there like fighting with ICE agents right now? Because I think it would just be by myself and wouldn't do any good. What good would it do? So I think everybody has that same thing, but it's just like we have apathy in both directions. Like American jingoism is absolutely dead, but now we're just in a place where we don't even think we can be exceptional. Like we can't even we're like, oh, this is America. You just can't have nice things here.
America is exceptionally bad.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Exceptionalism still exists. It's just that the exception is that America sucks.
It's just so interesting, dude. I just don't. Yeah, it's just the apathy is killing me, and I just don't know what's gonna rise out of that apathy. Is it just going to be just what we're doing now, just more status quo? Is it going to be is there going to be some kind of actual populist left movement when neoliberalism like falls all over itself again? And it's like what's the point? Like go back to my electoral democracy thing. You've got Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries saying, well, we're not going to even investigate if we win the midterms. We're not even going to investigate Pete Hegseth at all. And I'm like, then what is the point of any of this?
Why do you exist?
Yeah, why do you exist? Why do you exist? Like, why do I care? Like, why am I going to waste my life? I got Arc Raiders to play, bro. Why am I going to waste my life energy? I don't even have to stand in line to vote. Why am I going to go to a polling place to vote for any of y'all?
I'll say this too. This is again, there have been periods in our history where not only would there be a challenge to this kind of behavior, not super often, obviously, but like it would be somewhat bipartisan, at least. It would at least be investigated. Not to historicize or romanticize the past or whatever, but it really, when you look at something like especially post 9/11, I mean, you remember Obama essentially, I mean, he didn't endorse necessarily, but he essentially signed off on basically all of the things that George W. Bush did when he started 2 wars.
That's what I was going to say too.
To implement a torture regime.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say too before it left my head. Is like, okay, Pete Hegseth is out here backpedaling about, not even doing war crimes, just doing crime, murdering people in Venezuela. That he backpedaled. But like Obama, liberal ass, weak ass, bitch made ass, Obama, out here violating the Constitution, violating American law, not even international law, American law, illegally drone striking American citizens. He was like, yeah, I did that. And here's why.
Yeah. He implemented an entire assassination regime.
How are you more bitch than Obama, dog? I don't understand this. Aren't you the tough guy? Aren't you the fucking Fox News guy? Aren't you badass? How are you more bitch made than Obama?
I mean,
I don't understand this.
He just is. I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you. He's just bitch made.
He is. Like, what? Like, you're just weak, dog. Like, when the Reichstag fire happened, Hitler wasn't like him and Han asking for unity.
Oh, guys, yes.
He was like, hey, guys, we should all... He wasn't concerned who was on his team or not. He was concerned with who had the guns and who was in the street.
Yeah. How can we capitalize on this situation?
It just blows my mind how, like... And I'm glad. I'm so happy that it's not like that, but I'm just this strain of fascism is just neutered.
Weird. Yeah.
It's so weak. Thank God.
You brought up a question earlier of like how the left movement can, essentially build up. And again, that's something that needs to be constructed through. And I say it all the time. We need to build up our union density. We need to have organizations like, be it DSA or whatever your flavor is of what it is that is organization, right? If it's not DSA, it could be something else, but there has to be some kind of working class institutions, be it unions, be it churches, be it something that holds it all together. When people are on this, all the time, you'll see like, we need to have a general strike or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I do agree with that, but then like, what is the mechanism that organizes that? Who's in charge here? What is the process for making this happen? Because if you don't have at least a plan to make that happen and buy-in from enough people to actually build that critical mass that can actually shut down the entire economy for extended periods of time, so much to the point where the capitalists will say, uncle, if you don't have a plan to get there, and it's got to be a real, concrete, tangible plan that includes real organizations that do exist, not ones that exist in hypothetical spaces of your mind or whatever. How do you take things that are real and turn it into that? And that's the task, that's the task that, a lot of the online leftists that you like to see, who like to call for a general strike or whatever. Did I just say general?
You did. I was gonna let it go.
General strike.
I let it go.
General strike. But it's way easier to just shout it on Twitter. It's just when you don't see a plan to actually make it happen. And it's sad that people kind of get this way, but like, if you don't see a plan to actually make it happen, if you don't see a pathway to actually making it happen, you just yell at people on Twitter to make you feel good.
Well, okay, so here's the other side of the argument, and I ran into this IRL out in the street. I ran into an actual New York carpetbagger who moved here because it's so cheap, an abundance guy.
Oh, yeah,
Ezra Klein. He works for like Ezra Klein, and he was trying to be like, oh, we need like, and he's like, are you political? And we had a whole thing. He found out, we got a podcast, and he's like, oh, we should. I'm like, absolutely not.
I hope you're listening.
I'm like, absolutely not. But like, I want to hear your world. I want to hear your theory of change. And he said that same thing that you just said. But my retort to that is, and I told him straight up, I said, I don't trust you. I don't think that I think that your whole idea is like having to need a plan for every single damn thing. I trust you, Jeff, but I'm saying this abundance guy can go jump into Mississippi. Like, I'm like, for you're trying to meeting people to death. So nothing ever gets done. Well, and so instead of moving in any direction, you just want to keep going on and paralyze people. Because I said, and here's the thing, I said, when we have to decide, when we want to kill fishermen and call them narcotics drug runners in Venezuela, that just gets done. When we want to go drone strike Americans under what Obama did, that just gets done. When we want to fund a genocide, that just gets done. Nobody's asking where the money's coming from. Nobody's asking what needs to be cut, what programs need to be cut so this can be funded. It just gets done. So if we have that same energy for things that actually help Americans, we'd be in a much better place instead of just sitting here and having death by committee. That's my retort to what you just said.
Well, sure. And to what I would just say is that these things are possible. They can be built up, and it is going to take a certain amount of time. I mean, we did at least get a step down the road with Zoran. Now, is that going to actually be something or not? We'll see. But I mean, again, they have organization, they have money, we don't. You know,
treat, and this is my thing about Zoran Mondani. Like, if he was sitting here, I'd be like, I would tell him to his face, I'm so glad you won. I like, you're cool. You're a cool person. And like, blah, 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 blah. I trust you, whatever, but I don't trust the political system that you're involved with. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't even be involved with it. But what my point is that I think of, if he was in front of me, I would say, I think of you the same way that Chuds think of Trump. You make people mad and you make people wet themselves. I like that.
Yeah. Well, cool. I mean, I like that too.
So you make all the bad people cry. Therefore, I'm down with it.
I will say this: there's a difference in intentionality with Zoran. I mean, and you can tell that this was the case when he went to maybe it wasn't, but like when he went to the White House and he was actually like had this extremely positive whatever with Trump. Like it did piss off all the weird, freak people, but like. The whole point of it, the whole objective was to essentially say, hey, we're trying to get this affordability agenda through, and that I think made him look very serious in terms of how things are, and also made Trump look like he just like was in love with Zoran or whatever.
I have never seen that. Was so weird.
It was so weird.
I don't know if we talked about it. I can't. The days were running together. But like I have never. I'd like to think of myself as a layman's historian. I know a little. I know a little bit more than the guy who just watches, 9-hour AI made Roman history documentaries on YouTube, right? But like, I have never seen somebody have to like come to the king's court, and then like, not only did he not kiss the ring, like his ring got kissed.
Yeah.
Like I'd have to really look and see like, has anything like that ever even happened in history? That's so weird.
And you have to ask yourself the question why that happened. It's not just that Zoran is so personally charming or whatever, or he flattered Trump or said the things that Trump wanted to hear behind closed doors or anything like that. There is actually a genuine, I think, understanding by Trump at least that Zoran has sauce. You see what I'm saying? He's got like motion. He's got actually the ability to build a political movement, and like obviously this stuff is going to break down when it comes down to like, I mean, it's already happening. They already put ICE in New York City, and they're already making statements about Zoran's talking about individual people who were attacked by ICE, which is actually very good because it puts a face to a lot of the violence that's being put forward, which I think is a good thing. But like the whole reason that for that insane like Twilight Zone press conference that we saw was essentially a feeling out process. You see what I mean? It was almost like all right, this guy right here is at least legitimate, and if I'm gonna fuck with him and come at him at his neck right now, I'm gonna have more problems than he is. I'm going to look like the petty one. I'm going to look like the weak loser. And so he instead just decided to like gaze at that picture of him like looking up into Zoran's eyes.
Crazy.
That is going to be in history books one day.
That's
it's so weird
crazy,
thinking that.
Let me, since we're like, okay, we got like 9 minutes left. Let me ask you this, since we're in full, like, I feel like we're like with this kind of conversation where we're like theory crafting, I feel like we're 15 years ago doing a Game of Thrones post episode Sunday night. Like, why was it written like this? I don't understand. So I just wonder, and like none of us will ever know this for sure. Is there a world, do you think, that Donald Trump just goes, I see what the problem is. I see where my lane is. Instead of running for the Republican primary, he runs in the Democratic primary, he'll easily defeat Hillary Clinton and just enacts gay space communism, but just himself as like Mao Zedong, like himself as the God King dictator. Because I'm just like, the guy just wants the chair. He doesn't really, but is the reason that he did that he is who he is because, like, a real comparison to Adolf Hitler, the guy gets compared to Hitler all the time, but a real comparison to Hitler is he just couldn't let his own race. He couldn't get out of the way of his own racism.
Trump is a Broadway loving lib. Like, that's just who he is. He was rejected by, like, this is where a lot of his, personality and his personal sort of like ennui comes from, is that he was always sort of like an outcast in like New York and Washington political and social scenes, right? He was always sort of cast out because of that new money thing that you talked about earlier. So, and I mean, really, when you think about it, the Democrats are very much a party of the wealthy. They're very much a party of billionaires. I mean, no less than the Republicans are, or maybe, to extents of like individuals or whatever. But like Trump himself doesn't really have any politics. He doesn't believe in any of this stuff. He just wants the Trump brand to be on top. So like, could the possibility of like lib Trump or gay space communism Trump or whatever that you say, like, is that a possibility? I think it's like, in the abstract, yes, but in terms of functionally getting to that place, it's a lot less likely because the Democratic Party is way more structured to resist any kind of takeover than the Republican Party is.
You're right.
It's a lot more Wild West than the Republicans. They have a strong establishment, but their establishment is a lot like less. It's actually kind of, and flame me in the chat if you want. It's a lot more sort of meritocratic. Like, you earn your stuff and you move on up.
No, you're right. You're right.
Like, if you're 100-year-old like guy with throat cancer, you get the seat on the Judiciary Committee over AOC, who's your biggest fundraiser and your biggest rising star. It's just a more opportunity-rich environment on the right, because they actually do want to. They actually are in it to win it, essentially.
No, you're 100% right, and I didn't think of that until you told me that, because if the Republicans, like, once Trump got critical mass, and he couldn't be like, he had not the party behind, he never had the party, he had the party's base. If he became unstoppable, to where like Bernie had the base, and it still was like, no, we're going to systematically shut you out.
Yeah.
And there's nothing, even if every single Democratic voter wanted to vote for Bernie, like, and like they tried to do that with Obama, but they couldn't because Obama got the banks behind him.
Yeah.
That's when things really turned and he was able to take out Hillary.
And
go ahead.
Sort of critically also, when it comes to Bernie, they kind of pegged him for the good soldier that he would be, and he would bow his head and bend the knee and take the L. Wanda says, as a native New Yorker, I can tell you Orange Man sees Zoran as the ultimate New York celebrity, which Trump respects more than anyone. Trump is a New Yorker, an ugly one who has never been accepted by any old New York money. So yeah, I agree with you, and that is exactly right.
That's so interesting. Just to clarify my like Hitler comparison, I don't mean that in an emotional way. I mean like in an actual, like, when the Nazis invaded USSR, they were seen as liberators and instead of just like rolling with that and being like, oh, okay, cool, but they started
to circle entire like cities and killing everyone.
They were like, oh, actually, you are all subhuman.
And
then so they're like, so pinned between Stalin being like not one step back, and then Hitler's like, we're going to kill all of you. they chose not one step back and won. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's that's what I mean by the comparison to Hitler there. But if he just couldn't get out of the way of his own racism, so weird. Like, but that, I mean, I find that like a fascinating, I don't know. I think it's in my head because at work today, I had all these kind of what ifs. Like I had The Godfather playing. Godfather's free on YouTube. So I watched I had 1 and 2 playing in the background when I was like doing office work today. But I was like, this interesting, like kind of, King's Court political theater thing going on. And it's like, it just makes the current White House and the current administration just make no sense to me, to where Trump will sit there and call, Somalians like, literal subhuman creatures that have to, that at a minimum, I'm being kind to you by saying I should kick you out of the country just for being Somali. And on the other end of that, you've got that at the top, but then underneath him, you've got all these like kind of just like neoconservative weak ass libs who are just like, I didn't call in a strike on fishermen, and if I did, it was good, but I didn't. It was this other guy, and it's like, bro, you are not built for this.
Yeah.
You're not built for evil. Go sit down.
Well, and again, like that is the case of Trump being like his administration, at least exit. He's not some like hardcore badass, like old sword general. He's a Fox News TV guy, right? Kash Patel is not some sort of like a J. Edgar Hoover type figure as he sits in charge of the FBI. He was a podcaster. You know what I mean? Like he's sort of populated his administration with people that that talk about him good on media, who are like suck his dick on media. It is really crazy just seeing like you thought the first Trump administration was reality TV. Oh, buddy, this one is like super duper reality TV. It's nutty. We do got to jump though.
Yeah, we got to go. So it's been fun. You can check out Good Morning Comrade anywhere you can download podcasts. That's where we're at. I am on Twitch whenever I feel like it. Maybe I'll Twitch some, I don't know, at Lumencast on Twitch. Whenever I feel like it, maybe I'll play some Arc Raiders. Also Lumen on YouTube. Anything you want to pump, Jeff, while we're here?
Follow me on Twitter at Eminent Prof.
Oh, yeah, here on that X.
On the other one too, the Blue Sky, the Butterfly app. But like mostly listen to GMC. Follow us on Twitch and YouTube. You can catch all of our shows there and all the podcast stuff. And if you're in the New Orleans area,
do not play with Nazis if you're in the New Orleans area.
Yeah, that, and then also listen to Good Morning Comrade, WHIVLP New Orleans FM. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
One more time, unmuted. Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack, aka Matt Strackbein, aka the Letterhack, unmuted. We got a big show for you tonight. We got a lot of stuff packed in here. Let's start with
everywhere I sit. Don't correct me when I speak. Don't criticize the friends I keep. I'll take what's mine. I'll haters with notes of despise. Yeah, I'm the worst, but don't you know I got the devil on the phone. I'll take what's mine, I'll have some of yours, then I'll take a little more, just to be sure I'm doing just fine. Idiota blanco que sucede contigo, idiota blanco fuera de mi camino.
Out of Baltimore, Maryland, that's Mean C with their single Idiot Blanco. Now, look, a little bit of nepotism here, but that's the theme tonight. That's my brother Michael Strackbein's band, along with Jeremy Hayes and Shane Walsh. Once again, out of Baltimore, Maryland, that's Mean C with their single Idiot Blanco. Now, they've got plenty more stuff to listen to. Their Bandcamp link is in the chat. Check that out. Mean C, Idiot Blanco. Now, once again, hello. This is Hey Funny Book. It's underway. This is the show, folks. Okay, like it or not, here it is. And today we're talking about fame versus celebrity. Famous artist versus celebrity artist. What it means to be famous versus iconic. And who cares anyway, right? What is it about your current status, popularity, or name recognition that gains the trust of people with your new venture? Does it? Should it? Or should you be judged by your new venture itself? Okay, look, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but folks, once again, this is the show. This is it. This is what we're doing here. Okay? Not only is this a fucking banger show I got lined up for you, but it's been one after another today. Okay? 2 new doses of content, right? First, personally, myself and Chloe Humbert have launched an audio podcast called Psych Grind. You can go to psychgrind.com and subscribe. Then the first episode's out. The second episode drops on the 12th. We're off and running. It's an audio podcast. We played it here. So it'll play on a Friday. It'll drop. And then it'll play the following week right here. And just gives you a chance to listen to it twice because there's a lot to digest. Okay? After that, Absurdity Space. The new show with the regular host and 2 of the 3 main co-hosts for Movie Night Extravaganza, Forrest Miller and Kristina Oakes. Also, Kristina's doing Kristina's Corner here on Tuesdays. Look, you might be impressed by this lineup of shows that we have here, okay? You might be like, wow, this is fucking impressive. But I will just tell you, this is what we do. I mean, it's not impressive to us because it's natural to us. This is just what we do. It's like everywhere I go, I'm like, where'd this red carpet come from? You know what? I'm going to stop asking. But folks, look, whether you're having a good time right now or not, this is the show. This is it. Okay. Like I've been doing this for a while now, since like June. It's not getting any better. It's not getting any worse. We can safely assume this is it. I hope you dig it because it's a lot of fun for me. Talking about fun. Please don't forget the birthday art challenge. I'll mention it again before the end of tonight's episode. I'll share your work on air if you want. If you don't, you got to tell me. Tell me one way or another, or I'll ask. But that's a week from today. So today is December 3rd. This is my parents' wedding anniversary. And I never forget their wedding anniversary because it's the 7-day countdown to my birthday. And to my parents, if you're listening, this is the show. Okay, this is it. This is if you want to know if you're like in store for anything else, this is basically it. But we're going to talk about some specific stuff. But this is it. So look, the birthday art challenge is this. For any name recognition that I have, it's because I used to draw and still do frequently tons of pictures of people doing this sort of online independent media. And I was promoting them through my art where I couldn't, pay for a subscription or a membership. So now I want you to do it for this space. I want to encourage everyone, especially people who don't currently consider themselves artists or make art. We're going to be talking about it a lot tonight. I want you all to get in on this with us, with me. Send me art. You can DM it to me however you want on the Discord. I'm on all the social medias or theletterhack@gmail.com. It's an email so clever and so basic, you probably could have figured it out yourself. Draw, paint, doodle, sketch, sculpt. Send them to me however you can. And look, it could be of me. It could be of any of the hosts of this space. It could be of producer Nick. What does that guy look like? Does he have web feet? You tell me. He might have like a single horn. He might have 2 or 3 horns. I don't know. You tell me. Okay. But anyway, some of the drawings have already started coming in, the submissions, if you will. I'm really enjoying them. One, I will be able to show on screen or on air. So like I said, let me know if you don't want me to show them or not, but I'm loving them. I'm loving it. I feel so grateful. Okay. Let's get into this. I want to start by sharing a new children's book that's coming out sometime next year. This is what I'm hearing. Now it's a brand new venture. Okay. I'm trying to get an interview with the folks behind this. And either way, I'll keep everyone up to date. We'll keep tabs on it, on the release, the official release. When that happens, I'll let you know. This is from the new publisher. Bring it up here. It's from the new publisher, Young Rebel Books. And I believe this is the very first thing they've done under this banner. And I also believe this is the same person or people or an offshoot from the online account, the social media account, Seester Jones. And that's spelled C like SEA, STER Jones. They post tons of like anti-fascist content on social media, anti-capitalist stuff. They reshare a lot of stuff. It's one of those accounts where when you find out about them, you realize like, oh, everyone I know is already following these people. It was like that sort of thing. So this book coming out from them, When Stella Said Enough. Here, I'll just read you their write-up. A big dream of mine is becoming reality. Most of you probably don't know that I have a university degree in childhood pedagogy. I should have looked that word up before I read this. Essentially, the art and science of teaching young children. I do that, and I don't know that word. Well, that just goes to show I don't have a degree in it. So over 10 years of experience working with kids and young adults, drug-addicted teens, and unaccompanied minors from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And I've always wanted to publish children's books that teach empathy, solidarity, and fairness from a young age. Come on. This is great. This is great stuff. For this book, we partnered up with the amazing Tulip Studio to bring my vision to life. Go and check her out. Now, look. I did. Okay, I checked out Tulip Studio. Here's some of the artwork that they're already getting for the book. And they make a point of saying it's all human created. If you follow them on Instagram, you'll see that they're saying like this is non-AI stuff. This is human-made art. You know me. Look, I was interested anyway. Okay. But then when they said that, I was like, well, okay, definitely sign me up now. But where can I learn more about this Tulip Studio? Let's check it out. So this is what I like about okay, so let me make a comparison first, okay? There was Colin Kaepernick had an idea for making comic books, for publishing comic books, and he said this is for all the artists, this is for all the writers who don't want to have to deal with artists. He said, this is for all the writers who want to get their comic books made without the gatekeeping. You can now use AI. And he was just offering like a form of AI, like specifically, it makes no sense to me. If I wanted to make a comic, if I wanted to write a comic book and have it produced with AI art, I would just do that. There's no need for a middleman. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, hey guys, send me your script and I'll run it through AI and send it back to you. No, you just do that with your damn script. I don't understand. It's so weird. It's so weird to me. I feel like I'm missing something, but that's a huge L. So, these folks are doing the exact same thing for children's books without the AI. They're like, we have real art for you. And so you send us your script. And of course, it's not free, which is the other, big attraction for AI. But look, I'm going to show you some examples from a name you're going to recognize who made children's books with AI. And that's the cost he saved isn't worth it, if you ask me. I'll judge that based on the cover of the book, which they say don't do. But in this case, you'll see why I think that's okay. So, ready to create a bestseller children's book, full service package, illustrations, book cover, layout, and design, book formatting, and other essential aspects. Essential aspects. Oh, and then get free sketch sample. So, like, before you go with them, you can say, can I see a sketch of this? And they'll hook you up. Okay. But like, what other essential aspects? Because I'm an artist, I'm an illustrator. I know what that means. But how do they explain it? Right. So when you scroll down and start to look at some of their work, it's all pretty cool, right? And like, I could scroll through all this, but you get the idea. There's a lot here. Right. Well, how does it work? There's a brainstorming session, free consultation with our project manager, discuss everything about your book project. That's probably where they gauge expectations, tell people like, wow, you have a 1,000-page manuscript for a children's book. Get that down to like 8 pages, right? Or you know what I'm saying? Like there's probably a little bit of that. Very good to have project management involved. Very good. Project completion. Let our award-winning illustrator and designer team do the rest. You will receive the work progress regularly from the project manager, and then publish the book. Time to rock and roll. Now you have a spectacular book that is ready to make sales on Amazon. Well, maybe we can get a hold of these folks and find a different way to do that. But look, if you're going to compete with AI, fucking use Amazon. So it's a one-stop shop. There's no upfront cost. There's a fair price, exclusive art, project management, and milestones, right? So no need to pay for everything at once. 100% rights and licenses. Incredible team. Spectacular results. This is all stuff you want to hear. They go through page format. You can click the book and get going. You can look at testimonials. But what I wanted to show you was this page that I found where because they're very adamant about this not being AI and stock images. And they say, beware of fake illustrators. We will reveal their secret. Now, they say, look at these images below. And I'll tell you, to the trained eye, I know exactly what they're talking about here. But they go on to explain it. But I'll just show you how I'll let them do the talking here. So when you scroll through these images, you'll notice that they're all fake. Most of the authors didn't realize that their illustrators had cheated them. So these were actual books from people who came to them and said, here's my first book. I made it with AI. Or here's my first book. I hired an illustrator, but I didn't really like his stuff. And they go, oh, bad news. They just downloaded this art from different like stock image resources like Free Pick or VectEasy. They'll do a slight edit, like change the colors or reverse it, or, you know, draw over top of it a little bit here and there, may put freckles on a character, swap the hair from one to the other, but they didn't draw anything. Okay, they're just modifying images. Now, let me make a case for clip art. If you buy a clip art set, do whatever you want with that. You bought it. Do whatever you want. You want to drop clip art into the background of your images? You want to draw over clip art? Whatever. You bought that. Yeah, you can make an argument for, well, they didn't technically draw it. Okay, but they're not breaking any like laws, copyright rules. It's not in bad faith as long as they're open about how they create their backgrounds. People will do this. If you just need like a mountain scene and mountains aren't your thing and you bought a clip art program or a book, use it. Find a way to make it your own. Find a way to use it as like a starting point or something. It's not AI. It's not stock images. Here's the threat. You can see on the left is stock images, and on the right is a very nice illustration. Here's another example. There is some skill involved in like arranging stock images to look like a scene, but it's not a talent. And when compared to these original illustrations on the right, it just can't be beat. So you never use clip art for children's books or anything really, because there are copyright issues. And as the author of the book, the person publishing it, you face those consequences, not the illustrator. Or you both do. Frankly, they'll come after everyone. It's like if someone paid me to design a website and they were like, we need a picture of like, you know, I don't know, it's a restaurant. We need a picture of somebody doing prep work, like cutting up tomatoes or something. And I grabbed a stock image into it on there. There's a meta tag. They know. The person in the website will be like, dude, I just got a cease and desist and I owe money. What the fuck? And I'll go, oh, let me check my inbox. Oh yeah, I got that same thing. So like you at least want to make sure the illustrator you hire is not doing that. And this would be a good, apparently, is a good one-stop shop. Now look, I just found out about these guys recently. So, you know, if it turns out this isn't the case, I'll let you know. But so far, this sounds great. And number two, stock images give you real poor quality, right? And I love this wording. Basically, the fake illustrator doesn't have any sense of art. They just try match. They're just trying to match the clip art with your book text or edit. Of course, you'll receive poor quality of work, low originality and uniqueness. That same clip art is being used everywhere, right? That's another reason why you don't want to do it. They tell you how to compare the price and the differences between like a real illustrator and, you know, a phony one. Ensure there's a sketching process. Now, this is what they mean when they say other aspects, okay? These are the vital aspects of creating artwork in a commercial sense. If you hire me for, and I'll just use a real life example. The Vanguard recently hired me to do a new logo for Palm Dorks, their movie review YouTube channel. And the first thing I did, now I've worked with these guys plenty, but the first thing I did was show them a sketch. And I was like, this is kind of what I'm thinking. And I wrote it out. I said, this is what it's going to look like. The colors will be very rich. There'll be a lot of red. There'll be shadows. There'll be a circular shadow. So your thumbnail will be an avatar, blah, 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 blah. Right? You show them examples. and then you draw it. The first time I did a logo for those guys, I did the rough sketch, and then I drew it in pencil, and then I did in ink. Then I fully rendered it, but I showed it to them every step of the way. Now, if they need edits, they know they can rely on me to go back a few steps in the process and revise it accordingly. This is how it's done. If I just gave you the final product and say, here you go, something is off. We've missed the most, certainly the funnest part of the process is seeing it come to life, right? But like we've lost the opportunity to collaborate. We've lost the opportunity to provide feedback, and for me as the illustrator, to possibly counter that feedback and go, here's why, I've done it before, it didn't work, or here's why maybe we could try this instead. That is an amazing. It's like they say the best stories come out of research. But when you research the heck out of a story you're writing or a book you're writing, you'll be like, oh my God, it's informing the story. So that process of like getting to the writing or getting to the drawing or getting to that final product, the end result, that process is vital. And so that's why you wouldn't use stock images in AI. It's not editable, as they say here. The images are editable using particular software, so they can download it and make it suit the story in your book. But all that means is it's vector. Or it's like high res Photoshop, and you can click it and change colors and stuff like that. But there is no like point where it's not like they're going to download it, arrange it, trace it, pass that off as a sketch they did, right? And if they are, they've backed themselves into a corner, because then if there's any revision, they'd have to redo the end result that they already prepared. It's not a thing. That's not why you would fake it, to recreate the process in some backward way. The new face of fake art, AI illustrations. You think an AI image generator solves everything, but there are issues hiding beneath the shiny surface. Here's what goes wrong when you use AI illustration: glitches and weird anatomy. We're going to look at examples of this. There's sense memory. You see something and you know something's off, because you have a sense from memory and experience of what it should look like. When you zoom in, things fall apart. Fingers melt. Limbs bend the wrong way. Eyes don't line up. J. Crew did this last summer. J. Crew did a menswear ad last summer where a guy is sitting cross-legged and his foot is bent back into toward his ass. They don't even bother to edit it. Do you see what I mean? They're like, nobody's gonna notice that shit. Let's just go. Everybody noticed, and they got called out and looked very dumb. Eyes don't line up. AI models don't actually understand biology or anatomy. They mimic patterns. You'll often see unnatural proportions, strange overlaps, or body parts that seem fused. What seems okay, quote unquote, on first glance becomes jarring when someone inspects closely. So this website is awesome. It goes through all of this stuff. Even if you don't end up using them, it's probably worth checking out, because there's a lot of valuable information in there in terms of what the negatives and the very negatives about AI art and images. I don't even like to call it AI art. I just do that because that's, people recognize the term. So anyway, we'll dip back and forth into that. And of course, we'll be talking about this quite a bit. Yeah, I'll save. I got a bunch of stuff listed here that I'm going to save for next time. I'm telling you, I could wake up. I could prep this show an hour before going live, because all I have to do is type in AI art controversy, and here comes a flood of results. I've got so much stuff. Oh, we might get to it. I don't know. I think I'm going to save a lot of this for next week, but I think this website sounds great. If you didn't know this, getting into the children's book industry is extremely difficult as a writer and or artist. It's extremely difficult. There's a lot of it out there, as you may know, especially if you have kids. And so, like I was saying at the top of the show, we're going to, contrast and compare artists with artists building off of their celebrity status. This children's book and the work by Tulip Studios are obviously proud of not just their results ongoing, but how those results were achieved. And that is the noteworthy distinction. Your art is not just a final product or the end results, but that is exactly what you get with AI. You skip right to the end results because that is the most important thing in that moment, on that project. To someone generating images artificially, not my word, that's theirs. Saying that you're generating artwork artificially sounds like an insult to me, but that's how they refer to it, that they are artificial intelligence artists. I'm sorry, if you're calling yourself an AI artist, you're saying there's only one word between artificial and artist, and it's intelligence, and it's not fucking yours because you haven't bothered to use your brain to learn how to do this shit on your own. Okay, you're an art director at best. But AI, it's just patterns and existing information in art. There's nothing new. It doesn't go forward. It steals. It's theft. You can't be bothered with all those artists and their bothersome personalities and the way they need to, like eat food and pay bills. What's all that? I don't want to have to deal with that shit. Just give me the art, pal. Or what? Why? I mean, this cost savings stuff is just cutting out like artists. It's a horrible thing to do in the world. They skip over all that and they go straight to, in most cases, literally whatever ChatGPT spits out. I mean, or else how do you explain this? Let's do it. There's a very slim chance that David Pakman's children's books could compete in the market if not for his existing name recognition and popularity from his YouTube channel. David Pakman of the David Pakman Show. Now, look, that's fine. We can all ask our existing audience to join us in new projects. For whatever sort of platform I've built, whatever audience I have, whatever community I happen to be a part of, yes, I'm going to tell you all about my next comic book project, and I hope you'll support me. Right? But it's not like I got to a point where I was like, wow, I got 1 million subscribers. I bet if I did a children's book, it would sell. I can't afford that. I'll use AI. Like, that's you see what I'm saying? Now, I may have skipped a step in there where it was like, I want to teach kids about things. I want kids to learn about things. But do you think there aren't children's books out there already that teach science? Could you maybe invest in those as opposed to just churning out your own AI-generated slop? Think about this. So if there is a point where it's like, no, I genuinely want to make books for kids, that isn't the primary goal here. It goes from, I'm this successful, maybe I'll do a book. That sounds like a lot of work. Now, to his credit, Pakman has written a book, maybe more than one. But like a children's book sounds like, oh, that's easier and could be fun. And I have a kid. Yeah, okay, I'll do a children's book. But then I'm going to have to like work with an artist and like pay him and stuff. I'm not doing that. So on the one hand, great. You want to use your existing audience to help you out with a new project, or you want to, bring them along and go, hey, I'm still podcasting. I'm also an author. Check it out. Okay, great. That's makes total sense. But his first book did so well that I have to assume his first book did great. It was on like bestsellers list. But his first book did so well, and he used AI to make it, that I was thinking like, okay, well, maybe he'll fund his second book. And he even got some listener feedback. Some viewers were like, dude, why are you making AI? And he goes, oh, I'll take that into consideration. And he didn't. But like your first book profits could have funded the second book because he's got more of these. But just real quick, I'm not going to zoom in because I don't want to show this artwork off anymore. But let's us all think like a scientist for a moment. I'll see if I can zoom in a little bit. That doesn't help. This girl's left hand has over 6 fingers. It has like 6 to 7 fingers. Are we thinking like a scientist now? Like, hey, I mean, if somebody's born that way, okay. But that's not what this book is about. And then the microscope, which is unlike any microscope you've ever seen, is kind of fused with her shirt. I could show you the back cover. There's even more embarrassing images. And obviously, like, the text was just laid out. There's a whole bunch of like, like it's a children's book. So like when a bunch of like every other sentence has a word that ends on the next line, like it's hyphenated, and then on the next line, there's just hit enter, hit return, or adjust the leading and the tracking so that it fits on one line. But it's like every other sentence is like that. And it's like, what is this, like first draft shit here? This is weird. Like as a production oriented artist and writer, I noticed that stuff. Here's the next book. Think like a detective. Okay, well, here's a mystery to me. Like if you were to zoom in on this, you would see that the jacket has 6 collars, 5 or 6 collars. It's double breasted, but it's only got one set of buttons. And his pocket, I think his hand is somehow in his jacket without being in the pocket, and he's got something under his arm, but it's not identifiable. It might be the rest of his hand. So that's a mystery worth solving. But I just think this is really tacky, and it's really gross. I am obsessed with comic books, so when I make them, part of me is just wanting to give back to the medium that I'm in love with. I want to contribute. I want to be a part of it. But it's not the I can do that too bullshit. Just one example is like when people are like watching a stand-up comic and they're like, I can do that. And then they get up there and it's like, yeah, you can't do that. That's really bad. It's not something you can just, I mean, if you can, great. But like, it's an insult to that industry. It's an insult to the people who make this stuff and they do it right. And this guy comes along and just banks on sales because people know him from his YouTube. Howard Stern shouted him out. Anyway, that's enough going in on Pac-Man. Let's go in on some other people. And we're going to shift gears and not really, but it'll feel like it. So that's using art, right? What about making art? Since that's what we talk about so much on the show lately. Using art is like, acquiring art, using illustrations, but making that art, making those illustrations, especially when you're just starting out as an artist who has decided that they want to share their work with the world. You want to offer your portfolio on Portfolio Day or send it to publishers. You have to not only overcome the fear of rejection, you need to embrace rejection. And first of all, if you submit your work to I'm going to explain what I mean, but first of all, if you submit your work to someone, say a publisher or an editor, there are a million reasons why you could be quote unquote rejected. And almost none of them are because you're not quote unquote good enough. Because the term not good enough can also have a million definitions. or reasons why it would be used. But if you go in with the idea that you'll take into account, like you're submitting your work and you're taking into account any and all criticism that you get, all notes and feedback, you will take that into account and you will send more work, assuming it's thoughtfully delivered. Now, one time, I'll never forget this, I sent in a comic book pitch and the editor just replied, N-O period. And that's sort of like, you can go fuck yourself, right? Like, fuck you. Don't say anything, dude. Like, most of the time, people don't say anything. And you're like, did they get it? That's why they say, we don't always respond to submissions. Please don't follow up. They all say that. But like, I know it's not about me being good enough or better, because I've already embraced constant improvement. Constant improvement is the same as embracing rejection. I want you to tell me it's not good enough, and please also why. And then I'll either go, I don't agree, move on. There's plenty of other publishers out there. Or I'll say, you know what? I see that too. I'm going to take that into account because I'm all about constant improvement. I want this to be as good as it can be. Not better, not good enough, as good as it can be. I owe it to myself, my art, the people I'm presenting it to, the audience I would like to build around it, all of that. That's constant improvement. It's part of your process. Yes, you can make art and just call it done. I do that a lot. Your art is whatever the fuck you want it to be. Seriously, just whatever you want. But from a public-facing commercial aspect, if you're, submitting your work, if you are forever setting out to improve your skills and abilities to master the tools of the trade or the medium you choose to create within, then you can't actually fail. It's not a thing. And we need to have this mindset in life, but especially when it comes to art, because it's a really emotionally attached, sensitive thing for most people. Your dedication in wanting to constantly improve and be as good as you can be will be evident in your work and your ability to establish a relationship with an editor, or a publisher, or an agent, which has to include back and forth. If they go, hey, we like it, this is why we aren't going to use it, and then you say, I'm going to hit you back with it revised, and then maybe it's more to your liking, maybe you're in the door. You don't know. But the willingness to do that is what counts. That will help you deal with quote unquote rejection. Okay. So let's say you didn't get picked or chosen for a gallery show, or you didn't get picked for a logo creation job, or to be included in an anthology or some sort of art book, whatever it is. That so-called rejection isn't failure. You aren't done. You aren't finished right there and then. You keep going on your own. You find new avenues. You find new platforms. Most importantly, you already knew you were meant for more. And that includes everyone else. It's like this. You make your art, not their art. You are a human being and not some pencil to be wielded by everyone else. It's your art. They hire you for your art. They don't hire you for their art. Okay? Another distinction worth noting. Now, let's shift about podcasting for a moment. This is where it seems like a hard left turn. There are a ton of us doing this, and I encourage everyone to get in on it if you want to. Look, just get the mic and the webcam fired up and go for it. I encourage everyone to watch LT9K's Friday show, for example. It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. He's a great interviewer. I love the commentary. Dip that toe. And he's on there every Friday, which leads me to the second point that I make. The very next thing I tell people, besides encouraging them to do it at all, is there's a commitment you need to be aware of, but you can only personally learn what that means for you personally through experience. Just try it out for a single live stream and you'll see there were a ton of factors you didn't count on or realize were going to be an unwelcome challenge, or at least, a dynamic that you need to account for. Here's mine. I never realized that the air conditioning in my house would be picked up by a microphone because I never used a microphone before. So now I had to figure out how to adjust that. That was just one thing. But it was like an hour of fucking around with that. My neighbor likes to mow his lawn in the evenings in summer because it's cooler in the evenings. Makes sense? Shit. I was streaming in the evening. Now I can hear his lawnmower. Can you hear it? I don't know. These are things. Are you married? Do you have a job? Do you have kids? Do you have a barking dog? There's all kinds of stuff. Is somebody using Wi-Fi on multiple devices in your house? Is that a drag on your stream? There's all kinds of stuff. There's a commitment. Even just doing it once a week could be a lot because you have to prep for it. Maybe you're doing editing or clips afterward. There's a lot. And I mean, look, some of that shit doesn't matter. I'm just saying. What about making the thumbnails? Who's going to do that? All that may sound manageable, but you need to get, like, I don't know, 4 weeks in before you realize, like, okay, I think I know what the challenges are going to be. Now I can start to focus on the actual commitment. There's a difference between wanting to do something and being able to pull it off. Okay? Trying is the key. It's also the funnest part. Side note, if streaming were like making art, you could all just say, fuck it, fuck the commitment. I'll just do this for myself. But streaming for yourself isn't a thing. Okay? Maybe you could do it, but it's not a common thing to do. So that comparison falls flat pretty quickly. But one comparison you can make, and this is why I bring up podcasting at all, is that anyone can do it. But some people don't have to be good at it to be instantly successful. David Duchovny, the actor, probably most famously from the X-Files, he has a podcast. It's fucking horrible. He's boring. And he is so self-indulgent that he ignores like his famous celebrity guests. These guests, by the way, who none of us could get on our shows. I'll never say never, but you know what I mean. They're a phone call away for him. They're definitely going to do his show. Well, he's not known to be like podcast. Okay, look at Conan O'Brien. Conan O'Brien is a podcast. It's really popular. It's bad. He's a bad podcast host, in my opinion. He sucks at it. He's a highly renowned, accomplished talk show host. Oh my gosh. But he doesn't do that on his podcast. He sits there telling boring stories. Like, I know all of this one time stories that Conan O'Brien is going to tell, but he'll have the most famous people in the world on his podcast. And he just talks over them. And look, no offense to David Duchovny. I'm not even that good at this, and I'm way better at it than he is. So, all those views might as well be just completely artificial. So I'll just stop being a hater for a minute. And just, it's very frustrating. It might take the wind out of your sails because, look, before we even begin to create content or make art, we're thinking, like self-doubt has set in. It's there. You're like, can I do this? And not only are we thinking, am I good enough? Will I be rejected? Will I be accepted? Does anyone care? Does anybody want to hear or see this? Now we're thinking, well, how can I compete with that? How can I compete with Amy Poehler, David Duchovny, literally everyone who has a podcast? It's like, come on. So you just need to remember it's not about the competition. Yes, I can say they're boring or not good at it. Who fucking cares? They've already got all the views. Nobody cares. I'm obviously not the majority in this case. But it's not about the competition anyway. I'm going to play you a clip. And this is always a little tricky with Instagram because it starts off before I can get it to you. But I'm going to play a clip of Cat Williams articulating this point better than I can. Check this out.
They're a better team. Right. They have all the assets and resources and we don't. But let us get on the line, boy, and see if that factors in. I guarantee you it won't. On paper.
Okay, did you hear this? Did you get the volume? I always need to make sure. On paper, they look pretty good. Okay, I'll play it again.
They're a better team. Right. They have all the assets and resources and we don't.
On paper, they're a better team. They have all the assets and resources, and we don't.
But let us get on the line, boy, and see if that factors in.
But let us get on the line and see if that factors in. This is my point. It's not about a competition. It's not about being good enough. It's not about failure. It's not about winning or losing. It's about constant improvement. It's about wanting to be as good as possible, as good as you can be. As good as you're willing, set the bar. It doesn't have to keep raising. Just set it fucking somewhere and try and hit it. Now, when it comes to art, let's look at some celebrities who have decided to make art. There's a video I wanted to show last week. I didn't get to it. These are celebrities who have decided to make art. You'll recognize all these names. Hold on a sec. It's from this guy's doing from best to worst. And this is part 3. So
Number 1 for this batch, we got Action Bronson. Action Bronson's kind of a renaissance man. He's a rapper, he's a wrestler, he's Maddie Matheson's Waluigi. And I think he's a great example of how you don't need to be like super technically proficient in order to make really resonant and beautiful work. His work is really heavily influenced by street art of the early 2000s. Someone definitely watched Beautiful Losers at a formative age. And while he's not like reinventing the wheel here, I think it's a really elegant execution of this style of painting. Number 2 is Jonathan Winters. This actor, who's best known as playing Papa Smurf in the 2011 live-action Smurfs movie,
I think I just smurfed in my mouth.
has a wide and really impressive body of work as a painter. He made these really graphic and poppy surrealist paintings, and while they were all mostly painted in the early 70s, pretty much any of these would fit right in any contemporary gallery. All right, jumping down to number 3, we got Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp's a great example of how you can be super technically proficient and still make work that's kind of just average. Don't get me wrong, I don't think these are like bad necessarily. I genuinely think he's doing some interesting stuff with colors here. I just think they feel kind of soulless. You know the most boring, charisma-less person you went to high school with, who then grew up and got into finance and made a bunch of money? When he posts a photo on Facebook that he bought his first giant condo at the age of 25, this is the painting that's on the wall behind him. Down at number 4 is Hunter Biden. In the 40,000 years we've been painting, I don't know if anyone has ever actually made something cool doing the thing where you blow through a straw at a little puddle of paint. I genuinely thought that was just for like summer camp craft days. I didn't know that adults were still doing that. And I know Hunter gets like dunked on for being like a man-child a bunch, but since he's still doing 7th grade class projects for fun, I feel like someone should probably check on this guy. And number 5, Adrian Brody. Look, I read your comments. I know you guys.
Okay, here's Adrian Brody in a painter smock that looks brand new out of the bag. There's no paint on that smock. Okay? This is him being like casting 101 painter.
Really hate Adrian Brody's paintings. And
okay. So you gotta love that. Sorry, we're having trouble sharing this hate right now. No, I get it. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, okay, look. Are we supposed to separate the artists from their previous work and their celebrity status, or are they, using that to sell their art? And it's like, well, the only reason I'm looking at this shit is because Johnny Depp's name is on it. Because I don't think you can guarantee they'd be successful artists without that status. They may not even be able to afford the supplies or the studio space with that status, without that status. Adrian Brody, in his spotless painter smock, is not exactly the proverbial starving artist. Now, I think that stuff by Hunter Biden is actually pretty cool. I've looked into it. I think it's funny that he uses a straw that looks a lot like a crack pipe to make his art. I think maybe it's just familiar to him. I don't know. But like, I'm not down on his art at all. I actually think it's pretty original compared to all that other stuff. And that's like not an easy kind of painting style to master. I could give a fuck about the guy. He seems like a walking disaster, but that art looks cool to me. And to be totally honest, lots of artists are walking disasters. But you don't really know that about them until later, until after their art has become famous. And then you're like, oh, wow, Jackson Pollock was kind of a fuck up. But you don't really know that going into it. Okay, but look, we got to take a quick look at this article from The Guardian. The author, by the way, has like permanent eye roll face. Arwa Madawi. No one's buying Hunter Biden's terrible paintings anymore. I wonder why. Like, and look at the picture. That's a bad picture of him. Maybe it's not a bad picture, but like, where's the art? It says, poor Hunter Biden. His dad, who issued him an unconditional pardon as one of his last acts of U.S. president, saved him from the justice system, but it's quite apparent no one is coming to save his art. Now, look, here's the thing. Oh, I'm not sharing it. Here's that picture I was mentioning. Here's the thing. His art, like if we can't separate the celebrity and the current status from the art, then this is a case where we're not doing that on the back end. Okay, say what you want about the pardon, say what you want about his troubled past, say what you want about how he was treated by the Republicans and Congress, say what you want about whatever. Hunter Biden is complaining that now that he got that pardon, he's not selling any paintings anymore. Why was he selling them in the first place? He's selling them for like 40, 50 grand a pop. And he's complaining that he can barely make ends meet now with his art. Well, okay, maybe there's a lot to be unpacked there. But like this article has nothing to do with his art. It even gets to the point where they're saying, listen to this. Golly, I wonder why. Has the art market shifted? Do you reckon? Or had his dad's political power started to wane? Now, this is just really like crass for an article. Like, is this an art critic or something? What's the angle here? They say, to be clear, I'm not here to mock the fact that no one is buying Biden's terrible paintings or reading his self-indulgent memoirs, sales of which have plumbed. Yes, you are here to do that, because why else are you here? It's very weird. So look, maybe you've heard of Johnny Depp. I almost guarantee that you have, right? I guarantee you've heard of Adrian Brody, right? But have you ever heard the name Joe Karoff? Has anyone heard Joe Karoff's name before? I'm guessing that you have not, but I'm absolutely positive that you've seen the iconic James Bond 007 logo. Joseph Karoff, a prolific graphic designer, died at 103 years old this past August 17, 2025, just before his 104th birthday. Born in 1921 in Linden, New Jersey, Karoff studied at Pratt Institute and worked under poster designer Jean Carlu. In 1962, he created the iconic James Bond 007 logo for the first film, Dr. No, transforming the number 7 into a gun inspired by Ian Fleming's, that's the creator of James Bond, the author, his Walther PPK. Commissioned for a publicity letterhead, he was paid $300 without royalties or credits. Yet the logo became a global symbol featured in every Bond film. Karoff's portfolio included posters from West Side Story, A Hard Day's Night, that's the Beatles, Cabaret, Last Tango in Paris, and Manhattan. Plus, his title sequence for films like The Last Temptation of Christ. Now, despite his extensive work on over 300 film campaigns, he remained relatively unknown, rarely signing his work. His 007 logo, praised for simplicity and elegance, endures as a cinematic hallmark. Look, this guy did not rely on fame or recognition. He relied on his work. He relied on his art. His images and designs will outlive any James Bond actor. I can guarantee you that. And that is the gift that you give the world when you make art, whether you realize it or not, whether you set out to do that or not. This guy was focused on constant improvement. The next job, the next project, the next piece of art, the next design. I am going to very quickly, I'm sure if I go a little over, I'll be forgiven by my co-host of the next show. This is Rick Rubin, record producer Rick Rubin. I just want to go through some quotes by him. These are supposedly inspirational quotes. He says, every great achievement was once considered impossible. Keep going. Wow. The more you practice your work, the better it will be. Practice opens channels of possibility in the brain. Okay. Look, here's what I think happened here. Somebody wanted to interview Rick Rubin, so they had to write down what he said. There was also a photographer there, so they had to take pictures. Do what you can with what you have. Nothing more is needed, and there are no excuses. This is like the kind of shit that anybody could say. I don't see this as like gems of wisdom or anything from the great Rick Rubin, who did great work, but like, this is sort of mediocre as far as inspirational quotes. Take a first step and see where it leads. The direction isn't important yet, okay? Part of the artistic journey is about connecting with something inward that is universal. What does that even mean? Create a structure that works for you. There is no right way. Okay. Think less, do more. Now, that's a good one. Don't overthink it, especially when you're just starting out. To fill a sketchbook with shit and then get a new sketchbook, fill it. Here's Rick on his phone. Weird. I don't know anything, but I trust my taste. Well, la-di-da, Rick. Now, look, this is ultimately, if you like what you're making, that's all that really matters. Okay, fine for you. But this is why I'm showing this, because at the end, it says try everything. Well, that's not Rick Rubin's quote. I know that. When I saw that, I was like, that's not Rick Rubin's quote. So whose quote is that? This guy. This is Sir Thomas Beecham. He was a composer. He lived between 1879 and 1961. He was a prominent and influential English conductor and impresario. That means that he could buy the orchestra that he wanted to conduct, basically. He was known for founding several orchestras, in fact, most notably the London Philharmonica, or London Philharmonic. I always say harmonica. That would be funny if they were using harmonicas. They're not. And the Royal Philharmonic orchestras. His immense personal fortune. Now, here's a guy who used his current platform status and funded his next project. This is the perfect example of that. And they go and attribute his quote to Rick Rubin, which is not cool. His immense personal fortune, inherited from the Beecham's pills business, allowed him to support musical endeavors like introducing foreign operas to British audiences and subsidizing orchestras during World War I. And so there you have it. Oh, and by the way, Beecham Pills, he got rich off making laxatives. Yeah. He calls it stomach wind, which I think is hilarious. But I'm going to leave that up there too. So there you have it. Another guy making his fortune and fame on the front end, only to turn it around and be involved in, he's spreading it around. He's getting so many people involved, thousands of people. Think about the musicians and the music alike. Thanks to this guy's work, thanks to those laxatives. So whatever it is you're doing now doesn't mean that that's the only thing you will ever do. There is a chance to move your audience along with you. There's a chance to gain funding and repurpose that. The opportunity is everywhere. But the try everything quote is really good. I mean, maybe not when it comes to things like religion, or maybe, I don't know. But when it comes to art, just go ahead and try everything. How do you think Hunter Biden got into that bubble art? Is it because the straw he uses to make the art remind him of a crack pipe? I don't know. Maybe. But maybe also he was just trying everything. Obviously, there are millions and millions of ways to express ourselves and to utilize those expressions commercially or in collaborations, whatever. The key is to go at your own pace, but also do not limit yourself. And if you need a starting point, like I said, next Wednesday, 7 days from today, is my birthday, and there's a birthday art challenge underway. You can email me, theletterhack@gmail.com. Send me what you got. Draw me, draw any of the hosts of this space, draw producer Nick, who no one's even seen. I think that'd be a great challenge. Draw a paint, doodle, sketch, sculpt, however you want. If you want me to show them on screen, you got to give me permission or tell me not to show them on air, and I'll follow up if you don't tell me either way. I want you to draw me. I want you to draw us for a change so I don't have to keep doing it. Give me time off. It's going to be fun. Some of them have started to come in. I have permission to show one. You never know. I was harassing Sandee Lovas of Left of the Box earlier today to get in on it, to draw something more cartoony for a change. Not those amazingly detailed portraits that I only assume take a lot longer than a cartoon would. But anyway, I mean, is she left of the box or not? But anyway, that is a week from tonight. This has been Hey Funny Book. I am your host, The Letterhack. I'm also one of the hosts of the next show. It's called Left Past 10, and that starts right now. Looking forward to hearing what you did for Thanksgiving.
Nothing.
Oh, wait, we already had that show, didn't we? Did we?
Who remembers?
This is the post-Thanksgiving. This is post-Thanksgiving show now, right?
Wednesday. So we were not here.
Right.
Hello?
I know Andrea was out with a big crowd.
Breathing in the fresh air.
Saying, who wants to get sick? I mean, who wants turkey?
I love eating the flesh of animals.
Andrew is practically reporting from a bomb shelter earlier today. Wild.
I'm still there too.
With like the mask and everything.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's not right. There we are. How's it going, guys?
Hi. I'm here.
Hey.
That's good news.
Yeah, well, it was one of those buffalo days, that's all.
I like buffalo hot sauce.
Yeah. Not me.
Now, Sandee, fill us in on what's a Buffalo Day.
Well, I'm going to probably make a little video because I couldn't do it tonight. I didn't have time of all the roads I take, all the back roads. It's when I go to my doctor's appointment that I have to go to once a month because
So your doctor's in Buffalo.
the pain clinic. If you can't see in the United States, they really want you to suffer. So instead of suffering, I go to Buffalo to a pain management clinic, and I've been going there for years. I have to.
Just think, I was talking to somebody recently about the healthcare industry, and I love this time of year because everyone's like, they feel like they have to call me and like check in or like, hey, it's the holidays, let's talk. I have time off, and I love getting their ear because it's like, I'm gonna segue. I'm gonna talk about politics. Somebody brought up healthcare to me, and they did that whole like, my taxes are going to blah blah, and I was like, all right, dude, look. This is the way you should look at it. We need to change this system. Literally anything else would be better. And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, okay, let's say every paycheck you have $10 taken out to go toward gas. You might not even have a car. Let's say you do have a car. $10 comes out for gas. Then when you go to fill up your tank, you have to pay like normal. Then a week later, you get a letter that says, hey, somebody at the gas station, one of the employees, isn't in our system. You need to give us another $5 or go to a different gas station, which is further away. And they were like, okay, fuck this. And I was like, okay, yeah, but like, I'm talking about your health, your literal survival, like your personal well-being, not your stupid car and your gas and your mileage. And like, it was eye-opening, but like, why wasn't it already? You know what I mean? Like,
just most people are just so goddamn fucking stupid. They only listen to the news.
Yeah.
They pipe in some garbage 24/7 so that they
Yeah.
never have to have a thought that pops into their head that's their own. You know, like it's just like I've cut all those motherfuckers out of my life. I'm surprised they're still picking up the phone for these fucking gremlins.
there's hope. There's hope.
There's
They're
never
just
hope.
no.
Forget
Well, here's
hope.
the thing.
Fuck
Here's
hope.
the thing. They are
Andrea.
working. These people are in survival mode just because of their job. Like
People
there's a constant threat of
simultaneously
losing
in
the job.
survival mode, but then also don't care about their survival. That's
I
the
think
classic human condition.
I think you're right, but there's like here's the pie chart, right? Like there a degree of that is they are blindsided, not blinded, but blindsided. And think about it, when you have this shit job and they're overworking you and underpaying you, you start to do all these things to cope.
Well, don't worry,
Right?
Matt. AI is
Well,
going to
so
take all
now-
the jobs away.
Now you're like, you go out drinking at night instead of going home and reading articles. You know what I mean? Or like informing yourself. You're just trying to like be like, fuck,
Oh, yeah.
I need some downtime.
You're
I need
just
to
you're
escape.
basically an amoeba. You're not even conscious, or you're
And I
conscious.
get
or
this
sleeping.
is-
You're
this
just
is
like
the
a fucking
cycle.
bacterial, like little microbe reacting to stimuli. Ooh, there's light. Let me go
Andrea,
that way.
this is why I pick up the phone. It's like a doctor visit. I'm here.
That's
I'm
true.
Hack
That's
MD.
true. You're like the only one who's not completely demented, who's even fucking has like one possible chance to get into their mind. But I guarantee you the next phone call is going to be like, did you hear a brown person was in the post office the other day? Oh my
My
God.
friends aren't like that.
Well,
But
your
there
friends
is
don't believe in healthcare. So I mean, what's the difference?
they don't even need an eye opener. They just need somebody to articulate it in a way that makes sense, but because the zone has been flooded with all the BS. But I'll never forget my mother said, I just will never forgive myself for being over 60 years old when I first learned what gerrymandering was. And I was like,
really?
yeah, Mom, but now like you have a lot of time left here to help us, educate people on this shit.
I love gerrymandering.
Apparently we all do now, right? Like, oh shit, okay, now the Democrats are gonna do it. Let's go, Democrats.
That's the thing. It's never been fair. So the whole point of like the Democrats pretending it's ever been fair is why Democrats are fucking losers. It's always been a bunch of garbage. The Civil Rights Act didn't make it any better. It just fucking slowed the bleeding. The whole concept of
I don't know.
districting,
I
what they need
work
to do is
in-
uncap the House. We need to have 4,500 members of the House of Representatives, whatever it is. That's what they need to do.
What were you gonna say?
I have to counter on the Civil Rights Act because it did make things better.
It was good, but it wasn't like a
worked
permanent
in
fix,
it.
No,
but I
just was
worked
like,
in it. Let me tell
Yeah.
you, the years that it was that I worked in affirmative action, or what they changed to DEI, were rewarding and great and helpful, and people were treated fairly in the industry. It was wonderful.
Yeah,
It
I
was
feel
the best part of my job.
I feel like it's bad when people go, we failed. It was a failure. It wasn't.
It wasn't, and I am.
It just
living
shouldn't have
proof
been.
It wasn't.
It shouldn't have been the first and only action. It should have
Females
been
and
like something to build on.
minorities,
And
man.
it should have kept going.
That's the thing. People get these very
It becomes status quo.
unserious accomplishments that people lie to them about the seriousness of, and then once it's accomplished, they're like, "All right, great, let's go home."
Oh, I don't know, Andrea, but now I feel that women and minorities or whatever you want to call it, that was the speak. Then
Women are technically the majority. I believe it's 50.
yeah, but I'm talking about fairness in the workplace. Now, if women go to get a job and they get turned down,
That's not. We're talking about gerrymandering. I don't know about women in the workplace.
We're all over the place. We don't draw any conclusions here.
Civil rights.
Well, I was just talking about in relation to. I believe I meant the Voting Rights Act. I get those.
Confused. That's.
But talking about
really
gerrymandering.
different. You
Yeah.
said civil rights. I'm like, oh well.
Yeah, we're in
Same
regards
thing.
to gerrymandering.
In principle, the conversation is,
Yeah.
it's relevant.
It's
I
relevant.
did. I want.
It hurts.
I was reading that we've spent to date something like $6 trillion on the war on terror. Can you imagine
That's
if
not
we
even
spent
real.
six
There's no such thing as
trillion
trivia.
on
People,
science education,
6 trillion on fucking fixing our goddamn whole thing, you know. Well, it's fine
infrastructure?
spending 6 trillion on drone strikes, you know, and fucking tanks and guns.
People
and
are scraping by, and they're like, who's gonna pay for it? And by the way, 6 trillion, that's $1 billion a day for every day since 9/11 or something crazy like that. And we don't have any money, you guys. Sorry.
And now I read today very briefly, and I don't know the whole story, about our potential Speaker of the House. What's his name? Nancy's pick.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, saying that if he was Speaker, or he wouldn't support prosecuting Hexeth for war crimes.
all of these motherfuckers, and then Zoran's going on a dick-sucking tour for Hakeem Jeffries. What's going on with that? Like everyone, everyone's insane.
Well, we knew. It's like you said, we knew when Nancy Pelosi picked him. We were like, oh, here we go. I mean, this is going to be bullshit, right?
But this is clearly what's happening. Our war
APAC
crimes.
and tech bros. That's
put,
all it is. They're
I put
banking.
my video up on Substack that I made. Remember, don't forget the My Lai massacre in Vietnam. What happened with Lieutenant William Calley? And evidently, everybody, if you don't know the story, my video's on Substack, and it's also on my YouTube page about My Lai and what happened then, and how they slaughtered a village of Vietnamese. It's horrible. And this is exactly replicating in just a different way.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I was like, wow, Hakeem Jeffries. What?
No, Hexeth, and how Hakeem would already say he would not go after this guy.
I think we need
Hakeem
to.
Jeffries just wants to be the one with the drone strike controls. He wants the one to press the big red button on the Atari controller that murders 20 people.
Him.
That's all of these people. That's Barack Obama. Oh shit.
Whoa.
Great. Now we got a black guy in charge of the drone strikes. All racism is over. It's just
Talk me out of this hot take.
No,
the people doing the actual physical redacting, the guys with the Sharpies, should be in jail. Because somebody out there is reading it and then crossing it out, and they're walking around
everything,
whatever. Let's just go with the Epstein files.
My most liberal take: every single person working in the government at this moment, right now, tied to Trump, needs to go to jail. That's my most.
You think that's a liberal take?
That's a liberal. That is my most liberal take. That is my most conservative take.
No, I understand what she's saying.
I see.
Totally.
So you're not using it as a political label, liberal.
No, she's using liberal take, like her.
So
the what liberal
right?
means.
Yeah, I got you. But like big time. But like, here's the thing. Because it occurred to me, we always talk about, it's going to be redacted. We spent something like $800,000 to redact the Epstein files. And I was like, well, those are salaries in part. Who
Blood
are
money?
those people?
Pedophile money?
Who are the people that read Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Bill Gates, all the names?
I don't know, but they've been paid to keep quiet.
Noam
And if
Chomsky,
they're not
they
quiet,
read Woody Allen.
but they also
Did y'all see it? I read the whole Noam Chomsky, Jeff Epstein email chain that was released. I don't know. If that is some really cringy stuff, man. Those
That's what
like. They were sucking each other's cocks like
his
no one's
excuse afterward was bullshit too. It's like, I needed advice with some getting a loan, and it's like, what?
Listen,
and so
the patriarchy is alive and well, and I know me and Andrea are of the female persuasion, but the patriarchy is alive and
the patriarchy is just a 5,000-year project that's all coming to an end at some point.
Well, everything's coming to an end. I'm in a completely doomer mood, and I'm finding my doomer self again. Today, I was okay. Great. I got home and I was okay. And then I read this article that the Trump administration is going to roll back and rescind the emissions limits on cars. I lived through sitting in the back of
Mm-hmm.
station wagons as a kid with the window open, inhaling lead.
Oh,
and
yeah, me too.
now they're
No
going
seatbelts.
they're going to roll this back. You know what? I honestly, I just want to cry. I have never hated like this in my life. I mean,
I am
pure
such a hater, and I'm still
fucking
way
hate.
younger than y'all. I am like
Yeah.
I fear for when I am your age. Like am I the trajectory of my
God,
hater
I hope you
energy.
get to be my age.
I
honey.
mean, I am such a hater. I sometimes I break down in the corner of my bedroom from all the hate. You know,
Here's a rabbit hole I
bubbling
went
up
down.
inside.
I
have
I
to
was
vomit out. Some of that I just puke, and it's all the hate coming out of my.
I know, and you do it on
I know.
Wednesdays, but
I
it's
watched
okay.
that show.
It's cathartic, Andrea.
So
It's
I
okay. It's cathartic, sweetheart.
I'm not sleeping. I'm not
I
getting any
love
sleep.
you.
I'm up
I
with my
know.
dog all night, right? So here's the thing. I please don't
Sorry.
compare me to that. I
No,
am
sleepy
taking care of a dog
sleepy
who was
show.
okay. Well, that's funny. So the I went down this rabbit hole where I was
I'm making
watching
them. Yeah.
where I was watching like asshole streamers on the street because it just fascinates me that these people have audiences. And there was a guy who's like going up to girls, like coming out of clubs and stuff like that, just going up to girls randomly on the street and saying, like, do you think women have been more beneficial to society or men? And like he's asking women, and this one woman said women, of course. And he goes, okay. First man on the moon. Like that's some great achievement, right? Like, oh
Because
wow, you really
somebody gave birth to him.
that's what she said. He goes,
Well,
man
also,
on
a
the
lot of
moon,
women worked on all the
invented the light bulb, invented the phone.
Rachel
She said,
Carson.
yeah, but women gave birth to all those men.
I will be honest with you though, like both of these arguments are stupid. The question is dumb. Someone giving birth to someone who invents something, you didn't do any fucking work. I'm
So
sorry.
then-
Giving birth is not an
Andrea,
accomplishment.
it's hyperbole.
Oh boy,
Is you
congratulations.
can't give
Fucking
one
it's
woman
not.
person all the
It
credit.
hurts and it wrecks your fucking body.
Look,
if that's
knowing
the best accomplishment you can tie to women, then women are fucking collapsing. We have
But that's what MAGA wants. They
there
want
is
you-
no
that's
fucking
what
way
they want,
this
Andrea.
asshole man on the street bullshit asking questions is going to generate that kind of discussion. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But that was a perfect answer to shut his small mind down in the moment.
Sure.
That's why I was watching it. It goes without saying that, yeah, you want to know who Graham Bell is because that's part of the origin and history of it all. But there's no way you could be like, and if not for him, nobody ever would have come up with it later. Like, this is ridiculous.
That's
all
true. Yeah,
kinds
no
of
one would
people
have
were
ever thought,
working on
wouldn't
this
it be
shit.
great if we could talk to each other on long distance? You know, only a
Yeah.
man would come up with that idea. Jesus, goddamn Christ! Who are on the phone more than men? Let's be honest. You know, like women would have figured that shit out at some point if we were allowed to fucking, I don't know, be in the colleges, universities, have access to mechanical equipment, etc.
Know why I went down the rabbit hole though? Do you know? I think his name is Jack. I don't want to get his name wrong. It might be Darty. I forget his name. There's this little pissant who he has like a weird, like poofy curly haircut, and he's always messing with it. He's super rich already. He totaled a McLaren looking at his chat while driving in the rain.
Nice.
$200,000 car. Total.
Very
It was
nice.
great. I was like, good. Let's see more of that. He
Real
just got
quick,
arrested.
though, I hate to interrupt you, but we have breaking news announcement. T-Bone.
What's up, T-Bone in the house?
Such a good writer. Oh my god. I
So-
love T-Bone. Mwah.
Hey, I mean, who doesn't? So this guy
That's
just
right.
got arrested. And I was like, oh yeah, I've seen videos of this guy. Where did I see videos of this guy? This is the guy who goes around the street, fucking says some messed up stuff to people to piss him off. And then his bodyguard gets in between him and the guy he pissed off and is like, what are you gonna do? Can you believe like this guy's content
Menace.
is him
Oh.
walking around with a dude he pays to hide behind so he can be a dick to people's faces. Like, holy shit. So anyway, he got arrested because he was doing some shit in the middle of the street and they found drugs on him.
Nice.
Yeah. So well, and
Oh.
weed, but
And we.
that's why I was reading. And then I went down this rabbit hole and I was like, this isn't just the Andrew Tates. There are people sitting in very messy rooms and like being just horrible and getting an audience. Like building communities around this shit.
That's
It's
the most popular Twitch streamer of all time. Is some guy who sleeps in cockroaches and talks about how much he wants to genocide everyone with the skin color.
That's why I don't know if we should be focused on MAGA. You know what I mean?
Like, you know, YouTube produces like these fucking PewDiePie characters. Twitch produces all these Asmongold characters. Maybe the internet was a mistake. I don't know, man. Like, this is a fucking. We are living in hell. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I definitely think we live without it.
I have one from Sandy.
I mean, we have.
Hi, Sandy. Women tend to be involved or even responsible for achievements that men erase them from and take the credit. Yes, that's happened. And I have to remind everybody, Sandy has a wonderful video on Left of the Box with Dr. Mark. What is it? Mark Derry?
Mark Allen Derry.
Mark Allen Derry. I listened to it. I was listening to Sandy on the way home.
Mark Allen Derry. Sorry.
Okay. And then because she said that, I listened to that one on the way home and it was very good. And I knew all the questions about Canada. That's all the hint I'll take.
There you go.
But I knew them all. And everybody Left of the Box, if you want a great channel, but you want to, she's Canadian, learn about what they were talking about. He's a virologist, an immunologist. He's
and the founder of
incredible.
WHIV New Orleans.
Yeah,
radio.
He's really great.
That's where you can get Good Morning Comrade.
And I promised her I would remind. Yay! So everybody remember this, okay? And that's Sandy with two
Sandy
E's.
Alliance. This is what this
yes,
is.
I'm the Y, and she's the E.
The other
Y-E. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm still not 100% sure what this guy's deal is, but every time I see his face, I'm like, why? And then I just saw a video of David Dole, the Rational National, where he was commenting on something this Asmongold guy said. And then David Dole said, by the way, here's his bedroom. And he showed a picture of it. And it was just like, holy shit, the bugs and infestation that got to be in that room.
What?
Nasty. Oh, it was nasty. I mean, should we show it?
For a
You wanna
rich
try and
guy?
find
Do
it?
not show it.
Yes.
I do not show
I
that.
actually was going to show my bedroom, but
Please
it was
do not show
I
it.
wanted to show my cats.
I'll tell you, I've lived
how
in,
I
in
talk to them
numerous
through the ring
conditions,
camera.
Like I've lived in very similar conditions to that when I was a child. My parents were very neglectful and
This
would leave
is
trash all over the place.
self-inflicted.
But
like
he's
I
wealthy.
get it. I understand that poor people are like that, and this is the kind of poor person
he's
that like
not, is he?
directs his. Well, he grew up poor, and he grew up with all this.
Oh, I
Fucking,
gotcha.
he's like those fucking people who are like, I worked hard for my shit, and therefore, blah blah blah.
I've
That's
seen him
what-
or heard of him, but I don't listen to him. So, is he like libertarian or
No, he's just a
conservative
Nazi.
or?
He's a Nazi.
Oh, he's a white nationalist.
So
Okay.
wait, you're
No,
saying that
I
picture
wouldn't
of his
say-
room, he put that online, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's
Oh,
not.
yeah.
So this is him saying, "Look at how poor I am," because that's
No,
not
it's
the
it's
state
a
of
symbol
poor.
he the way he talks about is it's like a symbol of some.
he
it's
just a
some
slob?
bullshit. I don't
Is
fucking
he a
know. Yeah,
slob?
I put it on
He's just a
Discord.
slob and doesn't have a cleaning lady. Rich people, don't they hire cleaning ladies?
I
mean,
look
That
at the
sounds
picture on Discord.
very sexist, but that's
It's
true.
really-
All right, I will.
It's
Okay,
imagine Nick Fuentes with the.
Oh
with
my
the
God,
photos.
that's
Yeah,
mental illness. I'm
that has
sorry.
nothing to do with being poor.
He's
I'm
a
sorry.
hoarder.
That's-
No, I agree
That's
with you.
hoarding. That's
can-
hoarding. Put that up.
Yeah.
That's hoarding. Put it up. Why not?
No,
Put it
it's
up.
out there. I'm not.
I would-
Andrea
Alright.
doesn't want to.
I
Oh,
don't want to
okay.
see that. I'm not. I've seen it.
Yeah, but
Overruled.
Andrea. Okay. Well,
I
know
but
cleaning
yeah,
person
right, Sandy.
works.
Like, holy shit!
cleaning
Like,
person.
dude.
Yes. Here, let me put that up because the reason why I said
Oh, I thought she
cleaning-
was putting the picture on. I was like, what are you doing?
No, the reason why I said cleaning lady was because of the conversation we
She
were
was
having.
using their language.
Right.
Well, that's
This
the
is,
thing. Women have been slaves for like.
I
90
was a
years.
cleaning person. When my daughter was born, I cleaned houses. And Rosie picked me up at 5 a.m. when my husband rolled in from truck driving, and I went and cleaned houses with a team. It was hard work, but it was hard. And I did that because I was a bartender. And then after I had Dawn, I cleaned houses and I said, oh, this is fucking, I went back to bartending, but I had to get back in shape. Cleaning houses was like perfect. It was. There isn't nothing I haven't done. That wasn't proper English. There ain't nothing I haven't done.
That was like a quadruple negative.
Yeah. Andrea, you are very good linguistically.
My question is, Sandee,
You're
what are you
all
going to
right.
do next? Have you run out of things? Have you
Stay
hit the
alive.
ceiling?
Yeah, I have something to bring up.
Oh,
actually.
we're bringing
Should
it
I?
up?
All right, we'll bring it up. I want to change my regular channel name.
Oh boy.
Okay. You're talking about Environmental Coffee House? I'm going to tell you, this is a tried and true rule.
Not the whole name, just one part of it.
What?
Okay. I'll put up the graphic.
Breaking news, everyone.
It's
Breaking
because
news.
I'm bored with the name environmental. I just can't. I didn't even name it in the beginning.
And
So
plus, there is no environment anyway.
It's been going for 8 years, though. I mean,
okay.
it'd be pretty hard to.
I don't know, because my name is Sandra, really, and I want to call it Cassandra's Coffee House, a figurative term referring to anyone whose valid warnings or concerns are dismissed or ignored. In Greek mythology, Cassandra is the daughter of Priam, king of Troy, who was given the prophecy but was cursed to never be believed. And every single one of us that does climate reporting and science reporting are feeling like Cassandra's. And
Sure.
all I would do is change it to Cassandra's Coffee House
So-
and just put the name right up there.
But
And
are
I
you
want
down
people-
on the word environment being there?
I'm bored. I'm sick of it. I don't feel like it works for me, but I am a Cassandra, and I have been screaming into the void for 9 fucking years.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I get it.
And my
You
name is
seem really
Sandra.
I endorse
passionate
the name
about it.
change. This is good. I like
Well,
it.
I've asked a lot of people. Okay, so I thought I'd bring it up tonight. I was going to do
When
a focus group on it with my members, but the 2, 3, 4 scientists that I've talked to, they're like, yes, absolutely. And so I'll keep the same
Yeah.
logo. All I'm going to do is put Cassandra over environmental.
Well, I wouldn't keep the same logo. I don't know
Why?
about that.
That's familiar. Everybody knows the
Well,
logo.
I mean, my opinion. This is my opinion. I like
Okay.
the name, but I would
That's what I was
just come
saying.
out the gate with a whole new logo. That's what I would do.
Revamp.
Yeah.
This
if
is
you're gonna
what-
do it one, I would do
Okay,
the
Matt. Okay, Matt.
Don't do
Help me.
don't do the I don't know what you mean. I'm not changing my show to Matt.
No, I
but-
mean draw something for me.
No, but
Oh,
this is
okay.
the
I
thing
can
is
do it.
if you just change the logo, because everyone does this and they always go back to the old logo,
I just wanted to put Cassandra's instead of
AT&T, Pepsi,
Right.
DC Comics, they've all changed their logo. They all go right back to the one that everyone was like, you shouldn't have changed it. And then when you tweak it, they're like, nah, I got used to it the other way. I was here for the other way. I don't want it tweaked. So it's like you got to do a full revamp. Sort of like why
Johnny-
military industrial contractors are always like
Okay.
just
And-
totally change their name and just like we just erased our whole history.
Yeah, we're overthinking it. The name is perfect. It's great. I
Johnny
endorse it
said
100%.
people get confused over who's Cassandra and who's Sandy, but you see people in my genre absolutely know.
Yeah,
who
I know about
Cassandra
Cassandra.
is. And I will train and teach
This is a platform change.
what it
Yeah,
is.
good.
It's
Cassandra's
not. It's
Coffee
really
House
not.
is doomer shit, right?
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and that's how I feel.
We're all
And
fucking-
I am constantly reading all the science. COP 30 was a big, disgusting disappointment. The Cassandra complex refers to the psychological phenomenon where somebody accurately predicts a crisis or danger, but their warnings are ignored, dismissed, ridiculed. And that's how a lot of us feel. And I just feel like I need a change. And yes, I come from the doomosphere.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
if you look at what I look
come
at
from the
every
doomosphere,
day,
too.
yeah, there you go. Well, you play, there's a little different, but you understand it,
yeah.
Andrea. And it's like, okay. Or Epi Muse says Cassandra's environmental. No, see, I want to get rid of the word environmental. I mean, I do.
It's all
I didn't
mental.
even name it. Roger Brennan named it in 2016. And at first it was environment and stuff. Then we changed it to environmental coffee house. But I just said, fine. I never thought it would be anything.
Yeah,
well,
I'm
after
all on board.
9 years of all this shit I've been doing.
I change all my branding like once every 3 years. So you
really?
stuck with that shit way longer than I do. I cannot stick to something for more than like maybe 4 years maximum. Then I go crazy.
But if you go back,
I'm not paying anybody for
if you go back, it's going to be really confusing.
I'll
so
never
you
go
just have
back.
to be okay. I mean, that's easy to say. I'm just hear me out. It's something that you have. The commitment has to be genuine, and like even if you do want to go,
I don't
back,
even know what the
don't.
hell Matt's talking about. He's talking about.
I won't go back. I am Cassandra.
You
I
wouldn't
mean,
be.
I
You
feel
wouldn't
like
be
it.
talking about this if you weren't on some level concerned with the brand's identity.
I disagree. I think
I
she's
just
just
think-
asking what the
You want it to be, you want the name to represent what the show is about, and you don't think that's the case anymore. But if you change your mind and want to go back, that's going to be.
The thing about Cassandra's Coffee House is
Like-
it opens it up to more than just the environment.
I'm
right?
not
So you
against
can talk
changing
about
the
things
name.
that are
I'm saying
related
the
to
reason you don't do it is because inevitably, historically, the majority of people will go back to the old name, and that's like, fuck. Why?
I think
change it?
comparing a corporation to YouTube, I don't know if that's a correct trend trajectory to make that.
You can learn
Look
stuff
at
from them.
this
You
is
don't have
what
to
he's
follow it
concerned
verbatim.
about. I mean, it'll take me no time to change my videos, my intros and everything. It's not hard for me to do any of this. And it's just, listen, I've been working and doing stuff for a friend of mine that has a channel called Collapse Chronicles. And I've been doing the videos of, he has years of interviews with amazing people, but we just started the Dearly Departed Doomer series. And I've been doing his graphics, editing and all that. And I've been listening to these videos of Gail Zawacki and Deb Ozarka, who are both passed. And it really profoundly affected me. And Gail was a big person in my life. And I just feel like I need a change. And I can't, I want to go back to my roots. I am but I always said the logo for an environmental coffee house was environmental umbrella. And there's a lot under that umbrella. I always gave myself room. So I said it was an environmental umbrella, but there's a lot under there because everything somewhat pertains to the environment.
And when you think of the environment, you think, wow, I really need an umbrella right now.
You think it's 1975, and it ain't. I mean, so I announced it here. I still want my focus group with my members. And
Oh yeah,
members
you gotta
of
have
all.
the focus group. I
We're
mean,
going
you
to.
gotta unless you're focused, everything's gonna
No,
fall.
I want the buy me a coffee people and the people, I'm going to give them a special link and the members on the channel, and that we're going to do focus group, and I might even use Zoom, and we'll talk. And I want the feedback, but the feedback I've gotten so far has been wonderful, really wonderful.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, okay, let's see what happens.
I'm expecting you to start getting into to Greek history. That's what I'm expecting with this.
No,
name change.
it's just listen.
Did you hear somebody posted that
Thank you.
Mamdani wants Arabic numerals?
Arabic
on-
numerals.
Arabic numerals. That's what we
That's one
fucking
of my
use.
favorites.
People were like retweeting it, going, "We
Oh
warned
my
you.
god,
This is what we warned you
I have a
about."
fun story. There's somebody
All right.
somebody related to me that I did that prank on a couple years ago, and
Fucking
I remember
great.
I told something. I think it was Ilhan Omar was the example I used.
Did you
but
just let him go on and on
yeah,
about
yeah,
how
it was
like-
amazing. And then I asked him like, I don't even can you just look it up real quick? I don't even really know what they look like. And then she looked it up, and then she got really mad at me, and then we didn't talk for several weeks, and then needless to say, nothing going on in this area, not much.
Well, thank you for humoring me with this.
I'm not humoring you. I was giving you solid
Yeah,
advice
Matt's
here.
being
The
but I mean,
humor is just.
Matt's being
I don't
whole,
care to
humor
humor
and
you. I'm not
you
humoring you.
Debbie Downer piece
Well,
of shit. He's like,
humor
well,
Not
I'm
Debbie Downer.
If you
I'm
look
giving
at
you.
if you look at the history of Pepsi, and you'll notice that no one gives a fuck about Pepsi.
I'm using very popular
Letterhack's
examples.
just talking about Pepsi because
Yeah.
he moved to South Carolina
Matt,
and now
trust
he's
me.
feeling national pride for
I
South
said
Carolina.
if you're,
I
if
trust
you're,
Matt. I trust Matt 100
I'm saying
million
your
percent.
I don't.
fan
800%.
base, your audience, the people, if
They'll
change,
love it.
the first reaction to change is resistance. The second
disagree.
is acceptance.
They will accept it because they know I am a
Hashtag
Cassandra.
resist.
9 years of this.
Okay, but like, hold on, because I almost feel like saying just relax. I get it. What I'm saying is do whatever you want to do. It's up to you. But like down the line, if you have that desire to go back, keep going forward. Don't go back. But then again, do whatever you want. I'm just
Listen, if I didn't go back to dumb fuck, I won't go back.
good old DF.
My anniversary
What
was
DF's
the
doing right
first.
now?
My anniversary was the first. And you know what? I would have forgotten about it if it wasn't for Facebook memories.
Gotta get rid of that shit. Turn it off. Delete it.
Yeah,
Delete
but the
it.
wedding dress was beautiful, man. I will say.
Yeah, that's a good picture.
I mean, it was like a size.
I think you were the
6.
only good part about that picture. I don't know all those other people that were there, but I don't care.
That was
either.
family pictures. It really was the last chance to get all the parents together on both sides before
Right.
everybody died,
Yeah.
except for my mother. So, I mean, if the wedding was good for something, it was families have a lot of good memory pictures and all
You can't
that.
just have a family get together just to hang out. You gotta
Get
you gotta
married.
marry someone who's a total piece of shit. That's the only way to get the family together.
Oh shit.
Every time that Matt's background monitor like loops, it jumps. It catches my eye when it loops. When the
You want me to turn it off?
I keep hearing.
I mean, I just want you to make a better loop. Is what I want. I want you to improve the loop. I think it's
What the loop on the screen he has?
on this space. Yeah, watch it. It'll loop
Ah,
itself, and then
it's,
it'll,
oh,
you go.
oh, see that mask?
He's really got to put that bottom strap
Is
on.
that
there.
an N95 with a little thing in it, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I've got black ones like that. I
Or
went
an
to
N99. It could be one of them.
Andrea. I went to 2 doctor's appointments today. I wore, because I'm not getting sick, I wore my black N95s that have those little things in it.
Oh yeah.
And anywhere in both appointments, no one was wearing a mask except for some really old lady. I was like, I don't give a shit. And then you have that show right after I went.
yeah.
I'm not getting sick. Plus, I'm going to see my mother in January. I'm not getting sick. You know how sick? Remember, I got so sick last year with norovirus twice. Well, that
Oh yeah. That shit's on the rise big
but
time. No one's
that's-
washing their hands anymore either. That's
right.
another
My
one.
doctor figured that out though, and it wasn't airborne. But still, I'm not getting sick this year, guys. I'm done with it. 2025 is going to be over, and all that shit. I am going to be better in 26 than I have to be.
That's a good thing. Yeah.
This Cassandra is going to be much better.
It's about it's that's the thing. It's it's the Jim Jones cult. Everyone loves the Flavorade. Not to be confused with Kool-Aid, of course. That would be bad for their brand if
Did
everyone
you-
thought it was Kool-Aid. That would really suck for Kool-Aid's brand. But
Did
the
you see
Flavorade
that
is really good.
Seth Rogen show or even hear about this where he's
Yeah,
the
you
head
talked
of
about
a
it a couple weeks ago.
he's the head of a movie studio
Yes.
and he's
Same conversation as a few weeks ago.
and he's doing the Jonestown Massacre
Mhm.
movie.
Yep.
And
This
Steve
is
Buscemi is
I
going to
made the
be Jim
same-
Jones.
It's the same. Yep, we did the same
Buscemi.
thing.
And
I
Scorsese's
made a
gonna-
Jim Jones reference, and then you said, "Have you ever heard?" Now we're doing it again.
and they were going to call the movie Kool-Aid
Yep.
Oh boy.
because Bryan Cranston's character was trying to get them to do a Kool-Aid franchise thing.
Mhm.
And he was like, okay. I
Yeah.
thought that was a great idea. Like, I would totally watch a Jonestown Massacre movie called Kool-Aid. Like, I think that's a great
Especially
idea.
with Steve Buscemi
That'd
as
have been
the
great, right?
star. Oh boy.
I'm in. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry I'm being repetitive, Andrea. I'm sorry I'm telling the story
I
over.
accept it.
You should. The only
Okay.
thing is like when you go like, have you guys heard of this? And like we like the last.
I do a lot of talking. I don't remember what I
It's
say
like
to
some sort of
people.
dementia type
Oh
situation.
wait, Nick says it was Flavor Aid. Oh, forget
That's what
it.
I said.
It's all
Yeah, it's
over.
Flavor
Yeah.
Aid.
All over.
But that's where the term, it's like a Mandela effect thing. It's where
Well,
the
it's just
term,
like no,
they're
like
drinking the
like
Kool-Aid.
the Kleenex thing. You know, like people just their association is with Kool-Aid, so it got
Yeah,
mixed
like
with-
all soda is Coke.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm drinking Coke, but it's not.
And like
it's
that old lie or that old
seltzer.
tale about how about how ducks only have a tail to cover their butt quack. I mean that's not even true.
But quack.
It's not even true.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh my god.
It's not bad.
My goodness.
So I adhered to the what do you call it? The blackout. I didn't buy shit from like the 23rd till I still haven't. Like I haven't bought anything.
I bought a couple things.
I haven't.
My wife did make one order online. She ordered one chicken and one egg. We're not sure which one's going to show up first. I'll let you know.
Jake here?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I can't afford to do anything. I had to save up just to drive gas to go
So-
to the doctor's appointments.
This person thinks one of us is Jake.
No, Kim.
Come on, Kim.
Kim is my moderator.
I know who Kim is. Now
Oh,
look,
okay.
Kim. What are you talking about?
Matt,
Do
Andrea.
you
and
see Jake
Sandy.
on? No,
Yeah,
Kim.
where
I
is
really want to
Jake right
know.
there?
Do you
Jake's right
see
here.
Jake here?
Maybe was
Wait,
it,
does everyone
Jake's
see
right here.
Jake?
maybe she's
I see
saying
Jake.
something. Who's Jake in the chat? Is there a Jake in the chat?
Is there a Jake burner account?
I see Jake. He's right here.
Where is Jake? I missed Jake.
I think
miss
Kim
Jake,
was
Jake.
saying hello to me, which was polite, but then rudely calling me Jake.
She's never rude. She's snarky. Oh, she's a
That's
snarky
true.
one.
Snarkily
Ooh, I
calling me
love-
Jake.
She's a snarky. I love my Kim.
I think
My
I said
moderator
something
for
Jake-esque.
9 years.
I think I said something like Jake, probably something really conservative or right wing. And she was like, "Hi, Jake. Whoa, looks like Jake is here tonight
That's
after
right,
all."
that's right.
That's
And
what
Jake.
it was.
He just grew out a
I
mustache.
wish he
out of nowhere.
was. I wish he was, but we'll see him when he comes back.
We are all pan Jake.
Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. We are all pan Jake. But isn't Jake left of the box? No, that's Sandee. Jake is Jake. No, Sandee.
What
is
you
not-
can do, WYCD.
man.
That's
Yeah,
what you
right.
can do with your old pal Jake.
Well, Kim is really new because she wasn't
This
coming
is
to
good.
this space, that much. She was when I was I don't
We all know
stream
Kim. We
I
know
don't
Kim.
stream this to my channel because people are coming here finally. I want people to be trained to come to this space. We need to do that. We really do. And like Andrea says, then those freaks that seem to peruse the chat, peruse live screens and
Freaks?
then
Are
end up-
we using that term? That
Yes.
hasn't been taken out of the
oh come on.
lexicon.
Freaky
shouldn't be.
people?
I
I'm a
can't say
freaky
jack
per-
shit without people being like, dude,
I'm
we
a
don't say that anymore.
I'm a freak. Listen, sorry, but I grew up with the Furry Freak Brothers as a very young child because my older brother had those.
I have those
comics.
comics now.
Yeah, and freak is a great word. Get your freak on, Freaky Friday. Come on, stop with this bullshit.
Freak Power, Hunter
this
S. Thompson,
it
Freak
gets a li-
Power.
Yeah, there you go. Freaky is good. It's perfect. Just like groovy.
But like
maybe.
calling people freaks,
That's fine.
I'm not
Totally acceptable.
changing some
Totally
things.
acceptable.
I'm not using
Oh.
the R word. I mean,
okay,
that's
so you're suddenly more conservative than I am.
But the word freak,
Not
what does
changing,
that
huh?
connotate? It
Mhm.
connotates
Make freaks
sort of-
great again? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Well, to me, freak is somebody that's like free, and I think of the hippies.
Freaks and
you
Geeks.
know?
That's
Right.
a good show.
Why does freak connotate something else?
No,
that I
I'm just
don't
saying.
know?
I can't say, did you see that one scene in the movie? It was crazy without people being like, dude,
Oh,
you're
you know,
offending crazy
okay.
people. And I'm like, I don't think I
You're
am.
offending crazy people. I am a crazy person.
Call me a
Oh,
reactionary, but I'll call you
Sometimes-
crazy if you do that.
Crazy is okay. I understand that some words are triggers, but I think crazy could also, it's another word, like crazy can be fun. You know, man, this was a crazy time we had. I don't know. I'm old.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's always somebody out there who's got one word they don't want you to say, or a few.
R word. Our president uses the R word. He's a fucking freak in the negative.
Man. He did not write that. That was Stephen Miller.
Of course, it was Stephen Miller.
I can't
so
believe
who's doing all of those 500 or whatever the posts in one night that I put up in
he's doing it. That's why he's falling asleep in meetings the next day. But like,
disgusting.
Look, here's the thing. This is what you do when somebody falls asleep.
Marco Rubio sucking his cock while he's passing out. So good.
I was at Thanksgiving. I was at a Thanksgiving dinner when I was in high school, or maybe just after. I'm fuzzy, but
you're fuzzy. He's a cute.
Somebody dozed off. Somebody dozed off while like 40 of us were in the house, and I said, "Okay, everyone, so and so is falling asleep. So what we're all gonna do is yell that person's name real loud. Like I'm gonna yell their name real loud, but then we're all just gonna act like it didn't happen. So when they wake up, they're not gonna know what happened. I think it'd be funny as shit if Trump falls asleep. It's live television.
That's a good.
All
prank.
those people around. Somebody goes Trump. And then he wakes up and they're all just like keep going with the press conference. And he's like, did somebody yell my name? And they'd be like, I'm sorry, what? Did you fall asleep? What happened?
I like that a lot.
I think that'd be funny as shit.
That would be funny. It would be funny if Trump just like passed out and died on live television. That'd be pretty
He
good.
would have to go back and watch it and be like, you did yell my name.
That's what I'm like. I don't know. I've seen people that just, sometimes they
did
just
fall
fall
asleep.
and then it's over. It could happen any moment.
There was a
That's the best
basketball
way.
player that happened to right in the middle of the game. He was just, everything was fine. He just went down.
Best way to go.
Forget who that was. I remember that happening and everyone was just
Best
shocked.
way to go.
Because they were like, oh, he fell. What happened? It's shit. You get cramps, you pass out, all kinds of, you're dehydrated. He had a cardiac arrest and just died.
Didn't
Brutal.
feel a thing.
I mean, he looked fine. He looked totally normal.
T-Bone, a grown ass man with nuclear codes who
I can't believe people
fights with consciousness in broad daylight.
I can't believe people don't call him out. Like, not one person is like,
Because
okay,
it's a
look,
cult.
Mr. President.
Just
not
like
for
you got to
falling
do
asleep.
this. You got to do this right in his face.
Not for falling asleep, but like for the name calling. I
for
can't believe
everything.
people aren't like, Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Did you see
cannot.
Some Republican did that. Some Republican fucking did this whole I'm offended about the R word and I'm resigning or some fucking
To his
shit.
face in the moment is
Because
what
he
I want
has
to
a
see.
disabled
Yeah, I know,
child.
in the meeting.
I want people to say, dude, you just said that you are smarter than 99% of the people in this room. And you're going to use that kind of language? Come on. Like, how much are we supposed to endure? Apparently, he surrounded himself with nothing but sycophants. I get it. But, like, give me a fucking break.
Okay.
The lack of backbone is just, and I don't know if we can
These
talk
are
about
just professional
people
dick
not
suckers.
having a backbone without
These are
offending people without
blowjob
backbones. But
professionals. They suck dick multiple times a day for a living. That's what they do.
Matt.
They slobber all over it.
I have a shitty backbone. How about Megyn Kelly? I heard this today. She's saying this vicious stuff. I guess
Another
you
primo
guys were,
dick sucker.
how much is she getting paid to talk about people bleeding
Probably
out, the
close to
vicious
$7,000.
the viciousness that she said it with? I mean, how disgusting. And she should have her kids taken away from her.
I
Terrible,
saw a video of a guy who claimed to be, and this had like over 300,000 likes, and this guy was saying that he was Pete Hegseth's cousin, and he was like, let me tell you why he wasn't he was banned from Thanksgiving, our family get-togethers. Let me tell you why. And he goes through this list of all the crazy shit that he did, and like, just tried to say he was sober one year and they let him back in. He had a water bottle. It wasn't even filled with a clear liquid. It was filled with like dark rum or something like that. And it was just like,
God.
he's going on and on and on. And then and the guy's just going like, it sounds real and without missing a beat. He goes, and so all of that's fake. This is just parody, but you can imagine it being real, right? And I was like, yes, I was buying that. Like, I've seen enough of Pete Hegseth to know that, like, that's a plausible.
That's a good story.
Set of
Good
stories
story.
you just
Yeah.
Have you ever heard there was what's his name? Seth Rogen. He had a show on Apple TV Plus about being like the head of a movie studio, and there was an opportunity to make a Kool-Aid movie, and he was like, I want to make the Jim Jones movie. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did I tell you? Yeah,
No,
it was like
tell me more.
Buscemi. Steve
Yeah.
Buscemi was going to play Jim Jones. That would have been cool.
That would have been, yeah. It's a good idea. I never heard of that before. It was really interesting.
Hey, want to hear a good story?
No.
Oh, do you want to hear a good story? Because all these stories tonight have been shit. Anybody want to hear a good one?
I came home today.
Oh man.
And someone plowed my driveway, and I have no idea who, but I have a very long driveway, and I wasn't going to plow it. I just drove my truck back and forth over the whole driveway, just to get the ruts in.
Tamp it
Somebody
down.
plowed it, and I don't know who.
Do you think it was a mistake? Do you think there's somebody out there on the phone going, you said you were going to do my driveway? And they're like, I fucking did.
No,
like,
I wrote to the person
like, I did the wrong one.
No, I wrote to the person I thought might have done it that I had talked to. If it's nope. I don't know who did it. Nobody's left me a message. Nobody wrote me a
Sandee.
note. Nothing.
Santa Claus. It's
That's a good
Christmas miracle.
story.
It's a Christmas
Yeah.
fucking miracle.
Well,
Christmas is real. Santa Claus is real.
Totally real.
Or he
I was shocked because
Now it's his ghost.
in the
And
last
then-
4 years, since the weather has been so goofy, I have only had to have it plowed like 3 or 4 times in 4 years. And this year it has started snowing. And I mean, it's really, we're
We're in
January.
for one fuck mother of a snow season.
We are.
Yeah.
And
The
here's
upper
another
regions.
one. Did you hear Kristi Gnome thanked Trump for keeping the hurricanes away? I shit you not.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You can't write. I mean, oh boy.
They are, if you want to know what a sociopath sounds like, don't describe it. Just let people listen to Kristi Gnome. That like monotone, like it's
You just have to imagine like someone who is
just, like,
willing to disfigure and
insane.
dismantle their own face. Like they're
Yes,
willing
T-Bone.
to like they're willing to embrace this weird sexual fetish to dismantle and disfigure their face in public and walk around looking like that.
They've all done it,
like
too. It's
I
really
know
weird.
it's like you don't need to listen to anything that kind of
There
person
was nothing
says.
wrong with the way she
These are
looked at
MAGA
all.
fucking like they want to return to the sex slavery. That's all these fucking MAGA Christian trad wife bullshitters want. They want to become slaves like they were 100 years ago.
Somebody called it the Mar-a-Lago makeover.
Well, Leisha Miller just did a fantastic video called they want you, the fascists want you to be like, emaciatedly thin. They want you to be that way. She is so good. She went through the whole
What's
thing
the
about
argument?
the argument is that now, historically, if you weren't perfect, like the Nazis, the Aryan look, you had to be thin, you had to be perfect. The women did, and that it's replicating itself now. And she went into the history of BMI, and she literally explained that BMI is a made up bullshit, nothing in science and all this stuff. What a great I mean, she's really good. And she blames it, she circles around, she went through Reagan, she blames it on capitalism, which she is not a very big proponent
Who is
of.
this?
Leisha Miller. Oh, she's really good.
I would argue
do I
I
know
would
that
argue
name?
that the people in
She's
power
so
want
good.
the average person to be obese, though. That's why they put obesity.
No, Donald Trump says fat.
Okay.
Yeah, fat. The fat people. They want that weight loss drug or whatever. But no, she's good.
Ozempic.
Matt, I'll send you that video. You watch it because you'll see she's so good and so thorough. And if I could, she's an attorney by trade, but
Now-
she's really nailed it on YouTube. She's got the feminist women following her. She's got men, but she's good. She's
Now,
really good.
do you want to hear a good story?
Yes.
That's good.
I want to hear a good story.
That's good.
What did one traffic light say to the other?
Hey, bud.
Don't look, I'm changing.
I wish I could remember shit like this.
Because
you want to look
because the traffic light goes from like it's red, yellow,
But shouldn't
green,
you look-
and that means like it's changing, which
But
sounds
shouldn't you
like
be,
in a changing
right,
room.
but shouldn't you
like-
want to look at the traffic? Shouldn't you?
That's why it's a joke, Andrea.
Are you telling people that they shouldn't look at traffic
You're
lights?
taking it
Go in
literally.
line?
That's not joke stuff. That's just being normal, literal, serious.
I
That's the
disagree.
opposite of
I
humor.
disagree. I think it's adding a second
It'd be
layer of joke.
funnier if it wasn't. Wait, no, it wouldn't be funnier. That would be unfunny, which is
You
serious.
are playing checkers while I am in the seventh dimension.
You're playing.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun there.
I will
explain
a lot
the
better than
joke.
whatever it
I'm
is
sure
going
it's
on
all
Earth.
making perfect sense all the time.
Oh yes.
Andrea Banzai across the seventh dimension.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen Buckaroo Banzai?
Of course.
The ending is like one of the original music videos, you know, where they're all assembled.
Oh
They
yeah.
all
Oh
come
yeah.
from
The
different.
fucking-
They're like in an aqueduct, or where are they?
They're like in the fucking like the river in Los Angeles.
And
That's what it
and
looks
they're like, they're all like,
that shit was insane. I
where
didn't
are
know
they
that.
going? Where are they coming from? They're in their
It-
costumes. The music is awesome.
The
Have
part
you
that
seen
really
this,
ups-
Sandy?
the part
Buckaroo
that really
Banzai?
upsets me about the music video is
time
that
ago.
at the end they write Buckaroo Banzai, but then they make the I at the end an exclamation point, which then makes it Buckaroo Banzai, and I'm still pissed about that.
Me
That's
too.
what I remember.
Oh, Boston Brian in the house.
Hi, Brian.
What's
Want to
up?
come in with us?
Boston Brian.
Brian, you want to
Boston
take
Brian?
Jake's place?
Boston Brian. Yeah, you can come on, Boston.
His name is Boston.
I just call him. He
Boston
was
Brian.
sitting in for Jesse Dollimore recently. It was awesome.
Oh, that's
There
terrific.
you go.
Yeah,
Jesse's a pitch hitter. Big.
I think
Bud.
Jeff Waldorf was on there today.
Mm-mm,
I talked to
mm-mm,
Dollimore on the phone today.
mm-mm.
Casual conversation. Just hey, how's it going?
Well, he's a good guy. You've been with him before, so he knows you. He knows.
Yeah,
you.
Matt's been with him before.
I mean, oh God, stop. Stop it.
You know what I can't get out of my head?
I don't even know what Sandy was trying to say.
Talk about repetitive.
Hasn't-
Sandy.
He's been on the show. He's been on
Sandy
his
has
show.
said this
Right,
3
that's what you mean.
times to me. She
What
said
was
this
that?
3 times to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot get it out of my head. I'm gonna say it back to you, and it's gonna sound the way you said it to me.
Brian is accepting our invitation.
Oh yeah, where Sandy said, "Grow your hair, pull it back, and put it in a ponytail." And, like you said that one time, and I was like, "That's a cute way of saying it." And then you said it again, and I was like, "She said it with the exact same cadence." And then you said it a third time, and I was like, "Wow."
That's like how I felt when you don't know how to say artists or hosts or ghosts.
If the second to last word is
No.
an S,
Wrong. Second to last
Ponytail.
word. You don't even know what a word is.
if
Oh,
the second to last letter in the word is an S, I have a problem making it plural. I don't know what it is.
Oh,
Hmm.
maybe a little speech impediment.
Now I'll tell you this.
impediment.
It may actually be some sort of accentual thing because I have heard. I
Mhm.
actually because now since I met you and since I got pissed off by it, I've heard it someone else make the same mistake several times consistently. So it may be some sort of dialectical brain malfunction. Of course,
It's a
but
sign
you are-
of like
you are-
hyper intelligence. Boston
you're
Brian, I
definitely-
emailed that link. The email should
This
be coming
motherfucker
through.
just emailed the link.
Said he has to eat dinner soon. Isn't he in the East Coast? Oh,
That's right.
wait. Did he? Is he
Motherfucker
on
eats
the?
dinner at 11 p.m.
No, is he on,
He's
the,
on the
West
West Coast.
Coast? Did he move? He could
Boston
tell us.
Brian. I'm excuse me, I'm not the best geographer.
No, I
Once a
think
Boston Brian,
believe-
always a Boston Brian.
Yeah,
You
but-
can't
Yeah, I
undo
believe-
that shit.
Did he
Yeah.
move? He might have moved.
They know
I
you.
missed it.
It's not like he's gonna go back to Boston. And they'll be like, "Who's this Californian?" They'll be like, "He's obviously Boston Brian."
Right. Okay.
I prefer Boston Brain.
He took the Boston.
Oh, look
Right.
here.
Boston. The Boston with him. Boston. They're gonna get. Oh, they were supposed to get some big time snow coming up.
Well, everybody is apparently, right? But it's not natural. Like this is going to be uncool, right?
What, the snow? No,
Yeah.
not necessarily.
Polar vortex or something.
Oh, well,
Like,
it's
you
going to be
think Trump has got
okay.
the fucking spray cannon going
Wait,
like,
I'll look it up. We're getting an unusual 2-week cold because of course the jet stream is broken, so the Arctic air will come up. The Arctic will stay warmer and we will get the cold. It's happening every
and
year
El
now.
Nino's over for now. So
Yeah, it's La Nina, but it's going to be not as
Have you
not as
seen
long.
Chris Farley on SNL? This is old, obviously.
It's not that
Where
cold in
he was
Boston,
being El
actually.
Nino, and he's like, "I am El Nino," which stands for the Nino.
The Nino.
Hey, we got a fourth.
Ryan, baby, welcome.
What's up,
going?
dude?
Welcome
We
to
can
the
we can
Kurt
we can finally
Vonnegut Monkey
fucking we can
House.
finally fucking tee off.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see you in the show, Boston. It's
Hi,
been
sweetheart.
a while.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Boy,
I can hear everybody twice.
That's
Uh-oh.
good.
Do you have
That's
it
how it's supposed to
open
be,
on
actually.
YouTube somewhere?
Hold on.
Close the windows.
Yeah. Don't
No,
watch
that'll
on
work.
YouTube
If
on
you
your
were
computer.
watching it, it might
Just
still
look at
be
it.
open.
Look at it on your iPad or your phone if you want to look
Or
at
listen
it.
to us
Don't-
twice. This show is kind
What's
of
going
a
on?
fever,
Yeah.
fever dream.
How's
What's
everybody
going
doing?
on? Well, we were
Welcome,
doing a
babe.
show, and then you showed
Yes.
up, and
It's-
now we're here.
It's
I'm here to
unscripted and free
disrupt.
form. So,
So,
I'm
yeah.
here
Brian-
to fucking
Brian-
disrupt.
Brian,
Good trouble.
You moved?
Yeah.
Is that it? Did you move or what did I miss on location?
He's Maui
Since when?
Brian.
I've been in California
Oh,
now
okay.
for probably 6-7 months, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
that
a little less,
I
a little more.
kind of knew it, but I forgot. All right.
Is this a
Okay.
permanent?
Do you want to
situation?
stay there?
Do I want to stay here? Yeah, that'd be the goal. Or
Okay.
bring my girlfriend back home to Boston with me because I miss
See?
cold weather and people that are rude.
He did it for love, Sandy. You can't,
You know?
you know, that's
You did it for
that's
love.
a magnetic thing. You
There's
can't-
something about fucking Thanksgiving when it's 75 and it doesn't feel like Thanksgiving. Christmas don't feel like Christmas. I
Snow
like
is
snow.
really
I
super
like.
great.
Cute,
I grew up in
Brian.
hockey rinks. You know, I grew up in fucking
Oh,
hockey rinks.
hockey.
I like being cold.
Yeah.
I moved to the south for
Aw.
a few years. I had to go back. I couldn't take it down there. It's
You
terrible.
did it for love. I think that's very touching.
I mean, don't get me. It's
It's-
beautiful around here. It's just fucking
Where
incredibly
I mean,
expensive.
don't dox yourself, but south or north?
I'm in South Orange County.
Ugh.
Have you
Orange
seen
County is
aluminum
very
Christmas
red.
trees for sale?
Very
Like
red.
the
Aluminum.
metal. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like those crazy, like white
No.
and pink Christmas trees.
No, I saw the
I
saw the
grew up
price
with
tag
those.
on the fucking trees around here. That was the last Christmas tree I say I'd fucking buy around here.
I grew up with silver Christmas trees at my grandparents. Silver.
Silver
Silver,
and gold.
fake.
Silver and gold.
Yep. Every year.
Name the movie.
Rudolph.
Go fucking come on, Matt. I knew you'd know that.
Silver.
Oh, my bad.
Fucking come on, man.
You said name the movie, not Matt.
Everybody
Yeah,
would
sorry,
know
sorry,
that I wouldn't know because I don't remember anything.
But what was the topic of discussion? Anyway, by the way,
Oh.
Matt, do you know anybody that's musically inclined? Do you know any producers musically?
Yeah, my brother has been producing. He's made all the music that I ever use. He's done it for my new audio podcast.
Really?
This Space, my regular YouTube. Yeah.
I need an intro. I have something kind of
Oh, I
in
can do
mind,
it.
but I need something that doesn't have like copyright ramifications.
do
because I
it.
had one picked like to begin with when I first started the show, but there was like every time I did the show, it'd be like 45 people had like no, it wouldn't be a copyright strike, but it would be like a
Use
I don't know what the fucking call it.
use epidemic sound. That's where I got my end of the world.
Well, no,
That's where
we
I
went
got a
through the
lot of
whole
stuff.
rigmarole of buying the beat, fucking getting the license for it, fucking paying the person that created it, and we still were having issues. It was like the Spanish
Really?
version. There was like a Spanish version on YouTube, and he would kind of hit me with like strikes. You know, I
That's
couldn't
crazy.
monetize and
Horrendous.
shit. They,
Oh
they
my
weren't
God.
copyright strikes, but I couldn't monetize.
Right,
You know what I
but
mean?
I've been using epidemic sound for years and years, and I
Sandy's trying to talk my brother out of work. I don't know why.
Yeah,
But what's the deal with
Epidemic.
what's the deal with the new AI music? Because you never heard how like they've been changing like fucking Dr. Dre into like 1950s soul music.
Don't
if you
use
heard any of that?
AI. They're
Come on,
stealing.
motherfuckers.
There's lawsuits.
Oh, boy.
Suno had a lawsuit. The company Suno.
It's the
My
best shit.
boss
It's
has
literally
gotta
the
go in
best
20
use of
minutes.
AI that
He's
AI
gotta
has
go
ever
in
come
20
out with
minutes.
is changing just these fucking classic hip hop songs and just classic songs in general to like these old school soulful 50s fucking it's epic. It's fucking epic.
Well, I
Yeah.
had somebody give me an AI song
Back in the day, we
in
used
a
to
new
support
intro,
cover bands, but now it's just
and
computers.
I feel guilty because I feel guilty.
Yeah, I mean, think about the devastation that has to occur in neighborhoods and environments so that we can hear a Weird Al version of a song or something like that. Like I don't see the value in it, but I hear you. I mean,
Use Matt's brother.
Believe me, I'm
I
not
heard-
saying that I like it. I just if it's gonna be around, then like that's the one use for it that I've found so far.
I
that
heard
actually
some naughty
I could use
naughty lyrics in a country song, and I was like, "It's pretty fucking funny." But like, I wish it wasn't. I wish somebody had just done that song, right? Because that
you
would,
know what?
they'd
I
be
don't know if
famous for it.
Eminem's moaning. I don't know. I don't know if I'm really that fucking sad that I'm pulling a couple bucks out of Eminem's pocket if I use a 30-second intro to my podcast that 2,000 people watch.
The thing is, there
Stop! You
are.
have 2,000 people watching. Good.
I just did a new intro for a podcast, and then my brother was able to like break it up into musical interludes throughout the podcast because it's an audio pre-recorded thing. It's not live. So I was like, wow, this like raised the bar like big time. It's really cool. So we used a public domain song. It's called Entrance of the Gladiators. Have you heard it? It sounds like people call it like circus music. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
But like I was like, can you do it like it's being used in a Tim Burton movie? Like put a Danny Elfman spin on it, but also like NPR. And he came back with the perfect fucking thing. I was like, holy shit, dude, you nailed that.
NPR, that's good.
I like
It's
to
really
edit
good.
the music in and out of my videos and stuff.
He did the theme song from the Letterhack Presents, and I was like, can you do another version that sounds, I
great.
don't know, like underground 90s hip hop? And he's like, yeah. And he did it. And I was like,
Do you know
holy
what
shit.
software he uses?
He uses a piano and a guitar.
Fantastic. So is he using like Garage? I mean, he's playing and then
He's
recording.
got some mixing software. He's a professional musician. He's a piano
Is he
tuner.
responsible? Is he responsible for the Vanguard will be there, sir?
No, he didn't do that. No, I did their
there's some
logos though.
Amazing software, but if you not AI, I mean, like amazing software like your brother's using. You know what I noticed that I don't like with story blocks, which is where you can get a lot of graphics and edit videos and stuff. I used story
Is this a
blocks for a long
website?
time. Yeah, it's a website. I used it for a long time. It's a subscription service. For a long time, graphic artists would make their video pieces. They would make all of that and they upload it to story blocks. And then you buy it you subscribe and you can use all the stuff. Well, now I'm worried that they're going to stop buying the artist's clips and start using AI. And I'm really like looking, and now every clip I look at, because I just made a big video the other day called Doom Scrolling, and at all this, I was worried that is this AI or is this the artist using Blender or using, the Blender.
You do have to wonder, but
It's scary.
there's
I blending up some tomatoes recently. I love blending.
I wish that there was like the one person doing all the okay. So it sort of ended up providing a lot of artwork to independent streamers and podcasts. Like they're like, can I use this as my logo on merch? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. So I wish there was like one person doing that for music for all of us. I wish there was one person or if not one person, like a studio, assuming that my brother's pretty eclectic, but not everyone is. And then like, we need like a lawyer who can go to bat for us when our YouTube channels are taken down illegally. Or
I would like a lawyer.
Fraudulently.
We need more
I just
lawyers.
think we need more like
internet worlds.
Lawyers suck.
No, but like
Yeah,
legal defense
Better
fund.
Call Saul.
You know what I
type
mean?
lawyers on our side. That's what I want.
like an independent, and in theory, this lawyer would be somebody like I'm forgetting the name of the famous guy that went to bat for like the Chicago 7 and all the activists in the 60s. I forget his name, but like it would be like one of us who was like, no, I'll take up your case with fucking YouTube. I'll send them all the letters right now or whatever. I don't know. But I just wish there was more.
If you want someone to send a letter, ask Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, I'm looking for infrastructure. That's all.
So is that like the
Infrastructure.
Consumer Protection Financial Bureau? Is that like the fucking
Well, the
similar
comic book
today? Well,
there's
what used to be?
the comic book legal defense fund exists for people whose free speech has been violated. And they're like, fuck, we're taking you to court, motherfucker. You can't do that. You're costing somebody their livelihood, their income. I mean, it happens all the time. It happened to Sandee for months this summer. YouTube took her channel down. They were like, oh, sorry, it was a mistake. It was
That's
like, what about all that time?
I've seen that
Just for
YouTube
not
is
just
going insane with that.
it was a blatant mistake. Like they
It was
didn't mean to.
it was AI hallucination.
It was so bad that they accused her of something that's like a federal criminal offense.
Yeah,
right.
right.
And then
Yep,
and then
yep,
later
yep.
on it was like, oh, sorry, our bad.
Sexualization and endangerment
We've
of
shut your
minors.
platform down for the mutilization of animals on live stream.
No, yeah, I know. But actually, I had a follower who lives in California who went to Google and put in a in-person appeal. Besides my appeals, in person, and it got she went to Google in person
After like 4 months.
Hey Google,
3 months, and she literally put it in person, and that's what got me to channel back because they kicked it over to YouTube because it was done in person. And after months of AI bullshit letters, I got back. Finally, I got something from Google that was a real person, and then all of a sudden, like a week later, my channel was back. And that's because wonderful Cheryl Josie went and did that.
have you guys ever had like a rep to any social media platform?
No.
Like no, somebody directly to talk to? No.
Well, Mike Figueredo does. It's happened to him. And he has a number of somebody that he can call. And I'm always thinking, like, that's
Like how
one
awesome
of,
would that be? Like how
Yeah.
frustrating is it to fucking be like, I have no idea what to do. Like
Into the
nobody to talk
void.
to, reach out to, nothing.
No,
you
you.
know what I mean?
I even mailed package to YouTube's a package, literal
you
whole
can
package.
contact
Tied up
advocates
a
like
string paper,
the
paper bag style package.
Brian, have you heard of the EFF, the Electronic Frontier Foundation? Like they monitored their emails like the bat phone. If you're
Really?
like, my channel was taken down, this is what happened, they're on it.
I
Now,
used one of them.
There's only so
It
much they
didn't
can
work.
do, but
Right. No, the most I've been told is like, bitch on Twitter. If you fucking add them enough on
That's
Twitter,
what
certain,
that's it.
then, they'll react to it type of shit. But
Public
the only
shaming.
platform I've even been anywhere remotely close to having enough, I don't know what the legit number of followers is to represent or warrant a fucking, person to talk to, but is TikTok, where I have like 240,000 followers, but I've never had anybody
great.
reach out to me
I hate
for
TikTok.
anything, not advertisements, not nothing. Not that I would take it anyway, but not like to say, hey, do you need somebody to work with you, or hey, if you got a problem, fucking give me a shot. Nothing. So I don't know what that like. I don't know what the range is, or how you'd even go about doing that.
But that's what they
it
say
would definitely
to do.
be beneficial.
Know someone. It's
The
all
only way
that
you
back
can
room
get
work.
in contact with YouTube, the only direct contact is by tweeting at them.
Yeah, I did
Right.
at Team YouTube, and
They're not even on Facebook.
You
or
have to
Blue
be
Sky
so
or anything.
careful. You can't do it a lot, and you can't appeal. You have to appeal a certain amount of times. Very professional letters, but if you overdo it, they'll block you. They won't
They
even
keep
look
coming
at you.
back, and they keep
With
coming
more
back
AI.
saying, "Hey, just so you know, we've reviewed
Yeah,
Carefully. They
the
always say
situation.
Mhm.
You definitely did this," and they don't
Mhm.
provide you with any evidence.
No, they won't.
See, that
They
being said, I've
never
never had a video
tell you.
taken down. I've never had an email
Same.
from YouTube.
Neither
or
did
anybody.
I. It was
Oh.
out of the blue,
It
and
was
I
like
got
a Sunday morning.
It made me very paranoid at first. At first, I thought, oh boy, that somebody's after me because I had been on the climate and weather 100-hour live stream with scientists from NSA and NSA, all these NASA people, all of it.
Troll army.
And I thought, that's why I don't use my name anymore in chats. I use Ms. Blue Ocean because I don't want that. And I really thought that that's how it happened. And then I got paranoid here where I live, and I'm thinking,
Well, you still live at 41 Summer Lane, right?
Yeah, like somebody stalks me. Oh, I sat here. I won't even tell you. Okay, but I got over it.
Someone plowed her driveway recently. What's up with that?
Well, that's
Wait, is that a euphemism or what's
That's
going
what
on?
I wasn't going to say it.
I came home today and my driveway.
Did Sandee just have a date recently and it went well? Or?
No,
a date with the driveway. That is.
No, I'm done with men. I'm done.
All right, just
Throw
making
'em in
sure.
the
You never
garbage.
know. You never know.
No, I know. I have a friend. Okay, that's it.
Uh-oh.
No, nothing.
You have a friend.
Nothing
I
like
told you about him.
nothing like getting your driveway
All it
plowed to
takes
give you
is
that
3D
warm and
batteries.
fuzzy feeling.
Yeah.
Look, don't get me started. We've
So
done.
do you
Sandy
wanna
doesn't
hear
get
my-
innuendo.
I do get innuendo.
No, it's
Oh, yes.
totally lost
What?
on you.
The batteries? You think that's
Earlier,
lost on me?
she said, "Well, you've been with Jesse Dollamore, haven't you?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't been with him."
I got the
I
innuendo.
wish you know what.
do you think
Speaking
I
of
am?
fucking
You just
Jesse,
make
I wish
fun
there
of
was
me.
more. I wish there was more big creators or people with bigger platforms, more
He's the
like
nicest
Jesse.
guy.
I just saw him the other day
Like him.
post another, just random. I don't want to say random channel, but a lesser known channel. I think it had less than 2,000 subscribers, and he just he made a post on his thing saying, "Hey, just kind of check out this channel, follow him." Like, it'd be great
Yeah,
if like
cool.
fucking Midas Touch and
Because
Brian
he's
Tyler
pure.
Cohen or whatever. I don't watch him, but Pac-Man's got a huge following and community. If if these people started, and I just saw something Brett or Ben posted about them being in like the top 7 of the podcast for the 2025, and he was like, I'd like to see. I think it was Brett. He was like, I'd like to see more, progressive or liberal podcasts or people in the space, because it was all like big corporate podcasts other than Midas Touch. And I was like, well, I don't know, how about just an idea, if you got maybe
about
6
this
million
space?
subscribers, you could use the platform to maybe boost up other lesser known people that have the right message but may not have the ability or the platform or the reach or the audience
Just
to
a
speak it
random
to.
luck. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's-
you don't see that happening from too many people. You see Jesse's out there kind of putting his
Yeah.
money where his mouth is in terms
Jesse
of going
is
on shows,
so
letting you on
authentic.
his show. He had me fucking guest host on his show while he was
He's
coming back from Japan.
authentic.
Like me,
He's amazing.
when he called, I was like, let me guess, Brian Tyler Cohen's not available. David Pac-Man's skiing in the Alps somewhere. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but this must be at least a 15 phone call you've made.
Oh, stop.
You know what I mean? But
Ryan.
I
Yeah, he
don't know.
called
I do a
me.
live
Made
stream.
top 20.
He called
I
me,
do-
and I was like, I gave him like
Doing
3
8
names.
structured videos. You know what I mean? Like that's tough.
This
Like,
is the
do
thing.
fucking 8 videos,
He's
2 days.
he's leaving the door open behind him. This is a big deal. I just wrote, I had to get a Substack account, so I decided to start posting on it. And the first article I wrote was a hot
Someone
take.
broke into your fucking house, pointed a gun,
Well, I
shotgun,
script-
double
I-
barrel in your neck, and
I
was
read
like, make
it,
a
and
goddamn
I shared it.
Substack.
Yeah, I could explain it, but I'm not. But I script all of my live stream stuff for the most part, so I could just repurpose that as articles. And if you don't feel like watching me, you can maybe read me. But like it's a hot take on the term smaller streamers, and I think it's so offensive. But more importantly, it's meaningless.
Hold on 1 second, just real quick, and not to be disrespectful to chat. Hey, Boku, fucking kiss my ass in the chat. How about that? Kiss my fucking ass.
What happened?
He
Is
said
this
I guess.
Just wanted to get that out there.
Is this how Bostonians
But
whine?
like you do have to take into account that. Okay, so if I'm referring to somebody as a smaller streamer, do I refer to myself as a bigger streamer? Because that sounds kind of stupid, right? So like I think that we all just need to embrace the fact that everyone is doing it to different degrees.
Yeah.
And that doesn't, your success isn't based on your followers. That's a sign that you've been doing a long time, and that
subscribers are different
and
than
that you're a
followers.
respected, content creator or whatever. That's fine. But like, just leave the door open behind you. And Jesse Dollamore fucking does that and then some.
I
But he
do
did call me. I gave him like
You
10
do it.
names and said if they aren't around, call Boston Brian because he's desperate.
Well, I appreciate it. I was very grateful. I made it plainly aware to him that I was extremely grateful for the opportunity, and I wouldn't, take it lightly, and I took
You
it
did
very
great.
seriously.
was awesome.
It's crazy, man, because I do videos for Midas Touch, but I don't do 8 of them in 2 days. I've done 8 of them in fucking the last 6 months or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's like to even just have that many topics to do a 7 to 12 minute video on, it was a lot. It was, he's very used to it. He's got his squad set up, and his producer was amazing, and they're on the same wavelength, and all he has to do is pick a topic, and the producer knows when to put in the fucking the stuff behind him. I kind of do all that myself. Like, I do the whole video myself, which is a little more difficult for me, but that's just kind of how I've always done it. So it was a little different for his producer, because he's used to putting in the videos himself and kind of making the video, so to speak, where I did that before I kind of sent the videos in. But it was a lot. But I was very happy to be in the position where he even would, like I said, you would think of me, or Jesse would think of having me on there, especially after Garrison Hayes. Garrison Hayes did a fucking fantastic job. He's amazing. So to follow up that act was it's just another added bit of pressure. So it was very fun. It was very fulfilling.
What's missing from Midas Touch is they don't have a dedicated climate communicator, climate science or science communicator. They'll just have Jordy come out for 3 minutes and go, and the climate, and that's it. They need a dedicated person to talk about what's happening in that arena. I really wish they had somebody.
Do you think, here's what I'm curious about. Did you have to get up super early for that Dollamore fill-in?
Well, I'll tell you, I did my videos way in advance. Like, luckily he gave me enough like notice. Well, like before he left, or, before he actually needed me to fill in, where I knew it was going to be a struggle for me, because, it's just, I know how long it takes for me to do those edited videos, to even come out with a 10-minute edited video. It's a lot of work. It's several hours of either researching the topic, recording the screenshots, editing everything down, recording your parts, editing it afterwards, watching it all over again to make sure it's not, you didn't screw up somewhere. I mean, if it's my channel, okay, but where you're putting it out on Jesse's 1 million+ subscribers, you don't want to look like an asshole. You know what I mean? So I knocked out a bunch in the first day. And then I was ahead of the game after that, where I just kind of, whatever came in the news cycle, I was able to kind of, pick and choose a little bit. But I think I did like 5 videos literally the first day that he called me, or with the first 2 days, just so I could have like a cushion, because 8 was insane to me. Like, I said yes, but in my head, I'm like, I can't do that.
How many minutes was each one?
Well, they need to be, I think YouTube says between 7 and 10 minutes, or, somewhere in that vicinity. You know what I mean?
Says? Yeah, because mine yesterday.
Well, not YouTube, but
I put out a 15
people that have
video.
The most success on YouTube typically find that's the sweet spot. You can go
10 minutes is kind of like pushing it. Yeah.
Well, I did 15 because it took me that long to get through the.
Well, there's like a range. You either want it like 7 to 10 minutes, or like 25 to 60 minutes. Like, there's a range that people will watch. Like,
no one watches.
People will watch 4 to 5 hour camping videos. You know what I mean? So there are people out there that will watch that long form stuff. You just, you gotta.
I did a video with Dollamore on his channel one time, and got like 1,000 subscribers in 12 hours. And I got maybe half a dozen comments from new subscribers that were like, came over from Dollamore, saw you had a couple of 1 hour long videos. Wow, you must really love to hear yourself talk. And they were saying stuff like that. And I was like, okay, damn. First of all,
it's live streaming, which
I'm doing it live.
Different.
Like, this isn't
someone who knows Matt. Yes, he does. Trust me. He loves to hear himself talk so much. He will say the same shit week to week on this show. And he'll say, you ever hear this story?
Anyway, getting back to me, there was, but that was funny because, like, I was like, okay, I mean, we're not all doing the 10-minute videos, but I get it. So when I do a video or a clip, I try and make it around 7.
See, now me and Boca are bonding again, because he likes camping with Steve and the Outdoor Boys. That I respect. They had the what's his face, Luke from the Outdoor Boys, actually just did a video for. It wasn't camping with Steve. It was somebody else with an outdoor name, where I think his wife is sick. So I don't know if you guys know Luke from the Outdoor Boys. He's got like, I don't know, ridiculous amount of subscribers. He was getting buku millions of views on every single one of his camping videos. He's kind of the skinny guy, glasses, went up like holes in the snow in Alaska. Unbelievable guy, but he kind of just like retired out of nowhere and kind of like passed the torch on to his son Tommy, who now is like, I don't know, 13 and gets 7 million views on his camping videos and shit.
Am I allowed to say
I
that
gotta think of something different.
You should not be letting a 13-year-old have 7 million subscribers. That's you know what happened last time we had an Emperor Nero. That's what happened, you know.
Well, that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
Do you know
one could say that you're setting him up for life and that he doesn't have to do that the whole time, but once he puts a couple million in the bank, he'll have a little more financial freedom to do as he so chooses.
That's true.
Do you know what I mean? Plus, he's earning it himself, you know, as opposed to his dad.
$2.44.
Do you know GeoWiz? Have you ever heard of this guy in Wales?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
The guy who tries to walk a straight line across
I'm
Wales?
pretty sure I heard the name Geo. Are you sure
Like,
that's
you can't
a real
do that
channel?
without going across people's property and shit. He's always trying to
Geo.
walk across Wales in a straight line, but he's also
Geo.
like just really has geography down. Like, you can give him coordinates and he'll tell you where it is. And then he'll look it up on Google Map and be like, oh shit, look how close I was. He gets his girlfriend to drop him off in places that he doesn't know, and they'll like drive for hours. And
there's a
drop
ton
him
of
off.
them out there. I mean,
He
you
has
could
to
go
find
down
his
a
way
rabbit
back.
hole of rabbit holes of camping channels or automotive channels on YouTube or YouTube golf channels. Like it's pretty crazy. AB camping. I got into him a long time ago. He's from New Zealand. He goes camping with his 2 border collies, but you know, he's had a couple of his dogs pass away. It's like you feel like you're going through it with the guy. You know what I mean? Like you get used to the dog being there, and then you know he'll tell you'll show up crying on camera, and it's like, you know, you find yourself sitting there like weeping for a guy you've never met, for a dog you've never petted. You know what I mean? But you get that connection. You know what I mean? So you can see how people they kind of, you know, they relate with people on YouTube. You know what I mean?
I wanted to do my gardening stuff, and I just made it a playlist, you know, out of my channel. It was a playlist, the Disabled Able Gardener, but it was just a playlist. I didn't keep up with it enough. There's Max. I was going to
This
play
conversation
you.
I think is important to have, because as politically involved, and I'll leave you guys on this, dinner's about to be here, but as politically
Can you
involved as
smell
we
it?
all
Does it
are,
smell
and as
good?
much as we, you know, suck from the fire hose of fucking news, and we all think it's doom and gloom, and we're dealing with
It
scumbag
is.
politicians and fucking degenerates, like, it's very important to keep your fucking mental health. Go out there, take a walk, smell the fresh air.
Well,
You know what I
I
mean? Like,
am.
there's a
I
lot
am.
more out there than just, you know, American politics and fucking social media.
Well, I don't deal with all of that all the time, but I do.
But like
deal
whatever,
with climate.
whether
No,
it's
this is a
watching
good
a
point,
camping
though.
video or watching automotive YouTube or YouTube golf or golfing for real, like it's very
going
important that people
outside?
focus, like get their mind off of this bullshit, like for at least an hour or two.
There's
or, you
the
know,
law of
however,
diminishing returns.
what is it?
The law of diminishing returns. Like there's a point where you've consumed enough news and you can do something else, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, we can realize that there's only really so much that we can do. You know what I mean? You don't want to overextend yourself and fucking put yourself in a health crisis because you're stressing every single day on YouTube for shit that really you can only affect when they call you to vote in the fucking polls, right? You know what I mean? Or if you got a show.
I know.
Yeah.
I try
Like
not to
Jessica
cover
Allen?
what everybody else is. I do that. I do try to cover different stories, and I do different things every week that are not what everybody else is, because I come from a unique perspective, I guess.
I know you got to go, Brian. So real quick, just
Thank you, Brian.
I think what you're making me think of with that is that people who do this, people who put themselves out there like this and try and have like a voice amongst all these voices talking about the same stuff, basically, we are the types of people who can't live without challenges and obstacles. We need to be in like a lifestyle that presents difficulties back at us. Do you know what I mean? And so some people get into it and it's like, you know, there's nothing, it's not like a masochistic lifestyle where we just love pain. It's not like that. It's that we like to figure shit out. We like to overcome obstacles and we like to face them head on, and we throw ourselves into it. But once you're out there and once you have people listening to you, for God's sake, do everyone a favor and just switch it the fuck up sometimes.
Oh
Right,
yeah.
right.
That could be
No, I
another
mean, and
obstacle or
it's
challenge.
good to recognize that it does have, like, basically it does have it takes its toll, right? So I like to see our shows as like people that will go into the places that, you know, maybe the people in the chat don't want to, like, I watch RSBN, OAN, Newsmax,
Yeah.
you know, Donald Trump speeches, that type of shit. And kind of, you know, I take the clips and the moments and I kind of try to make it easily digestible to people that don't like watching a whole Donald Trump speech or would never put on fucking Newsmax if you paid him $1 million. And you don't get to hear, you know, those people don't get to hear what these assholes are
Hal
saying. Or
Sparks
the
does
rhetoric
that.
and shit.
Hal
You know what I
Sparks
mean?
does
So
a
that's
good job.
that's what I made the show for. Is like, all right, let me sift through the bullshit. Let me consume all of this. Like, I would sit through an RSBN broadcast where they used to do the Trump rallies for 6-7 hours on a Saturday, you know, from start to finish, because they'd go through the line of fucking people talking to them, and I'd get that clip that really nobody else saw, you know, and be able to present that to people and like, this is the crazy shit that we're talking about, and it's in line at the Trump rally. You know what I mean? It's right there for you to see.
Yeah.
But it takes a toll, because you end up putting yourself in places that aren't really conducive to good mental health, let's just say. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Well, Hal Sparks is another one that does that, so you don't have to. He listens to these disgusting, hideous people, plays them, and then analyzes what they say. Oh my
grotesque.
God, I don't know how
Well,
he does
they're
it. He keeps his
freaks
mental
even.
health.
Brian, you're one of the good ones, man.
Yeah,
your
you are.
personality makes it
I
so
appreciate it.
digestible. Like, I
This
wouldn't.
is why I got
love
a show, though, because
digesting.
I got a lot to say, and I apologize. I know Boku wants to fucking chase me out of the auditorium right now, but
Boku, he's a little bit of a piece of shit. He does that. He
We'll-
picks one
we'll
of us
take
out
care
of a
of him.
hat every
no,
week.
he crawled his way back in. I saw a whistling diesel reference in there too. I saw that one go by, so really creeping back in. But Matt, I really do appreciate everything that you're doing, my man. The coalition that you've put together.
Yeah, Matt.
Andrea too.
Yeah.
Andrea
Doing
is
it
a
in
co
No,
a,
it's all
uh,
Matt.
you know,
Matt's
the
a great
right
job.
way.
Clap for
Let's
Matt.
just say so. I'm very happy to be a part of it. Sandy, it's very nice to be on the panel with you. Andrea, you're fucking as entertaining as anyone's ever been
I
on
appreciate
YouTube. So
being
There
I
you go.
appreciate all you guys. Thank you for your voice. Thank you for your fight. Thank you for your passion.
Thank you
and
for
everybody else in
coming
the
on.
in the chat as well. All the mods. Thank you. Whether you're, I see you guys in there. Whether you're a mod on my channel or a mod on
My
this
channel,
space or the Letterhack, I
Kim.
really do appreciate you guys. So,
Shout out
thank you. I'm gonna
Kim.
go grab some dinner.
All right, brother.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Bye,
Take care.
Brian.
In sharp contrast to Boston Brian, I do not appreciate Letterhack's mods. I think they're the most overvalued,
It's funny because they're all mods.
underutilized,
They're all
and personally, I just
Right?
don't
So
like them.
I was gonna actually play you that intro with the AI music and ask you what you think of.
I don't want to hear any AI music.
AI
No.
music.
I
love
know.
how
I
we
feel
dodged
really
a
bad.
nuclear meltdown there. There was a
You
very
know,
close moment.
I
that
wrote to the
ship almost
artist.
went overboard. With the
I
whole
wrote
AI
to the
thing.
real artist that originally I used to, and I wrote to her like 5 times.
So what,
and
Sandy? You're using
she
AI
never-
music now?
I'm not using
you're
it.
off the wagon?
Somebody did it for me, and I didn't. And I
That's
didn't
such a. I
Yeah,
don't
but-
get. All right.
yeah.
Someone AI'd for you.
Somebody
What?
typed in the prompt for me. Like, I don't get
Whatever.
that.
I didn't know how or what he did
Yeah.
until he told me what he did and what he used.
This is like talking about someone who, like,
I'm
you
just
wake up in the
learning
morning,
all
the
this
cabinets
stuff.
are all open and the cookies
Yeah,
are
I
empty.
just-
I don't know what you did.
I was really working on data centers and all of that, and I honestly am just learning about how AI really works. But it
And
was
so you
because
just happen to put up AI music all over
no,
your
I
show.
gave
I just
him
don't wanna-
I gave him the video and I said, "What are you going to do?" Because he was a radio guy and a music
And he used
musician for a
AI.
long
That's
time,
the end of
and
fucking
he used
story. I mean,
AI.
okay, and it
But
sucked.
I
Like,
couldn't get the real artist.
Matt was
to
so
the
there is
original
no real
artist.
artist.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
I'm
there
saying. What are we
was.
talking about?
There
Are you trying
was.
to like
I got a
promote AI?
copyright.
Or?
No, I got a. Would you let me talk? I got a
I want you to
copyright.
explain your.
Okay, I
side here.
used an artist that I wrote to for the original intro. I found her. I wrote to her a million times. I used it, got a copyright. I wrote to her again, not a copyright strike or anything. They allow you to use it, but I asked her. I've written to the band. It's not like any big band, and I don't get an answer back. I'm like, I'll give you, a tribute, everything. I attributed all of that. So I said to him,
Who's him?
this guy that helped me, but I didn't know what he was using because he's a musician. He's an actual musician. I did not know it was AI until he told me this is what I can do. And he did it. I'm like, holy shit. Are you kidding? It's creepy because it is stealing from, and he told me there's a lawsuit against that company Suno and that from the record companies and all. So it's really very scary for the the artists. It's terrible. I'm not using
an
it anymore.
infectious disease that's
I'm not
taken
using
So
it.
you reached out to a band to use their
No,
song and they didn't
yeah.
get back to you. So
Right.
you told this guy,
Well,
I have this song in mind from this band, and he made an AI version
Yeah,
of something like that.
And I thought that he would. I didn't have a clue he would do it like that. I thought he was actually just going to record his own music because I didn't want to use.
I know these
epidemic
days you have
sound.
to specify, I guess. You gotta
Yeah.
tell
Well,
people.
but I certainly learned from this. I'm not going to use it. I love my own video work, but I'm not going to use it because it's AI.
Can I
so
say
sad.
can I say
It's so
something real quick?
sad.
First of all,
Yeah.
I sent a message to that band to try to get the music. They never got back to me. I guess I was banned. Anyway, with that out of the way, I would like to get serious and say I just want to read this message here. This one, I want to use AI to make a video of my dad, dead since 1987. I have audio and pictures. If I would love to recommend anything more than or whatever, just please don't do that.
That's scary.
You do whatever you want, but please don't
you
do
think
that.
that's
I don't
kinda
like. I
creepy?
don't. To me, like that's like an operating system level, like BIOS level, even like you will break your brain. I would rather forget what my dead mother looks like and then use AI to resurrect a false image. That's just my opinion. I mean, I just wanted to share my opinion as someone with a dead
I
parent.
don't know.
I would never ever do that. I just think that's a bad idea. Do what you want though. It's all good. I guess.
Because
I
in
just
the
recommend
old
against it.
days, the artists would do it with the software programs themselves. They would make it work. But boy, everything's going so fast, Matt. It is so fast. It's like
It's not fast. It's just unregulated. It's completely without guardrails. It's full steam ahead. That doesn't mean it's not really developing quickly. It's just completely unregulated. Anything can fucking happen. And it's like feeding itself. They're just getting rich off themselves. That's all it is.
And the
It's
sad part
all
was I really liked the tune
bubble.
that he made for me, but it's just that it wasn't.
He didn't make it for you.
No, I know.
Okay?
It wasn't what
This is what I was trying to get you to be
I
clear
love that
about.
Matt
Like,
is
what
willing
camp
to
are you
bully
in
the
here?
shit out of Sandee about
That's
AI.
all right.
But when Boston
No, I'm not
Brian comes
bullying
on,
anybody.
Matt's like,
He's
ooh,
not
let's
bullying
change
me.
subject.
I
Let's
was
change
just.
I
subject.
didn't
Let's do
change subject. I talked about the environmental impact on communities
Well,
and
yeah, that's
the
exactly what I did my show, and I
the
learned
climate.
all of that. I didn't
I
know.
immediately said that to him.
He's a
I did.
musician. I really thought he was going to record something for me. I was so stupid.
Here's the thing, though. It's not bullying. This is
That's
the
fraud.
same way
If
where
if someone
I
did that
don't
to me,
feel
I would
bullied.
say you have committed fraud against me. You said you would make a song for me. You stole
No, he
someone
never
else's
said
song. This is
anything.
fraud.
He
That's what I was
just-
trying to get to. Like, what did you just let him off the hook, or were you like, dude?
He explained everything he does, and he said he's like his
That's
attitude.
misleading as fuck, though.
his
You went to him as a
attitude-
musician.
Yeah, but I didn't know. It was just so fast. I sent him
so
the video.
confused.
I didn't even know what he was going to do.
That's
I thought
I'm
he was
lost.
going to do because I wasn't paying attention. Okay. And then he explained to me the program. He explained to me in his attitude is that it's going to happen, that we can't stop it. And I'm like,
What
I
does
can't
that mean?
use it.
That's absurd.
Okay,
That's
okay.
absurd.
Let me just say,
People
we
undo shit
can't
all the
stop
time.
it. What does we can't
They're
stop
stopping
it?
education. So
Right?
like you
We-
can stop shit.
You cannot use
I'm
it.
only
That's
the
thing.
messenger.
I
didn't
get
know-
it. I just want to
I'm not
respond to
using
that
it.
because it's like I've never done generated images. I've stopped it in the sense that I haven't started. Right? Like I don't understand. Like we can't stop it. Ergo, I'm going to do that.
Right.
Like that's not an excuse to do the thing. Saying we can't stop it is like you would respond to like someone saying like, you
I
know,
said I
man, I'm
can't
putting
use
all
it.
of my energy into doing this thing, but it's not working. And then, well,
Right.
you can't stop it. Whereas like that's
just-
not an argument to say, well, now I'm going to join the Nazi gas chamber
find
coalition because you can't stop it. Like I
I'll
don't
find non-AI music from Epidemic Sound because they have to tell you if it's artists. Now, like my End of the World one, that is definitely Thomas Svensson. He's an artist. They have artists like YouTube music, artists.
Matt's
But
about to die.
it's such a shock.
It's
that
a triggering topic for me. I'm
It
allowed to be
is.
fucking triggered by
Right.
a topic. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Because you're an artist that
No, but like people are like,
regularly all
Matt's
the-
triggered. Why? Okay,
No, you
so
should be triggered because
don't fucking trigger me. I'm trying to like get off this topic for like 10 minutes.
Oh,
come on.
okay,
You're
we
trying
can
to
stop it.
what now?
Well, no, I was trying to like figure out
You've been
where
trying
you
to
were
get off
at
for 10
on
minutes?
this, and it's just
I'm not on it.
we're just
I'm not
talking
happy
about
with
it without like what camp are you in? That's what I'm trying to
My
figure
camp
out.
is okay. You know what camp I'm in? Usually shocked and unbelievable that in such a short time, because I wasn't paying attention, it just seems like you blinked and everything has changed. And now I'm afraid that the subscription services and everything I use, they're not going to tell us. That's all.
Gmail just implemented all kinds of AI without announcing it. You have to
Oh
go in
my
and manually
God.
turn it off. The step one
Really?
kicks you out of the settings. So you got to go back in and do step two. So it's really shifty, but it's using everything in your personal emails, including financial data, to train large language models.
It's terrible. I read recently that
Everything in your
doctors
fucking
are-
email.
Doctors are basically bugging all of their if you've gone to a doctor and you haven't explicitly said, I don't want to do this, like a lot of doctors are just recording every patient meeting and then synthesizing it with ChatGPT. So now Sam Altman has a bunch, like millions and millions of private medical data for American citizens. It's really good. I mean, historians are going to love it. So, I mean, shout outs to them. They're going to have a lot of fun with this. But like, I mean, this is terrifying stuff. I mean, I don't know any other way to look at it.
And I just want to be clear. I think it's acceleration, which doesn't. It's not like
That's what seems to be happening. It's
Think about
accelerating
how-
so fast.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying this is why I'm clarifying what
Yeah.
you're calling fast and what people refer to as it's happening fast.
Okay.
Think about how nothing fucking happens fast. Medicine, vaccines, if it happens if it happens less slow than the previous time, we go, that was fast, but it wasn't fast.
All
and so
right.
what's happening with this is it's like, oh, you want a high-speed train? Take all the brakes off of trains, like normal trains, and then they'll be high speed. That's
you
what they've
go.
done. It's not fast.
Okay.
It's
but
it's
2 years ago, I
reckless.
was never
It's a
was
disaster.
thinking about it. 2 years ago, it was never.
Okay.
I didn't know.
This is awesome.
It's sad, and I feel for you because you're an artist.
Don't feel for me. I don't give a fuck. It's okay. I'm just trying to talk
Oh, well,
about.
I won't feel for you then. Jeez.
Nobody's
Oh, okay.
stealing my art. If
I
it's not already
actually,
out
the
there,
one
you know
time
what
I
mean?
used ChatGPT was I sent it a Letterhack drawing, and I said, make
Nobody's
this better.
taking
That's
food
the
out of
last
my
time.
mouth
I've only
by
used
using AI.
ChatGPT
I'm
one
fine.
time, and I gave it Letterhack's entire portfolio, and I said, make this good for once.
Speaking of art, check out what this fucking guy did. This is awesome. You know how people decorate? Sometimes this is like they get like local businesses to do it or local artists. You know how they decorate electrical boxes like in your community?
Not in my community.
No.
Oh, really? People have seen this, right? Like they
Let's
make
see.
art installations out of the boring ass fucking
Okay,
green
let's
box
see.
on the corner. Look what this guy does. So
Oh,
there's
I
old
love
school
Metroid.
metro. Check this out.
Yeah, that's cool.
So now just like driving
Oh,
around.
I see.
Isn't that
I'm
cool?
trying to see.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So taking the ugly and making it interesting.
Zelda. Yeah, but like he was like,
Yeah,
you know what? Those
yeah.
are the exact same shape as old Nintendo
Not the exact
game
same shape.
cartridges or
Definitely,
whatever.
you don't have the. I got one right here.
Yeah, it'd be funny if he went out there and blew on it. Cool though, right? Andrea left.
Yeah. She'll be back. She didn't leave for good.
Um,
It's not 12 o'clock yet. We have 15 minutes.
have you heard
till the bewitching
of-
hour.
It doesn't have this
Oh.
indentation, which is the most important.
Right. I think he was trying to like imply
Trying,
that, but
trying, but
you can't
failing.
cut into
Trying,
the
but failing. Look
fucking
at this.
thing.
You need to have the indentation. Okay, very, very much so required.
Well, look, I mean, he's got that.
It's not good
on
enough.
there.
You can't just darken it. That's not.
You're not
It's
allowed to
cute,
cut
though.
the box. You can't sculpt the thing. It's
Sculpt?
got
Why not?
the
It's
whole
cute.
power in the whole town would go out probably.
No, why not?
Do you remember Techno Viking? I was reminded of this earlier when Bo said he watches Viking YouTube. Do you know who the Techno Viking is? Do you guys? This is like one of the original viral internet things.
No.
So it's funny you brought it up because I had it bookmarked because somebody mentioned him the other day and I was like, God, I wonder where that guy's at now. And I looked it up and one of the original viral videos on the internet, and the guy in it sued the person who put the video online. I guess he didn't realize he was being filmed or didn't know it was going to go on YouTube. It became like a big thing. He couldn't live his life. People are trying to photograph him in public. He's just not that kind of guy. And he like sued to make sure that it wouldn't go any further. And then he dropped out. But like one publication supposedly found him. And I read the article they wrote. And I don't know if it's real or not.
See?
But if you don't know, no, I mean, I know. Like, I think it could be fictional, the story they told. They're like, this is what he's doing now. And I was like, this doesn't sound right. But, like, can I show you the video? And then I'm not going to play the sound because there's, like, it's like a public rave, Techno Viking. So they're playing some techno music. But it's like,
look it up.
I can't hear. I can't believe you've never seen
rave.
this.
Maybe I
show you?
have.
So
Yeah,
it starts
yeah.
out with this girl in the blue hair being pushed by some guy. And then Techno Viking steps in, rights the wrong, and then leads this like rave parade. I thought this was the coolest fucking thing when I first saw it. So that guy pushes
Techno
and then he's
Viking.
like, whoa, wait a minute.
Oh, it's
He
from
grabs the guy by the
2010.
wrist. Right?
Yeah.
And
It
then
says
he's like,
it's from
he's like, you
2000.
out. He like
Wow.
points and he's like, go. And watch him point again. He's like, you better go, dude. Look.
Yeah, it's from old. This is old, 2000. And then something just said they don't know what he effectively disappeared from the public eye.
Yeah,
Right.
not
Internet.
everyone wants to be fucking endlessly harassed forever because of a 3-second clip.
So long story short, he got married to the guy who pushed the girl.
Wow.
So, see, that's why I'm like, I don't know if this article I read is real or not because it
Before
turns
Walking
out,
Dead.
and they were like, we were sitting in Gunther's house, and there's a picture of him and the guy he pushed on the fireplace mantle, and apparently they got together. There he goes. See, he's like,
Yeah.
ready to
Oh,
go now.
yeah.
He said he was a lumberjack who was using base speed, and they would go out and party all the time. And then he felt so bad about being a lumberjack, he became like a botanist. So he like went back to school. The article
Wow.
is a trip, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, check this out. Like, where are they now? Techno Viking.
Yeah. I saw it.
So
But I don't
15 years
remember
ago at the 2000 fuck parade in Germany, which is okay, applause for the name. The
Mhm.
2000 fuck parade. It wasn't even in 2000.
Experimental video arts.
A legend was born. It was a
Wow.
4-minute video, and he didn't like the woman being pushed around or being made famous, right? So here he is. Supposedly, this is him now.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be him,
So when did this happen?
Looks totally different. This is 15 years later. These people for this publication said after 6 months of research and hundreds of thousands of euros in detective fees. See, I don't know if I buy that. WWN is proud to exclusively bring you the full story of the mysterious man behind the iconic images that changed the way we viewed the internet forever.
No
Our journey,
shit. How come I don't remember this?
So they say our journey began in Berlin. The agreement was to meet our guide, Gunther, at the airport. And they didn't realize their guide was the real guy. And he said, I'm going to send a guy named Gunther to pick you up and take you to Techno Viking's home on the outskirts of the city.
That's gay.
And so Gunther was softly spoken with fluent English. He told us that he worked as a biologist. And to be honest, he was kind of boring. So myself and my fellow reporter, John, found ourselves zoning out through much of his one-way dialogue. And they kept saying, like, so how far to the house? And he kept naming all the trees and plants that were driving
What is
by.
this? Why are they being bitchy? Like, they hired
I know.
They spent thousands of whatever to fucking find the guy, and now they're bitching all over him.
And
What
he
the-
was giving like the Latin name or the alternative
guy
names
sounds
for
awesome.
everything.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But then when they got to his house, they realized this is the guy. Right? And they're like, you're a Techno Viking, I gasped. And see, it says you're a Techno Viking. And I don't know. I feel like this is just bullshit. But like, they're like, there's no way. What? Like, why would they say
This
that
article
way?
looks stupid. Yeah, this is dumb.
Yeah, he said, yes, I'm the one you call Techno Viking. My name is
Yeah.
Gunther Ackerman, and I want to tell you my story, he replied, leaving us both gobsmacked on his pebble driveway. Like, it seems weird, right? But so anyway, he felt so guilty about cutting all those trees down, he became a biologist. He said he really loved to party. He said, I never wanted to be famous. It was all a mistake, a terrible drug-induced mistake, he started. Now clipping a pink plant of some sort. I hope you don't mind me pruning while I talk. It helps me relax. He said he loved to party. He said we would buy an ounce of base speed between us every weekend and head to free parties around Germany. Man, the come down off that shit was hell. Right? So anyway, he goes on to say that he married the guy he pushed in the video. And that's when I was like, I don't know if I buy this. What do you think?
I just think the article is written in a very stupid way. I'm not familiar with anything even remotely close to any of the subject material, but I'm going to say it's probably fake.
You think? I really don't even know what to think.
They said on the way back they were he was naming plants and trees again, and that time they were enthralled because they knew who he was.
Bullshit. I hate that kind of fucking two-faced faker garbage. Go fuck yourself.
So that's how that's where I'm coming from. But like seriously, you don't know Techno Viking. Have you ever heard? Does this ring a bell? Red, orange, green, and turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yeah, that neither, huh? Okay. How about all your base are belong to us?
Sure.
Okay, you know that one. All
Yeah.
your base are belong to us. All
Absolutely.
your base.
All your base.
I'm just trying to think of all the early viral shit that I can remember. We had one guy in the office who was like,
I
"Check
started
this
using
out,
the
pull
internet
this
in
up."
like 2008. That's when I really got online.
That's like
2007.
2007. I started this job. This guy Chris
Mhm.
would come into we had a bullpen of graphic designers, and he would come in and say, "Pull this up." We would all just
Yeah,
watch
pull it. Yeah.
crazy shit. I don't know. Techno Viking.
Techno Viking. Well, we
cool
just
fucking
turned
video.
him on to a whole bunch of new people that probably never heard. Well, I never remembered this. The Viking dude is false. Who said that? Boku. Well, yeah, Boku.
That video was real, but I think the article wasn't.
Maybe they're just trying to get clicks.
I don't. What's up with the names in the chat? That's Bozy. We all know Bozy.
Bozy.
But now it's like
Yeah, the
YouTube
name
are
YouTube changed
search
around
Google
things.
and displaying
Yeah,
them frequently when they do site updates.
it's ridiculous because yeah, so many people are different, or yeah.
There was there's a video out. I saw it recently. I always look at the date of when it was posted, and this was in November. But it's supposedly a video of the original 3 founders, or like 2 founders and an engineer for YouTube. And they're talking, they're like, this is a disaster. There's only like 40 videos. I've like looked at them. It's not even stuff I would want to watch. And one of them said, yeah, it's stuff like this. And the guy was like, yeah, we're not putting this out. And it's like, no, that video
That's it.
It would be the most successful thing on YouTube right now if they put it out. But like, I still wonder if it was real. Because I don't know who the founders of YouTube are. They're not like Zuckerbergs or whatever.
Yeah, they took the money and ran out and then disappeared. Good for them.
What were you saying, Sandy?
I just got something that popped in about data centers, actually. It says, utility dive, no more PJM data centers unless they can be reliably served, Market Monitor. The PJM Interconnections Market Monitor urged the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to rule that large data centers can only come online if the grid operator can meet reliability metrics, which means make their own power and not wreck the environment. We'll see. It just popped up as we were talking about this.
Ooh,
but there's not. So I'm going to look more into that. That's good stuff to look into. If that came from Utility Dive, just popped up.
Nothing to do. It's too late.
Yeah.
Come on.
The future yesterday.
That was one person that said that to me. One person.
No, that's the thing, though, is that guy's repeating what a shitload of people are saying. People who are advocating
already fallen, a judge is not going to stop it.
People are advocating for like
they don't
regulations, especially when it comes to kids and students, right? And of all kinds. And these are self-proclaimed futurists, and the first thing they'll say is AI is not going anywhere. It's like, damn, you just started out with a loss. Like you're self-defeating.
Dr. Rackinello from Microbe TV, he teaches at Columbia Virology, and he says these are advanced college students taking Virology 101, but they got a test in the room. He's not letting them, like they used to be able to, do tests, take home tests, write their essays. Now he's doing 75 minutes and they've got to stay. So now he knows it's not going to be AI slop that they give in. Because the professors are freaking out even.
I don't know if you saw this on our Discord, but Alex posted a video of a video game company that's making people who want to be artists draw in the room, like live, and say, we need to be able to see you do it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that because or I would say like, just so you know, like I suck drawing live in front of people.
Oh, I got a question.
I don't think you look at my art and go AI either.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Your birthday art it's coming up.
I got one while we were on air.
Okay, but it's what people draw. So it's your actual art drawing, not anything graphic on the computer. It's your art, your hand drawn.
Oh no, you do however you want.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I'm
obviously not going to take AI generated images.
No, but I mean that wasn't even in my mind. I'm just talking. Did you have a medium or could people use their graphics programs to do their graphics? That's not AI or it's art.
Yeah, what paint, sketch, doodle,
cool,
sculpt.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to do this. I'm not, I used to be an artist. I haven't drawn I used to remember the rapidograph pen?
Yeah, I do.
God, I love my
used to be an artist.
Well, I don't do it anymore. Like
commercially?
No. My artwork was rapidograph pen and
okay, so if you go through all this like learning to play guitar and then you stop, you're not a guitarist anymore?
I don't know. Don't do this.
What's
to
the
me. Okay? I
I
previously did a lot of artwork with rapidograph pen. Okay, I haven't in years. That's why I'm trying to figure out if I want to do this.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't draw for a couple of days and I feel like not an artist. Like I need to be doing it all the time. But I just
25 years I haven't
different for everybody
done anything with I don't even have the tools. But I thought about it, that it would be nice to do it.
Get that shit back out.
We have a week, right? I used to just love pen and ink and rapidograph drawing and very intricate stuff, but it's been a long time. So
you can do that on. There's like a key command for doing that in kind of a fun way in Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah, but I don't have that. I would rather do it by hand. and see if I still have it, but I don't have the materials anymore. I'd have to.
Yeah,
I have a week, right? I have 1 week. Well, no, when is this?
That's a long time. 7 days
7
from.
days.
Well,
7
no, we're
days from
down to
now?
6. It's midnight.
6 days.
So, okay, the birthday challenge. And yeah, I have to figure out if I'm going to do it, but it sounds, fun, and we need fun. We need fun.
No, that's exactly what it is. And wait till you see the one.
Yeah.
The first one that said, please show it on air. Well, you both and Jake will appreciate it. It's good. It's great.
Oh, okay.
No, it's gonna be good. But it is midnight 01 on the East Coast at 12:01 a.m.
Technically, we started at 10:04.
I'm doing 2
Back
shows
that up.
tomorrow. I'm doing Nicole Sanders show tomorrow, and then my own this space show. So I have a lot of work to do tomorrow.
Where and when can we see Nicole Sanders? Is that pre-recorded or what?
No, I'll be live. She's invited me. I start with her at 3:20 to 4, and then I will be on this space at 5 p.m. Eastern. So that's going to be an environmental, environmental justice. I will be with another guest who is an environmental justice person, and her name is. Let me get it. Her name is, and I have to get myself Catherine Coleman Flowers, and I have to get myself more familiar with her work. But Nicole said her chat's all excited that I'm going to come on with them, and I'm just going to come on to learn who she is. Sounds like an interesting person. So great. And then I will be on this space.
That's great.
Yeah. So it sounds like a busy day for me.
You're really like
good day. Well, Nicole's my buddy. I mean, we've been doing this for years, but it's she invited me to be with Catherine, so I thought that was very nice.
Yeah, that's cool. How are they going to introduce you?
I have no clue. Sandee. She knows Sandee Shellis, Oh, I haven't changed my name yet. It's nobody knows yet. This is all brand new. I don't know. $10,000 prize.
It's a no prize.
Winners and losers. That's funny that winners and losers says that.
So there's a $10,000 prize, huh?
That no one wins, but everyone goes home with a no prize.
And everybody goes home happy, and have had a good time.
That Stan Lee used to be like, "You've won a no prize." And I spent my whole childhood being like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I just got to the point where I was like, he just made up a word that I'm trying to figure out what it is, and it's nothing. He just made it up. So
yeah,
I think he made it up.
All right, so I'm gonna go, but I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon, 5 p.m. Eastern. Excellent. And I'm not telling my topic, and it'll be fun. I think it's it's a lighter day tomorrow afternoon. Lighter.
I disagree with Boku. Boku can jump somewhere.
What did Boku say?
Jump for joy, Boku. Just jump for joy.
Boku.
Because you're not going to be joyous.
And now he's like, bye, Sandee. Hello, Cassandra. Right? That's what he's saying. He's like, bye, Sandee.
Well, you don't call me. Yeah, but do you call me environmental? Well, a lot of people do, but we'll see. One day at a time. Haven't made the total decision because I need to do my focus groups with my members first.
She's all in on the focus group. We got to join the focus group. Can we get in there?
You want
to? There would be no focus, Andrea. Come on.
No, it's just
that's antithetical to the name of the group.
No, I got to get in there. And I gotta
Mental Coffee House is right there. Winners and losers. Mental Coffee House.
True.
Okay,
it is right there.
Thank you. Mental Coffee House. Mm-hmm.
How about Coffee House? It's a hat on a hat, but it's also very meta.
That's good. That's good.
Short for environmental.
You want to go to Coffee House?
Mental.
Yes.
Coffee House. Sounds like a Las Vegas strip place.
And then you can get the Coffee House coffee of the day. Oh no, there's a place in San Diego.
Yeah.
Called the what is it called? I think it's called the Strip Club. and it's a steakhouse.
That's good.
And
Boy, people get disappointed. That's the only meat.
I
see.
said, how many disappointed customers do you turn away? And they were like, oh my God. It's like after a certain hour, all these drunk dudes are like, yeah. And they're like, wait a minute. Strip club? And they're like, no, it's the strip club.
Yeah.
A strip club.
Not
A
a
strip.
club.
A strip of meat. Yes, red meat. Ugh. Okay, goodbye. I'm tired, getting punchy.
Okay.
Love
right,
you guys.
Sandee.
See ya.
Love you guys. Thank you, Matt. I understand everything you're saying, and you're educating me all the time, so it's all good.
Yeah, just don't change the name. It'll be fine.
No,
Nope,
not
shut the
that.
fuck
About AI. It's very.
I'm
important
not
that
trying to educate you about.
Why?
Okay, I appreciate
That's what I need.
Okay.
Brett's doing the same thing on my Discord, with all of it.
Shout out to Brett.
Yep.
No.
He's constant. Yeah, but he is. He's fine. He's telling me, showing me shit, because there's one
Okay.
thing to know all the technical, the other
Jesus
stuff.
Christ.
Bye. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Have a good night. Don't
See ya.
die in your sleep.
I'm old, Andrea. You can't say that
It
to
could
an old
happen.
dog.
Yeah. You gotta watch out. That's why I told you not to.
Good night.
All right.
I love you guys.
All right. This is a good app.
You know what we don't do in the South? We don't plow any driveways,
Mm.
but we do cut timber.
Mm.
So,
That's not good.
you know what? In Colorado, they used to plow streets and block all the side streets. So then, like, four
Yep.
of us would go out there with shovels and be like, these motherfuckers. And then if they'd come back in the middle of the night and we're like, what is this? We're completely blocked in. Some people would try and like drive over it. They
Mhm.
get
That can
stuck.
fuck your shit up.
Then
You
they're
should have
under
called
their
in
car
with
with
the city.
shovels.
What
Huh?
you should do is you should get all the snow and block the main road. Like just flip it 90 degrees or whatever.
What I should do is what I did and just start working from home.
Mm.
Not go anywhere. Be
That's
like,
true.
Go ahead,
I
block
made
me
that
in.
decision. I haven't left the house in years.
I was snowed in. I was self-snowed.
I snowed myself in. Yeah. I was snowed in.
Did you ever watch Arrested Development?
Oh yeah.
Where he's like, I blew myself.
Is that
That will never not be funny. That character was so fucking good. And he was so mad when they canceled that. He was the most irate one.
Really?
Yeah.
Was there like a top 5 most irate?
No, he was just the most public about it.
Give me some quotes.
David Cross. Man, he just used to get mad. I mean, why would you cancel that show? Holy shit.
Would you say he was cross?
I think he's made that joke. I think even he has made that joke. Anyway,
It's a good app.
that means it's not.
I
Just
mean,
so
this
everyone knows.
This one was
if-
okay. I mean,
if
this one, there was
if
no.
Andrea is proud of the episode, something went wrong.
I'll be honest with
and
you, I was
she's
not proud of
reveling
this episode. This is what we call in the business. This is filler episodes. Doesn't really.
Yeah, we were
advance
just
the
trying to
main
get through it.
story. We kind of end on the same note we started. Nothing new has been achieved. But it does deepen your relationship with the characters, and there's some value there. So.
The characters.
The characters. That's correct.
Techno Viking.
Yep.
Boston Brian.
I believe he's just called Boston now. I think it's called California Boston, actually.
I see. Wow. I like the way you attempted to fail to end the stream on Thanksgiving night, last Thursday. Thanks for covering, but also
Was that well
acting
received?
Like,
Did
acting
anyone
like
that?
you didn't know what you were doing? Sort of.
Well, you know, sometimes you need to show people that anyone can get on this space, and what better way to do that than to act like a fucking idiot so that everyone knows that we don't have any sort of barrier to entry here. We'll take anybody.
It's true. It is and it isn't. Well, I do and I don't.
You know, Matt loves hearing himself talk.
Matt,
Appreciate that.
Matt,
Appreciate that.
Shut the fuck up. God damn
Matt.
it, Carlos.
Appreciate that.
Get out of here. You weren't
Matt.
even on this app.
Appreciate
Get
that.
out. Get out.
Matt,
Appreciate that.